Chapter 1. 10 kingdoms compete, but one must fall. Tang Dynasty. The Taiji Palace. Amador of Tang, Teddy, ended his court session as usual and hurriedly rushed to a secret chamber, shouting loudly, "Tower, are we playing mahjong, landlord, or werewolf tonight?" A remarkable young boy of about 14 replied with poise, "Grandfather, children make choices. Grown-ups do everything." Teddy pointed at him teasingly, "You're a smart one. So, we'll do all of it. Same rules. I'll keep your father in the dark, and you'll keep everyone else in the dark. Let's have fun." "Sure thing." Abdurrahman nodded with a smile, though he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Ah, what an affectionate grandfather. Unfortunately, after tomorrow, this warmth may be hard to come by. Though he had lived in this world for 3 years and had grown close to Teddy, encountering such events made him helpless. His own father, the heavenly strategist of Tang and king of Bart, Amadeus, was planning the Babianwu Gate incident. Even though Abdurrahman was Amadeus's eldest son, he was born from a night of passion with a courtesan, not from a principal consort. He wasn't the legitimate heir nor favored by Amadeus. Over the years, only Emperor Teddy's protection had kept him safe and carefree. If possible, he would not wish for this kind-hearted grandfather to spend his twilight years in sorrow. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a strangely empathetic voice resonated in his head. This was beyond unreasonable. "System, host, don't get upset. Focus on your actions. Learn from history's tyrants, and the outcome is up to you. You might even create a new era of prosperity." Falling into prosperity? Abdurrahman pondered. Are you talking about strategic misdirection? You're getting it, but there's more. Just draw from your experiences. With effort, you can shine in this age of competition. Don't just give me empty promises. I'm an unpopular prince. How could I destroy an empire? First task, ascend the throne. Otherwise, you'll live like a eunuch. A eunuch? Damn. So the system showed its true colors. Was this meant to ruin his life? Abdurrahman looked at Teddy, suppressing laughter. "Grandfather, why don't we try something different today?" "You're hiding something?" Teddy pressed, intrigued. "Tell us, is it better than our usual games?" "The plots in books can never match real-life intrigue," Abdurrahman muttered, leaning closer. "According to what I've heard, father plans a preemptive strike at Babianwu Gate tomorrow morning." "What?" Teddy stumbled back, shaking his head. "Tower, this is no joking matter." Abdurrahman's face remained stern. "Does grandfather think I jest? If you don't believe me, investigate." "Tower, do you want to be emperor? I will abdicate and name you successor. What do you say?" With shining eyes, he waited eagerly. "Grandfather, you aren't joking?" Abdurrahman feigned humility. "I'm timid, not ready for this." "No, you're ready. And I am too." Teddy stood up dramatically. "Ruling isn't complex. It's just strategy and politics. Nothing difficult if we work together. Now it's up to you. Dare you confront your father and rule with me?" Thus, a pivotal decision began shaping the destiny of the Tang dynasty. Abdurrahman grinned. "Haven't I always been playing with his majesty, grandfather?" "Indeed, I have not misjudged you." Teddy pulled him up and said, "Go back to your residence and wait for my news." Go back to the residence at this moment? What a bizarre move. He wasn't trying to play with his grandson but seemed intent on playing a deadly game. Abdurrahman felt that if he left now, he would be walking straight into a trap. The urgency of the situation was evident, yet Teddy's words hinted at something ominous, making Abdurrahman suspect that his grandfather was perhaps unaware of the peril awaiting him outside these walls. Chapter 2. Playing with the jade seal in front of his father. Abdurrahman was not one to miscalculate. He treated himself as a transparent figure and walked directly towards the side room. But before he got far, Amadeus called out loudly, "You went to the palace again?" Abdurrahman turned around. "Imperial grandfather summoned me, so I couldn't refuse." "What for?" "Grandfather ordered me not to disclose it." Amadeus sipped his tea and sternly said, "Don't think I don't know about your idleness and fancy tricks that win his favor. Such things are not proper behavior, nor fit the conduct expected in our Bart mansion." Well, it seems he's been aware all along. Apparently, Bart mansion thrives on the spirit of rebellion and seizing power. Casino games like mahjong wouldn't stand a chance here. Abdurrahman smiled faintly. "Your humble son abides by your teachings." Still grinning? Amadeus found everything about him irksome. "Can't you see your uncle and General Yuchi are here? Where have your principals gone all these years? Probably eaten by dogs?" Abdurrahman glanced at Paxton. Paxton kept his nose high in the air, never giving him a second look. Fair enough. After all, they weren't blood-related. And compared to Amadeus's other sons like Hideo and Lyndon, he was nothing but mud. It was fortunate enough that he could stay in Bart Mansion. "Stop." Abdurrahman swiftly slid backwards onto the ground and pulled out a square box from the bundle, thrusting it forward to intercept Amadeus's palm. There was no time for Amadeus to pull back. Slap. The square box flew open, revealing a 4-inch jade seal with a 5-dragon design. It bounced a few times before landing sideways, showing the prominent inscription, "Seal of the Great Tang Dynasty." Even a man of stature like Amadeus was startled. The seals of the realm? Paxton and Isaias's faces changed drastically. Meanwhile, Terrence and Rocco, who had been spying through the window, stared in disbelief. How did the seal of the realm end up here? Could he have stolen it when the emperor wasn't looking? Given the current circumstances, only one explanation seemed plausible. If the emperor traced the seal back to Bart Mansion, their plan would be jeopardized. Amadeus realized the gravity of the situation. "Did you steal the seal of the realm? You audacious little..." Abdurrahman scratched his head. "Father, the seal seems to have lost a corner due to your slap. Between stealing the seal and destroying it, which is worse?" Upon closer inspection, Amadeus saw a small piece indeed missing from the lower left corner. His head buzzed with thoughts. He yanked Abdurrahman up by the collar. "Rebel son, you dared to intentionally harm me. Paxton whispered quickly to Amadeus, who nodded. Only that way. Quickly invite him in. Soon, white-haired, official-robed Ardal entered the courtyard with several men. Amadeus spoke first. Minister Pei, this insolent son stole and damaged the seal of the realm. As a failed father, I'll accompany him to beg imperial forgiveness and request severe punishment. The seal is damaged? Ardal nearly bit his tongue in shock. Such a grievous error. Abdurrahman grabbed the untouched seal and handed it to Ardal. Minister Pei, you finally came. Almost strangled to death by him. Don't worry, it still works fine with a little chip. Rebellious son. Amadeus wanted to strangle him again. Ardal received the seal with mixed emotions, remembering the emperor's instructions to heed Abdurrahman's story. He coughed several times. Two men immediately brought a decree and stood beside him, slowly unfolding it. He carefully pressed the jade seal onto the decree and said, Everyone, kneel to hear the imperial edict. Already thoroughly confused, Amadeus, Paxton, and the others immediately knelt down. Ardal cleared his throat and announced, By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. I am advanced in years and my strength has waned. My grandson Abdurrahman is intelligent and studious, of noble character, and closely thinking about the system. Its voice rang out again. Ding, congratulations on completing the system's first task. For treating the imperial seal as a toy and intentionally damaging it. A clear act of downfall. The reward is tripled. Triple reward? Abdurrahman exclaimed joyfully. Really? That's awesome. Ding, special reward. 500 Dongchang agents and Western factory experts led by Unkit are now dispersed within and outside the capital, ready for your command. Ding, special reward. Boundless strength and mastery of the 18 martial arts. Ding, special reward. Perfect skill in playing music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Achieving any historical master's level instantly. This reward was mind-blowingly good. It was incredible. Abdurrahman also noticed a detail. Anything not existing in this era, he might obtain from the system. For instance, in Cohen's Great Ming, there was no Dongchang or Western factory, nor was there Unkit. The system had just awarded these to him, giving him some capital for national decline. He should officially play the role of a decadent emperor. Seeing Amadeus, Paxton, and Morgan still kneeling helplessly, Abdurrahman pondered aloud, Pei Siku, should I call him father or? He clenched his fists and questioned, Pei Siku, has this decree been announced nationwide? Ardal truthfully replied, without the seal, it can't be proclaimed, and coronation preparations will take time. However, the emperor is indeed the new sovereign, and the seal has already been used. No one can change that. That means the Bart King's residence was among the first to see the seal decree? Morgan smirked, deciding boldly that if everything was ready, the Tang shouldn't fall into the hands of this carefree youth. Why not go all out? Since deciding to help Amadeus ascend, he'd put his family's life at stake. With other generals absent, he must be the villain. Just as he started to rise, Abdurrahman threw the jade seal before Amadeus, preemptively pressing his right hand on Morgan's shoulder. Reacting quickly, Amadeus grabbed the imperial seal. Rascal, you cannot simply discard this treasure. Because I trust you won't drop it again. Father, your rudeness is noted. Damn it. Seeing Amadeus almost spitting blood, Morgan became enraged and crouched. Yet his shoulder felt weighed down by a 1,000-pound stone, unable to rise despite his efforts. He was stunned. Abdurrahman, weak and untrained, couldn't possess such strength, could he? Like Elton Tedaba, born with superhuman strength? Was this son easier to handle than the old man? Amadeus bowed slightly. Indeed, it was my fault. I accept the penalty. Not so fast, more awaits. Abdurrahman smirked. As a subject, you were disrespectful. Not punishing you sets a bad example. But as your son, I can't be seen as unfilial. What do you suggest, father? This move. Too cunning. Amadeus felt completely outmaneuvered. Closing his eyes, he conceded, 1 year without salary, confined for 2 months, and stripped of the Bart King title. Paxton gasped, unthinkable. This father is strict even with himself. I approve. Abdurrahman muttered, submit your own confession. The Bart King's title couldn't be stripped easily, avoiding wider repercussions. Yet, he must maintain authority. Next, he turned to the defiant Morgan. General, your shoulder hurts my hand. Morgan sighed, kill me or punish me as you wish, I won't flinch. Why demean yourself? Do you want to twist it? Abdurrahman showed his reddened palm. See, it's red from your weight. I'm not blind. But you're colorblind. Colorblind? Yes, colorblind. I have a good place in mind for you. Perfect for treating your colorblindness. The arsenal currently lacks a skilled blacksmith. You can follow me and take up this role. With Morgan being punished to become a blacksmith, what would happen to them? Chapter 4. First smash the Eastern Palace, then the Chi Prince's mansion. Now that everything was out in the open, they had no choice but to face it. The two men steeled themselves and knelt before Abdurrahman, bowing low. Your Majesty, we have committed a capital offense. They had been exiled from the capital by the former emperor due to false accusations by the crown prince. Returning without imperial summons clearly warranted death. With a new emperor ascending the throne, there would inevitably be examples made. Both felt an ominous premonition gnawing at them. Looking at the two distinguished, historically acclaimed ministers before him, Abdurrahman spoke candidly. You both have contributed greatly to the nation and were father's trusted advisors. If I killed you, it would be hard for us to remain dutiful son and loving father in the future. However, I can forgive your death penalty but not the lesser crimes. Why don't you come into the palace and play with me? I've invented several wonderful new toys with remarkable charm. Even Taishang Huang was delighted enough to cede his throne. Surely you're curious? Play. Together? Terrence and Rocco exchanged bewildered glances, their jaws dropping. To be honest, they were quite curious. Excellent. Abdurrahman signaled for them to rise, then handed the decree to Ardal. Minister Pei, announce this edict to all. I plan to visit the Eastern Palace with them. Ardal understood immediately. This old minister will see to it. Taishang Huang also sent 3,000 elite troops, ready to follow your orders. They are nearby. Should I summon them? My grandfather is so considerate. Seems he has prepared thoroughly. With such support, if we don't enjoy ourselves, it wouldn't be fitting. Abdurrahman smiled. Unnecessary. Send them back. Ardal panicked. Then the safety of his majesty? Under heaven, all land belongs to the emperor. All within its borders are subjects of the emperor. Abdurrahman pointed at Amadeus. My own father is here with his 3 closest aides. We are going to the stronghold of his enemy. Isn't it natural he should protect me? How worldly. Ardal was speechless. He looked at Amadeus. So the protection of the emperor falls to Alpha. Amadeus clenched and unclenched his fists. Rest assured, I will ensure the emperor's safety. With those words, I am reassured. Ardal coughed lightly, then left with the decree. Even tigers do not eat their cubs. Who was this person? What game was he playing? Zion, puzzled yet angry, shouted, Unkit, Unkit, Unkit. Whoosh. The echo was followed by a cold wind rushing toward them, knocking over soldiers and revealing Unkit before them. Zion cried out, Protect Alpha. Dressed in black, with white hair, Unkit pushed Zion aside, kneeling before Abdurrahman. This servant, Unkit, pays homage to your majesty. Rise. Abdurrahman patted Unkit's shoulder. Your skills are formidable. I'm satisfied. Let's proceed. Unkit resumed his role effortlessly, shouting hoarsely, Prepare to depart. Amadeus, Alban, and others exchanged puzzled looks. When did Abdurrahman acquire such an expert? Was this Taishang Huang's doing? None of the eunuchs could match this man's caliber. Unable to discern, they escorted Abdurrahman to the Eastern Palace. The Eastern Palace, vast within the imperial city, hosted Zakin Hall for daily activities, Liza Hall for official business, Hongjiao Hall for banquets, Xianda Hall for major events and receptions, Usher Hall for Prince Yuanji. Originally, Amadeus resided in Zaxian Hall, unrestricted between East Palace and Usher Hall. However, as Amadeus grew powerful, Amador built Hongyi Palace outside the city walls, now known as Alpha's Mansion, moving Amadeus. Failure to comply will be considered treason, and they will be killed without mercy. This boy is too arrogant. Upon receiving this news, Artemio was livid with rage. Yet, faced with such lethal and decisive actions, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Eventually, he decided to lead the officials of the Eastern Palace out to greet the emperor. Seeing their reluctance and defiant silence, clearly showing their resistance, Abdurrahman turned to Unkit and said, Go and bring men to destroy the Eastern Palace. Teddyji angrily rose to his feet. You dare. Do you even have any respect for the law? Nonsense. Abdurrahman sneered contemptuously. I am the law, and those who don't respect the law are you people. Unkit, after destroying the Eastern Palace, go and tear down his usher hall as well. Yes, your majesty. Unkit led the men away, ready to carry out the orders. Amadeus, Alban, and others watched in a cold sweat. This new emperor's reckless behavior far exceeded their wildest imaginations. They had no idea how this would end. But being straightforward, it felt incredibly satisfying. Especially the arrogance of the Draper and Brantley was instantly quelled. It was simple yet brutal. Moreover, the bigger the chaos, the more they stood to gain. Bob Yanjun, do you think I've been too lenient with him? Ardal was always adept at reading between the lines. The retired emperor clearly had no intention of blaming anyone. He merely felt pained by the damage to the imperial jade seal. Ardal quickly replied, Forgive me, your majesty, but your unexpected and unorthodox tactics have indeed momentarily subdued Alpha, leaving him both enraged and helpless. Teddy narrowed his eyes. So, do you think destroying the jade seal was worth it? Ardal, humbly, responded, I dare not say. Ha ha ha. Teddy laughed heartily. No need for such formality in front of me, Bob Yanjun. With 10 kingdoms standing now, each claiming its own jade seal and rightful place as the rightful heir, if our Tang dynasty fails to resolve the strife between the Draper faction and the Alpha faction, this jade seal would be more than just damaged. It would be toyed with by others. Although Tao is a bit capricious, for the sake of Tang, I can tolerate him. For all his eloquence, Teddy was internally conflicted. Seeing signs of promise in Abdurrahman through his new inventions, he was inclined to support him. Yet, being only 14, Abdurrahman's temperament wasn't fully developed. The struggle for imperial power was ruthless and complex. If Abdurrahman collapsed first, Teddy couldn't salvage him. In some ways, he was gambling. Fortunately, Abdurrahman hadn't disappointed. Still, Teddy arrived too late. By the time he reached the Eastern Palace, Unkit was already busy demolishing everything. Artemio, Amadeus, and Teddyji approached, accusing him. Father, he has become utterly reckless. Teddy glared at them and halted Unkit before pulling Abdurrahman aside. Artemio whispered sarcastically, Younger brother, what a fine son you have. He nearly tore Tang apart in half a day. Teddyji echoed, Elder brother, does this rogue son see the Eastern Palace and Wuda Hall as mere toys? I heard he used the jade seal to strip you of your title as Lucius Shangjiang. Amadeus chimed in, Elder brother, whatever else, he destroyed the Eastern Palace. Younger brother, is your leg still hurting from the kick? When did they become so shameless? Even after being played like fools, they still had the nerve to mock him. Abdurrahman turned and saw them chatting, smiling at Teddy. Grandfather, did you see how harmoniously they interact, all thanks to me? Are you still laughing? Teddy shot him a stern look. You had a myriad of ways to deal with the Eastern Palace. Why choose this imprudent method? Abdurrahman calmly explained, Grandfather, what I'm destroying here is not just property, but a symbol of regal authority, reinforcing the imperial power. Tang must unify under one rule, centralized in my Teddy G, feeling guilty, glanced at Teddy and admitted, "It was me, drunk and dissatisfied with your majesty's ascension. Isn't this a blatant lie, tarnishing my reputation and grandfather's?" Abdurrahman accused, "Devious motives deserve harsh punishment." Hearing this, Teddy G wished he could slit his own throat. How despicable and cunning this child was. Again, he trapped him easily. Abdurrahman turned to Artemio, "Draper, uncle, our relationship is quite awkward. Since Brantley didn't give the right answer, let me ask you the same question." Artemio promptly replied, "On orders from your majesty and grandfather." Abdurrahman asked, "Why did we give such orders?" He couldn't possibly reveal the debauchery in the palace. So, Abdurrahman made him figure it out. How despicable. Artemio struggled for a while and then said, "Because, in drunkenness and discontent over grandfather's abdication, I inscribed poems on the palace walls expressing dissatisfaction." Tough for you. Abdurrahman patted his shoulder, "But it's not enough reason for us both to order the demolition." Teddy G quickly added, "I followed a fortune-teller's advice and hid clay figures in the walls to curse the emperor." That sounds plausible. If he didn't accumulate enough rewards from them, it wouldn't make sense. Sure enough. Just as he thought about the rewards, the system's voice sounded again. ##### Chapter 6, 18 Princes Demand Audience. Ding. Congratulations, Post has triggered a hidden system task. Wreak havoc and undermine the state. As a reward, you receive the famous General Henley and 3,000 iron cavalry. They will be waiting in the mountains of Lizho for your command. ***. Now I have a formidable general and an army that is absolutely loyal to me. Abdurrahman was delighted. Not to mention his father had the Babiangia army, but even across the major empires. Bartshire Huang had the Bart Sharp warriors. Abram had the Tiger and Leopard cavalry. Innocent had the Xiang family army. Mateo had the White Robe army. Cesares had the Han Iron cavalry. These were all elite forces that instilled fear throughout the realm. Abdurrahman also intended to create his own elite force after securing complete power. And now he had the foundation. He looked at the stunned Morgan and said, "General Yuchi, go on. Smash the hammers in the Wuda Hall, but use some judgment. Don't knock it down, or you might end up smithing facing the earth." Morgan's eyes widened. You want me to forge iron in the Wuda Hall?" Abdurrahman retorted. "What? Not satisfied? Want to try Taiji Palace instead?" "Your Majesty." Even a brave man like Morgan felt his legs turn weak at these words, unsure of what to do. He had bowed. Amadeus added, "The Tang dynasty has its own regulations. How can we establish new bureaus?" Teddy was initially angry. After all, such a big decision should have been discussed beforehand. But seeing them unanimously oppose it, he calmed down. Tao has just ascended to the throne. I believe this move is justified. Firstly, he had encouraged Abdurrahman to act boldly, and he couldn't contradict himself. Secondly, extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures. Abdurrahman had merely caught them off guard temporarily. Political factions still existed and remained intense. If Abdurrahman couldn't quickly strengthen his power as emperor, even with Teddy's support, it would be perilous. This was likely the true reason for their opposition. Abdurrahman smiled at Teddy and continued, "From now on, I will reside in Zakin Hall. Azariah and Duke Chi should move to Hongyi Palace to live with Alpha. With close family ties and Hongyi Palace being spacious, it'll accommodate all of you well." "You, father." They all looked at Teddy again. This was unbearable. It was too much. If allowed to act recklessly, the Tang Empire would descend into chaos within days. However, Teddy firmly stood by Abdurrahman. Laughing, he said, very well. Smashing the Bart Palace and dismantling the Eastern Palace was meant to intimidate them, but having them live together was the masterstroke. Abdurrahman's intention was clear, to make the Crown Prince faction and Bart faction monitor and check each other, buying him time. It also conveyed their loss of favor to the public. A power triangle similar to the one he once described in card games formed. As long as he could weather the challenge from royal relatives and officials, the Tang Empire could maintain balance in the short term. But eventually, this balance would be broken. He hoped he'd be ready by then. Teddy also wanted to punish them. Their actions had thoroughly disappointed him. Fortunately, Abdurrahman had timely revealed everything. Otherwise, who knew how he would spend his later years? Seeing Teddy fully backing Abdurrahman, Amadeus, Artemio, and Teddy G knew they were helpless. They exchanged glances, resolved to seize the throne. Only Abdurrahman mustn't sit on it. However, Abdurrahman's chaotic actions had already disrupted the court's order. Future court politics would inevitably become more tense. They must tread carefully to avoid total destruction. Abdurrahman stretched lazily and said, "Ministers Fang and Du, stay. The three princes can head home together. Wishing you pleasant cohabitation." Abdurrahman approached Morgan and saw he had only smashed a few marble slabs. Laughing hard, he said, "Didn't think you'd be scared, Morgan." Morgan grimaced, "Your Majesty, kill me if you wish. I can't take this torment." "Why rush?" Abdurrahman patted his shoulder. "If you're not afraid of death, why fear this? Stay, eat well, drink well. I believe when the time comes, you'll lose yourself in it." Just then, a eunuch rushed in. "Stevie, bad news. Led by Periatli, 18 princes and officials are outside, demanding audience. They're quick." Teddy shook his head and looked at Abdurrahman. "Without support from the royal family and officials, you'll be in trouble, and it might harm me too. Let's face this together." Abdurrahman refused. "Grandfather, let me handle it. If I falter, you step in." Translation completed while ensuring natural language, adherence to the original tone and style, maintaining paragraph structure, and logical consistency. Chapter 7. I shall rebel against you. In the 5th year of Wuda, Emperor Teddy sought to stabilize the situation and win popular support by granting titles extensively to members of the imperial family. Just under Prince Avril alone, 18 collateral princes were bestowed the title of duke. Among these dukes, Avril and Avram Junwang, Prince Thorntongong of Avram, stood out for their illustrious military achievements and wisdom. Notably, Prince Avril, after his excuse to suppress the Crown Prince and Alpha, all of them had rendered significant contributions to the Tang dynasty, earning the respect of the people. What had he done? Born as a commoner's son, he charmed the emperor into power, then acted recklessly. If he really ruled Tang, it would surely lead to its downfall. Today, even at the cost of their lives, they must remove him from the throne. This Taiji palace is quite warm. Seeing them standing stiffly without paying homage, Abdurrahman tugged at his robe, lifted his left leg, and sat astride the dragon throne. Because of the sudden ascension and the lack of an official enthronement ceremony, he didn't even have fitting imperial robes. Teddy wanted to give him his own robes, but Abdurrahman found them too large and theatrical, so he refused. The 18 dukes, all shrewd veterans, watched him in disarray, hating his informal attire and behavior, completely lacking the dignity of an emperor. But none rushed forward. Given that the Crown Prince, Alpha, and Brantley had already fallen, it showed this young man wasn't to be underestimated. Strategy was needed. Randall, Teddy's cousin, Gaspard, Yayanjin Wang, Prince of Yayan, and the governor of Lizhou, adjusted his robes and coughed lightly. Yisrol, the censor-in-chief, immediately stepped forward, emotionally stating, "With numerous countries surrounding us, eager to destroy Tang, and the Turks stationed at our northern border, ready to invade, the tyrants as soon as you ascend? I'm forced to buy you. Why not break a bad pot?" Abdurrahman walked forward. Throughout history, many officials have incited rebellions among the people, but few emperors rebel against officials. Yet, since you're weak and I don't want to waste your efforts, let me announce, I shall rebel. Against these officials and ministers. Teddy nearly fainted upon hearing this. Was this the surprise? Scaring him instead. An emperor rebelling was unheard of. Facing such turmoil, he should focus on resolving it, not escalate. How could he think like this? Teddy trembled, wanting to intervene, but Ardal hurriedly stopped him. "Sire, revealing yourself now will undermine your authority and cause more unrest. At present, though he says so, troops are still loyal to you. Observe first." Such insolence from the Tang emperor. Teddy agreed but felt his heart tighten. He underestimated Abdurrahman's audacity. Indeed, in terms of bold moves, he was unmatched. The court erupted in uproar. He wants to rebel against us? What shameless conduct. Heaven help us. Tang is doomed. We must die to protect Tang. Abdurrahman sneered. Step down, step down. What else can you do besides shouting? Show me real power. Walking up to Yisrol, he said, "You may lack talent, but you know who benefits from rebellion, right? If you repent, I'll make you Yayanjin Wang, letting him obey you." Yisrol glared. "As censor-in-chief, I bear responsibility. How dare you slander me? You dropped the subject title. Are you rebelling? To save Tang, I die for my principles. Tyrant, take your life." Despite being a scholar, he attacked swiftly, aiming at Abdurrahman's neck. Noticing poison on his long nails, Abdurrahman punched him hard. With a thud, Yisrol flew back, lying motionless. Dead? Officials panicked. Imperial guards cried, "Save His Majesty." "No need. Retreat." Abdurrahman clapped his hands, then grabbed Randall by the neck. "Yayanjin Wang, you wish to die for principles? I'll help." This chapter captures Abdurrahman's strategic audacity in turning the tables on his opponents, blending humor and gravity to showcase his unconventional approach to power consolidation. Randall never imagined that Abdurrahman possessed such skills and ruthlessness. He trembled inwardly and said, "Your Majesty, this minister absolutely has no intention of rebelling. Bringing all of them here to pressure the palace, isn't that rebellion? I genuinely look down on us." Noticing Abdurrahman's gaze, he abruptly retracted his head. Abdurrahman stared at him and said, "Henri, do you think you can turn invisible? Do you really think I can't see you? I was looking for you." Henri, with his handsome yet rascally face, cleared his throat and chuckled nervously. Bobby Wunja's fingers. "Too long." Abdurrahman interrupted hastily, fearing Henri would speak out more. "Your neck is way too long. Do you want to join your old buddy in iron forging?" Henri quickly responded, "I'm just a rough fellow. How could I reside in the Usher Palace?" Abdurrahman replied, "So I give you a chance not to go. You're skilled with the 3-axe technique, right? Tell me, how are these 3 axes of mine?" By this, he meant inciting rebellion among officials first, then killing Bobby Wunja, and finally demoting Randall. Frankly speaking, it was both sudden and hard to resist. Believe that all the courtiers must have started trembling. But now was definitely not the time to praise. Otherwise, Henri would be against the Bart King and the entire court. So Henri laughed bitterly and said, "I might as well go forge iron." "You're getting into this on your own accord," Abdurrahman remarked ambiguously. "If the Bart King asks, you won't blame others, will you?" Henri couldn't help laughing wryly. "I volunteer. Deserve to die of exhaustion?" If collective demotion and degradation of titles could wake up the Taishang Emperor and hasten the replacement of the princes, it would be worth it. Demote royal kin by 4 levels and officials by 3? Teddy exclaimed again. "My dear, playing like this will lead to chaos. I must stop him." Ardal was also terrified. The court will be thrown into turmoil. As the two took a few steps, a eunuch shouted, "Your Majesty, Dean seeks audience." Teddy looked puzzled. "Why did Yuanba come?" Ardal suggested, "Given the rapidly changing political situation, perhaps wait and see." Teddy gritted his teeth. "Sky won't fall down. Let's wait." Why did he come? Abdurrahman was also surprised. His imperial uncle with superhuman strength often appeared in the Alpha Palace due to closeness with Amadeus. Speaking of which, the uncle enjoyed playing together because of a youthful heart. Emotionally, Abdurrahman felt quite close to him. Thinking of this, he loudly proclaimed, "Admit." Soon, Tedaba, looking sickly and thin, walked to the palace entrance. A few guards respectfully said, "Please leave your weapons with us temporarily, Your Highness." Tedaba glanced at the 1,000-pound pair of golden mallets, then toward Abdurrahman, suddenly yelling, "You brat! You dare usurp the second brother's throne? Shoot him forcefully. What kind of strength was that? Even Teddy gasped. Is my grandson also blessed with superhuman strength? Artel stuttered. Probably correct. Teddy, tears of joy in his eyes, exclaimed, Heaven is helping Tang Dynasty. But how deep he hid it, neither I nor Cavan knew. Your eyes aren't normal. Someone must have tampered with you. Noticing Tedaba's red eyes and chaotic breathing up close, Abdurrahman knocked him unconscious and ordered, Summon the royal physician to treat Dean and find out what happened. After Tedaba was carried away, Abdurrahman sat on the steps with the golden mallets, remarking, Being emperor is a risky job. Always citizens devise schemes to harm me. But how easy am I to harm? Aren't you upset? Courtiers exchanged glances, speechless. Abdurrahman continued, Feeling upset doesn't help, and there's more to come. Since you pushed me to rebel against you, I didn't kill all of you. You should know what that means. Well, go back and ponder how to face this heretical tyrant me. Prepare yourselves mentally. Your tough days are ahead. Turning to one person, he added, Right, Leonard, you're brave, aren't you? I'll promote you to censor-in-chief and let you speak all you want. Censor-in-chief? Leonard was dumbfounded. Daring to speak truth, Bobby Wanja was killed, yet he got promoted. What kind of logic? Totally hegemonic struggle. One definitely had to think of ways to boost productivity. After obtaining the system, he anticipated that there would be rewards in this area. It now appeared that his judgment was spot on. Henri and Birch could start working. However, this time he played a big game. Teddy might not be able to handle it. He should first hint at this chess game where 10 countries were the board and Tang Dynasty's princes and generals were the pieces. Otherwise, if Teddy got so angry that he made him abdicate, it would be very troublesome. Abdurrahman continued, maintaining his strategic moves while balancing the potential fallout. He knew that every action he took could drastically alter the dynamics of the court and the future of the empire. Hashtag Chapter 9. A shocking plan. When Abdurrahman met Emperor Teddy after court, the latter was standing guard by Prince Tedaba's bedside. For this fourth son, who was endowed with immense physical strength but a simple mind, he had always cherished him dearly. Just as the imperial physician finished checking Tedaba's pulse, Teddy asked anxiously, What's the diagnosis? There is no major problem with Dean, the physician replied, easing his worries, and continued, However, his sudden onset of madness seems to be related to some medicinal stimulation. It appears my speculation was not far off, Teddy muttered. Without waiting for Teddy to say more, Abdurrahman. Even if he were to dethrone Abdurrahman, it would likely cause unrest among the populace. The rivalry between the Bart King party and the Draper party would only intensify, making his efforts futile. So as long as Abdurrahman didn't overstep boundaries, he had to support him despite his anger. Moreover, beneath Abdurrahman's antics lay noteworthy strategies. For instance, Luciano and Terence were advisors, while Henri and Zion were valiant generals, all close associates of the Bart King. Their confinement weakened the Bart King party significantly. Additionally, Carmine and Nathaniel, two capable members of the imperial family, also found themselves confined. Meanwhile, others in the imperial clan faced demotions, except for these two, which served to sow discord among them. Yet, the promotion of Leonard to censor-in-chief was puzzling. Who didn't know that Leonard belonged to the Drapers' party? What was Abdurrahman's intention? Before he could ask, Abdurrahman grinned, Grandfather. It was you who told me to play, yet now you threaten to take my throne. Exactly because I let you loose, but now you're making a mess of everything. It's embarrassing for you, isn't it? Scoundrel. Teddy glared at him, exasperated. You haven't started yet? The entire empire is already in turmoil, filled with complaints. But my goal is to create chaos across the land. Teddy slumped onto the imperial bed, pointing at him for a moment before saying, Do you really think I won't take back the throne? No. Someone. Grandfather. Abdurrahman sat beside him and said, You said managing the empire was like playing landlord, mahjong, werewolf games, and murder mysteries. It seems you still haven't grasped the essence of these games. Now Abdurrahman was teaching him? Teddy opened his mouth to protest, but Abdurrahman interrupted. Please calm down, grandfather. Let me explain the essence. Abdurrahman spoke systematically and logically. Teddy listened intently, eventually standing to pour himself a cup of tea. After finishing it, he personally poured another cup for Abdurrahman, presenting it with a smile. Good grandson. Speak slowly. We're not in a hurry. Gulping. Abdurrahman drained the cup, gasping, I'm so thirsty. Another cup, please. All right. Teddy quickly refilled the cup. Once Abdurrahman finished drinking, he outlined the entire plan, concluding, Grandfather, do you understand now why I did all this? Given the internal struggles cannot be easily resolved and I'm new to the throne, an external shock is the best option, especially when our borders are seemingly suitors in the capital. Defeated by Amos, granddaughter of the former Duke of Yu, her father Ahmed was cautious and did not intend to return, leaving wedding arrangements to Hong Fu. Abdurrahman aimed to draw both Ahmed and Bill into the fold. Historically, during the Bobby and Woodgate incident, they stayed out. With his father's failure, they wanted to remain detached. Abdurrahman couldn't allow that. He trusted their loyalty to the Tang dynasty, but believed they must become his confidants. Otherwise, he couldn't fully control the Tang army or compete with rival nations. After much deliberation, Teddy finally bit the bullet. Without foresight, there will be near concerns. This applies to the Tang dynasty. Given the current rise of empires and surrounding strong states, we must break from tradition. Send the edict tomorrow to recall them according to your plan. I will help hold up the sky of Tang. And do not disappoint me. Abdurrahman, unusually serious, responded, Grandson understands the magnitude and complexity, but for the Tang dynasty, I will spare no effort to ensure the plan's success. Good grandson. Hashtag Chapter 10. Unraveling the puzzle, Emperor Teddy's eyes were red, and he sighed once more, truly a born powerhouse, a natural hegemon. I never thought that by sheer twist of fate, I've discovered such a precious gem for the Li family. He seized the opportunity to ask, By the way, Tower, when did you first realize you had this innate strength? And where did you find Unkit? Can't remember, Abdurrahman replied nonchalantly. Anyway, whether in prosperous times or turbulent ones, one must always reserve some power and cultivate loyal followers. Otherwise, it's like walking on thin ice, barely able to protect oneself. You've gone through much. Thinking about his difficult situation in the Bart Wong Fu, Teddy patted his shoulder and said, go to sleep. Your grandfather will likely be awake all night tonight. To improve fluency and naturalness in English, I've made slight adjustments. Considering his challenging circumstances in the Bart Wong Fu, Teddy patted his shoulder and said, you get some rest. Your grandfather will likely be up all night tonight. That means I'll sleep then. I have more fun planned for tomorrow. Abdurrahman pulled the blanket over himself and fell asleep instantly. Wait, why did you promote Leonard? Teddy hurriedly leaned forward to inquire, only to be answered by snoring sounds. The next day, when Abdurrahman opened his eyes, he found Teddy staring at him with a stern expression. Startled, he sat up quickly. Grandfather, surely you haven't changed your mind? Teddy's face was devoid of emotion. Do you think? And met the eye. Though the clues seemed cut off now, the culprit had already shown their hand. No matter how deep they hid, he felt confident in exposing them. But the things his grandfather warned him against truly posed a challenge. If he didn't do these things, wouldn't it limit his talent for bringing down the nation? What kind of degenerate emperor would he be if everything became so boring? Note, I removed Hunjun, as it was in Chinese, and replaced it with the English equivalent to maintain fluency. Indeed, being an incompetent ruler had its own rules, but he intended to follow his own path, ensuring that nothing too drastic slipped past scrutiny. For now, the plan remained intact, and Abdurrahman knew exactly what steps needed to come next. Chapter 10. The Son of Heaven visits a brothel. Abdurrahman left the Taiji Palace and returned to the Zakin Hall. Had he not chatted with Teddy until late last night, he would definitely have slept in the Zakin Hall. Unkit brought a delicately handsome young man forward and said, Your Majesty, 500 Eastern factory agents and 500 Western factory experts are now inside the palace, ready at your command. This person was also found by this old servant accidentally, specifically for Your Majesty. Abdurrahman glanced at the man, admitting his looks were incomparable with Pan An's exceptional handsomeness, and pointed at Unkit. What is this about? I don't have that kind of preference. Also, I didn't expect you to learn better, but don't you dare bring this up before me. Unkit hastily clarified, Your Majesty misunderstands. This person is Fitz, whom I discovered among the 500 Western factory experts. Both in skill and character, he is fit for significant duties. He's Fitz? Abdurrahman couldn't help but take another look, feeling elated internally. It seemed the system truly favored him, hiding such a pleasant surprise within the ranks of the Western factory experts. Now with both him and Unkit working together, they could fully establish the Eastern and Western factories. Noticing his slightly fanatic gaze, Unkit coughed loudly. Your Majesty, you? Abdurrahman immediately ordered, issue an edict. From today, set up a chief director for the Western factory and appoint Fitz as the Western factory's chief director to oversee it. Fitz bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Abdurrahman then looked at Unkit. Did you find blacksmiths as I asked? Unkit replied, Your Majesty, before dawn. I personally led a team to grab some from the city, which should suffice temporarily. You sure do things in a simple and brutal way. Abdurrahman smiled and said, Let's go. Follow me to the Wuda Hall for a visit. Shortly after, he entered the Wuda Hall and saw Henri crouching by a tree watching ants climb, while Brian was lying on a bench sound asleep. The blacksmiths were huddled together, tears streaming down their faces. Unkit shouted, Your Majesty has arrived. Henri and Brian lazily stood up. Greetings, Your Majesty. All the blacksmiths hurriedly knelt down, not daring to speak. Abdurrahman folded his arms behind his back and said, There's no need to be afraid. As long as you do as I say, you will become the most formidable blacksmiths of Tang Dynasty, unmatched anywhere else. You'll have enough food and clothing, and even honor your ancestors. One of them trembled. As per Your Majesty's orders. Abdurrahman stretched out his hand. Bring pen and ink. Unkit immediately arranged for it. Abdurrahman drew on the desk for a while and then explained, This is a piston-type wooden bellows. Forge it for me, and build a small smelting furnace here to work alongside your high furnaces and air blowers. The blacksmiths gathered around, looking at the design in astonishment, unable to articulate their thoughts. They had never seen this kind of piston-type wooden bellows before. However, experience told them that this ingeniously designed wooden bellows might prove better than the existing air blowers. Initially, they thought this new emperor merely intended to play around, but now, he showed a profound expertise in this field, clearly intending to be serious. Daring not to slack off, they hurriedly responded, We obey Your Majesty's order. Once these things are built, I will instruct you on what to do next. Abdurrahman added, turning to Henri and Brian, You two ministers, feeling idle? Here's some work for you. Do well or else I'll hang you upside down on a tree watching ants climb. Henri and Brian hadn't expected him to really make them forge iron, replying bitterly, Your subjects obey your orders. Abdurrahman leaned closer. Do you feel a bit lonely? They hurriedly shook their heads. No, you are lonely. Abdurrahman turned to Fitz. Fitz, I plan to launch a general star project to cultivate military talent for our Tang Dynasty. Immediately gather the sons of the nobles and generals in the capital to the Hongjiao Hall. I've long heard that Zhak family's brothers Farron and Zhak Shuiyang, along with General Yuan's son Yuan Baolin, are extraordinary talents destined for greatness. Make sure not to miss any of them. Yes, Your Majesty. Fitz took the order and left. Henri and Brian directly collapsed on the ground. It was over. Apart from confining them within the palace, this tyrant was even going to detain their sons. He must fear rebellion and hold their sons hostage. Too vicious. While they could endure this silently, the tension between him and the imperial relatives, officials had escalated. Now with this strong move, the capital could face numerous crises. Ibn pushed through the crowd, cleared his throat, and shouted at the scholars standing on a carriage. My fellow gentlemen, your curses are well placed. That little tyrant is indeed immoral, capricious, rebellious, a thief who usurps the state, utterly shameless, worthy of everyone's condemnation. Condemn? The scholars showed respect. Sir, you have great courage. We admire you. May we know your esteemed name? Incognito, anonymous. Though sir prefers not to reveal yourself, we still regard you as a role model. With you, Tang dynasty won't fall. With that, they applauded enthusiastically. The surrounding scholars joined in chorus. The atmosphere was quite heated. Carry on, I have other matters. See you another day? Abdurrahman knew when to stop, saluted, and left. Unkit felt amused yet baffled. Master, you? Swish. Abdurrahman opened his fan and fanned himself. You don't understand. If they don't criticize, it means I failed as a tyrant. By cursing myself, I just add fuel to the fire, making them useful for me. They've declared enmity against you. That doesn't change the fact they can be utilized. Saying this, he noticed the Zuexiang Tower, filled with visitors, furrowing his brows. This Zuexiang Tower has somewhat gained fame during my time at Prince Bart's residence. It's doing better than I imagined. Unkit lowered his voice. Your Majesty anxious. Young master, should we just take her? Abdurrahman smiled. You can catch the person, but not the heart. These things can't be rushed. And you don't understand women. She will come. As if on cue, the door opened. A captivating fragrance wafted in first, followed by a woman clad in a thin silk robe, her face veiled, swaying gracefully as she walked in. Though her face was hidden, her facial contours were flawless. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, neither too fat nor too thin. She exuded an aura of both fertility and elegance, a true masterpiece. In his past life, Abdurrahman had seen many beautiful women, but none could compare to her. Speaking frankly, with this body, he doubted he'd tire of her even after abstaining from court for a year, finding new joy each day. Margaret glanced at his youthful face and chuckled. I thought you were some talented yet frivolous young master. Who knew it's just a naughty little brother? Aren't you supposed to be studying instead of visiting brothels? What would your father say? Abdurrahman remained unperturbed. After hearing my poem, you didn't have me kicked out by the madam, so you must have some talent and aren't entirely restrained. You have your own ambitions. Wow! Margaret exclaimed, walking over to him and caressing his shoulder. So, you were deliberately trying to lure me in? With lightning speed, Abdurrahman grabbed her waist, pulling her onto his lap. This lure isn't that fishing. You're quite bold for someone so young. Margaret's eyes flashed as she caught his wrist, twisting it skillfully but couldn't break free. She tried using all her strength to pry his fingers apart but failed again. Ultimately, she changed tactics, her eyes becoming seductive. Seems I've underestimated you again, naughty little brother. You're hurting me. Where exactly? Abdurrahman extended his hand, truly a dragon claw. Unkit gasped, turning away hurriedly. Should he be watching this? If it weren't for the courtesan exposing herself as a trained martial artist while trying to escape, he would have waited outside long ago. Little rascal. Margaret pouted, quickly grabbing his hands advancing towards her. How can any lady bear you being so rough? Remember, be gentle with women. Did she really think he was an inexperienced youth? Wasn't she insulting his lifelong experience? Abdurrahman cradled the back of her head, staring into her eyes intently before slowly leaning forward. Initially, Margaret met his gaze boldly, her large eyes wide and unwavering. But as they grew closer, she felt inexplicable tension, her blush spreading down to her collarbone. She found this puzzling. He's just a young man. What's happening? Could it be because of his unusually intense gaze and the rugged masculinity he exuded? Your heart is racing, sister. Abdurrahman pressed his chest against hers and whispered in her ear, Madam, I want... Margaret froze, struggling again. Please maintain your dignity, young master. I sell art, not myself. I'd rather die than endure humiliation. Abdurrahman restrained her effortlessly. You no longer see me as a little brother now, do you? But rest assured, I only wish to make a deal. A legitimate one. No physical contact involved. A deal? Margaret looked at him, unable to laugh or cry, feeling somewhat violated indirectly. Across the world, he might be the first and last person to propose a proper business deal in such a situation. Unkit nearly spat blood. Just as he was about to force himself on her, Abdurrahman turned the tide. Emperor's heart runs deep, beyond his understanding. Our deal is simple, Abdurrahman explained. I write poems, you sell them, and we make a bit of money together. Margaret giggled, covering her mouth. So you mean those frivolous poems? Why not tell me the original? This is clearly a homesick poem you've altered beyond recognition. Being able to discern this showed she had genuine talent. Her instincts told her this person's identity was far from ordinary. Making money was likely just a means to an end. Since he came knocking, why not play along and see what he truly wanted? She teased, if master wants a taste of worldly affairs, I'll comply. I'll fetch writing materials right away. Today, we'll squeeze every bit out of this young master. Seeing her mischievous smile, Abdurrahman pinched her waist lightly. Since you put it that way, I'll accompany you through and through. Just wondering, can Miss Margaret's waist handle it? Chapter 12. Imperial Edict to Abduct a Bride. You little rascal. Margaret shot him a look and hurriedly got up to leave. Unkit said, young master, this girl has some martial arts skills and such talent and beauty. She must not be ordinary. Shall we investigate her? No need. Abdurrahman waved his hand and replied, women are like clothes. It's more interesting to uncover them one by one and keep some mystery. Moreover, if I can't control a woman, how can I govern the world? Unkit bowed slightly and responded, young master is right. Not long after, Margaret returned with the 4 treasures of the study and elegantly wrote out, Thoughts on a Tranquil Night. The handwriting was graceful and displayed great skill. Abdurrahman stood beside her, looking down and admiring for quite some time before saying, "Your writing is beautiful and large. This master likes it very much." Large? Margaret shook her head and said, "These characters are clearly small. Is my lord intentionally teasing me? Would this master not know the difference between large and small?" Abdurrahman sipped some tea to soothe his slightly parched throat and said, "We should get down to business, or else our eyes will fall into the valley. I'll recite while you write." Valley? Margaret didn't understand and instinctively bent lower, unaware of her open neckline, urging, "Please start reciting. Margaret has been eagerly waiting." Eagerly waiting? She had completely misunderstood. Abdurrahman sniffed and began reciting as he would have in his past life during school, without preparation. Ode to Lime. Extracted from deep mountains by countless strikes and chisels, enduring fierce flames as if they were trivial. Pulverized bones and crushed body, undeterred, leaving purity amidst the dust. Lament of farmers, toil under the midday sun, sweat drops on the earth below. Who knows each grain in our plates, comes from toils untold. Ode to geese, 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 curved necks singing to the sky, white feathers floating on green water, red webbed feet rowing clear ripples. Ode to willow, like jade adorned high in trees, thousands of branches sway like emerald ribbons. Who carved these delicate leaves? Spring wind of February sharp as scissors. Spring dawn. In spring's embrace, unaware of dawn, birds chirping far and wide. Last night's storm whispers, how many blossoms lie scattered? Reality indeed showed that one who doesn't strive in a previous life will mourn in this one. Even earning small money through poetry wasn't easy. Abdurrahman, standing, lying, or leaning on the table, racked his brain and came up with over 30 simple yet well-known poems that even kindergarten children could recite fluently. Finally, his thoughts ran dry. He mused aloud, what are the first two lines of the lotus just reveals its pointed tips, early dragonflies perch atop? And what are the latter two lines of once seen the vast sea, no other waters compare, save the clouds above Mount Wu? Margaret's lips half opened as she asked, is my lord asking me? She was stunned by these simple yet destined to be popular masterpieces and barely capable of thinking. Yet, even her fragmented sentences seemed divine. At this moment, she felt her so-called talent insignificant compared to his. Such a man should only come from heaven. Abdurrahman glanced at her and said, forget it. Let's include them. Let the literati fill in the blanks. They're idling away their time cursing anyway. Give in that settled. Farewell. Do you trust me so much? Margaret flicked a strand of hair behind her ear. You don't even know what I look like. Aren't you afraid I might take the money and run? Without hesitation, Abdurrahman lifted her veil and glanced at her face. Now I do. Amidst an ethereal laugh, Abdurrahman left the private room, still visualizing her stunning beauty in his mind. If a glance could stun like a passing swan, causing chaos in life, then this woman embodied all his initial hormonal impulses since arriving in Tang Dynasty. He was determined to have her. Back at the palace, he switched to a carefree mode, attending the coronation ceremony briefly, but otherwise not leaving Zakin Hall for 10 days. Many believed the too high emperor had reclaimed his power because of his prior actions, but the system knew him best, even while planning big moves. You're completing tasks. Impressive. Abdurrahman retorted, don't fawn here. Not attending morning court for days, isn't that a dereliction of duty? System, ding. Congratulations, host has triggered hidden system task. Not attending morning court, neglecting state affairs. Reward, complete book of poetry. Abdurrahman shook his head, you dog system. Trying to lure me into becoming a poet thief? System, can also earn some pocket money. You're so considerate. For your grand cause of ruining the country. Margaret noticed him immediately, finishing her last gift and joining him by the window. She remarked, a dignified noble heir and a renowned military daughter. Truly a match made in heaven. Since the new monarch ascended, this spectacle is rare. With the marriage between the Li and Cesaro families, and the new king remaining unusually quiet, I sense significant events today. What major event? Abdurrahman shrugged indifferently. Worst case, the emperor abducts a bride. The emperor abducting a bride? Margaret paused, then smiled. No matter how outrageous, such an insane act of provoking two major military families shouldn't happen. She hadn't even finished her sentence when a large contingent galloped over from the direction of the palace, blocking the bridal procession. The leading handsome man raised an imperial edict and shouted to Amos, who was riding on a high steed. I am Caesarshan, the supervisor of the Western factory, carrying out an imperial order to abduct the bride. If any of you dare to resist, your entire clan will be exterminated. Before she could finish her sentence, a large contingent rushed over from the direction of the palace, positioning themselves in front of the bridal procession. The handsome man leading the group raised the imperial edict and shouted to Cesaro Guang, who was riding on a tall horse. I am Caesarshan, the supervisor of the Western factory, and I have an imperial decree to abduct the bride. If any of you dare to resist, your entire clan will be exterminated. Chapter 13. A mind full of depravity. An imperial decree to snatch a bride? Even the onlookers standing along the street were taken aback. They had thought that the little tyrant in the capital city had finally settled down recently, but who would have imagined his first move was so heinous and shocking to the world? What on earth did he intend to do? Ahmed had won every battle and was the stabilizing pillar of the Tang dynasty. The Cesaro family had 3 generations of valiant heroes, all excelling in combat, and Amos and Loretta were undoubtedly the finest among the younger generation. In their eyes, the marriage between these two families was indeed a perfect match, destined to be blessed by the people and ensure the Tang dynasty's invincibility in the imperial contests. Didn't Emperor Abdurrahman personally issue an edict for Ahmed to return to court to arrange his daughter's wedding? But on the day of the wedding, he pulled such a stunt. Wasn't this because he thought the Tang dynasty wasn't chaotic enough and wanted to kick it into hell? Amos had naturally fair skin like a white fox. At this moment, there was not a trace of blood color left on his face. He gripped his silver spear tightly, veins bulging as he said, This is absolutely impossible. It was he who ordered my father-in-law to return to the capital. The Craig even rewarded us eyes of the General Star program. They're already infamous. He's forcing the Li and Cesaro families to rebel. Such actions that infuriate both heaven and man. Such madness, he dares to do it. The Draper and Alpha both have good reputations. Why did the Craig choose him? Isn't this leading the Tang dynasty to its doom? Swish. Amos waved his silver spear forward and pointed at them. A bunch of henchmen. Today I, Amos, will kill you all first as a sacrifice. Then I'll settle accounts with that tyrant. Caesarshan ignored him and addressed the bridal sedan chair. Miss Li, do you want to ruin your father's lifelong reputation and destroy the Li family? Loretta stepped out of the sedan chair, tossing aside the painted fan shielding her face, revealing her stern yet graceful expression. Our deaths are insignificant. Has he ever thought about the Tang dynasty even a bit as the ruler of the nation? Caesarshan flicked his finger. Speaking ill of his majesty is also a crime punishable by death. Today, I do not wish to kill, but if you force me to unleash bloodshed, the sky on Juke Avenue will soon be painted red. With that, he swung his sleeves. The sedan chair was instantly split into two halves by a powerful gust of energy. The bearers collapsed in pools of blood, wailing. Too outrageous. Loretta glanced back, drew a sword from someone's waist, and attacked Caesarshan. Amos also acted simultaneously. Caesarshan laughed coldly. Your deaths are trivial. Your families are all in the capital now. With one command from the Emperor. These words struck their hearts again like a 1,000-pound rock. They halted their steps within 10 feet of Caesarshan. That tyrant dared to do this, likely having prepared thoroughly. If they fought on the streets now, they would surely be charged with treason. For the sake of their clans, they must endure temporarily and wait for the Craig to intervene. They didn't believe the Craig knew about this, nor did they believe he would ignore it once informed. Looking at each other, they gritted their teeth. You are so cruel and ruthless, acting lawlessly. You shall not meet a good end. You don't need to worry about that. Caesarshan gestured towards the direction of the palace. Please come with us. Although they followed him away, they squeezed their nails deep into their flesh. Amos silently vowed that as long as he lived, he would take revenge for today's humiliation. That tyrant. Watching this unfold from Zue Xianglu, Margaret slapped Abdurrahman's chest angrily. How can he do such despicable things? Our plans to make some small money might have to stop now. Chang'an will definitely be thrown into chaos. I'm not that tyrant. Why are you hitting me? Abdurrahman rubbed his chest, sighing. I didn't expect he would actually follow through just because I suggested it casually. Frankly speaking, I am beginning to worry about you. Worry about me? Abdurrahman said, think about it. Your reputation in the capital has risen, not only as Zue Xianglu's courtesan, but also as the ideal woman in scholars' minds. This will eventually reach that tyrant's ears, and he might act against you. But I'm just a courtesan. With him willing to kidnap a bride on the streets, even from two major general families, do you really think there's anything he wouldn't dare do? Maybe he finds it more exciting this way? Hearing this, Margaret panicked immediately. She looked at Abdurrahman urgently. What should we do? Abdurrahman replied, if you marry someone and have a bunch of children, he probably wouldn't dare touch you. Margaret smirked, stepping closer, poking his chest. So master wants this slave girl to give herself to you? To avoid delays, why don't we get married now and spend our honeymoon tonight? Abdurrahman sensed something from her feigned panic, hooking her neck. All right, even if we don't succeed tonight, success in the future is key. The critical point is conception. You rogue. Margaret couldn't hold it in anymore and slapped him again. Who would have thought with all your talents, your mind is full of debauchery? I admit defeat. Please stop teasing me. My current fame is thanks to master's poems. If that tyrant saw this scene and whispered to Ahmed, if the Craig continues to turn a blind eye to this situation, what will you do? Ahmed closed his eyes slowly and did not respond. Magnus angrily shouted. To foresee is to be prepared. Without foresight, all efforts are wasted. If our worst fears come true, we might as well seize this opportunity to crown one of the princes as the new emperor. Ahmed replied calmly. This general believes that the Craig will uphold justice for us. Sir. Magnus, deeply dissatisfied, retorted. You are skilled in warfare, but when it comes to the court's dynamics, you're completely ignorant. If things reach this point and you still choose self-preservation, how can you face Kathleen? If there's any glimmer of hope, court matters should be resolved by the court. What a stubborn father-in-law you are. After delivering a punch to the ground, Magnus muttered under his breath. Now that things have come to this, many decisions may no longer be yours alone, Ahmed. As for you, Abdurrahman, you dare to snatch my family's bride and disgrace the Cesaro family? If I don't let you die without a grave, Magnus would not live up to my name. At the Taiji Palace, Teddy was originally playing werewolf with Terrence, Rocco, Atlee, and Nathaniel. Upon receiving the news, he stood up abruptly, furious. Nonsense, nonsense. Did this boy not assure me he would never do such an insane thing? Terrence, Rocco, and others looked at him in shock. It turned out that Abdurrahman had spoken to him beforehand? How insane had this person become? Teddy was too enraged to think clearly. Through clenched teeth, he declared, at least werewolves pretend to be good during the day. He is thoroughly, unabashedly destroying our great Tang Empire. He must not remain on the throne. Bring him here immediately. Terrence frowned. Shouldn't your majesty meet Prince Connor and General Li first? The anger has reached a boiling point now. I suggest we comfort the Cesaro and Li families first. Nathaniel added. The city is rife with potential crises. Any misstep might lead to chaos across the empire. Please make your decision swiftly. Seeing Teddy's reaction, they realized they had underestimated his tolerance for Abdurrahman. Abdurrahman had done something so audacious, yet Teddy insisted on seeing Abdurrahman first. Wasn't he giving Abdurrahman another chance? Soon, a eunuch returned from Zakin Hall, reporting, Your Majesty, the Emperor isn't in the palace. However, he left a painting for you. After all the preparations I've made, You still get upset so easily. It's not like I'm intentionally annoying you, raising your tolerance. Moreover, I'd gladly accept being called a rebellious grandson, but wouldn't my father and Ushvin object? Bang. Teddy threw the teacup at him and covered his forehead. You've made your grandfather suffer enough, and you dare provoke me. Today. Grandfather, there's no need to say more. Abdurrahman said coolly, or should I abdicate? Then we can play landlord and werewolf every day? Hearing this, Terence, Atlee, and others nearly lost control. They had never encountered someone so reckless and shameless. If the Craig still hesitated, allowing Abdurrahman to abdicate would only blame the Craig. Abdicate now. Teddy roared. Terence, Rocco, Atlee, and Nathaniel all breathed a sigh of relief. Abdurrahman didn't delay. He clapped his hands, and Unkit presented the imperial seal. Abdurrahman played with the seal, asking, who should I hand it to, grandfather? Teddy shouted angrily, anyone is better than you. Well, who then? Was Abdurrahman now pressuring him? Teddy wanted to draw his sword and end Abdurrahman there and then. How could he have such a grandson? Truly infuriating. I didn't mean to, grandfather. I did this today only recommend a new emperor. Aren't you afraid of splitting your personalities? Saying this, he turned to Teddy and continued, grandfather, without a resolve to burn our bridges and spare no effort, it will be difficult to achieve anything significant. Teddy barely suppressed his raging fury and coldly said, follow me. He led Abdurrahman to the study and said, I see you are trying to implement the entire plan more effectively, but have you considered what it means to provoke both the Lee family and the Cesaro family while you don't yet have firm control over the military? Abdurrahman replied with a calm demeanor. What else could it mean? A rebellion, right? I'm doing this to force them into rebellion. You. Teddy clutched his chest, almost breaking down. Originally, your plan was to dispatch them to subdue the mountain tribes, making the Turks think they saw an opportunity, wasn't it? Grandson felt that was too bland, so I changed my mind last minute. Nonsense. Did you decide to kidnap from the beginning? You're too reckless. Both Ahmed and Magnus are renowned generals commanding troops, even I have to show respect to them. Do you know that? Grandfather, please calm down. Leaning against the bookshelf, Abdurrahman crossed his arms and said, Ahmed and Magnus are different. I have absolute confidence in making Ahmed grateful to me and loyal henceforth. You, traitor grandson. Teddy was enraged again and hit Abdurrahman on the head with a book. He abducted someone's daughter and wanted their gratitude? How could such a thing exist? Abdurrahman dodged swiftly and said, Grandfather, trust me, even if I love to play around, I cherish my life. This concerns not just the empire but also my life. And now that it's done and Unkit arranged for a live broadcast, our fates are intertwined. We must push through with the entire plan. From the start, Abdurrahman knew that no matter how much Teddy trusted him, he would waver faced with such a universally despised act. This time, he decided to bind Teddy thoroughly with himself. It also created discord between his father and Terence, Rocco. Moreover, it showed those intending to rebel or attack Tang just how absurd he could be. A one-stroke gain. Live broadcast? Teddy, bewildered, sighed laughingly, you'll be the death of me. Outside the palace, Unkit stood before the princes and officials, broadcasting live based on updates relayed by eunuchs entering and leaving the palace. The Grand Emperor is furious about the Emperor's abduction and plans to seize the throne. The Emperor voluntarily abdicated, offering the Imperial Jade Seal, but the Grand Emperor hesitated. The Emperor asked Terence and Rocco who should be the new Emperor, but they remained silent. The Grand Ahmed looked up in despair, utterly solemn. Artemio stood up and said to Teddy G, no need to kneel anymore. It's futile. Let's return home and sleep. Teddy G, hearing the underlying message, smiled. Looks like father favors and trusts his illegitimate grandson most. No wonder. Second brother, let's go. With that traitorous son of yours, you'll never sit on the throne. What happened to father? Is he being coerced by that traitorous son? Amadeus ignored them, asking himself aloud. A thought flashed through his mind. But the original crown prince's party likely shared the same suspicion. He must act quickly. Otherwise, the Li Tang dynasty would truly fall. Ahmed returned home looking gaunt. Seeing the still-lit decorations in his residence, he staggered to the ancestral tablets, kneeling and sobbing bitterly. Ancestors, I've fought tirelessly for the country. So what great sin have I committed to deserve this? Sigh. A man sheds no tears easily unless deeply hurt. To make generally shed tears, indeed, I am greatly at fault. A strange voice suddenly echoed from behind Ahmed. Startled, he turned around to find Abdurrahman and Caesartian, who had clearly been hiding there before he entered. His eyes widened. How are you here? Abdurrahman smiled faintly. Because I trust generally, knowing he loves the country, elf, with such determination, I dare not hold back. For Tang, for your majesty's grand cause, I will risk everything. Please rise, general. Translation provided by AI assistant. Abdurrahman helped him up and said, prepare according to the plan. I still need to scale the wall to find Bill. I've realized now, when a petty person scales the wall, it's considered stealing under the cover of darkness. But when the Son of Heaven does it, it can bring down a nation. If this doesn't succeed, it would be a waste of all these walls I've climbed. Ahmed smiled and bowed. This subordinate bids farewell to your majesty. Your majesty has a meticulous mind and strategizes with great skill. You will surely achieve your goals. ##### Chapter 16. The world is truly falling into chaos. After leaving the Li residence, Abdurrahman went to the Bobby residence again. Facing this emperor who climbed over the wall to come, Bill was also quite surprised. However, after hearing Abdurrahman's comprehensive plan, he agreed without hesitation, just like Ahmed did, even if it meant making his own son pay a price. On the way back to the palace, Zaire was puzzled. Why does your majesty trust them so much? Abdurrahman laughed heartily, just like you. I also have a manual on how to use them. I know their ins and outs thoroughly. Despite this being an era of competing empire, Ahmed and Magnus left Beijing's West Gate in plainclothes, heading to the frontier. Leaving with them was also the commander of the West Gate. Unkit woke up Abdurrahman in a show of seriousness. Your Majesty, it's bad. Ahmed and Magnus bribed the commander of the West Gate and fled. Finally, they fled? Abdurrahman slowly sat up, twisted his waist, and shook his neck. That's a bit frightening. Go. Let Zaire take the men of the Western Factory and carry out the plan to massacre the Li residents and Chesaro residents according to plan. Then you personally lead a troop to chase after them. You must chase them desperately. Don't return unless you've chased for 3 to 4 days, so it doesn't look like we let them go intentionally. Unkit understood. Old servant will handle it, guaranteeing there will be no flaws. Meanwhile, Magnus rode his horse as freely as a dragon returning to the sea. His eyes shone with excitement. Finally, brother, we've taken this step. We helped that corrupt emperor defend against foreign invaders and protect the country, yet he humiliated us. The Craig does nothing about it. If he does not abdicate for a worthy successor, how can we still stand in this world? Note, I replaced Hunjun with corrupt emperor to ensure it reads naturally in English while keeping the meaning intact. Ahmed nodded. Brother Chesaro, you're right. I fought for the country my whole good deeds of the Li family and Chesaro family gathered in front of their residences, wailing uncontrollably despite being advised against it. Ultimately, they were all arrested by the Western Factory. The citizens became even more enraged. This was sheer injustice. The emperor had forced loyal generals to rebel. The 2 generals had guarded the borders faithfully for years without ever wavering in their loyalty. Now, due to the tyrant's cruelty, they had been forced to flee. If the princes and royal relatives don't find a way to make the tyrant abdicate, the people may completely turn their backs on the dynasty. However, before one problem was resolved, another arose. The tyrant seemed intent on worsening the situation. By evening, another major incident occurred in the capital city. Bill's eldest son, Bobby Jun, because of non-cooperation during drills by the Western Factory, was brutally beaten and thrown back at the Bobby residence with broken legs. Bill was also stripped of all his positions and confined to his residence for failing to educate his children properly. For a moment, the entire Chang'an city was in turmoil, with tensions running high. Yet, Abdurrahman remained comfortably lounging on his couch, eating dried fruit fed by a palace made while listening to the system rewards. Ding, congratulations, host. You have triggered the hidden task of destruction of the Great Wall, plunging the Tang dynasty into crisis. Rewards doubled. Abdurrahman muttered to himself, I told you, since I played such a big game, you dogged system must reward me. System, ding, special I still say, even if the world falls apart and the country crumbles, as long as the iron is forged well, we can take it back. You're deceiving me again. Knowing this now, I wish I hadn't let the brothers fight each other. I'm now completely under your control, unable to break free. Grandfather, you're saying things out of frustration again. Whether I lie or not, you can tell at a glance. This is just a way for me to boost your confidence. Hashtag chapter 17. A world-renowned debut. When Emperor Teddy and Abdurrahman arrived at the Wuda Hall, the hall was brightly lit as if it were daytime. The blacksmiths inside seemed to be working tirelessly as if under a spell, with not a single one of them taking a break. Due to the isolation created by the Western Factory, the restlessness of the outside world did not penetrate here. Instead, there was only steadfast determination and unified effort. Teddy was stunned by this sight, especially when he saw Henri and Morgan, bare-chested and personally forging iron. He nearly didn't recognize them. Henri spotted Abdurrahman immediately and dropped his large iron hammer, grabbing a gleaming saber and rushing towards him. Teddy's face turned pale as he cried out, "Protect the Emperor." But Abdurrahman didn't dodge. Instead, he moved forward. When Henri reached him, Abdurrahman smiled in satisfaction, saying, "I didn't expect you to forge these sabers so quickly. This looks like an excellent weapon." Henri's eyes sparkled as he replied, "Your Majesty, this isn't just a good weapon. It's a divine blade." He then hurriedly had someone stack over 30 pieces of armor plate together and slash down with the saber. Snap. They all split cleanly with one stroke. Even Teddy, momentarily lost in a vision of regicide, was left astonished. How is this blade forged? It's incredibly sharp. Morgan wiped his coal-black face and explained, "Your Imperial Highness, this blade was forged using the infusion steel method Your Majesty devised. Only we can forge it now." His tone brimmed with pride, a far cry from how he treated Abdurrahman back in Bart Palace. Still confused, Teddy asked, "Infusion steel method?" Morgan, clearly having put much effort into understanding it, patiently explained, "This method differs from the refined steel and cast steel methods used by other countries today. Here, we smelt raw iron into wrought iron and heat it together with raw iron. This makes it easier to produce steel of superior quality. The blacksmiths say that if we use this method to forge weapons, our Tang troops will surpass all others in battle strength." Before Teddy could fully absorb this information, Henri added, "Prior to the invention of modern steelmaking methods, the infusion steel method was considered the most advanced technique in ancient times. Compared to the various states in this era, it was truly dominant." Abdurrahman smiled. "This is the backbone of our Tang dynasty. Steel is sacred, and only high-quality steel with minimal impurities should be used for weapons. Since you've mastered the infusion steel method, let's start with these few divine weapons I designed," he continued, sketching 4 cold weapon era masterpieces and providing annotations. As expected, different people focused on different weapons. Morgan was particularly fascinated by the Tang saber. He marveled at its slender, ringless design and long. He was genuinely curious about how Abdurrahman thought of these things, including the infusion steel method. No wonder he dared play recklessly. This debut was unmatched. Seeing them so engrossed, Abdurrahman couldn't help but laugh. The Tang saber was a pinnacle of Chinese swordsmithing history, yet it hadn't appeared in this Tang dynasty. He facilitated its creation via the system, requiring no further explanation. The Yuanyong crossbow was essentially Yusef's repeating crossbow, improved by Ma Jun in late Han Dynasty. Its arrows were specially made, lost in later times. Without the system, he couldn't create it. The Shenu Bao was a deadly weapon from the Northern Song Dynasty. Non-exist. Are you trying to murder your own husband? You are the empress I officially took by decree, known to all under heaven. Note: I have maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text while ensuring the translation is natural and fluent. The names are transliterated according to Pinyin, and the tone and style of the original passage are preserved. Chapter 18. 500,000 enemies arrive. I want to win lying down. He wasn't ashamed but instead proud. Loretta wasted no more time in chit-chat, delivering a powerful punch straight towards Abdurrahman's face. Abdurrahman slightly sidestepped and retorted, "Your punch is too forceful yet lacks speed. This won't kill me. How about you owe me another 100 gold, and I'll teach you a few moves. Can you actually do martial arts?" Loretta's phoenix eyes widened in disbelief. Among all the young men in the capital, her martial skills were likely only second to Amos's. As for Abdurrahman, he was originally just an illegitimate son in Bart Wangfu, Bart Mansion, indulging in pleasure and play. Note: Bart Wangfu, Bart Mansion, should be translated consistently. If Bart Wangfu refers to Bart Wangfu, it might be better to use Bart Wangfu, or explain the term if it has a specific context. For this context, I'll assume it refers to Bart Wangfu. Revised translation: Loretta's phoenix eyes forge iron all night would be too dull. Arrogant. Loretta picked up a silver spear and lunged at Abdurrahman. Abdurrahman also picked a spear to battle her. His spear movements resembled a dragon, always narrowly missing the prominent parts of Loretta's body. After 50 rounds, Loretta's spear was deflected away. She switched to a saber, and again it was 50 rounds, no more, no less. Frustrated and shocked, Loretta asked, "Are you proficient in all 18 martial arts?" "Not exactly." Abdurrahman remained modest, "Just a little better than you. No matter what weapon, or how we fight, I can remain undefeated." "Is that so?" Loretta was still unsatisfied and tried the remaining weapons, each ending after 50 rounds. By now, she was exhausted, lying weakly on the ground, while Abdurrahman remained calm and collected. This naturally made her even angrier. With such skill, leading the Tang dynasty to dominate China and unify the world should be a great feat. Why act as a tyrant detested by heaven and people? Seeing her drenched clothes revealing her curves, Abdurrahman looked openly and said, "My love, there's no need for despair. Your endurance is the best among all women I've seen." Loretta's eyes reddened. "Stop pretending. The hatred for my family's extermination runs deep. I must kill you today." As she said, she struggled to get up. Abdurrahman quickly stepped forward, lifting her by the waist towards the room. "Let go of me." Loretta flailed but lacked strength. She suddenly felt afraid, thinking she might have been tricked. Would this tyrant take advantage of her? Panicked, she warned, "If you touch me, I will die before you and haunt you as a ghost." "Touch you?" Abdurrahman laughed aloud. "Though I am no gentleman, I never do boring things. Forced love is less interesting than passionate battles. I want to groom you into loving me, making you fall deeply in love, and then, ha ha ha, bah." Loretta's veins bulged. "I'd rather die than love a shameless wretch like you. I wish every moment I could scatter your ashes. Then eat well, drink well." Abdurrahman placed her on the bed. "This way, you might stand a chance to kill me and seek revenge. Destruction isn't what a true heroine does. It will only make you owe me more money." "You," Loretta panted, pounding the bed frame. "I, Loretta, swear to kill you, and I will not take my own life." "That's a good girl." Pinching her cheek unexpectedly, Abdurrahman quickly left. "Whenever I'm free, I'll come give you chances to kill me. Hope you seize them." "Tyrant." Wiping her face hurriedly, Loretta, even Teddy stuttered, Tao, you are born to be a dominator. Perhaps I underestimated you. From now on, do as you please. I fully support you." "Grandfather, stop saying that." Abdurrahman smiled bitterly. "I feel you might attempt to usurp my throne. Once you stop, maybe I will become the dominator." Speechless, Teddy awkwardly responded, "We shall see." Caesarshan rushed in. "Your Majesty, urgent report." Abdurrahman read it briefly. "Seems the Turks closely monitor Chang'an. Seeing my tyranny, they have mobilized 30,000 troops southward." Morgan and Henri suggested, "Should the Weapon Bureau participate in forging these weapons? We must master them first before spreading the knowledge." Abdurrahman smiled, arms crossed. "But these aren't necessary to deal with them." "But 30,000 soldiers," Henri urged. "Without preparing, danger awaits." Seeing his worry, Abdurrahman wanted to reveal Ahmed and Magnus' betrayal and Bill's demotion, to see his reaction. However, to allow them to focus on forging without worry, he held back his words. "Continue with your iron forging. I have my own plan for this battle." His plan was to seal off all information and wait for the Turkic army. 3 days later, Unkit returned with the troops sent to pursue Ahmed and Magnus. The Turkic cavalry of several 10,000 riders advanced like lightning from north to south, cutting a long gash through the vast territory of the Tang. They faced such a situation due to the tyrant's reckless behavior. No one in the court expected it to happen so soon. Previously, the threat of national extinction was just a looming sense of danger. Now, it was rapidly becoming reality. With the northern frontier free from the restraining forces of Ahmed and Magnus, tens of thousands of Turkish cavalry rode unhindered, directly reaching Jingyang, only 40 miles from Chang'an, causing great alarm in the capital. However, Abdurrahman neither convened the court for counsel nor made any military preparations. Instead, he visited Shushio Palace daily, providing Loretta with the chance for revenge. The fleeting opportunities for combat dissipated during their clashes. By the time the remaining 200,000 Turkish troops arrived at Jingyang, Ahmed and Magnus armies had successfully joined forces. Due to Randall's non-response, they chose to ally with the Turks and encircle Chang'an. The situation inside Chang'an was not merely panic-stricken, it was utter chaos. Despite this, Abdurrahman remained inactive. Up until now, his only decree was to close the city gates, effectively turning the capital into a besieged city. He was holding the residents of the capital and tens of thousands of Tang soldiers hostage. His death would mean everyone else's too. Artemio and Teddy G were frantic like ants on a hot pan. They put aside their personal grievances and, under cover of darkness, visited the Alpha Fu. Inside Alpha Fu, Amadeus was discussing countermeasures with Paxton, Irwin, Tu Tong, Gil Gongjin, and Augustine. Without Terrence, Rocco, Henri, and Morgan by his side, he felt overwhelmed. Upon hearing that Artemio and Teddy G had come to visit, Amadeus did not hesitate, but invited them directly into the parlor. The throne was still his ultimate goal. But with 300,000 Turkish troops surrounding the city, supported by Ahmed and Magnus, even seizing the throne now would only make him a king overseeing the downfall of his country. Artemio must have had similar thoughts when he came. After entering the parlor, Artemio's eyes were red with anger and sorrow. Franklin, what can we do? If this continues, our country will fall, and we will die. Eldest brother. Amadeus gripped his hand tightly. I did not expect the situation to deteriorate so quickly. I've heard that Kid of Chu has formally led his troops to attack Dongzhou. The loyal Bill, who has been stationed in Dongzhou, was dismissed by that rebellious son. Now, the army in Dongzhou is leaderless and may soon be swallowed by Chu. Not only Dongzhou, even the Tibetan army is advancing eastward. Artemio, on the brink of tears, said, we are powerless to change anything from the eastern or western fronts. What we need most is to repel the 30,000 Turkish troops and protect the capital. Amadeus frowned. Just now, Henri and Morgan were here. They would help him make the best decision. Even eavesdropping from the rooftop, Abdurrahman grew impatient, punching through the skylight. Leaning in, he said, Father, isn't old Draper's idea splendid? Why don't you agree? Or better yet, let me bind myself to the Turks. With a leap, he appeared before Amadeus. Amadeus looked up and pointed at him. Your Majesty, you are the son of heaven and yet spy from rooftops. Abdurrahman scoffed. You are supposed to be noble royalty, always talking about the nation and state, yet ready to sell out for survival? Amadeus immediately countered. This prince had no such intention. Artemio echoed. Nor did I. Huh. Abdurrahman laughed coldly. Then tell me, how does binding me, the ruler of the Tang dynasty, to the Turks to buy more time, sound? They were speechless. Teddy G erupted in anger. Tyrant, the Tang's downfall is your fault, yet you dare to sneak into Alpha Fu, even risking your life. Pum. A punch struck his face mid-sentence, causing blood to stream from his nose and mouth. He hurriedly covered his face, stammering, Abdurrahman, you see territory? Sacrifice the emperor? Amadeus, Artemio, and Lu Yuanji staggered back, ready to fight Abdurrahman. This tyrant wanted to pin the sin of treachery on them, tarnishing their names forever. Too despicable. Moreover, they didn't believe he would personally negotiate with the Turks. It seemed he was still playing games. Chapter 20. Don't celebrate too soon. Abdurrahman enjoyed seeing the brothers united in purpose. He curled his lips and said, you don't need to look at me like that. This is your suggestion, even if you didn't say it as bluntly, but essentially it's the same. Amadeus argued with reason. Far from it. You can't try to put this dirty water on us. So the emperor will have to pour it anyway. I just can't stand ministers who serve two masters. You. Amadeus was about to personally take action against him when one of his subordinates rushed in to report, Your Highness Alpha. A large number of imperial guards suddenly surrounded the Alpha mansion outside. Amadeus was shocked. What do you intend to do? Nothing much. Abdurrahman yawned widely, saying, I want to return to the Alpha mansion with great fanfare for some sleep. You all continue discussing. I'm going to bed. He waved his hand, leaving with Unkit and Caesarshan. Teddy G wiped the still bleeding nose and remarked, he's doing this to prevent us from forcing him into abdication, putting us all under house arrest right before his eyes. Artemio asked, puzzled, why not in the palace? Teddy G replied, if he summoned us into the palace now, he would be afraid we might act first. Fourth brother, tend to your wound first. Amadeus glanced at him and continued, he has always liked to catch people off guard. We are a step too late. But from his troop movements, he must have been monitoring Azariah Mansion and Alpha Mansion day and night long ago. Paxton shook his head repeatedly. His actions are unpredictable. But Minister Feng has always been a key figure and favored by the former emperor. Since he sent Minister Feng, he surely can achieve the best results. At Feng Manor, the old, frail Cortez could not get up after receiving the imperial decree and kneeling on the ground. It took several servants to help him up barely. He had been locked in his home these past days, fearing such matters would fall upon him. Yet, they came. It was truly an unappreciated task. Any misstep would brand him a notorious sinner for eternity. Sadly, the new emperor seemed to treat it as a game. He feared the Turks and Ahmed. Magnus wouldn't agree unless he did as they said. But following the emperor's demands would offend Alpha, Azariah, and Duke Chi. What should he do? Feng wanted to use the Cortez replied bitterly. The emperor sent me to negotiate peace. Expected. Ferguson tossed a thick book in front of him. These are the terms set by the Emil, General Li, and General Cesaro. Your emperor either accepts in 3 days or prepares for a siege. Cortez shakily picked up the book and collapsed after flipping a few pages. Tang submitting to the Turks. Ceding lands north of Chang'an. Annual tributes in gold, silk, cattle, and other goods. Handing over Abdurrahman, Amos, and Loretta. It matched the edict. Submitting, ceding territory, paying indemnity, and surrendering the emperor. Feng admired Abdurrahman's foresight. Looking pained, Cortez said, Emil, Generals Li and Cesaro, enough talk. Magnus slammed the table, glaring. All because of that tyrant. If Teddy wants to save Tang, he better hand Abdurrahman over. Otherwise, my army will massacre the palace. You were once a loyal subject of Tang. Silence. Magnus hurled a goblet at him, drawing blood. When his henchmen raided and slaughtered my family, did he think of our loyalty? I devour his flesh and bones. Ferguson smiled. Prince Connor, calm down. The Emil promises justice for you, ensuring eternal respect and protection. Magnus saluted. Thank you, Emil. Cortez, leave now and bring that tyrant here. Fong left immediately without another word. Back in the city, instead of going to Alpha Mansion, he headed straight to the palace, facing Teddy. Teddy summoned Terrence, Rocco, Atlee, and Nathaniel after reviewing the terms. After secret discussions, Atlee and Nathaniel secretly moved part of the city guard to surround the Alpha Mansion's outer guards. Then, Teddy, accompanied by Terrence and Rocco, arrived at Alpha Mansion, throwing the book at Abdurrahman. Tower, this madness ends now. Otherwise, Tang will perish. The one who caused this must resolve it. Starting now, I reclaim the throne. Tomorrow, you, Amos, and Loretta will be handed over to the Turk camp. Any last words? Grandfather. Abdurrahman scoffed. Wasn't it all because of you? I am the victim. I just liked playing. You pushed me onto the throne. Teddy slowly closed his eyes. I also bear guilt. Tomorrow, I will issue a self-criticism decree. For Tang, I can only sacrifice you. Artemio, Amadeus, Teddy G almost cried hearing this. Finally, decisive action. Had it been earlier, Tang might not be so dire. As father and son, Amadeus approached Abdurrahman. This life is cursed. Next time, let's not be father and son. Father feels guilty towards you and your mother, but your actions have lost all sense of decency. Abdurrahman smiled faintly. Father, things being what they are, I don't want to say more. Just remember, I'm not done and seek reinforcements. Artemio said, I am willing to oversee the preparation of the defense forces, holding Chang'an until reinforcements arrive. Amadeus immediately countered, Father, I think we should first negotiate an alliance with the Turks and get them to withdraw voluntarily. The Tibetan army is marching eastward and is not far from Chang'an. Even the Turks will be cautious about this. If we rush into a breakout, we might engage the Turks in a deadly battle. If they then ally with Tibet, the Tang dynasty will truly perish. Artemio sneered, Second brother, you are merely grasping at straws, focusing only on the Turks. If Tibetan troops besiege Chang'an, we're still doomed. Brother, that's not true. I'm also considering the Tibetan threat. I disagree. Seeing them bicker again, Teddy felt deeply disappointed. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Indeed, these words rang true. Even as the Tang dynasty teetered on the brink, they each had their own schemes. Stop quarreling. Teddy firmly declared, the emperor has already made plans. Just carry out your orders. Humbled, aren't you? You kept arguing non-stop. Abdurrahman smirked, but the system voice interrupted. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the hidden system task. Surrendering national rights and becoming a sacrifice. It's gathered outside the Bart Wang Fu. Note, for better fluency, it's suggested to either introduce Bart Wang Fu earlier in the text with an explanation or translate Bart Wang Fu as Bart Wang Fu. Bart Wang Fu is a significant place in this context, perhaps previously introduced as the mansion/complex of a key figure named Bart. Without more context, I kept it as provided. For a smoother read, crowds gathered outside the Bart Wang Fu, the mansion of Prince Bart. Or if prior context has already been established, crowds gathered outside Bart Wang Fu. Choose based on where this sentence falls in the overall narrative. Abdurrahman was locked into a prison cart, escorted towards Mingda Gate. Feng Diy sealed the delivery since he still needed to negotiate with the Turks. Amos and Loretta were also part of the procession. Citizens witnessing this scene cursed loudly. Blind ruler. Now you see the consequences. All this is your fault. You deserve worse than 1,000 cuts. Without virtue or talent, why sit on the dragon throne to bring ruin to the nation? Despite the curses, many citizens covered their faces in tears afterward. No matter what, he was the emperor of Tang. In these empire-stricken times, the honor and humiliation of a country starts with its monarch. Witnessing his humiliation, their hearts swelled with mixed emotions. Words could not describe it. Tears streamed down Loretta's face as she shouted, Blind ruler, did you see that? Did Tang civilians ever wrong you? You betrayed them. Admittedly, she expected to despise him deeply. But after days of revenge without direct retribution, her power increased, and her heart strengthened. Realizing this hatred wasn't as deep as expected. These thoughts were irrelevant now. Once in Turkish tents, he would surely die. Abdurrahman laughed heartlessly. So what if I saw it? Loretta seethed. You are beyond redemption. Abdurrahman simply smiled, but clenched his fists secretly. He silently vowed never to betray Tang civilians. The convoy arrived at Chang'an's main gate, Mingda Gate. The grand gate opened quickly. As they rode out, it closed promptly. On the other side, the waiting Turk soldiers cheered wildly. One campaign surrounded Chang'an, captured the emperor. It was a dream come true. Today would be celebrated extravagantly. Ride, ride, ride. They galloped swiftly, encircling the Tang convoy before heading straight for the Turkish main tent. Before the tent, Feng Diy was pushed aside. Several Turkish generals roughly dragged Abdurrahman off his horse, bound him tightly, and escorted him into the tent. Amos and Loretta followed. Emil's Jelly and Tully sat high. Ahmed, Magnus, and various Turkish generals occupied both sides. Seeing Abdurrahman, Magnus slammed the table. Blind ruler, surrender your life. Jelly Emil stopped him. Prince Connor, calm down. Let me see this young brat and what makes him capable enough to ruin Tang in such a short time. Walking up to Abdurrahman, Jelly Emil sized him up, so tiny. I could crush him with one hand. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Turkish generals roared with laughter. Feng Diy anxiously pleaded, Emil, now that the prisoner is here, let's discuss the territorial compensation. Not yet. Jelly Emil interrupted. Let me chat with your emperor first. Aren't these two, Mr. Cesaro and Miss Lee? Take your seats and reunite with your fathers. Father. Amos and Loretta rushed to Ahmed and Magnus, sobbing uncontrollably. Traitors. Abdurrahman snarled, if I knew you'd defect, I'd have wiped you out. You may be young, but your heart is venomous. Who'd have thought Amadeus would sire someone like you? Jelly Emil sipped wine. I love dealing with such degenerate nobles and emperors. Come, kneel and bow 3 times. Turkish generals shouted, kneel, kneel, kneel. Chapter 22. Killing 2 Emils in one battle. Want me to kneel? Abdurrahman sneered. You don't even know what you look like in a puddle of urine. The Turkic general Jedediah angrily shouted, impudent. You're facing death and still talking tough? I'll break your dog legs now, see if you will kneel then. Turkic chief Colton of the Jishur clan said, in your central plains, there's a saying that those who recognize the times are heroes. Now that you've been abandoned by the Tang dynasty, having lost all support, you've become a man alone. Since you're in the Emil's tent, obediently follow our orders to amuse our Emil, or suffer the consequences. Abdurrahman was obstinate. Do you think I'm a court jester? With your head hanging from a belt, you still call yourself emperor. Ferguson shook his head. It seems this Emil has to properly discipline you for both your grandfather and father. Bring him here. Break his legs. Just as Jedediah and Colton were about to act, someone rushed into the tent. Report to the Emil. 3 Tang armies have simultaneously broken through from the east, west, and north gates. Ferguson wiped his nose. This Teddy thinks to take advantage while we celebrate, attacking us unexpectedly. He doesn't even consider how many troops he actually has. Jedediah, Colton, immediately lead 50,000 troops to reinforce the 3 gates and push them back into the city. Colton responded worriedly, Emil, if I take 50,000 troops, only 30 to 40,000 will be left around the camp. No problem. Ferguson dismissed his concern. General Lee and Prince Connor still have 2 divisions of men, and our scouts reported that Chang'an only has 30 to 40,000 troops. How dare they attack my central camp while divided into 3 groups? After considering it, Colton agreed and left. Ferguson insisted, Abdurrahman, today's kowtows must be done. Even if you die, you'll finish. Abdurrahman sat down. If you want me to kowtow, feed me well first so I can die full. You still dare make demands on this Emil? Without my defeat, would you have surrounded Chang'an and gained the vast lands north of it? In truth, I'm your benefactor and should be treated with respect. Ha ha ha. Ferguson laughed heartily. Your foolishness pleases this Emil. Bring him wine and meat. A servant brought food and wine, feeding Abdurrahman reluctantly. Abdurrahman ate happily. The Turkic leaders found great amusement. He was truly a perfect dish to enjoy with their wine. His absurdity, cynicism, and shamelessness far exceeded that of any clown. An incense stick later, Abdurrahman was full. The Turkic leaders nearly laughed until they choked. Jeff covered his face, fearing others might know he served such an emperor. From above, Ferguson ordered, young boy, you've eaten, and we've laughed. Time for those kowtows? Burp. Abdurrahman belched, slowly standing up. Hold on, let me prepare myself. Suddenly, another messenger rushed in. Report to the Emil. 3 more armies have suddenly emerged from the south gate. Though not numerous, their leaders are fierce and heading towards the central camp. Confused, Ferguson asked, what is Teddy doing? Is he trying to create chaos to cover an escape for reinforcements? Order stability, dispatch troops to counterattack. Abdurrahman interrupted. Then do I need to kowtow? Ferguson drank a cup of wine. Just a fly trying to block a chariot. No matter how many troops they send, they won't stir the waves against my 300,000 strong army. But my interest has grown. You must not only kowtow but also bark like a dog for this Emil. Abdurrahman hesitated. But I want you to sing Conquest on your knees. Sing Conquest? Ferguson, though unaware of the meaning, reacted violently to the word, kneel, yellow brat, you wish to die. The one truly wishing to die is you. Aya! Abdurrahman roared furiously, breaking free from his bonds. He charged at Ferguson and Tulu and Emil like a tiger. The 2 Khans shouted, kill him quickly. Whoosh! Ahmed pulled out a saber from a nearby table, killing the first attacker and moved on to others. Magnus panicked. Brother, have you gone mad? What are you doing? Not only Magnus, but Loretta was bewildered too. What was happening? Why was he helping this tyrant? Abdurrahman was their sworn enemy. Ahmed urged, Kathleen, there's no time to explain. Act now, it's all just a show. A show? Loretta was confused but couldn't stand by as Turks attacked her. Amos felt utterly lost, paralyzed, until someone rushed in again. Emil, it's bad news. Ahmed and Magnus' troops have attacked. My troops? Magnus froze, realizing, damn it, Ahmed betrayed me. Quickly Tonger, retreat. Ahmed instructed Loretta urgently, Kathleen, stop them. Stopping her fiancé? Her mind raced, but the situation gave her no time to think. She immediately moved toward Magnus and Amos. By now, Abdurrahman had already killed 7 generals and stood before the 2 Khans. Seeing him fiercer than legend, Ferguson pleaded desperately, Emperor, spare me, and I will kneel and sing whatever you want, then retreat. Many Turkic soldiers rushed in, but they couldn't help in time. They realized Abdurrahman had delayed them intentionally. This emperor's antics could indeed end their lives. Abdurrahman, holding both Khans, threatened, back off or I kill these Khans. You, don't do anything rash. With their Khans in his hands, they retreated hurriedly. Abdurrahman advanced, step by step, outside the tent where Ahmed's forces had arrived. Turning to Ferguson, Abdurrahman mocked, villains always die by too much scheming. Did you really think you could command me to kowtow? Dying by my hand would be your greatest fortune. No. Snap. Before Ferguson could scream, Abdurrahman snapped his neck. Before Tulu and Emil could speak, Abdurrahman killed him too. Holding their severed heads, Abdurrahman announced, both Khans are dead. Our supplies burned. Surrender without resistance, and you live. Resist, and you die. The heads were raised on silver spears amidst the troops, spreading panic among the Turkic forces. Emil is dead? The news spread like wildfire, causing chaos and trampling among the Turkic ranks. This time, Abdurrahman sat calmly in the main tent. Pouring himself a drink, he sighed. Ah, this wine tastes sweet. The feeling of regicide. Why do so many desire it? Translation maintained paragraph structure, tone, and context from previous content. ##### Chapter 23. Begging in court, a bunch of novices. Arrows fly swiftly like lightning, and the galloping horses stir the air. Outside Chang'an, blood stained the sky as battle cries echoed thunderously. Led by Tedeba, Marcus, and Jason. The cavalry forces were like three unyielding blades slicing through the Turkic army again and again, dividing it into countless fragments. This division rapidly spread from the southern gate to the western, northern, and eastern gates. The majestic Chang'an stood firm in the center, transforming from shaky to invincible. Fremont, Barnabas, and other Turkic generals were desperately trying to hold their ground. But the Tang troops' momentum was unstoppable, growing stronger with every clash. Soon enough, Fremont was killed in battle. Barnabas was killed in battle. One after another, Turkic generals fell dead on the battlefield, eyes wide open, unable to comprehend how this had happened. An hour ago, they were celebrating the surrender of the Tang emperor, dreaming of Turkic dominance over central China. An hour later, both great Emils were dead, along with numerous generals. The Turkic army was now disorganized and fleeing in chaos. Worse yet, they received confirmation that the soldiers guarding the grain supply had been ambushed by Tang forces, resulting in the total destruction of the supplies. If the death of the two Khans had left them leaderless, the loss of supplies was a direct stab to their hearts. They had marched for days without rest on their way here. Now, every step back felt arduous. Many gazed toward the endless northern horizon and chose unfamiliar faces leading troops into battle with valor rivaling Tedeba's. Who were these two? They had never seen them before. Could they be hidden aces held by the emperor? But intuition told them that these were likely preparations left by Abdurrahman. Then there was Ahmed, who personally led troops to intercept Magnus and Amos. What did this mean? It suggested that everything might have been an act from the beginning. Still, they couldn't help but admire this stunning reversal. Artemio laughed aloud. After this battle, the Turks will be the ones facing extinction. Father's unexpected move turned the tide. Your wisdom and strength inspire me. Amadeus added. This victory is extraordinary and rare. No wonder father handled everything so calmly. It was all within your control. Teddy stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Using one of Tao's lines, you shouldn't be embarrassed if I'm not. Go prepare yourselves. I will lead the civil and military officials to welcome Tao back. Welcome back? Artemio, Amadeus, and Teddy G froze, feeling as if they had fallen into a bottomless pit. Was Abdurrahman staging a triumphant return? That would put them in a perilous position. Fear realized its worst. Seeing the brothers hesitating, Teddy barked, hurry up! Though they were reluctant, they dared not disobey and left with gritted teeth. When the officials gathered at Mingda Gate, Teddy ordered it opened and led them through the gruesome battlefield to the central Turkic camp. 2 wooden boards flanked the entrance, each scrawled with blood. Speak for the country, speak for the people. Chattering irritates all. Idle talk when free, busy talking nonsense. Idleness ruins lives. Above the door hung a banner reading, a bunch of novices. Seeing these bloody words, the officials felt a surge of anger, blood rushing backward, tasting copper in their throats. Clearly, this was the handiwork of that tyrant. He didn't even use foul language and showed no respect. Yet they must welcome him back. This was more painful than death itself. Waha! Teddy paused briefly, then laughed loudly. Well said, well said. The official spirits were shattered again. This wasn't court service, it was begging for scraps. No, it was worse than begging. My dear grandson, you've endured much. Teddy entered the tent eagerly, embracing Abdurrahman. Abdurrahman said, Grandfather, I've caused you worry, but this battle was quite a spectacle. All of this is deserved. Without your strategic planning and bravery, how could we have turned the tide and defeated the Turks? Didn't I say this to avoid embarrassment for father and the 2 princes? After all, I told them I'd come back to play. But they didn't believe me, right? 3 of you. He winked at Artemio, Amadeus, and Teddy G, who lowered their heads, wishing for a crack to disappear into. Do they still have the nerve to feel embarrassed? Teddy snorted. Proclaim. This great victory over the Turks was due to Abdurrahman's sacrifice and foresight. My return to power was only to support him. He remains the true ruler of our empire. Was this passing down the throne casually? Officials were speechless. Familiar taste, familiar concoction. It seemed Abdurrahman had influenced him deeply. Thank you, grandfather. Abdurrahman smiled. You saw the bloody words on the boards? I wrote them with the blood of the Turkic Khans. I killed them. Quite thrilling, right? Did you hear? Teddy pointed at the officials. Given his contributions, can you argue with this? All officials knelt and bowed. We are terrified and dare not. Finally, Teddy felt vindicated, releasing pent-up emotions. Supporting Abdurrahman to the throne had weighed heavily on him. Doubt had crept in. Thankfully, Abdurrahman's brilliance dispelled all doubts. For some, glory. For others, despair. Magnus erupted despite being bound. Despot, you used my family and me as pawns. Do you not fear divine retribution? Abdurrahman replied coldly, I did not slaughter the Cesaro and Lee families. What? I only wanted to secure a fallback for the Cesaro family. I take full responsibility for my actions. Abdurrahman, I admit, this battle has made me look at you differently. You fooled everyone. I ask you to consider all the battles the Cesaro family has fought for the country, and spare Tonga a living path, so our family lineage can continue. Abdurrahman replied, I am not without compassion. You betrayed us by colluding with enemy states, which merits execution according to the law. As for Amos, out of respect for his father, I will allow him to return home to reunite with his family. Depending on his decision in time, whether he chooses to remain loyal to the Tang dynasty or leave politics, I will respect his choice. Chapter 24. Public extortion and teasing his concubine. Magnus was dragged outside the tent and beheaded in public. Abdurrahman allowed Amos to collect his remains. Ahmed volunteered, "Your Majesty, this is an opportunity we mustn't miss. I am willing to follow Dean to pursue the Turkic forces and expand our territory for Tang." Abdurrahman looked at him and said, "Generally, you've been through a lot. Being able to decide everything in one battle, along with offering the Emperor, what punishment should such actions merit?" Teddy angrily retorted, "All this was your scheme. Stop framing us intentionally." Abdurrahman replied, "My plan and your advice are two different things. As subjects, don't you lack any sense of duty? If you want to demote or strip us of our titles, go ahead. There's no need for such flimsy reasons. It seems you find these reasons unworthy. This crime deserves death. But instead of exterminating 9 generations, let's just execute you. Come forth and take him away." Seeing that he was serious, Artemio hastily interjected, "Your Majesty, please calm down. We admit this was indeed our suggestion. Whatever punishment you decide, we deserve it. But please consider our past contributions to Tang and be lenient." Abdurrahman turned to Amadeus, whose face was pale. "And what about you?" Amadeus reluctantly said, "Please be lenient, Your Majesty." Abdurrahman succinctly replied, "I'm very poor." The 3 men were instantly dumbfounded. Wasn't he supposed to state the punishment? Why this abrupt statement? Moreover, claiming he was poor while possessing the wealth of the nation. It was absurd. Seeing their confusion, Abdurrahman coughed loudly, "I can spare your lives, but each of you needs to pay a fine of 5,000 strings of coins to replenish my private treasury." Private treasury? The reaction from the officials was even greater. This was blatant abuse of power. Wasn't he afraid of setting a bad precedent? Initially, they thought his previous actions were just to mislead the Turks and might be worthy of a tyrant. Now it seemed they overestimated him. The war was still ongoing, yet he eagerly started extorting money. From his father and uncles, no less. Even worse than before. Amadeus couldn't help but criticize, "You are the Emperor of Tang." Abdurrahman surprisingly countered, "Who says an emperor can't have personal space or a private treasury? Is this really an issue? You've offended me again. So within 3 days, each of you will pay 10,000 strings of coins. Otherwise, I'll place you under house arrest in Wuda Hall, working iron for life." 10,000 strings? Artemio and Teddy looked at Amadeus with deep resentment. Tang's current prices were the lowest among all countries. A dough of rice cost only 4 to 5 cash coins. A string could buy 200 to 250 doughs of rice. 10,000 strings equated to the value of 2 to 2.5 million doughs of rice. Even as princes, this was a huge sum. And to pay it within such a short period? It was a death sentence. Who made him speak out? Directly doubling the penalty. Would Amadeus cover the extra? They didn't even have residences anymore. At least Amadeus still had Bart Palace. "Rebellious son, this debt, I will repay you in due time." Amadeus didn't look at Artemio or Teddy. His anger surged once more. Years of warfare made Tang far from rich. To rally support, he frequently rewarded his subordinates generously. Faced with this enormous sum, he was also at a loss. "Humph, trying to play me? I'll drain you dry." Abdurrahman muttered, then heard the system's voice. "Ding, congratulations, host triggered hidden mission. Abuse of power and blatant extortion. Special reward, blueprint for making curved yuan plows." Asterisk note, the term Chiyunli was translated as curved yuan plows, but Chiyunli specifically refers to a type of Chinese plow known as the curved shaft plow. For better accuracy, it should be blueprint for making curved shaft plows. Asterisk, revised translation. Abdurrahman muttered, then heard the system's voice. "Ding, congratulations, host triggered hidden mission. Abuse of power and blatant extortion. Special reward, blueprint for making curved shaft plows." After seeing the blueprint in his mind, Abdurrahman pondered, rubbing his chin. This was another great opportunity to make money. Save it for later. Find a chance to get another small fortune? Paxton cleared his throat. "Too bizarre." Paxton protested, "Your Majesty, why? Don't tell me you don't know." Abdurrahman sneered, "Do I need to spell it out for you? Uncle, you're a treacherous snake in sheep's clothing." Suddenly, Paxton felt cold sweat running down his back. This young man was terrifyingly insightful. Seemed like in the future, he'd have to remain low-key and strike at the opportune moment. Seeing Loretta frown, Abdurrahman grabbed her hand. "My love, once back at Zakin Hall, I'll explain thoroughly. You won't want to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Loretta, surprised by his actions in front of the court, struggled free. "Your Majesty, you?" Abdurrahman whispered in her ear. "Shy about what? You're my imperial consort. If you don't want to listen, I can entertain you for 3 days and 3 nights. Aren't you tired? As long as it's with you, I'll be recharged immediately." Chapter 24. Public fundraising and teasing the wife. Caesaroi I was dragged outside the tent to be beheaded as a public warning. Abdurrahman allowed Burton to collect his remains. Ahmed volunteered, "Your Majesty, this is a rare opportunity. I wish to join Dean in pursuing the Turkic forces and expanding our territory." Abdurrahman looked at him and said, "Generally, you have been wronged. Being able to settle everything with one battle, what does this small amount of injustice matter? Even if Your Majesty required my life, I wouldn't bat an eyelid. If all of our men were like Generally, would we not dominate the world?" Abdurrahman loudly announced, "Issue an imperial decree. Appoint Ahmed as the Duke of Brandan and the General-in-Chief for the Northern Expedition. All troops will follow General Lee's orders without delay." Ahmed responded enthusiastically, "I accept the command." Seeing this, Loretta hastily addressed Abdurrahman, "Your Majesty, I wish to accompany my father." Abdurrahman smiled slightly, "Have you forgotten that you are now an imperial concubine?" Upon hearing this, Loretta's face turned red, unable to respond. Ahmed instructed her, "Stay in the palace and await the emperor's orders." He patted her shoulder before rushing off. Abdurrahman had no time to tease his wife just yet. He needed to deal with the aftermath. Winning a foreign war but losing domestic support was unacceptable. Although he didn't want to be in conflict with all officials, most of them either supported the Draper or Alpha, even forcing him to abdicate earlier. The court must be reshuffled, but rather than cutting through swiftly, slowly cooking them like frogs seemed more enjoyable, especially starting with key figures. He then faced Artemio, Amadeus and Teddy G, Azariah, Alpha, and Duke Chi. What crime should be meted out for suggesting ceding territory and paying tributes? Teddy G angrily replied, what was even worse than before? Amadeus commented, you are the Emperor of Tang. Abdurrahman countered, who says an emperor can't have personal space and a private fund? Why is this so shocking? Since you've offended me again, the fine rises to 10,000 won within 3 days. Otherwise, you'll be confined in Wuda Palace, working iron for life. Artemio and Teddy G glared resentfully at Amadeus, who had provoked this response. 1 guan equaled around 200 to 250 dough of rice, making 10,000 guan a huge sum even for princes. Meeting this demand in such short notice felt like a death sentence. Why did Amadeus provoke the emperor again, doubling the fine? Moreover, they had lost their mansions while Amadeus still had the Bart residence. I will settle these debts with you, rebellious son. Amadeus's fury resurfaced. Facing such a heavy fine, he was at a loss. Tang wasn't wealthy after years of warfare. His frequent generous rewards to subordinates further strained resources. Humming, playing games? I'll empty you, muttered Abdurrahman. Suddenly, the system voice announced, ding, congratulations on triggering the task, misuse of power and public fundraising. Reward, curved shaft plow design. With the design appearing in his mind, Abdurrahman pondered. This could be another excellent fundraising opportunity. Keep it. Use it to squeeze more money later. Paxton interjected, Your Majesty, though the Tibetan army isn't as numerous as the Turks, they will soon threaten Chang'an. Currently, we only have 10,000 troops in Chang'an. We need to act soon. Temporary gatherings of insatiable ants. What planning is necessary? Abdurrahman impatiently waved his hand. Back to court, I'm tired. Let's discuss this in 3 days. 3 days later? That would make any preparations too late. However, Paxton ceased his persuasion. His real intent was to gauge if Abdurrahman had plans for Tibet to prepare Alpha adequately. Abdurrahman's reaction hinted at readiness, though unclear how he would act given current circumstances. Leonard stepped forward, Your Majesty, delaying the Tibetan issue and the chaos in Dongzhou isn't wise. Kit is already advancing into Dongzhou, unmatched by anyone. That's not your concern, Abdurrahman responded. But amidst official silence, your boldness is commendable. Changsun, pay 2,000 won within 3 days. Give half to me, the other to Brandan as reward. The officials were stunned again. Both proactively raised issues. Why was one punished, the other rewarded? Confused, Paxton challenged, Your Majesty, why? Do you not know? Abdurrahman smirked. Must I say it? You, treacherous like a wolf, are devious. Paxton broke into a cold sweat. This young man was terrifyingly insightful. He needed to stay cautious and wait for opportunities. Noticing Loretta frowning, Abdurrahman held her hand. Dear, once back in Zakin Hall, I'll explain everything to you until you never sleep for 3 nights. Embarrassed by this display in front of officials, Loretta quickly pulled away. Your Majesty, you? Abdurrahman whispered to her. Why shy? You're my concubine. If you don't want to listen, I'll entertain you with battles for 3 nights instead. You're tired, aren't you? Energy surges when battling with you. Chapter 25. Need for consorts. This man's words initially seemed to make sense, but upon closer inspection, they provoked an urge to punch him. So, Loretta made her decision. A major battle. Once back in the palace, she would have an intense and exhilarating showdown with him. She was eager to see what kind of soul lay beneath his somewhat youthful appearance. As Unkit's hoarse voice echoed again, Abdurrahman headed back to the palace. Unlike when he left and was criticized by many, commoners now lined the streets to welcome him, hailing him as Long Live the Emperor. Clearly, this stunning victory had given them and the officials a similar delusion. They believed Abdurrahman could rule. Loretta blushed furiously. If you keep this up, I will attack again. Abdurrahman said, we agreed on a big fight, right? If you're not using your hands, are you using your mouth? Swish. She swung a long leg towards Abdurrahman's shoulder. Abdurrahman liked this fiery, no-nonsense attitude. Without dodging, he caught her long leg and pushed her into a split position against a coiled dragon pillar. His eyes were fixed on her. Her phoenix eyes bloomed with beauty, and her oval face added grace and elegance. Every moment revealed an incredibly captivating classical beauty. Especially charming was her dashing and spirited demeanor. Her incredible flexibility was truly impressive. It felt like a treasure found. He couldn't resist wanting to cherish her night after night. Each time she saw his obviously mature gaze, Loretta felt flustered. She squirmed shyly. Quick, release me. Abdurrahman tightened his hold. Since you chose to use your legs, let me help stretch them for you. Your legs are even longer than the longest noodle roller, 1.2 meters, so we might spend a whole year doing this. Facing such lewd behavior, Loretta felt both ashamed and helpless. Your Majesty, please don't. How about using your mouth instead? No, this is fine. She wasn't stupid. Changing to using her mouth might lead to unexpected kisses from him. After collecting herself, she softly asked, how did the Tujua army's supplies get burned? Abdurrahman said, answers come at a price. You owe me 200 gold pieces, remember? Why did everything revolve around money? Loretta felt a headache coming on. Didn't your Majesty promise to explain to Kathleen for 3 days and 3 nights? These explanations are free, Abdurrahman cleared his throat, but we should change positions. You need to accompany me on the imperial bed for 3 days and 3 nights. Rogue. Scoundrel. Shameless. Could an emperor act like this? Angered, Loretta wanted to throw a punch, but her heart was racing, urging restraint. She sighed. How much for each question? Abdurrahman held up one finger. 100 gold pieces. So expensive? Loretta pouted coyly. Can it be cheaper? Your servant has no money. Please show mercy. You can save 90 gold pieces if you call yourself this servant. Servant. Loretta hesitantly managed to utter it and felt relieved. Please answer my questions. Who knew you? A lady of valor could sound so coy. Ha ha ha. Abdurrahman laughed. I instructed your father to secretly send troops to ambush and cut off their supply lines while creating panic. Troops wouldn't move without provisions first secured. The importance of supplies, especially for distant campaigns, was self-evident. He had foreseen this even before the Donghua invaded the Tang dynasty. A remarkable strategic insight. Inadvertently, Loretta admired him more. Your servant has another question. If your majesty had explained these earlier, I wouldn't have hated you so intensely. This was your parents' idea? Abdurrahman shrugged. They felt you were too capricious and needed training. They requested I use your resentment to improve your skills and temper your spirit. Though harsh, the effect was clear. You've improved rapidly in recent days. All right. Loretta smiled awkwardly. Did you already know about Magnus' collusion with the Donghua? Historically, Magnus was a rebel. Why would there be a need for investigation? Later evidence was merely presented to justify it publicly. Of course, revealing this to Loretta would expose his identity as a transmigrator. He nodded. Indeed, he's crucial to the plan's success. Loretta added, your servant has one last question. With the Tibetan army approaching Chang'an soon, how does your majesty plan to deal with it? Abdurrahman sniffed. This isn't something that can be measured by money. What do you need? Loretta frowned. Moving closer, Abdurrahman stared at her cherry lips. Your presence beside me. Your majesty. Overwhelmed, Loretta threw a punch. Dodging several times, Abdurrahman finally released her long leg. If you can defeat me today, I will tell you. Then this servant will not hold back. With a roar, she didn't just use her fists, but pounced on Abdurrahman. Abdurrahman hadn't expected her to engage in close combat so fiercely. But this closeness felt great. The last time he rolled with a woman like this was in his past life. Maybe it would spark some chemistry. Loretta adeptly used her flexible body to immobilize Abdurrahman's limbs. Abdurrahman, immensely strong, could easily break free. But why spoil the mood? He maneuvered his limbs, rolling with her inside the chamber. Sometimes the dragon was above, sometimes the phoenix. They played joyfully. After nearly half an hour, both lay side by side, catching their breath. Abdurrahman reminisced about the peculiar sensations. Imperial concubine. I didn't expect your endurance to be so good. Loretta was almost in tears. Yet, I still couldn't win against your majesty. On the contrary, Abdurrahman stroked his chest. Though you didn't win physically, you won my heart. I'll tell you. Really? Flipping over eagerly, Loretta gazed at Abdurrahman, fearing he might retract. Here's my plan to repel the enemy. After a slight pause, 3 times high, but he preferred things to happen naturally. Their relationship was in a rebuilding phase. Moving too quickly wouldn't be good. Debt collection naturally became a catalyst and a teasing tool. When the debt was cleared, it would surely turn into action, transforming the quiet days into passionate nights filled with fervent battles. As he said, for 3 consecutive days, he stayed in Zakin Palace either practicing with Loretta or sleeping. He didn't meet any officials or inquire about state affairs. However, the civil and military officials were more anxious than ever before when the Donghua surrounded Chang'an, because the situation had developed far beyond their expectations. After declaring himself king of Shu, Randall suddenly launched an attack on Tubo without aligning with the Donghua. Yes, attacking Tubo, not to relieve the danger to Chang'an, but because he saw that Tubo was even more greedy and rash than the Donghua. He burned their grain supplies and personally led troops to cut off their retreat. Astoundingly, he overwhelmingly defeated the Tubo forces. Rumor had it that Randall personally killed Tubo's Chancellor Woody, becoming a feared demon in Tubo's eyes. Following his victory over Tubo, Randall did not pursue the fleeing Tubo army. Instead, leveraging his newfound fame, he aggressively recruited new soldiers, bandits, rebels, and even Tubo and Donghua warriors. Soon, he had amassed an army of 200,000. Now, he camped by the Brandon River, perilously close to Chang'an. If Abdurrahman didn't respond, Chang'an could be besieged again anytime. Unlike the Donghua, Randall openly declared rebellion, claiming that since Abdurrahman could sit on the throne of the Li Tang dynasty, so could he. This meant they were locked in a life-or-death struggle with no room for compromise. The truly desperate fact was that Chang'an now only had 10,000 troops. 10,000 versus 200,000. Such an overwhelming disparity made victory seem impossible, even if Abdurrahman were a god come down from heaven. Yet, they were already reduced to beggars at court, and the all-powerful Emperor Abdurrahman wasn't panicked, so their worry was futile. That night, around midnight, under the starlit sky, the city was silent. Randall struck. Upon his command, the 200,000-strong army marched straight toward the Mingda Gate. Receiving this news, Abdurrahman not only didn't actively fortify, but ordered the imperial guard to bring the royal family and officials to the Mingda Gate tower. Confused, they heard Abdurrahman loudly declare, "My lords, another formidable enemy approaches. Although I may be inept, I can boldly echo Emperor Cohen's words. An emperor defends the national gate. A monarch dies for his country. This Mingda Gate is our nation's gateway. As long as the gate stands, so does the nation. If it falls, so does the nation. Please bear witness today that I will defend Chang'an to the death and crush Randall's rebellion." His words stirred everyone's blood, but no one felt confident. After all, he had forced Randall into rebellion. How could he possibly stand against Randall's overwhelming force? Imitating the Gaozu emperor's phrasing, he seemed less embarrassed, while they grew increasingly anxious. Amadeus's expression darkened. In the face of such overwhelming odds, no amount of brave talk will help. What is your real plan to repel the enemy? With the rebel army almost here, are you just being deceptive? What do you mean by being deceptive? Abdurrahman leaned over the parapet, shouting to the guards below, "Hey, isn't there someone among you planning to work with Randall to take Mingda Gate? Don't make it so complicated or tiring. Just stay still, and I'll have someone open the Mingda Gate for you right now." At this, he signaled Unkit and Caesarshan. Following orders, they began pushing open the Mingda gate. With loud creaks and groans, the gates opened completely. Meanwhile, the officials could already feel the tower trembling. This indicated that Randall's massive army was approaching. Chaos erupted among them. Amadeus glared angrily. Is this what you mean by defending the gate and dying for the country? These are their Zhu family's vows. Abdurrahman grinned. I was just playing around. Did you really believe me? If I'm gone, what use is this kingdom? Is he mad? He wants to kill us all. Who opens the national gate when facing an army? Stevie, please persuade him to close the Mingda gate quickly. Living in fear every day, better to let Randall enter the palace. The officials' reactions ranged from vocal disapproval to whispered protests. Each felt utterly hopeless. Amadeus was nearly driven to despair. Never before had anyone done something like this. No matter whether there were spies among the defenders, he shouldn't act this way. Wasn't this equivalent to inviting rebels into the capital? If he didn't want to be emperor, he could hand over the throne to him as the father. Why give it to a relative? Abdurrahman perceived his thoughts and laughed. Dad, be magnanimous. Besides the surnamely, everything else in the Tang Empire can change. You. Amadeus gritted his teeth and pointed at him, then turned to Teddy. Father, listen to what he says. Teddy adopted a hands-off approach. I'm the retired emperor, and I must heed him. Whatever he decides, that's how it goes. I can't manage nor care anymore. If you don't mind the extra work, handle it for both of us. Amadeus felt despair again. He saw Teddy remaining calm, possibly hinting at some scheme with Abdurrahman. But after careful thought, he realized that unless this was a staged performance to counteract Tubo, there was no hope of turning the tide. And based on his understanding of Randall, he would never play along with this. Thus, this move seemed no different from willingly giving up the throne. Chapter 27. Swona sounds, spirits appear. Even if he were to abdicate the throne to a collateral branch of the imperial family, he wouldn't give it to this father. Isn't that infuriating? If only Amadeus had known then what he knows now. He would have remained celibate all his life just to prevent this child from coming into this world. Now, he genuinely felt that the once unparalleled General Lucius was about to be driven to the brink by his own son. Abdurrahman didn't have the heart to worry about such matters at the moment. As Randall personally led 20,000 troops to besiege the city, not only did Abdurrahman show no signs of panic, but he even clapped his hands excitedly. Dozens of dancers began performing outside the Mingda gate, their movements jubilant and joyous. The ministers were completely taken aback by this scene. More accurately, they were utterly petrified. In the face of an imminent enemy, he not only opened the city gates wide, but also welcomed them with song and dance. Was he hoping Randall would spare him after entering the city? What normal person would do something like this? Not just them, even Randall was dumbstruck. When he saw the Mingda gates of Shu, with an army of 20,000, who had crushed the Tubo, not some idle prince like before. If he showed fear now, even if he seized the throne, he'd still be ridiculed. So he drew his sword and pointed it forward. All troops, prepare to attack. Whoa! A soldier galloped up close and said, Prince of Shu, please calm down. The emperor wants to chat with you. Chat. Randall refused firmly. Go back and tell that tyrant I have nothing to discuss with him. Let him bow his neck and await death. The soldier replied, very well. Then may I invite you to commence the attack? Invite? Randall was suspicious. Is this also part of that tyrant's plan? The soldier nodded. The emperor said this chat and the performance are his way of being generous. If you fail to appreciate it, you'll meet him in hell and convey his regards to Yama. Unheard of. Randall exploded in rage. At death's door, this dog of an emperor dares to humiliate me so. The generals gripped their weapons, awaiting his order. However, unexpectedly, Randall paused and declared, let me test the waters first. This boy is devious. We mustn't make any mistakes as Chang'an is within reach. Mon turned to complain. See how malicious your clansman is? Teddy played along. Thornton Chang. Tao sincerely means it, yet you're so venomous. I misunderstood you. No wonder Tao says you're rebellious like Magnus. Born traitors could be seen so clearly? Who was he fooling? Randall shook his head. Brother-in-law, you protect him even now? Without him, would I be in this predicament? Dethrone him and support me as emperor, and I'll honor you as grand emperor. Bah, how shameless. Abdurrahman spat. With 20,000 men, you obeyed a mere call to chat. Do you still have the face to be grandfather's son? Even as my son, I despise you. Teddy sighed. Tao, generations are confused. Confused how? Abdurrahman quoted a proverb. Rebels aren't fit fathers, let alone collateral royals. They're worse than beasts. Where's the concept of generation? Saying this, he glanced meaningfully at his revered father. Bok bok bok. Amadeus was so enraged, he imagined roosters crowing in his ears. His insolent son not only slandered, but also hinted insidiously. Such petty behavior. But no matter how clever, today he, the father, would rebel against him. Realizing he was fooled again, Randall erupted. Charge! Kill this wretch. Abdurrahman looked at Teddy again, complaining, Grandfather, does he deserve burial after such insults? Teddy fumed. Turn him to pulp. You heard that? Abdurrahman waved his hand. Suddenly, the bone-chilling, eerie Swona sound filled the air. Randall and his troops shivered from head to toe. Adding to this, bare-chested men carried a coffin out of the gate. Red-clad dancers threw paper money around it. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. What was happening? Was he trying to summon spirits against them? Nonsense, childish. Randall barked. Charge in and tear that little brat to pieces. Abdurrahman, seeing this, smiled and said, this monkey play is truly a divine Swona tune. This kind of scene in the harsh battlefield feels so fitting. It's worth my personal effort to teach them. Randall, you can listen to this commendation as you die. Seeing this, Abdurrahman smiled and said, monkey play is truly a divine Thona tune. This scene would feel so right in the midst of a fierce battlefield. It was worth me teaching them personally. Randall, you can go to your death listening to this commendation. Note, forced one since it refers to a specific traditional Chinese wind instrument, it might be better left untranslated or explained as suona, a type of Chinese wind instrument. Revised translation. Seeing this, Abdurrahman 100,000 and dominate Sichuan. This general was also proficient in archery and unparalleled in courage. During battles with Tibet, he proved unbeatable and unstoppable, capturing and killing the Tibetan Prime Minister Wudi. Notably, understanding that his king needed more authority and prestige, this general even credited this achievement to Randall. Grateful and delighted, Randall treated him as a brother. Now it was time to unveil this brother in this critical palace seizure, sending a strong message to the Tang court. Brother King, you flatter me. I shall return shortly. Henley nonchalantly lifted the donghua halberd and tugged the reins. But 1 breath, 2 breaths, 30 breaths passed. Randall almost mistook Henley for a ghost, hearing the suona, a type of Chinese wind instrument, playing endlessly, while Henley remained immobile. Despite preparing for action, he didn't move. It felt to Randall like squatting over a pit latrine, unbearable and uncomfortable. Why aren't you attacking? Randall asked anxiously. Turning his head, Henley replied, Brother King, have you listened enough to this suona? Not just enough. It was nauseating. The endless noise made everyone's skin crawl and drove everyone mad. Just charge already. Why delay? Do you enjoy the sound of the suona? Muttering to himself like a nagging wife, Li Ziacheng finally shouted, Brother, swift action is crucial. I know you are brave beyond compare, but I can't endure this music any longer. Swish. Before Randall could finish, making him vomit blood and convulse until he died, eyes bulging open in disbelief, the 200,000-strong army fell into chaos. Without a word, Henley pointed the donghua halberd skyward. Ha! His 2,000 or 3,000 ironclad cavalry immediately raised their weapons, roaring fiercely. This roar quickly spread through the ranks, growing louder and fiercer. When 60,000 soldiers roared together, the rest trembled in awe. Elite soldiers under Randall were now fully under Henley's control. If Ahmed was revered as the military deity of Tang, Henley was nothing short of a god of war in their eyes. Any dissatisfaction or defiance was instantly suppressed by this overwhelming roar. They knelt en masse, swearing allegiance to Henley. Looking up at Abdurrahman on the city wall, Henley dismounted and kneeled. General Henley leads 200,000 troops to greet His Majesty. Below the wall, those who had prepared to aid Randall saw this scene and panicked. Events unfolded too rapidly for them to keep up. They pretended to wave their weapons aimlessly, pretending nothing happened. Abdurrahman didn't order the troops to rise but addressed the co-conspirators within the city. Pretend all the way. At least kill someone, or maim yourselves to make it look believable. Feeling humiliated, none dared speak up. Turning to Right Wu General Liu and his nephew, Commander-in-Chief Cameron, clad in bright armor, Abdurrahman said, Generals Liu and Commander Yuan, wouldn't you agree? Liu and Cameron exchanged glances, then hurriedly prostrated themselves, heads banging the ground, soon bloody. Spare us, Your Majesty. We were deceived by Randall and Chancellors Lianya. Right Gate General Longsun Anya. Abdurrahman identified a trembling middle-aged man. A rebellion within the Longsun clan? Quite interesting, we'll discuss it later. With a wave of his hand, the east and west factories launched attacks. Soon, hidden co-conspirators within the city were all eliminated except for Liu, Cameron, Longsun Anya, and Du Gongkai. All were terrified, realizing how thoroughly investigated they were. Too frightening. They had always been cautious in dealings with Randall, thinking they'd remain undetected by the east and west factories. Yet they underestimated them. Seeing the kneeling 200,000 outside and the dead conspirators within, officials wished for extra eyes and brains to comprehend what was happening. Chang'an was saved again? More easily than when the Tujue besieged it? Heaven, was this some kind of cruel joke? Even the suona music chilled them to the bone. Chapter 29. Strain back at court, who dare compete? Chime, congratulations host, you've triggered a hidden system task. Open the national gates to welcome the rebels. Special reward of 2 consecutive draws for historical villains. Would you like to draw now? Damn it, is your dog system malfunctioning? I didn't even need to deploy a single soldier to capture the rebels, and now you're just thinking about rewarding me? Abdurrahman was about to command the 200,000 troops when the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. This elicited a torrent of complaints from him. System. When we first bonded, I specifically emphasized that my focus is on the host's acts leading to the fall of the nation. How you control things and whether you ultimately fail does not affect rewards. I merely pray silently for you. I was indeed praying for you just now. Praying? Abdurrahman laughed awkwardly. Do I need your prayers? Speak plainly. The system also acted playfully. Alright, if the host doesn't accept this explanation, imagine someone writing a historical novel with you as the protagonist, who accidentally forgot to include rewards. Fortunately, they were caught in time and corrected. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Abdurrahman couldn't help but burst into laughter. This explanation was far better than talking about prayers. Accepted. He gladly accepted the reward too. How could a fallen state be complete without traitorous ministers? One of Tang's greatest headaches had been the scarcity of such ministers. Finding someone to take the fall and cause trouble required considerable thought. But now, he expected that wouldn't be an issue. With anticipation, he commanded, draw. Chime. System drawing. Congratulations host, you've drawn Manuel. Chime. System drawing. Congratulations host, you've drawn Roberto. They both await your command outside the palace, ready to serve. Manuel? Roberto? Abdurrahman instantly felt more elated than if he had gained 200,000 soldiers. One was the long-serving chief cabinet minister of the Ming dynasty, while the other was the notorious corrupt official of the Barg dynasty. Both were infamous traitors. However, both were also talented and highly capable. Using them to deal with Tang's so-called virtuous ministers, who either supported the old crown prince or Prince Bart, was most fitting. Teddy saw Abdurrahman laughing heartily and assumed he was delighted by the successful scheme, joining in the laughter. After laughing for a while, faced with embarrassed officials, Teddy started boasting about his grandson. He feigned ignorance. Tao, was that general already planted near Randall? Abdurrahman played along. His name is Henley, a peerless warrior I discovered by chance. Randall's victory over Tibet and the capture of Woody were all due to him. Planted early on? This confirmed the official suspicions. It appeared that everything was part of his master plan. No wonder he could handle matters so calmly. Upon closer inspection, both the Turks and Randall met similar fates. He used insiders to strike from within. But Randall's situation was clearly worse. His elite forces were controlled by others, leaving him nothing but a hollow shell, having inadvertently strengthened someone else. As for Tibet, it seemed like an afterthought. Despite their dislike of Abdurrahman's methods, they couldn't deny the brilliance of his strategy. Even if Bartshire Huang, Cesares, Cohen, or Gannon tried, they might find it challenging to achieve this. Now, it would be interesting to see how he dealt with Kit and pacified East Zhou. If he defeated Kit again, he could be hailed as a god of strategy. Amadeus never imagined his son to be so outstanding. With a complex expression, he sincerely thought, in these years of warfare, I rarely found worthy opponents. From now on, I might face a formidable rival. Win or lose, sparring with such a son excites me. Artemio and Teddy looked like bitter gourds. What was left for them to do? Before, he had no military power, and his influence was negligible. But now, with hundreds of thousands of troops and generals like Ahmed, Marcus, Jason, and Henley, seizing the throne from him would be difficult. However, they noticed that Abdurrahman stabilized his position through external crises. This did not mean internal issues were resolved. They still had a chance. Rise. Abdurrahman extended his hand, signaling the 200,000 troops to stand, then addressed Henley, Generally, lead the generals into the palace for enfeoffment. The army remains outside. Before entering, remember to trample Randall into mincemeat. Henley responded, Aye. Abdurrahman turned to Unkit. Prepare for court session. Unkit announced in a high-pitched voice, by imperial decree, return to the palace and hold court. Half an hour later, Taiji Hall, Abdurrahman leaned back on the dragon throne, looking down at Liu, Yuan Hongxi, Booker, and Du Kai, tossing a raisin into his mouth. Randall has become minced meat. How do you want to die? Liu, Yuan Hongxi, and Du Kai spoke in unison, pointing at Booker. Your Majesty, it was he and Randall who deceived us. Do you, Lord Changsun, know of this? Yes. The three guessed he might use this to strike against the powerful Changsun clan and unanimously confirmed it. Albin hastily stepped forward. Your Majesty, I knew nothing of it. Knowing Abdurrahman wouldn't believe him, he still insisted on saying it. He trusted Prince Bart and others wouldn't abandon him. Abdurrahman sneered and pointed to Duke Bobby of Caesaroyang, left commander of the cavalry General Acton. Did he know? Acton, Albin's paternal uncle, earned his reputation through meritorious service and enjoyed high esteem in the military. Again, the trio answered in unison, yes. Acton panicked and immediately prostrated himself. Your Majesty, they lie. I know nothing. Ignoring him, Abdurrahman asked the three, did they participate? Fear not. As long as you confess truthfully, I can spare your lives. The three rejoiced. Your Majesty, they participated throughout. Otherwise, we wouldn't have dared. They are all close aides of Prince Bart. Does that mean my own father was involved? After slight hesitation, the three nodded resolutely. Even Amadeus felt the heat. He raged, nonsense. How could I be involved with scum like you? Abdurrahman sniffed. You're contradicting yourselves. Looks like I'll have to call in the Eastern Depot. Unkit, read it, but don't go too far. Unkit stepped forward, opening a prepared document and read aloud. 15 days ago, at dusk, Acton and Albin drank until dawn. Afterward, Acton summoned 5 dancers, subsequently killing them in bed. He stayed in bed for half a month, not meeting Liu, Yuan Hongxi, or Booker. Acton's face flushed. Your Majesty, just kill me. Unkit, that's too much. Abdurrahman glared at him. Isn't this akin to digging up someone's grave? You monitored this too. But I'm also human, can't help but ask, 30 breaths? How did he strain his back? Unkit solemnly replied, 30 people, excessive force, and his age certainly contributed. Abdurrahman whistled. Old age and still not behaving. Poor those beautiful dancers. Discussing such matters in court undermines decorum. The Eastern Depot is lawless. Monitoring key officials like this is unacceptable. Such actions disgrace the literati and corrupt the senses. Is this still the Tang dynasty of enlightened rulers and virtuous ministers? The officials could no longer bear to listen. Yet each one felt more uneasy than the last. They were all shrewd individuals. If a prestigious national duke could be monitored to such an extent, what about them? It was clear that Abdurrahman intended to use the Eastern Depot to create an all-encompassing surveillance network to monitor their every move. The mere thought made their hair stand on end and chilled their hearts. Acton wept bitterly. A scholar may be killed but not humiliated. What face does this old minister have left to live in this world? As he spoke, he lunged towards the coiled dragon pillar. Amadeus quickly pulled him back, angrily confronting Abdurrahman. He is a meritorious subject of the Tang dynasty. How can you treat him like this? Aren't you afraid that other heroes will lose heart, or that the soldiers fighting for you will worry about their own future? Abdurrahman replied, you want to speak up for him? The Eastern Depot hasn't proven your innocence yet. You, Amadeus, losing his composure, shouted, don't act recklessly, or else. How? I have nothing to say. Amadeus pondered for a while, realizing that he had no means left to threaten this rebellious son. Abdurrahman hadn't expected this response either, laughing aloud. Father, I didn't know you could be so amusing. Just for that, I won't expose your secrets. Unkit, continue. Unkit cleared his throat and announced, investigations show that the 5 dancers were gifts from one of the 5 surnames and 7 lineages, specifically the Taiyuan Wang family, along with 3,000 strings of coins and 10 chests of gold, silver, and jade. Sui Guogong is guilty of embezzlement and bribery. Abdurrahman seized the opportunity to look at Amadeus, Artemio, and Teddyji, saying, in my preoccupation with lifting the siege on Chang'an, I nearly forgot that you 3 paid the substantial fines yesterday. I'd like to ask where the money for these fines came from. After all this circling around, it still came back to them. Amadeus, Artemio, and Teddyji felt helpless. Fortunately, they had prepared for this. Since they dared to raise the fines from the 5 surnames and 7 lineages, they weren't afraid of his discovery. If those lineages dared support them, they wouldn't fear offending him. Let him try to destroy the 5 surnames and 7 lineages if he could. Chapter 30. Requisitioning 10,000 strings of cash, stepping into the role of chancellor. In this era, although Emperor Achilles of Sui established the imperial examination system, which gained popularity across various countries, and the Tang dynasty also adopted it, the current examination system is far from perfect. The Tang dynasty remains essentially a clan-based political system. Despite Emperor Abdurrahman's supreme authority over the realm, secular power largely lies in the hands of the powerful aristocratic clans. The most influential aristocratic clans in the Tang dynasty are known as the 5 clans and 7 prestigious families: Longxi Li clan, Avram Junli clan, Bowling Maximus clan, Barth Maximus clan, Fan Conord Caesar clan, Xingyang Zheng clan, and Taiyuan Wang clan. Among them, the Li and Maximus clans each have 2 prestigious lineages, leading to this distinction. These prominent families possess profound cultural roots and enjoy immense prestige and status in society. Even the royal family holds them in high regard. Here are a couple of direct examples. When Emperor Teddy founded the Tang dynasty, he claimed descent from the Longxi Li clan, but they were not pleased with this association. Later, when Teddy sought alliances through marriage with these aristocratic families, they all declined for various reasons. Most outrageously, the Xingyang Zheng clan avoided marrying into the royal family by ensuring all eligible males in their clan had engagements within a single night. This incident was a laughing stock, causing great humiliation to the royal family. Enraged, Teddy lay in bed for half a month, but nothing came of it. It is clear that for Abdurrahman to consolidate all secular power, he must dismantle these aristocratic families. However, he is already at loggerheads with his officials, who are deeply connected to these powerful clans. Any move against them would have repercussions more severe than the 2 crises in Chang'an. External threats can be fought and eventually subdued. But dealing with the aristocratic families requires subtler, long-term strategies due to their deep-rooted influence on every aspect of the empire. This explains why Artemio, Amadeus, and Teddyji dared to ally with the aristocratic families. It also signals their readiness to counterattack. Even with weakened military influence, their alliance with these families can still unleash formidable power. Abdurrahman understands this but plays along, continuing to build his reputation as a greedy king. Seeing their silence, he waved his hand indifferently, saying, very well, even if you steal, rob, accept bribe, deceive you, why should I be dismembered? Wujia, Uncle Shu, save me. Acton was struggling to save himself and did not dare speak up. Paxstone hastily pleaded, Your Majesty, please be lenient in consideration of my younger sister, the Drapers. He referred to Draper Sebony, the only person he could appeal to. Abdurrahman acknowledged her kindness towards him when he was unappreciated. He smiled, you know how to act. For her sake, I will allow you to pay a fine instead of facing death. Tell me, how much are you willing to pay? Another fine. Paxstone felt overwhelmed by the fear of being financially ruined after just paying 2,000 strings of cash yesterday. Yet, he could not stand by and watch his relatives face dismemberment. Steeling himself, he said, 10,000 strings of cash. You all seem incredibly wealthy. Throwing around such sums, Abdurrahman sneered. Looking at it this way, I might be the poorest one here. Paxstone, fearing an excessive demand, said tearfully, I am already penniless. Enough. Abdurrahman snapped, stop whining to me. In addition to the fine, I have another pleasant task for you. Paxstone hurriedly replied, your subject will do my best. Revising the record of clans. Paxstone regretted speaking just now. Just as Alpha, Azariah, and Duke Chi allied with the 5 clans and 7 prestigious families, and am willing to donate all our assets to your treasury. Abdurrahman smiled, then I will not hold you accountable. Thus, the Changsun family ended up contributing between 10 and 20,000 strings of cash. While weakening their wealth, it filled his coffers. Delighted, Abdurrahman thought, money in hand, blame shifted. Time to handle important matters. He looked at the imposing Henley and announced, bestow the title General Flying Dragon upon Henley and establish the Flying Dragon Army with 200,000 troops, creating an unparalleled cavalry for our Tang dynasty. Henley prostrated. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will not fail you. Rise. Abdurrahman rewarded his generals one by one, then looked at Unkit. Understanding, Unkit announced, summon Roberto for audience. Who was Roberto? Officials exchanged puzzled glances. Soon, a young man as handsome as Caesarshan appeared. Abdurrahman inspected him. Promote Roberto to Chancellor of Revenue. What? All officials trembled in shock. They had seen rapid promotions, but elevating an obscure commoner to Chancellor was unprecedented. Note, the translation maintains the original paragraph structure, tone, and style, ensuring naturalness and fluency while preserving coherence with the previous content. With such arbitrary promotion, and Liang suddenly attacked Liang, capturing 15 cities, including the strategically important southeastern town of Jiangong, which bordered Tang and Liang territories. With this conquest, Tang now shared a border with Ming. Further to the southeast lay the Song Kingdom, relatively isolated yet secretly expanding military power. Emperor Koan of the Ming dynasty subsequently dispatched renowned generals such as Nicholas, Imran, and Grant to consolidate their hold over Jiangong. The city was being transformed into a strategic base from which the Ming could launch attacks or defend against counteroffensives, potentially destabilizing the 5 neighboring kingdoms of Tang, Brandan, Chu, Liang, and Song. This development kept Emperor Teddy awake at night. Fortunately, the sudden death of Draper Zhu Biao earlier this year had plunged Cohen into mourning, deterring him from further military campaigns. Meanwhile, Bart, Han, and Sui in southern Tang were engaged in mutual warfare, and Barg to the northeast was preoccupied with internal affairs, providing Tang with an unprecedented opportunity to secure its borders. Abdurrahman astutely seized this moment and convinced Teddy, Ahmed, and Bill to join him in orchestrating a grand strategy. With the Turks already defeated and Tubo weakened, only Dongzhou remained. The strength of the eastern nations exceeded that of the Turks and Tubo. If the unrest in Dongzhou persisted, all of Abdurrahman's efforts would be in vain, explaining the intense reactions from his officials. However, as the mastermind behind these moves, Abdurrahman remained calm. He glared at the eunuch and snapped, "What kind of decorum is this, standing here fumbling? Straighten your tongue and speak clearly. I deserve punishment." The eunuch hastily corrected himself, "Your Majesty, we've just received news that Kit is leading a 10,000-strong army in a fierce attack on Dongzhou, causing it to fall." Abdurrahman astonishingly replied, "Finally, it falling is good. It means victory is not far off." The entire court erupted in chaos. What nonsense is this? This is Dongzhou, crucial to the survival of our empire. Once lost, how can we possibly reclaim it? Chang'an will indeed be besieged again, and this time facing the formidable Chu forces. To repel them easily as before would be like ascending to the heavens. Amadeus sternly rebuked, "Foolish. Losing Dongzhou throws the whole country into turmoil. Have you been deluded by repeated victories?" In his ambitious plans for imperial dominance, Dongzhou held paramount importance. If it became foreign territory before he ascended the throne, his ambitions might diminish significantly. Any of the 4 powers, Ming, Brandan, Chu, and Liang, could march westward and directly threaten Chang'an. No one on the throne could rest easy under such conditions. "I admit, I am somewhat intoxicated." Abdurrahman yawned, "But these favorable circumstances are intoxicating indeed." "Bullshit." Amadeus raged. "Bill had successfully managed Dongzhou for years without any failures. Yet you dismissed him, leaving Dongzhou leaderless, leading to its fall to Chu. Is this what you call a favorable situation? Do you have a wooden head?" Abdurrahman sneered. "Didn't you find this scenario familiar?" "Familiar?" Amadeus frowned, then realized with dawning understanding. It was another ploy to lure the enemy deeper. The defeats of the Turks and Tubo stemmed from similar tactics. Facing the rich lands of Dongzhou and the capital of Tang, Kit clearly hadn't learned from the painful lessons of the Turks and Tubo. But Dongzhou lacked a capable general, and Kit was a formidable commander under Innocent. Who could match him? Just as Amadeus prepared to ask, someone reported, "Your Majesty, urgent message from 800 miles away." "So they've arrived," Abdurrahman smiled. "Announce." As Bobby Jun, visibly excited, entered the hall, murmurs spread among the officials. Why him? His legs had been broken by the Western factory, hadn't they? Was this another one of Abdurrahman's carefully laid schemes? Ignoring their whispers, Bobby Jun respectfully bowed to Abdurrahman and loudly declared, "Your Majesty, my father followed your instructions, first avoiding direct confrontation to preserve our strength, luring the enemy deeper before you let the world betray you rather than betray the world?" Amadeus placed a hand on his forehead. "Do you know he's the most cunning of the 3, deeply scheming? If you let Brandan grow strong, it will become another Ming, a tiger nurturing disaster. You're too rigid." Abdurrahman dismissed. "It's like business. If I don't make concessions, why would Abram send troops?" After defeating the Turks and Tubo and resolving the crisis in Dongzhou, we gained 5 cities from Chu. I think we've struck a great deal. Do you acknowledge that this plan has succeeded? Abdurrahman mused, "Oh yes, if this succeeds, it means Bill becomes mine. I'll control the Tang military entirely, making any future rebellion difficult for you." You. Struck at his most conflicted point, Amadeus clenched his teeth, fists trembling. Abdurrahman chuckled, "Father, you're so different after acquiring this atium. Just now, you insulted me publicly for being confused and rude. That's old habits resurfacing. I like hearing these old habits. Pay a fine of 4,000 guan today, or explain yourself." "For 1,000 guan? That's 1,000 per word." Even with noble family support, he couldn't afford this penalty indefinitely. Amadeus forced a smile. "I was just anxious. It was unintentional." Abdurrahman pretended not to hear. "What did you say?" 4,000 guan, to be paid after court. Recalling previous doubled fines, Amadeus quickly reined in his temper. The officials felt betrayed. They had been misled yet again. Bill's father and son were part of Abdurrahman's master plan all along. What they thought was a house arrest turned out to be a covert success in Dongzhou. As Abdurrahman noted, whether they liked it or not, he now controlled the military. If they didn't find a way to constrain him soon, they wouldn't remain loyal ministers but mere servants. The newly appointed Grand Censor Garfield stepped forward, pointing at Roberto. "Your Majesty, regaining 5 cities from Chu is commendable, but promoting someone without merit or fame is a dangerous precedent. I humbly request you reconsider your decree." Price, Chief Censor, and Eustace, Supervisory Censor, echoed, "We agree and beseech you to reconsider. You're launching a full assault from the censorate." Abdurrahman leaned back. "What if I refuse? Then I can only protest to death." With that, Garfield slammed his head against the dragon pillar. A loud thud echoed, and he collapsed amidst blood. The officials gasped, emotions running high. Abdurrahman shook his head and said, "It's only been a short while since the previous censor-in-chief Bobby Wanja died in this court, and now another one has. My court seems to be quite lethal for censors. Rash Emperor. Price, eyes bloodshot, shall all be sent to prison. Furthermore, disband the censorate permanently." Just as officials were filled with sorrow for Garfield, Price, Eustace, and others, Abdurrahman added more fuel to the fire. this time a blazing inferno that would consume the entire censorate. The censor general protested until his death. The chief censor protested until his death. The censors protested until their deaths. Faced with such impassioned protests unprecedented since the founding of the Tang dynasty, he showed no emotion and instead directly targeted all officials of the censorate. Such intensity was unforeseen by the civil and military officials. The censorate, headed by the censor general, with the chief censor as deputy, included various censors such as attendants of admonition, palace supervisors, and inspectors, enjoying the power to report based on public opinion. Given their integrity, their influence among the people, especially scholars, cannot be underestimated. During the reign of the previous emperor, many censorate officials had clashed with him. Yet, he followed the ways of ancient sages, often showing leniency and rewarding them generously. Compared to Abdurrahman, this contrast was stark. And if compared to the Song dynasty, which never executed any censors, the difference was even greater. Officials rushed forward, as if mad, to protest. Leonard trembled as he said, "Your Majesty, you must not treat the censorate this way. It's like cutting off your own throat and ruining your rule. Do you oppose?" Abdurrahman looked at him and said, "That shows I am right." Hearing this, Leonard fainted from anger. Jameson, the governor of Yongzhou, exclaimed, "Is this how you wish to silence all of Great Tang and turn it into hell?" He was the maternal uncle of Paxton and Dash. Although his rank wasn't high now, his influence in court was significant. Sure enough, when he protested, many ministers joined, including Amador's cousin, Brody, the left guard general. Despite having already been demoted from Duke of Huayan to Marquis of Huayan County, he still bravely implored, "Your Majesty, this is self-destruction. I beseech you to rescind this order." Several members of the imperial family echoed, "We beseech you to rescind this order." Rescind? Abdurrahman scanned them coldly, saying, "A monarch does not retract decrees. Unkit, except for Leonard, send all protesters to prison for complicity." "Certainly." Unkit coughed slightly as agents of the Eastern Depot began arresting officials in the palace hall. For a moment, cries of outrage, weeping, and panic filled the air. Amadeus stood steadfast, silent. Artemio and Teddy G exchanged knowing smiles. Valence Network. "But after today, officials will surely fear it," Abdurrahman mused, then turned to Amadeus. "You still owe the 4,000 guan. This is separate." Amadeus chuckled. "Take care, Your Majesty. Rest assured, I will do better than any of you. Don't think I don't know what you're scheming." At this moment, the system voice chimed, "Ding, congratulations, host has triggered hidden task. Punish censors, disband censorate. Reward, horizontal wedge oil press design." Oil pressing? Sesame oil and tung oil are popular here. Cooking oil holds potential, and with only boiling, roasting, or steaming, stir-frying should be introduced. This held vast commercial potential. If utilized correctly, the profits would be immense. But there were matters more important than money. Manuel should be set to work on this immediately. Let's not waste his talent. After deciding, Abdurrahman left the hall, meeting Henley and Manuel privately. When they left, Loretta sought an audience. "Your Majesty, ignorant of state affairs, I dare not comment. But with your victory over the Turks, Tibetans, and the capture of 5 Chu cities, why dissolve the censorate now? Isn't this self-harm?" She was beautifully dressed, exuding elegance and femininity. Abdurrahman smiled, eyeing her closely. Blushing, she teased, "Your Majesty, isn't this going to cost me?" "Huh?" Abdurrahman patted her shoulder. "Beauty adorns herself for her admirer. I'll answer your question free of charge." "I listen attentively. You might not know that the former Censor General Bobby Wanja concealed poison under his nails during his attack on me. The current Censor General and inspectors didn't protest my appointment of Roberto as Minister of Revenue before the East State battle reports arrived." Pacing, he continued, "Yet once they heard of my alliance with Abram and defeat of the Chu forces, capturing 5 cities, they suddenly protested, and died in succession. Reflect on this. They planned it." Loretta grasped his point. She remembered her father's words, "Court politics are like a battlefield." It was true. All behind-the-scenes actions were driven by politics. Seeing his prowess, they panicked, attempting to ensnare him with despicable means. But why inflame further? Dissolving the censorate and sending to prison would destroy his hard-won reputation among the people. Reading her thoughts, Abdurrahman hugged her slender waist. "I love playing with fire. The bigger, the better. Would you like to feel it?" Chapter 33. The 3 palaces, 6 courts, and 72 concubines. "Your Majesty." Loretta blushed and scolded playfully. "If I may boldly ask one more time, you are clearly of an age that has yet to exced. Your servant will never ask these questions again." Each time she asked, there was a tendency to roll towards the imperial bed. If she kept asking, she might end up serving him in bed. While she knew this was inevitable as an imperial concubine, she loved this current feeling of being teased. She hoped it would last a while. And honestly, no matter how skillful he was still a few years younger than her. She hadn't fully overcome that mental barrier yet. Abdurrahman stared into her beautiful eyes and asked pointedly, "Do you still see me as a brother?" As the saying goes, desire can be a double-edged sword. You underestimate it at your peril. Loretta frowned. "A sword? Sword? Ah, Your Majesty, you're so naughty." A flurry of small punches landed on Abdurrahman's chest before she covered her face and ran away. Abdurrahman stepped forward, hugging her from behind. "No more sparring?" Loretta lowered her head, heart pounding. "Your servant concedes. What about the over 100 gold pieces you owe me? Your servant plans to work at a tavern selling wine. How many vats would that take? Let me offer you a shortcut." "Your servant won't listen." She struggled to escape again. It was obvious what he wanted. She mustn't fall for his trap. Abdurrahman didn't hold her anymore. When she reached the door, he said, "Help me read the memorials for half a day, and I'll deduct 10 gold pieces." "Your servant agrees." Loretta turned back quickly, adding worriedly, "If the officials find out, do they control everything, including what happens between me and my beloved consort?" Abdurrahman removed his boots, leaning against the bed, pointing to a stack of memorials. Read on. Clearing her throat slightly, Loretta read carefully, word by word. After dozens of memorials, seeing Abdurrahman nodding off, she whispered, Your Majesty, aren't you going to review them? Not necessary. Abdurrahman jiggled his left leg. While they are busy, the sound of wind, rain, and reading doesn't concern me. Family affairs, state affairs, global events, none of my business. They all seem so capable. Let them stir things up. I want to see how long they can last. Despite the audacity, his talent shone through. Loretta looked at him adoringly. Through these events, your servant feels that compared to illustrious emperors like Bart, Han, and Ming, your Majesty holds your own. You tread a path bound to challenge conventional ethics. Abdurrahman sat up abruptly. How did you see through that? Loretta pointed at the memorials. Though you don't personally review them, you use them to understand the political climate and plan strategies against the Tujue, Tubo, and Chu forces. My love. Abdurrahman, visibly moved, said, You figured it out so quickly. Having you as a confidant is rare indeed. I'll waive the remainder. You still owe me 100 gold pieces. Thank you, your Majesty. Quick repayment motivated Loretta. Not only did she read the memorials, but also started massaging his shoulders. Abdurrahman enjoyed it thoroughly. Half a day later, Unkit walked in. Your Majesty, when our Eastern Depot operatives arrived at Garfield, Price, and Eustace's residences, all their family members were found dead, apparently poisoned. Now, public opinion blames our Eastern Depot. Many censorate officials have committed suicide. Currently, people in the capital are stirring unrest, leading to constant conflicts. The Ministry of Justice, the Board of Censors, and the Chang'an County office are either overwhelmed or turning a blind eye. The situation is dire. Abdurrahman sat up, sipping tea. It seems my suspicions were correct. Whoever is orchestrating this has considerable influence, having manipulated the censorate. Prepare the carriage. I need to inspect the situation outside. A time like this shouldn't lack for me. Loretta cautioned, Your Majesty, please be careful. She knew many people in the capital recognized her. Following him would expose his identity and put him in danger. Though she wished to accompany him, she restrained herself. Abdurrahman smiled at her. We have many days ahead. I'll find incessant chatter is annoying. Idle talk when idle, fussing when busy, idly wasting people's lives. This can actually set a trend. Note, the phrase Yongyong Lulu Wu Zhongsung is translated as idly wasting people's lives to better convey the meaning in English. Unkit whispered, My lord, not only couplets, but the Swona has become popular too. Originally ignored, now it's everywhere. An ancient version of the more they criticize, the more it thrives? Abdurrahman awkwardly laughed. Seems much remains unchanged throughout history. If I don't seize this opportunity, it'd be a waste. This translation aims to maintain the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring readability and coherence in English. Chapter 34. The perfumed array soars through Chang'an. Isn't this the noble Sir Anonymous? You've finally revealed yourself again. Abdurrahman had only taken a few steps forward when several scholars rushed towards him like wolves pouncing on prey. Their enthusiasm immediately put Unkit on high alert. Abdurrahman couldn't help but laugh. Upon hearing the title, Noble Sir Anonymous, he instantly understood what was happening. During his last visit in disguise, glancing at Margaret with her enchanting smile and beautiful eyes, Abdurrahman replied with a gentle smile, Those popular poems cannot possibly be the work of one person. True. If they were all written by one person, wouldn't that be extraordinary? Yes, how could there be such a genius in this world? Clearly, Anonymous is a symbol known among us scholars. Why insist on finding out the truth? If the court's hawks dig too deep, it would be disastrous. What's there to fear? There are countless scholars. Can the Eastern Depot arrest them all? Although he was disguised, the city of Chang'an was full of various people. Abdurrahman did not plan to stay here any longer. He decided to pull off another flash mob. After signaling for silence, he coughed a few times and said, Now, under a tyrant's rule and with loyal officials persecuted, though I lack talent, I wish to seize this opportunity to recite 2 poems, to inspire the spirit of our scholars. Everyone held their breath and listened intently. We await your words eagerly. Abdurrahman paused briefly, mustering up some emotion, and then declaimed passionately, When autumn arrives on the 8th day of September, my flowers will bloom after all others fade. The fragrant array shall soar through Chang'an, with the whole city adorned in golden armor. This is treasonous poetry. As old as trivial as dung, livers and gallbladders hard as iron. Galloping across cliffs, bending the bow to shoot the turbid moon. Heads serve as wine cups, drinking the blood of enemies. This poem was composed by Argyle during the Taiping Rebellion period. Abdurrahman changed, bending the bow to shoot the barbarian moon, to bending the bow to shoot the turbid moon, subtly referring to the corrupt ruler, essentially himself. This was meant to ignite a passion in these scholars to discard their books and incite rebellion. Just as he was about to gauge their reactions, he noticed a carriage nearby. A pure and lotus-like face peered out from the window, smiling sweetly at him. In that moment, Abdurrahman felt as if he had seen his first love from another lifetime. He turned to Unkit, saying, Find out who the woman in that carriage is. Unkit, already attuned to Abdurrahman's demeanor, immediately signaled the Eastern Depot operatives hiding nearby to investigate. The scholars were completely enthralled by the revolutionary poems, unaware of anything else. One scholar even shed tears while looking at Abdurrahman, compared to Sir. We have truly wasted our time studying classics. Sir's majesty rivals the 5 great mountains, and his ambition spans mountains and seas. Sir, you are the ray of light guiding us in this dark era. Who says scholars are useless? If all scholars were like Sir, would the tyrant dare to be so outrageous? Could the Tang dynasty fall into such disarray? Sir, please accept our bow. With that, He led the other scholars in respectful bows to mutual encouragement and progress. Abdurrahman surveyed the crowd. The awakening of our scholars' era has arrived. Let us spread the word and save our nation. I bid farewell here. Wait, sir. What is the title of this poem? The Regicide. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the scholars now urged him to leave. They stopped talking about poetry and dispersed in small groups. Yet, these two revolutionary poems had stirred a tumultuous wave in their hearts, destined to bring about changes. Abdurrahman made a roundabout way to enter the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion and met Margaret secretly. She pointed to boxes of gold and silver jewelry. These are the funds gathered from promoting your poetry collection and organizing discussions in teahouses and taverns. The proprietors have been very generous, contributing much. There are also many gifts, totaling 1,000 guan. Please take this money and lie low for a while. Wasn't this akin to commission in modern terms? Earning 1,000 guan in such a short time demonstrated both her acumen in business and the financial means of these scholars. Though this year was the imperial examination year, and students were coming to Chang'an, something about Margaret's earnings seemed unusual. This verified Abdurrahman's suspicions about her background. Furthermore, she handed over all her earnings, indulging it quite a lot. You've already sat on my lap, didn't you know? Brat. Margaret blushed and playfully slapped him, lingering as she spoke. To meet you, master, is the greatest fortune of this servant girl, but each of us has our own path to follow. Even if our paths may converge eventually, it's hard for us to travel together. If this turmoil passes and Margaret achieves her wishes, I will lie in wait for you at Drunken Fragrance Tower. When she mentioned lying, her flushed face nearly buried itself in Abdurrahman's chest. Abdurrahman whispered, why not kneeling? Margaret gently pinched him, saying coyly, I am clearly bidding farewell to you, yet you keep teasing me. Because I believe we will meet again. By then, you'll continue to help me earn money. I won't rest until I fully exploit your talent. Otherwise, I cannot be at ease. You. Margaret gave him a big roll of her eyes before suddenly leaning in and planting a kiss on his cheek, pushing him away. Go quickly. The censorate is under control of that tyrant. After you publicly recited subversive poetry, how could he let you live? I can tell you're either very wealthy or noble, but with the Eastern Depot imprisoning King Bart, Ushvin, and Duke Chi, who else wouldn't they dare arrest? Be extremely careful. Abdurrahman laughed. Maybe that tyrant will end up arresting himself someday. Before I leave, I want to tell you a secret. This secret is just between you and me. As he spoke, he signaled Unkit. Unkit immediately stepped outside to wait. Curiously, Margaret approached him, sidling close. Please tell me, master. Looking into her strawberry red cheeks and lustrous lips, Abdurrahman couldn't resist capturing her lips with his own. Only when she melted into his embrace did he release her. My secret is that if any woman tries to take advantage of me, I will repay her tenfold. This is just interest, the rest will be paid back over time. Margaret bit her lip, her beautiful eyes sparkling. How many girls have fallen into your trap? You. It's my nature, but this prince is still quite innocent. Abdurrahman chuckled. However, this prince loves teaching. Seeing how naive you are, I might teach you personally. To treat you as a younger brother is perhaps the biggest mistake of my life. Margaret giggled awkwardly, then hid behind him, shoving him toward the door. Go, or else, you will be in danger? Abdurrahman laughed, waving goodbye. Trust me, we'll meet again. I hope so. Watching him leave, Margaret felt a complex mix of emotions. She walked to the pillow, picked up several poetry books, and flipped through them page by page. Two streams of clear tears involuntarily welled up and spilled over. A mysterious black-clad woman who had slipped into the room asked, Have you fallen for him? Margaret hastily hid the poetry book. No, just feeling emotional. This man is no ordinary person. The woman coldly remarked, We investigated for a long time but never found his true identity. Fortunately, he is causing chaos in Chang'an against the tyrant, aligning with our goals. I am amazed by his talent, but he is a Tang person, and our paths are destined to diverge. Don't forget Yue Gong's task. I would never forget it. Margaret clenched her teeth. With all factions in Chang'an creating unrest and public anger unprecedented, it's hard to avoid chaos. That tyrant will likely die an untimely death. But doesn't it benefit us for him to undermine the Tang? If Kings Bart or Brandan ascended, it would harm our interests. Have you seen any tyrant who could repeatedly defeat enemy countries within such a short time and stabilize their rule? The woman shook her head. Yue Gong says this emperor and his ministers might be acting out a performance. If this continues, it's not just Turks, Tibetans, or Western Chu who will fall. Upon returning to the palace with Unkit, Abdurrahman instructed, Remember, let those scholars create disturbances. Don't rush to act. They are my subjects. If they can serve the nefarious, they can serve me too. Yes, sire. Unkit quietly reported after receiving orders, Sire, the woman in the carriage has been identified. Oh, speak quickly. She is Lady Leora, daughter of Minister of Works Monroe. Sire spotted her returning from prayers at Famen Temple. She is betrothed to King Bart for Fox. Abdurrahman frowned. You remind me of this. My dear father really favors Green Sparrow, Lyndon. As his eldest son, he never cared about my marriage, yet arranged a fine match for my fourth brother. He winked at Unkit. Does his majesty mean to snatch her? Without hesitation, Unkit responded, Then this old servant will lead men to the Connor residence. Damn, he didn't even try to persuade me. Lady Leora is betrothed to Lyndon, making her his sister-in-law. Already having snatched Loretta, would it be inappropriate to snatch another? Seeing Abdurrahman hesitating, Unkit hurriedly added, This old servant misspoke. We shouldn't snatch her. Why not? Abdurrahman smirked. Even if the Connor family is illustrious, we can't openly snatch. Then what does his majesty intend? Prepare ink and paper. Yes, sire. Unkit quickly set up writing materials. Abdurrahman, looking at the blank sheet, thought, I once received a reward allowing me to achieve any standard of calligraphy, music, painting, or chess. If I want to match the level of any historical master, it can be achieved. I haven't used it much. Whose standard should I aim for? Got it. Snapping his fingers, Abdurrahman stretched his hands, grasped the brush firmly, and drew a picture in a continuous flow. He turned to the stunned Unkit. Let's visit the Connor residence to convince this wife. Translation ends here. Chapter 36, Bruno's Style, Supreme Under Heaven. The Connor Mansion. A household blessed with twin geniuses. Ferris served as the Minister of Works, excelling in calligraphy, painting, crafts, and architecture. He oversaw the construction of Maximus Way and Donghua palaces, led the building of Avrumling Mausoleum, and directed the expansion of the outer walls and city gates of Chang'an. His brother, Bond, held the position of Director General of the Ministry of Punishments, known for his ingenuity and expertise in various arts, including seal and clerical scripts. He was also highly skilled in painting and architecture. These two brothers, esteemed officials with extraordinary talent, enjoyed a revered status among scholars. Many examinees participating in the imperial examinations this time made it a point to visit the Connor Mansion. It was said that the threshold of the mansion had been worn down half an inch from so many visitors. Few mansions in the capital could rival the Connor residence in prestige. That day, the two brothers, finding some rare leisure time, closed their doors to visitors and indulged in appreciating art within the mansion. Just as they were deeply engrossed, a servant rushed in breathlessly. My lords, His Majesty has arrived. His Majesty? Bond exclaimed in shock. Why is he here? Ferris's eyes flickered with apprehension. Regardless of the reason, we must welcome him. Quickly, gather everyone to prepare for his arrival. Rumble. As the royal entourage approached, the main gate of the Connor mansion swung open. Ferris and Bond led their family members to kneel on the ground in reverence. Rise, rise. Abdurrahman hurried into the mansion and addressed the brothers. You two need not be formal. I recently acquired a painting and, since you both are masters of art, I thought you might appreciate it with me. A personal visit just for a painting? When did he ever have such refined tastes? Both brothers felt uneasy, fearing Abdurrahman might use this opportunity to test them. But with the emperor present and his words already spoken, how could they refuse? They hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, we will do our utmost. Abdurrahman waved a hand. Unkit immediately had the long scroll unfurled. My lords, please. Ferris and Bond stepped closer to the painting and were immediately captivated. The painting was divided into 3 parts. The first depicted a celestial deity seated in the center, flanked by court officials holding tablets, celestial maidens carrying inkstones, and armed generals confronting a dragon subdued by 2 divine figures. The second showed a 4-armed deity seated on a rock, flames billowing behind him, surrounded by deities holding vases and ritual objects. The third was the birth of Siddhartha, portraying his father presenting him at the temple to pay homage to the god of freedom. Though clearly a foreign story, the human, divine, and animal figures were rendered in a distinctly Chinese style. With almost monochromatic lines, it vividly captured the rich imagery surrounding Buddha's birth. The composition, grouping, and execution using ink outlines instead of color broke traditional methods and left viewers in awe. Most astonishing were the dynamic, life-filled lines. Despite years of training, neither brother believed they could achieve such skillful line work. This technique was unmistakably unique. Though the era was fraught with conflict, some pursuits transcended borders, like music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, and painting. They had seen many masterpieces from other kingdoms, but none compared to this one. Without exaggeration, this painting was the best in the world. Seeing their intense fascination, nearly nose to canvas, Abdurrahman chuckled. How do you find it? Ferris, overwhelmed with emotion, turned and asked, May I inquire, Your Majesty, what technique was used for these lines? Lan Yi Miao. Abdurrahman sipped his tea. You should notice that the lines resemble orchid leaves or water plants, giving a flowing effect. Lan Yi Miao? Ferris was almost tearful. Brilliant. To witness such mastery is a lifetime honor. Bond echoed in amazement. This work will make all painters blush with shame. Who painted it? Abdurrahman pointed to himself. If I say this was painted by me, would you believe it? Believe you. Like hell. Everyone saw the clumsy calligraphy written in blood on a board when he confronted the Turkic Khans. If he could paint such lively lines, he must be possessed. They exchanged glances but remained silent. What they didn't know was that Abdurrahman was indeed possessed by the spirit of the great painter Bruno, using system rewards to replicate Wu's masterpiece, the Emperor's Carriage Procession. Abdurrahman took a step forward, pulling the painting. Since you don't believe me, why does it matter if it's torn? Just a scrap of paper. Horrified, the brothers knelt and grabbed him, pleading, No, no tearing. Abdurrahman narrowed his eyes, and they retreated, prostrating themselves repeatedly. Your pardon, Your Majesty. Abdurrahman glanced at the painting. Is it really that good to risk your lives? Ferris wept. Your Majesty, this is an unparalleled masterpiece, a groundbreaking technique influencing generations. Please spare it for future generations. For future generations? I'm still thinking about playing every day. He sniffed. Such a grand painting. If used as a paper plane, wouldn't it fly splendidly? Paper plane? They were bewildered. What is that? I'll show you. Please, Your Majesty, no folding, no throwing. We will buy it. Yes, we will purchase it. Knowing Abdurrahman loved wealth, they offered money, willing to bankrupt themselves for this immortal piece. You want to buy it? Easy enough. Abdurrahman looked around. But you don't seem to have much valuable here. Can you afford it? Ferris clenched his teeth. Everything in my mansion belongs to Your Majesty if you sell this painting to me. Finally, the hook caught. Abdurrahman leaned in. You won't renege or deceive me? Never. Your Majesty. Good. Abdurrahman got what he wanted. According to you, the Emperor's Carriage Procession is priceless, and the only priceless thing in this house seems to be your precious daughter. What is he implying? Could he mean? Ferris, suddenly realizing, panicked. Your Majesty, no. Wonger is betrothed to Fox, arranged by Prince Bart. You. Abdurrahman calmly replied, marriage is determined by parents and matchmakers. You said anything goes. Naturally, this includes Learagur. I'll inform Prince Bart. So, a new marriage agreement can replace the old one. This is against propriety, and Fox is your brother. Prince Bart is my father, yet he was imprisoned. Abdurrahman coldly retorted, do you think I'm inferior to Fox? Being an imperial consort worse than a prince consort? Your humble servant trembles. Abdurrahman's tone was calm but chilling. So, this matter is settled then. Attendants, escort the imperial consort, and prepare to return to the palace. The room fell into a heavy silence. Chapter 37. You can be even more bold. In the face of the supreme imperial authority, David felt as insignificant as a grain of sand. He dared neither to be angry nor speak up, and was forced to respectfully bid Abdurrahman farewell. The saying that good news doesn't leave the house but bad news travels 1,000 miles held true without exception. Not long after Abdurrahman left, the Connor residence was besieged by scholars who were all filled with right the crowd, and then left without further ado. Though Bond was the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Justice, the current minister was Carmine. With Carmine confined in the palace and the ministry embroiled in factional strife, Bond couldn't mobilize anyone. So after a cursory visit, the ministry handed the matter to the Eastern Depot and disengaged. Under the influence of these scholars, rumors about the impeachment of the censorate, the betrayal of loyal officials, and the snatching of a sister-in-law caused turmoil in Chang'an. Inside the Ministry of Justice's prison, Emperor Boyd, Artemio, and Teddy G, among others, who were incarcerated in the imperial prison, were confined here. Since the Eastern Depot was newly established and didn't have its own prison, they took over the entire Ministry of Justice's prison under the guise of a temporary arrangement. Teddy G looked at the playing cards and mahjong on the low table and said to Amadeus, who stood with his arms crossed, Franklin, I hear that fighting the landlord is fun. Why don't we three brothers play? Foolishness and debauchery will ruin your spirit. Without turning his head, Amadeus sternly replied, these are all traps laid by that rebellious son to wear down our will. Can't you see? What if I do? Horse. Teddy G discarded the Swona and sat at the table. Not using his toys, how can we seize his throne? We'll try everything he uses to entertain father, since it seems we aren't leaving anytime soon. Artemio added, just playing is too boring. There must be punishments. Teddy G said, you're right. Our emperor even mentioned that losers should stick paper notes on their faces. He even prepared a stack of blank paper. Rebellious son. Amadeus turned to find it true, shaking his head. What decorum is this? I refuse. Oh well, I'll continue the Swona. Hold on, am I going to lose to you? Seeing him rise, Amadeus hastily stopped him. How hard could a simple game be? He'd commanded armies. Surely he could handle this. 2 hours later, Abdurrahman tiptoed to the prison door and, seeing many white papers stuck on their faces, especially on Amadeus's, burst into laughter. Gentlemen, enjoying yourselves? You. Amadeus wiped off all the papers and quickly stood. Are you trying to kill your father? While saying this, he still held cards. After learning, he found this thing deceptively simple yet profoundly wise. No wonder his father couldn't put it down. It was worth playing. Teddy G puffed his cheeks, blowing away the papers. Kill whom? Without us, who will he play with? You're so blind to see through him. No wonder you fell for him. Uncle, you salvage himself, he suggested. Your Majesty, you should snatch enemy princesses. Is that so? Abdurrahman sneered coldly. Prince Bart, Duke Chi, beat him until he bleeds, or you too will suffer the fiery torture. Fiery torture? Amadeus hadn't even made a move, but Teddy G punched Artemio in the abdomen, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. He then quickly shot an apologetic glance, as if saying, elder brother, don't blame me. I held back. If it were Franklin, ugh. While his hawk-like eyes were still blinking, Artemio spat out a mouthful of blood right onto his face. That punch came from Amadeus. It was delivered with formidable force. Even a friend's wife should not be wronged, let alone a brother's wife. This time, Amadeus was truly infuriated. Witnessing this rare spectacle, Abdurrahman smiled and waved his hand. Continue your fun, just don't go too far. I'll visit you another day. As he finished speaking, the system's voice sounded. Please note that the translation maintains the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text while ensuring it reads naturally and fluently in English. Chapter 38. Simply can't bring myself to do it. Ding, congratulations, host has triggered a hidden system task, defying moral norms and inciting public outrage. Special reward, elite troop training technique. This technique is custom designed for the Tang Dynasty's troops based on historical training cases from both East and West. This is impressive. Abdurrahman glanced at Artemio, who was curled up on the ground clutching his stomach, thinking that this beating was well deserved. The forced marriage of Leora had been overshadowed by this incident, giving him a temporary reprieve from his father's wrath. By the time he recovers, you'll probably take more beatings on my behalf. Indeed, it happened as expected. After some hesitation, Amadeus, seeing Abdurrahman disappear, flew into a rage. Rebellious son, how did our Lee family end up with such a disobedient child? What sins have we accumulated over generations? Artemio wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retorted. It's your lineage that's guilty, yet you still have the nerve to speak? Bam, bam, bam. Unable to vent his anger elsewhere, Amadeus kicked him several times. Silence! You dare to utter such immoral, shameless things in front of me? Don't think I won't kill you. Teddy G had just cleaned the blood off his face. Seeing Amadeus about to become truly murderous, he hastily intervened. Franklin, calm down. What can I say to you? You're destined for numerous consorts. Must you resort to abduction? Maybe I got addicted. Abdurrahman chuckled awkwardly. Next time, I'll abduct from enemy states, okay? You. Teddy nearly fainted. He pointed at him, helplessly saying, what's done is done. No repeats. Public outrage is running high, and Chang'an is in danger. Fix this mess, or I won't see you again. Abdurrahman nodded. I understand. He glanced at Lyndon still crying. Please comfort young Sparrow, grandfather. I have work to attend to. Sigh. Helping you clean up your mess isn't enough. I have to pacify your brother too. Teddy sighed deeply, then left with Lyndon. But he couldn't help comparing the two. Abdurrahman wasn't much older than Lyndon, yet he ruled the world effortlessly while Lyndon still cried. And Lyndon was terrified of him. That was a huge difference. No wonder his father was undone by him. He didn't realize his own son was destined for greatness and still doted on young Sparrow. Brother, I'm sorry. Since I ascended the throne, all the best in this world belongs to me. All mine. Abdurrahman watched them leave without looking at his newly abducted wife. Not that he didn't want to, but he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Despite her elegant figure, presenting a blood petition, pleading for Abdurrahman to restore the censorate, release imprisoned officials, and investigate the eastern and western depots. Some scholars even committed suicide to prove their loyalty. When the news reached Abdurrahman, he was sleeping. Unkit reported, Your Majesty, there are too many people. We can't arrest them all. Caesarshan added, We could execute some, but the western depot doesn't have enough manpower. You two always think in terms of arresting or killing. Abdurrahman smiled and shook his head. If it were that simple, where's the fun? Caesarshan, bring the imperial edict and the imperial guards to disperse them, without killing. Make it look like the law doesn't apply to large groups, showing restraint. Unkit, after they're dispersed, arrest the notable and reputable scholars. Find charges in their poetry and literature, sending them all to prison. After tolerating them for so long, it's time for a literary inquisition, setting an example for other emperors. Chapter 39. Truly a ruthless person. Chang'an. The East Factory, fierce as a tiger, had resumed its operations after several days of silence, now mercilessly hunting for prey. And it was becoming increasingly absurd. I merely wrote poems that contained the character Tao, not Tao, strategy. How does this make me a traitor? Unjust. I never copied the poem about chrysanthemums. I just arrived in Chang'an. How could I have committed? Please save them. This man was none other than Daon, the Grand Tutor of the National College and scholar of Prince Bart's literary pavilion. As a descendant of Confucius, he studied under the great scholar donghua, reciting thousands of words daily, mastering the classics, and excelling in literature, earning him respect among scholars. Back when Emperor Bart burned books and buried scholars alive, then revived Confucianism, inviting him to bring Confucian orthodoxy to Han, which he declined. Later, Emperors Sui, Song, Ming, and Barg offered him princely positions and treated him as a national treasure, but he remained unmoved. Only because Teddy and Amadeus treated scholars respectfully before founding the Tang dynasty, visiting his home often, and even personally caring for him when ill, did he feel indebted. Now, seeing Abdurrahman instigate literary persecution, allowing the East Factory to arrest scholars indiscriminately, and imprisoning Prince Bart, he knew he had to act. Otherwise, Confucianism in Tang would deteriorate, the literary world would collapse, and talents would fade away, leading to national ruin. He straightened his attire resolutely. Confucius spoke of fulfilling righteousness, Mencius of choosing justice. As a descendant of the sage, this responsibility falls on me. Wait here. I will appeal to His Majesty for justice. No need. Standing on the rooftop, Unkit laughed. His Majesty predicted you'd defend these scholars, and ordered me to catch you like a rabbit. Men, Daon intends to incite rebellion among scholars. Arrest him immediately. How absurd. Too absurd. Seeing East Factory agents break in, Daon roared, I am petitioning for scholars. What rebellion? Unkit sneered, You are a rebel. Take him away. Master. Hundreds of scholars tried blocking the path, but they were no match for the East Factory. Soon they were scattered and injured. Ultimately, they could only watch helplessly as Daon was taken away. One scholar, spitting blood, shouted, This cannot be tolerated. At this dark hour, every scholar must fight to rescue our master and protect Confucianism. Rescue our master, protect Confucianism. Other scholars joined in, leaving the National College together. More scholars joined along the way. By the time they reached the Ministry of Justice, nearly 10,000 gathered, unprecedented in scale. East Factory agents held steel knives, prepared for conflict. Tensions peaked. Inside the prison, Daft, His Majesty used ask out of respect for your teachings in Prince Bart's palace. If we East Factory decided, you'd be expelled right away. Go. Daon, revered by emperors, had never faced such humiliation. He took the decree, stood shakily, and said coldly, Please tell His Majesty, the Book of Changes says, Nourish the upright in innocence, enlighten people with wisdom. If he flaunts intelligence, intimidates others, refuses counsel, it will estrange the court, ruin governance. All ancient destructions stem from this. Unkit scoffed, Though His Majesty won't listen, I'll convey it. Leave. Wait. Amadeus, ignoring his burning face, shouted, Let me out. I want to see him. This action undermines Tang's foundation. He wanted the throne, but not a crippled, collapsing one. If left to Abdurrahman, Tang would fall apart. Unkit smiled lightly. I'm powerless. You. Three of you should enjoy yourselves or risk ruining your health. Seeing Daon bow deeply and leave heartbroken, Amadeus felt intense pain. He kicked the cell door repeatedly. Rogue, rogue, rogue. Teddy G sneered. We underestimated him. If we seize power this way, it will be tasteless and regrettable. Artemio threw cards into the air. Second brother. Your son is ruthless, doing what even Emperor Bart and Innocent wouldn't dare. I admire him. Don't say another word. Amadeus angrily sat in front of the low table and slapped it, shouting, Let's play fighting landlord. Artemio clicked his tongue and said, You're still in the mood to play? Should I just let myself die of anger? You have a point. Waving at Teddy G, Artemio twisted his neck and said, the more he does this, the better we should eat, drink, and enjoy ourselves. Otherwise, if we die here, how can we deal with him? Zakenhal. Teddy held a feather duster and rushed to Abdurrahman, demanding, is this what you meant by letting them go when you spoke to me? In this scene, the tension between the royal brothers and their father is palpable. The casual mention of a card game serves as a coping mechanism for their frustration, while Teddy's confrontation reveals his growing impatience and dissatisfaction with Abdurrahman's actions. ##### Chapter 40. A little excitement. Indeed, I did let him go. You mean by sending him to the enemy country? Do you know how much effort your father and I put into keeping him in Tang? Grand Emperor, that's all old news. It can't keep up with my new trends. New trends. Every time he thought of how Abdurrahman had shut down the Imperial College, Teddy became enraged, raising his feather duster to thrash this tyrant. It looks cheap. Arrest him again? This time, even Unkit was baffled. Did he not just let him go, and wasn't he trying to expel him from Tang? Why arrest him again? Such erratic behavior would infuriate the scholars. A few scholars with knives wouldn't be frightening, but if their numbers grew large enough, even the Eastern and Western factories combined couldn't cope. Seeing Unkit's concern, Abdurrahman reassured him. If the scholars gather again, mobilize the Imperial Guards to disperse them. Remember, appear hesitant. Don't easily harm them. Humbly understood. As Unkit prepared to leave, Teddy brandished his feather duster. Wicked grandson, today I will cane you to death. Abdurrahman gestured Unkit away and caught the feather duster easily. Grand Emperor, you taught me that an emperor's heart should be as deep as an abyss, not letting ministers guess its depths. But now, even I can't understand you. Teddy narrowed his eyes, glaring at him. You let him go and then arrest him again, treating them like puppets. What exactly are you trying to do? Even Dayon and the supporters of Confucianism were driven to rage by such actions. He could see that Abdurrahman was likely setting another plan in motion, but only by inciting internal chaos could one achieve such ends. Does he realize that among the current emperors, even the Western Chu overlord, who resorts to violence at the slightest disagreement, has begun? Excellent. Well said. Teddy, enlightened, admitted. It was I who was narrow-minded. Your insight at such a young age is unparalleled. However, little brat, what are you pointing at? Are you going to beat me? A little excitement. Abdurrahman quickly dropped the feather duster. Grand Emperor, you've come at the perfect time. There's another matter I need your cooperation with. He whispered to Teddy, who suddenly became very attentive. When the time comes, rest assured, everything is handled. So, shall we play mahjong? Let's go. Teddy, delighted, dragged him back to the Taiji Palace. In his mind, the system's voice echoed, ding, congratulations. You've triggered a hidden task. Initiate the great literary persecution. As a reward, you receive a treasure buried by ancients in the southern mountains. Treasure? Abdurrahman, filled with anticipation, exclaimed, I love digging for treasures. System, you're really doing things well. System, keep up the pace and even greater rewards await you. Don't tempt me, because I can't resist temptation. Hehehe. A female? Looks like I have too few consorts, making even my conversations with the system flirtatious. When the time is right, I'll make a list and have old Chow from Brandan send more beauties. After Unkit arrested Dayon, who had just returned home to pack, the scholars of Chang'an flooded toward the Ministry of Punishments and the palace. Unkit, following Abdurrahman's instructions, dispersed them with the Imperial Guards. However, they regrouped, leading to days of deadlock. During this time, he took a break and visited the Connor residence on Imperial orders. David and Bond, who had been in seclusion, looked at him like he was a plague. Unkit laughed. Lords, no need to worry. Did you tell anyone about that painting? The Connor brothers shook their heads. Wonderful. Unkit hastened to add, His Majesty is too lazy to paint another one. He has instructed me to borrow the painting temporarily. Rest assured, it will be returned undamaged. His Majesty believes that only repeated use can highlight its priceless value. Return something you've sent? And this painting is really by His Majesty? David and Bond didn't believe it. But knowing how Abdurrahman had released and then arrested Dayon, they dared not say no. Having borrowed the god delivering a child, Unkit didn't return to the palace but instead presented it to the Famen Temple, declaring it a gift from His Majesty, to be shared with the people. The unveiling of the painting stunned the world. Scholars and artists rushed to Famen Temple for a glimpse. At this moment, Abdurrahman set out on schedule, accompanied by only 1,000 troops. #### Chapter 41. I am a demon, not a Buddha. Famen Temple was the holy Buddhist sanctuary of the Tang dynasty. The abbot, Master Flynn, was a highly revered monk with numerous followers in the Buddhist community. The devoutly Buddhist Prince Liang, Mateo, once said that among all the high monks in the world, he admired Flynn the most. This made Famen Temple even more desirable to Buddhists. Now, Famen Temple was sharing the first Buddhist painting, the Emperor's Offering of a Child, which drew scholars and devotees from far and wide. Adding to this were the students who came specifically to request Abdurrahman to release Dayon. This resulted in tens of thousands of people gathered around Famen Temple, creating an unprecedented scene. When the imperial procession arrived, Flynn led the monks out to welcome them. Abdurrahman climbed the steps and then swept his gaze over the crowd, saying, quite lively. Good. This shows that I am truly sharing with the people and devoutly worshipping Buddha. Huiyin placed his hands together and said, Your Majesty's visit is truly an honor for our humble temple. I have prepared everything. Please come this way to bathe and change. Bathe and change? Abdurrahman walked straight into the main hall and sat on a cushion, saying, No need for formalities. Since my ascension, you must have heard about what I've done. I am here to seek solace and repentance. Seeing they didn't seem to believe him, Abd in disbelief, trembling, Your Majesty's wisdom exceeds mine. All the monks echoed their agreement. Marvelous. This response is superb. I feel as if I've been enlightened. Your Majesty's Buddha nature is beyond our reach. Abdurrahman smiled faintly. Since you flatter me so, let me give you another gatha. Originally there is no tree, nor platform for peace. In the beginning there is nothing. Where can dust arise? If the earlier statement had convinced Flynn, this short gatha left him awestruck. The young emperor's insight and understanding of Zen were far above his own. He felt his life's teachings seemed trivial. Naturally, he wondered if this was the work of a hidden high monk loyal to Abdurrahman. Yet, considering the emperor's erratic personality, which high monk would willingly serve him? Bewildered, Flynn received no time to dwell further as Abdurrahman waved his hand. Feynman Temple has an undeserved reputation. Now, I'm tired. You may leave, and I will confess properly. Though humiliated, the monks could not protest and quickly left. Abdurrahman stretched leisurely, turning to Unkit. Unkit quickly produced a cricket jar from his robe. Sire, this contains the finest cricket selected for you, to entertain you. Without a word, Abdurrahman took the jar and started playing. Before long, he was completely absorbed. He now understood how the cricket emperor was born. Even during evening prayers, he was still engrossed. Is this how he achieves? The monks' lips parted as they folded their hands in worship, not to Buddha, but to Abdurrahman, with unmatched devotion. Compared to Buddha, this so-called tyrant made them feel an unattainable height. Undoubtedly, these words and the gatha would shake the Buddhist community like the emperor's offering of a child. Even Mateo would bow towards Chang'at. Abdurrahman played some more, realizing he was treated like a golden statue, causing discomfort. Quickly standing, he said, I am a demon, not a Buddha. Don't look at me like that. I'm going to sleep. Laughing nervously, he walked out. The monks bowed deeply. We bid farewell to your majesty, Amitba. Abdurrahman shivered, muttering, you're making it hard for me. A bunch of troublemakers. Outside Feynman Temple, numerous students who had called out all day lay sprawled on the ground. None left. Abdurrahman's entourage didn't chase them away, merely watching for amusement. By the third watch, snores filled the air. Suddenly, the temple was ablaze. Someone cried, fire! Save the emperor! Soldiers outside rushed in panic. Two groups of black-clothed men appeared, throwing weapons on the ground without a word. Crowds grabbed weapons, shouting, charge in, kill the tyrant. Wave after wave surged forward. The guards quickly shut the gates. Gates closed. Yet could they hold back so many? Inside, chaos ensued, but to tear you apart piece by piece. Tear me apart? Abdurrahman's eyes widened in disbelief. Uncle, do you know what grandfather would say if he knew you're this cruel? Uncle, uncle. All the monks were shocked, their eyes focusing on the scene simultaneously. The black-clothed man was also surprised. However, he pulled off the black cloth, revealing a cold, grim face. It seems you recognized my voice. I didn't intend to hide it either. Saying this, he turned to the attendants. I am Prince of Han, Teddychong, the seventh son of the Supreme Emperor. Seeing that the Tang dynasty is about to be ruined by this corrupt emperor, I have specially led troops to restore order. If you abandon the darkness and join us, I will not only spare your lives but also reward you with promotions and honors. After a long pause, there was no response. Abdurrahman coughed loudly. Uncle, aren't you feeling awkward? You. Teddychong exploded with anger. Soldiers, kill him? Hold it. Abdurrahman called out. We share the same roots. Why push things so far? Now that it's come to this, I'm trapped with no way out. Why can't we just have a chat, uncle? After all, because of my illegitimate birth and being disliked by the Bart King, we've hardly spoken much before, right? Teddychong laughed coldly. Are you trying to buy time? As you said that, don't you feel guilty? Guilt? What should I be guilty about? Come, everyone, take a look at it. Abdurrahman interrupted again. Uncle, aren't you going to reconsider? Admitting your guilt is better than losing your life. You are courting death. Teddychong raged. Kill him. From all sides, thousands of rebels charged towards Abdurrahman. The largest group came from directly in front. Sigh. Dogs biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing good intentions. Abdurrahman sighed, snapping his fingers. Rumble. With a deafening roar, the ground beneath Teddychong and his men gave way, and they all plunged into a massive pit that almost covered the entire courtyard. Only the area where Abdurrahman and his attendants stood remained intact. Dazed and bruised, the rebels hadn't even caught their breath when an elite force emerged from the stable ground, attacking them fiercely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Simultaneously, arrows rained down like a storm. Troops appeared from every corner of the temple, surrounding the rebels both in and out of the pit. Panicked and scrambling to defend themselves, the rebels were like floating duckweed before a torrent. They stood no chance against such overwhelming force. Shrieks, roars, and cries of pain filled the air as Feynman Temple turned into a hell on earth. The flames rose high, and the description, blood flowing like rivers, felt charred and bitter. When the battle finally ceased, Flynn, the abbot, anxiously asked Abdurrahman, Your Majesty, can we put out the fire now? Abdurrahman glanced back. I know you won't be satisfied unless you try. Go ahead, but I'm leaving first. Seeing Abdurrahman take all his men away, Flynn was at a loss. Please, Your Majesty, help us. We deserve credit and cannot stand by while this sacred place burns to the ground. Credit? Abdurrahman smirked. Once you leave, we will talk further. Walking outside with folded arms, he saw many scholars and Buddhist disciples waiting expectantly. He raised his voice, sorry to disappoint, but since they can't even kill me despite me presenting myself to them, this kingdom, including all of you, will continue to endure my tyranny. These words nearly enraged everyone. Is this possible? Good people don't live long, but the wicked thrive forever. They couldn't fathom how he could still be alive after so many charged in. Then, seeing more and more well-equipped soldiers emerge from the temple, they were stunned. At least 8,000 soldiers? How could Feynman Temple accommodate so many people without anyone noticing? Teddychong, disheveled and bloodied, also couldn't understand. After being dragged before Abdurrahman, he gritted his teeth. When did you hide so many troops? Is that so? Teddy Chung still wouldn't give in. So what if you captured me? I have long seen through the heavy suspicions surrounding your Buddhist pilgrimage. It was made with the resolve to die. Ha ha ha. Abdurrahman burst into loud laughter. Uncle, aren't you admitting your own weakness here? Where's your face now? But you still lost this time. These words were forced out, one by one, with great effort. The reason was simple. His dignity was thoroughly shattered. But as long as he could dethrone this corrupt emperor, his appearance would be rejuvenated. Abdurrahman saw through his small intentions and pointed towards Chang'an, saying, since I dared to put myself before you, I naturally dared to put the imperial throne before you too. But you must try hard enough to snatch it. If you can't do it yourself, do you really hope the other one is stronger than you? The original Chinese text contains some nuances and idiomatic expressions that are challenging to translate directly. Here's an explanation of some adjustments. With your incompetence, I might not even have a spot in the grave. This adjustment maintains the original meaning while ensuring it reads more naturally in English. The term niaoxing, nixing, is colloquial and negative, so incompetence better conveys this sentiment in English. Here's the edited translation for the entire passage. Who would have thought that right after lifting the siege on Chang'an, he would start doing this? Even the retired emperor did not possess such scheming and so donghua. He asked rather guiltily, you guessed long ago that this king would rebel? Abdurrahman displayed a disdainful look befitting an emperor. Anyone with disloyal intentions, I can tell at first glance. No need to guess. Is that so? Teddy Chung still wouldn't concede. What if you capture this king? I have long seen through the numerous doubts in your Buddhist pilgrimage this time. I came with the resolve to die. Ha ha ha. Abdurrahman laughed loudly. Royal uncle, aren't you admitting your own weakness here? Where's your dignity? But you still lost this time. Chapter 43. Still human? At this hour, Chang'an usually became a ghost town due to the curfew. However, this time, a throng of scholars and citizens, their emotions running high, marched down Juke Street, heading straight for the imperial palace. The public resentment that Abdurrahman had accumulated burst forth like a volcano, swift and fierce. As the situation seemed to spiral out of control, the city guards and the imperial guards were deployed from all directions to intercept the crowds. It should be noted that since Tedaba, Ahmed, and others led their troops to chase after the donghua, only over 10,000 troops remained stationed in Chang'an. Although Henley previously commanded in loyalty, I might as well tell you that my seventh brother has already surrounded Famen Temple with troops. Your precious grandson won't survive tonight. He thinks that imprisoning the first, second, and fourth princes means no one else in our royal family will challenge him. How naive. Teddy sighed heavily, shaking his head. Then he waved his hand. A few eunuchs brought the dragon throne before Teddy Jing. Teddy Jing's eyes flared with intensity. Father, does this mean you agree to my enthronement? Teddy coldly replied, to ask such a naive question shows your true colors. Naive? What did he mean? Teddy Jing, hand on his sword, asked. Now that it has come to this, do you plan to protect that incompetent emperor until death? Why would he need my protection? Teddy sat on the couch and said, putting the dragon throne before you was his idea. Whether you can sit on it or not depends on your abilities. I won't interfere. His idea? Teddy Jing looked around nervously but found nothing amiss. He laughed loudly. Who are you trying to scare, father? There are only so many troops in the city, and the palace is so thinly guarded. Who could stop me from ascending the throne? Saying this, he eagerly approached the dragon throne and attempted to sit down. But just as his bottom touched the throne, a figure flashed before him, kicking him in the chest. In the next moment, he sprawled on the ground. Caesarshan swiftly seized Teddy Jing and slapped him hard, drawing blood from his lips. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Wiping the blood, Teddy Jing chuckled bitterly. Indeed, sons are inferior to grandsons. You've always favored him. So be it. Winner takes all. May your precious grandson meet a grisly end at the hands of my brother. Caesarshan smiled. That wish is likely to be in vain. By now, the Han Prince has surely been captured. Impossible. Teddy Jing shouted. Even if the incompetent emperor had prepared, it would be difficult to resist the 6,000 to 7,000 troops Han Prince gathered. There were 8,000 elite troops hidden in the crypt of Famen Temple. Caesarshan sneered. Since his majesty foresaw your incitement of a mob attack on the palace, how could he place himself in danger? Stunned, Teddy Jing was left speechless. How could this happen? Could it be that everything from dismissing the censorate onward was part of Abdurrahman's scheme? Is that boy even human? Teddy spoke gravely. Montague, Cavan, and Yuanji couldn't defeat him. Neither could you or Yuan Chong. That's why I chose him as the successor. Loretta stepped forward. Report to the retired emperor, all the rebels have been captured. Upon questioning, they revealed themselves as secret agents and loyalists maintained by Han Prince and Jing Prince. Lock them up and await us infiltrating Chang'an? Realizing this, Teddy Chung stared wide-eyed at Abdurrahman, unable to argue. For years, foreign spies had nearly made Chang'an porous. When the donghua received intelligence reports, they attacked Chang'an directly, which showed how deeply they had infiltrated. During the retired emperor's reign, he had repeatedly tried to deal with these spies, but only superficially. This time, Abdurrahman expanded manpower by incorporating spies and loyalists from various countries. Abdurrahman essentially dismantled the entire spy network. Thus, the plot unfolded, revealing the intricate web of betrayal and countermoves orchestrated by Abdurrahman, demonstrating his strategic acumen and ruthless resolve. If this news gets out, the surrounding enemy countries might think that the two brothers were cooperating with him in a play. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Abdurrahman patted his shoulder and said, "Seventh uncle, to be honest, I'm not like you who would casually dismember people. I don't enjoy killing. You and sixth uncle, your crimes of collaborating with the enemy and betraying the country deserve capital punishment according to the law. However, I will give you an exceptional chance to redeem yourselves. Not only will I not kill you, but I'll also reward you with some wealth. From now on, you and sixth uncle can live out your days in peace." Our family, we can't afford to lose members no matter what happens. Otherwise, grandfather would definitely feel terrible, wouldn't he? This was a scheme to use them to lure the various countries into retaliating, making them live in constant fear. Teddy Chong fell to his knees with a thud. No, just kill me outright. Don't be like that. Abdurrahman smiled gently. We are one big loving family. I won't kill you. Instead, you need to help me draw attention. Although you'll live in constant fear, you're still contributing to the Tang dynasty, right? At this point, he did a quick calculation. Among the 10 major empires in central China, even if you didn't rally 9 of them, you probably got 7 or 8. They'll send assassins every month. TSK. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Teddy Chong felt utterly hopeless. You're too despicable. I call this benevolence, Abdurrahman chuckled. After laughing for a while, a spy from an enemy nation with a severed arm was brought before him. The spy sneered wickedly. Foolish emperor, do you think you've won? Do you believe we would willingly help them seize the throne? Abdurrahman frowned. What do you mean by that? The spy burst into laughter. Imagine this. If you die, and we take the opportunity to kill Quentin and Barker, who else could we kill? Teddy Chang's lips quivered. Your plan, Errol. Unkit appeared with a cold sneer. You fools, didn't you find it suspiciously easy to break into the Tang Ministry of Punishment's prison? One leader, unwilling to believe, asked, how did you know we would attack the Ministry of Punishment's prison? Obviously, His Majesty is wise, having anticipated your moves and set up defenses in advance. What? His implication was that everything recent was intentionally orchestrated by the incompetent emperor? The leaders instantly collapsed. This was clearly an attempt to eliminate them all. It wasn't impossible that Teddy Jing and Teddy Chong were merely playing along. Throughout all of China, perhaps no ruler and ministers were as despicable and shameless as those of the Tang dynasty. Their performance was truly remarkable. And for this goal, they really dared to go all in. What institutions like the Censorate and the Imperial Academy meant nothing more than tools to them. One person roared, if I don't kill that tyrant, I'll die unavenged. Everyone, follow me. Let's carve a bloody path to slay the tyrant. Not possible, Unkit shook his head. Kill them. Not one shall be left alive. Ugh. Under the joint attack of the Eastern Factory agents and the Imperial Guards, even if they resisted to the last, it was only like beasts struggling in a trap. In the end, they all lay dead in pools of blood, except for one woman who was brought before Unkit. The woman stared at him in confusion. You. Take her to the palace to treat her wounds and take good care of her. Clean this place thoroughly. We can't keep the Prince of Brandan, the Prince of Bart, and the Hill waiting. With that, Unkit smiled and walked out of the prison. Amadeus, Artemio, and Teddy G were being held nearby. Seeing the situation stabilize, Artemio chuckled bitterly. So, it seems His Majesty has saved our lives? Teddy G remarked. He's devious and cunning. To make so many enemy spies meet their ends here, he's quite formidable. Amadeus was critical, but to deal with just a few spies, he dissolved the Censorate, closed the Imperial Academy, and turned against all Confucian scholars. It's utterly senseless and outrageous. Perhaps he has other motives? Artemio mused. Your rebellious son's mind is unfathomable. I'm increasingly skeptical. Is he your biological child? He doesn't resemble you at all. Rather, he acts more like a father figure. Artemio. Amadeus raised his fist again to strike him. Teddy G hurriedly stepped between them. Stop fighting. That's not father. It's an ancestor. Let's focus on how to get that little ancestor to release us. Famine Temple. Teddy Chong felt a chill run down his spine. No wonder these enemy spies and assassins eagerly sought to ally with him. They had formed an alliance long ago, planning everything meticulously. Had Abdurrahman not anticipated it, these people would have first helped him kill Abdurrahman, then taken advantage of the chaos to kill him, Jing Wang, and the former emperor, ultimately storming the Ministry of Punishments to slaughter the Prince of Bart, the Prince of Brandan, and the Hill. Then the Tang dynasty would have faced a leadership vacuum, inevitably leading to chaos. At that point, if foreign nations attacked, Tang would surely be partitioned. The substantial benefits he promised them paled in comparison to this. In short, he wasn't using them. They were using him. He almost became a traitor of the Tang dynasty. Abdurrahman sensed his thoughts from his expression and laughed. Seventh uncle, do you feel afraid now? Teddy Chong was embarrassed. This was not my intention. Seeing you so calm, did you anticipate their attack on the prison? Abdurrahman replied, even if the princes and dukes were to die, only I should be the one to do it. No matter who sends troops, they can't harm them in the slightest. Hearing this, Teddy Chong had no words. He knelt and bowed. I was wrong this time. With His Majesty present, the Li Tang dynasty will dominate China. Abdurrahman lifted him up. Seventh uncle, acting a part thoroughly, you've achieved great merit. Where is the fault? You aren't a tyrant. And astonished all the monks. Seeing him silent, Abdurrahman announced loudly, proclaimed that someone in Famine Temple colluded with enemies, nearly causing my death. Order the Eastern Factory, Western Factory, Ministry of Punishments, and Supreme Court to thoroughly investigate. Did this require such a grand investigation? Flynn frowned, suddenly realizing that this might not only target Famine Temple, but serve as an opportunity to act against all of Buddhism. Panicking, Your Majesty, please reconsider. The Tang Buddhist sect flourished under the former emperor. Master, you worry too much. Abdurrahman smiled slightly. How could I let Buddhism perish, benefiting our enemies, especially Liang? Then what does Your Majesty intend? Just for show. Flynn breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking about it, he was already at odds with Confucians. Opposing Buddhists too would create enemies everywhere. His Buddha nature transcended worldly concerns. He wouldn't lack such wisdom. The fire at Famine Temple raged on until dawn. Abdurrahman, impatient, led his forces straight to Nanshan Mountain. Entering the mountain, he pointed to a large rock in a valley according to the system's guidance. Move this rock over and dig below. Teddy Chong couldn't resist asking, What is this, Your Majesty? Abdurrahman replied, The treasury is empty, and I must dig up treasure to reward you and sixth uncle. Last night, I dreamed there was treasure here, and I surely won't return empty-handed. Teddy Chung trembled. Your Majesty, please don't embarrass this sinner. If I promise a reward, it will certainly come. Please continue translating the text as needed. Abdurrahman lowered his voice. At that time, I will also have Ankit deliver it to you with great fanfare, and you must not refuse. Chapter 45. Two princes' residences turn into gold vaults. The attendants, though not entirely convinced that there were treasures here, dared not defy the emperor's orders. Moreover, this was a rare opportunity to impress the emperor, so they dug with great enthusiasm. After digging more than 10 feet deep, the soil became noticeably looser. They began digging frantically by hand, driven by anticipation. Soon enough, heavy gold ingots started to emerge. One attendant shouted excitedly, Your Majesty, we've found gold. Teddy Chung was even more elated than Abdurrahman, leaning in for a closer look. The dazzling gold nearly blinded him. He hurriedly said to Abdurrahman, Your Majesty, your dream was truly divine. There is indeed treasure here. Indeed, could the system deceive us? Sitting on a twisted tree, Abdurrahman did not get up and urge them on. Add more manpower. Dig everything out? Yes, Your Majesty. More attendants joined in, yet it still took them half a day to finish. By then, night had fallen. The towering piles of gold gleamed brilliantly, illuminating the darkness as if they could light up the entire night, making an incredibly impressive sight. Upon hearing that there was 10,000 taels of gold, Abdurrahman grew excited too. In this era, each nation had its own currency. For instance, Tang used the Kaiyuan Tongbao. Due to varying prices and uncertain monetary values, international trade was heavily restricted. Fortunately, gold and silver had become widely accepted across nations for cross-border trade, making them extremely valuable. However, Tang's continuous wars had made international trade stagnant like a dead pond. The amount of gold stored in the national treasury was less than what he had unearthed today. Furthermore, although ancient dramas often depicted emperors rewarding people with 10,000 taels of gold effortlessly, these rewards were actually in copper coins. Currently, with nations vying for supremacy and constantly recruiting soldiers, even rewards of 1,000 taels were rare. During Teddy's reign, he often generously rewarded the princes with gold and silver. Later, due to financial shortages, he resorted to using copper coins after a visit to the national treasury at the request of Ministry of Revenue officials. If he saw 10,000 taels of gold now, he would surely want to deposit it in the treasury. Abdurrahman spent a night resting in the mountains before returning to Chang'an early the next morning. Upon seeing the radiant gold, Teddy exclaimed excitedly, This must be 10,000 taels? Where did you get it from? Abdurrahman replied, The god of wealth appeared in my dreams, and I went to Nanshan to dig it up. Grandfather, have you ever seen this much gold? Teddy chuckled wryly. Has our Tang dynasty ever accumulated this much gold in the treasury? Good grandson, you are truly the god of wealth for Tang. Such fortune is beyond ordinary men. This will certainly ease the immediate needs of the national treasury. The national treasury? Abdurrahman said, Grandfather, that should be handled by the ministers. This gold belongs to me. This whole world is yours, and you're dividing it like this? Exactly. Otherwise, why do I keep them around? To challenge me every day? Teddy was speechless and waved his hand. Fine. Each to their own. You are the emperor. You decide. Besides, you've strategically eliminated all enemy spies inside and outside Chang'an. I am very pleased, and I won't covet your 10,000 taels of gold. Yet he kept staring. Abdurrahman laughed. Bring Jing Wang and Han Wang here. Teddy retracted his gaze. We can discuss this gradually, Abdurrahman said to Ankit. Go, let the two princes ride high horses while you personally escort the 10,000 taels of gold behind them. Make sure to open all boxes and celebrate properly for the two princes. Upon hearing this, Teddy Jing, and Teddy Chung felt like crying. Teddy pained over the gold, while Teddy Jing and Teddy Chung couldn't accept it but had no choice. They left the palace, mounted their horses, and headed towards their residences. Their estates were adjacent, facilitating daily visits. However, it would probably make future assassin attempts easier. Hurry, beat the drums, blow the suona louder. Ankit escorted the gold flamboyantly, making sure everyone knew. Soon, the road was crowded with people amazed by the endless carriages filled with gold. Citizens marveled at the generosity of the reward, arguably the greatest since Tang's founding. These two princes had unparalleled imperial favor. After a long time, Ankit finally delivered the 10,000 taels of gold to the princes' residences. He sipped tea and commented, Your estates rival the imperial palace in splendor. Do you have enough space to store this gold? Teddy Chung quickly replied, Please inform His Majesty that storing this gold will be effortless. What do you mean, effortless? Teddy Jing nudged him. We brothers have accumulated 20,000 strings of coins, all belonging to His Majesty. We will keep this gold along with it, ready for His Majesty to claim at any time. Abdurrahman was too well known. A man who had even killed his own father wouldn't hesitate. They needed money to stay alive amidst constant assassination attempts by enemy nations. Rewards were just for show. Abdurrahman wanted a small gold vault outside the palace. Alas, their painstakingly gathered wealth would soon belong to another. Teddy Chung experienced Abdurrahman's methods firsthand and added, Brother Six, this wealth surely belongs to His Majesty. We will also help His Majesty earn more, dedicating ourselves as loyal servants without any selfishness. To be humiliated to such an extent? Perhaps it was necessary. This was truly self-inflicted suffering. Teddy Jing looked at Ankit. Please convey our loyalty to His Majesty. Ha ha ha, Ankit admired. The princes are wise. No wonder His Majesty repaid grievances with virtue. If you continue attracting assassins and earning more, His Majesty won't trouble you. This reassured them greatly. Back in the palace, Teddy pointed at Abdurrahman upon learning of his plan. As I expected, they are wealthier than your father. Using their residences as a mini-vault means all their wealth becomes yours. You're enriching yourself rather than confiscating for the state. At this rate, you'll soon be richer than any nation. Just about being obsessed with wealth. It was as if he had been born into the wrong era. If he had been born into a merchant family, he might have become a wealthy merchant like Riggs of the Ming dynasty. Teddy suddenly felt that it wasn't just about being obsessed with wealth. It was like he had been born into the wrong era. If he had been born into a merchant family, he might have become a rich merchant like Riggs in the Ming dynasty. Rich enough to rival a nation? Abdurrahman scoffed. Grandfather Emperor, this is just a small goal. With the current treasury funds, my personal stash will surpass it this year. You brat, with just a couple of compliments from me, you start treating the national treasury like your own pocket? Teddy said disbelievingly. Despite enormous expenditures, the treasury collected over 8 million strings of cash last year. Tax collection for this year has just begun and will only increase. How much does your personal fund have now? Probably around 100,000 strings of cash. Abdurrahman said confidently. It's more than enough as startup capital. Startup? Using real money to establish my own legacy. What about the Tang dynasty? Right behind me. When I am wealthy, how can it remain poor? Does he value wealth over the empire? Suddenly, Teddy felt that his grandson wasn't just obsessed with money, but was possibly in the wrong dynasty altogether. If he were born into a merchant fence, claiming to save Buddhism and eliminate demons, he personally led an army, claiming to have 800,000 troops, to attack the Tang Empire. Panic spread through the court. Clearly, this was a major problem. The Tang Empire was already fighting the Turks in the north and defending against the Chu Kingdom in the east. Moreover, Henley had already mobilized 200,000 troops to Sichuan. Where would they find the manpower to face Liang's massive army? But Abdurrahman didn't seem overly concerned. He summoned Unkit to the palace, just as the system announced a hidden task completion. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've triggered the hidden task of weakening Buddhism and triggering warfare. Reward: salt purification technique. This comes at just the right time. Abdurrahman's treasury now held over 100,000 guan, and turning coarse salt into refined salt for sale promised substantial profits. In this era, refined salt did not exist, and its purity requirements weren't high. Simply dissolving sea or rock salt in water, then filtering and boiling it, could achieve this. Although salt was monopolized by governments, smuggling was rampant. As the Jeffrey, Abdurrahman saw potential in stirring up this murky market, possibly causing chaos in enemy countries. Seeing Abdurrahman hadn't spoken for a while, Unkit gently asked, Your Majesty? Cough, cough. Abdurrahman cleared his throat, regaining composure. For this anti-Buddhist action, you must be measured. Don't go too far. I told Hamilton that I wouldn't destroy the Buddhist community in the Tang Empire. Unkit boldly replied, Your Majesty, I met Hamilton a few days ago. He didn't say you broke your promise but noted that you've truly made the Buddhist community, originally without form. How can it be tainted by dust? Ba. Abdurrahman clasped his hands together. I didn't want to take advantage of the situation, but both Confucianism and Buddhism are riddled with problems that need rectification. In this age of imperial competition, I won't tolerate any backward forces. Buddhism has indeed become more aggressive in land seizures and money hoarding. Your factories have confiscated nearly 300,000 guan, all deposited into the imperial treasury. Huh, they are indeed prosperous and overflowing with wealth. Abdurrahman chuckled coldly. Release Dayon. Let him move the ancestral tablets wherever he wants without interference. As for those famous scholars previously imprisoned, we can't let them eat for free. Send them to Alban to help revise the clan register. This was a brilliant move. Alban would undoubtedly be distressed. Facing immense pressure, he now had to work alongside scholars accused of treason, effectively using them to coerce him. If he favored Alpha, Azariah, Qigong, or the 5 surnames and 7 lineages, he'd risk being implicated in treason. Unkit understood and said, Changsun needs help. I'll arrange it immediately. Wait. Abdurrahman strode a few steps. Issue an edict declaring my desire for immortality. Invite alchemists from across the realm to Chang'an. Whoever concocts the elixir of immortality will receive 10,000 gold and be ennobled as a prince equal to me, sharing the Tang Empire. The reward startled Unkit. Perplexed, he asked, having already weakened Confucianism and Buddhism, shouldn't Taoism be next? Why? Are you questioning my intentions? I dare not. I will proceed immediately. After Unkit left, Teddy arrived, laughing and sighing. How old are you? Even I, halfway to my mausoleum, haven't sought immortality. Are you really planning to share the Tang Empire with others? The emperors of Bart and Han sought it, didn't they? Abdurrahman laughed. This is the trend. Don't worry, if they concoct the elixir, I'll give you one. But do you have the time to wait for it? Teddy retorted. When you attacked Buddhism, I warned you Mateo might retaliate. Look at the current situation. He's putting on a show, pretending to save Buddhism while actually punishing you. If he advances unimpeded, other aggrieved emperors might slap himself. Could Abdurrahman take this seriously? With the southeastern borders in peril, trust me, grandfather. If you insist on helping, come help me make clay pills. I need to attend to matters of state continuity. It's important, don't disturb me. Rogue. Teddy fumed as Abdurrahman slipped away. He wished he could tear down Zakin Palace. At such a critical moment, Abdurrahman still had time for whimsical distractions? Chapter 47. Caesar's Full Thoughts. Sienda Palace. A woman sat in a bathtub, lifting her lotus-like arms to gently pick up rose petals from the water, only to scatter them casually again. Surrounded by steam, she appeared like an ethereal goddess, exquisitely beautiful with an air of languid melancholy. Whenever the slightly youthful face flashed in her mind, her lips would involuntarily curve into a smile. Whether out of happiness or self-mockery, she couldn't tell. She had been brought to the palace for quite some time now. Her wounds had long since healed, yet the person who was supposed to appear still hadn't shown up. This delay was starting to make her feel restless. But then she reminded herself that this person always enjoyed playing hard to get, and she must be patient. She'd find a way to pay him back eventually. Abdurrahman approached the door, Noticing a maid carrying a bucket of bathwater, he motioned for her to step aside, took the bucket from her, and tiptoed into the room. The woman, already feeling flustered, had covered her face with a handkerchief and reclined in the tub. Hearing footsteps, she said softly, "Add the water and wait outside. I don't need assistance." Abdurrahman remained silent as he walked to the edge of the bathtub, choosing a prime viewing spot. As he poured the water, he began to appraise her form. Indeed, he viewed it as a masterpiece, a scenic painting with rippling water reflecting the beauty described in poetry. Flesh like snow and bones like jade, eyebrows like mountains under spring clouds. It also captured the delicate charm and shy allure found in art films. If he had a brush and ink at that moment, he would have sketched this scene to admire later. Although he couldn't enjoy it fully right now, just looking satisfied his hunger. He stood there, entranced, even after finishing pouring the water. Sensing something amiss, the woman removed her handkerchief. Seeing a man in imperial robes standing there, openly gazing at her, she screamed, turning away in panic. In doing so, Abdurrahman caught sight of her exceptional fertility. In his previous life, he had mocked such claims of innate talent, but now he realized no words could better describe it. Some beauties were simply born, unmatched by even the most skilled surgeons. Clearing his fiery nose, he said, "Miss Margaret, after meeting Unkit, you should have guessed who I am." Even though she had her suspicions, hearing him call him, "Bite your lip," she said, "Did you really write those poems?" "Why else?" Abdurrahman shrugged. "It's difficult even for talented poets to match those works. Write one now." "So be it." Abdurrahman stared at her perfect figure emerging from the water. "Such a scene deserves a poem. Let me compose one for you. Listen carefully. Clouds resemble clothes, flowers emulate beauty. Spring wind touches the railing, dew makes the blossoms lush. If not seen atop Mount Yuji, surely met on moonlit jade terrace." Margaret's lips parted in surprise, the ripples spreading. Another masterpiece worthy of literary acclaim. No wonder he dared challenge Confucians and scholars. He surpassed all others with his own talent. He seemed a celestial being cast down to earth. She bit her lip, blushing. "Your servant loves this poem?" Indeed, in this era, Taj's poetry worked wonders. Abdurrahman considered adopting the pseudonym literary thief for such feats. Changing identities before her, Abdurrahman asked, "Shouldn't we discuss your revenge?" Unkit reported that you were the sole survivor of Sui Kingdom's spies. "Revenge is certain." Margaret's expression darkened. "But can I please get dressed first?" Abdurrahman eyed her. "You might strike more effectively now than clothed." Margaret glared coldly. "You talk of revenge, yet you can still be frivolous? From the moment I entered, I felt no murderous intent from you. It seems your life in the Sui Kingdom was unsatisfactory. Can you read minds?" With a glance of embarrassment, Margaret stood up, walked out of the bathtub, and dressed before him, ignoring his gaze. Abdurrahman felt an intense visual impact. Driven by desire, he embraced her rose-scented body. "Perhaps lust or intuition made me realize the first moment I saw you. You were meant to be mine." Margaret broke free and knelt. "For your servant, whether you're a noble or the emperor, you are the one. If I could serve you forever, I would die without regret. But my family was massacred, and with the plan failed, seeking vengeance has become harder. Please, your majesty, assist me." "Massacre?" Abdurrahman helped her stand. "Tell me." Margaret clenched her fists. "I come from a scholarly family in the Sui Kingdom. My father, unwittingly involved in the prince succession dispute, supported Duke Xavier of you. Xavier accused us of treason and killed my entire family. Seeing my potential, he kept me alive, training me as a spy to kill the king here in Chang'an. He only used my beauty, never trusting me. When you appeared at Zue Xianglu, his assassins targeted you. Luckily you hid well. Otherwise, they would have forced me to kill you. So, you were once in danger too." Abdurrahman hooked her waist. "You trusted me and down." Chapter 48. A naturally perfected beauty. Margaret slightly lowered her eyelids, and without looking down, she saw it. She detached from Abdurrahman's embrace like a frightened rabbit. Then she ran to the other side of the canopied bed, keeping a bed-length distance from him. She said, "Your Majesty's favor has taken me aback. I am only skilled with words, not anything else. Please let me go, Your Majesty." As she spoke, she didn't dare look at Abdurrahman. It wasn't that she was unwilling to give herself to him. Rather, whenever she thought about how he enjoyed teasing her, she wanted to retaliate. Moreover, being teased this way by someone younger, she wished she could burrow under the bed. Seeing her draped in a thin veil with her cheeks flushed red, Abdurrahman felt as if a ripe peach had flown out of his reach once again, leaving his heart crawling with ants. He smiled and said, "Didn't you say that if we met again, you would be lying here waiting for me?" Margaret covered her face with both hands. "I meant after I helped your majesty manage your business. That might take until the seas dry up and the rocks crumble. Our business is destined to grow very large." Noticing that he was staring straight at her chest while saying the last few words, Margaret bravely lifted her head and said, "Then I'll just serve as your majesty's manager." "You're sure?" Abdurrahman raised an eyebrow. "If waiting can be beautiful, why wait when something can happen naturally? Are you still seeking revenge?" "I have not," she replied. "For my teasing you?" "Your majesty, you can tease me too, but your method is wrong. Let me show you how." As he approached her step by step, Margaret fought the urge to run and said, "If even this needs teaching from your majesty, won't I lose favor easily?" "How can you lose favor when you learn from me? And since I enjoy imparting wisdom through practice, we will explore endless mysteries, perhaps night and day." "No, day and night." "Your majesty." Margaret gave him a stern look. "You're about to corrupt me. I know there are many beauties in your majesty's harem. I don't want to stay here and fight with them. I only wish to manage your majesty's business well. When you have time, come see me. As for teasing you, my skills are too shallow. I surrender, all right? Turn around. No peeking." "Don't worry, I won't peek." Abdurrahman turned around, eager inside. From her alluring eyes, He could tell she had made up her mind. Henceforth, the dragon flag shall never fall. And this woman truly deserved his compassion. Xavier's fate was sealed. After a short while, a barely audible voice reached his ears. You can turn back now. Abderrahman's dragon flag stands tall. Why go to court? He continued exhausting himself with joy, while the officials suffered, primarily from emotional strain. Neglecting governance wouldn't save them if the Liang army overran Tang. Managing it wouldn't either. He ignored advice, indulging in beauty instead. Frustrated, they sought an audience with the retired emperor, but he refused to see them. They often heard eunuchs worry when the emperor doesn't. Now, the emperor wasn't worried, and neither were the eunuchs, leaving them desperate. They wished to resign, but remained unsatisfied, so they tortured themselves further. Unbeknownst to them, Teddy wasn't avoiding them. He couldn't interfere. He'd handed Tang over to Abderrahman, who seemed prepared though silent. During a mahjong game with Carmine, Nathaniel, Terrence, and others, he chuckled. That kid indulges so much. At least succession isn't a worry. I fear only his health. Carmine coughed heavily. We shouldn't comment on such matters. Seizing the moment, Teddy pressed. How will he deal with Mateo? Can 5 heads not surpass one? Rocco thought. Your Majesty favors ambushes and surprise attacks. Where does he get his troops? General Bobby is pinned by Chu. Perhaps General Memphis secretly mobilized light cavalry. But according to intelligence, those 200,000 troops are in Sichuan. We'd know if moved eastward, lead an army against Tang. Bill found it difficult to cope on both fronts, giving Mateo the opportunity. Now, Mateo was capturing cities and fortresses with no one able to stop him. The states of Sui, Han, Barg, Bart, and others were also mobilizing their troops, waiting for the right moment. The Great Tang was on the brink of ruin at any moment. He couldn't indulge in personal pleasures while neglecting the country. Knock, 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 knock. After arriving at the Shinda Hall, Teddy first knocked loudly on the door and then shouted, Brat, are you still alive? What does that even mean? Truly a loving grandfather. Abderrahman placed a stack of thick drawings on Margaret's stomach and whispered, Rest for a few more days, and we can carry out our plan. The Emperor will ensure the Eastern Factory and Prince of Han and Prince of Jing support you secretly. Seeing that he was still energetic, Margaret blushed and said shyly, Your Majesty, you're deceiving me again. The ox hasn't been worn out, but the field. Ha ha ha. Abderrahman kissed her on the cheek, laughing. Shouldn't you be happy? Margaret organized the blueprints and pulled the covers over herself. Go see his imperial grandfather quickly, or I'm afraid he'll burst in. Given his actions, that's certainly possible. Abderrahman hastily put on his imperial robe, stepped around the screen, walked briskly to the door, and opened it. As a result, Teddy bumped straight into his chest. There was no need to guess what he had been doing. Abderrahman held him gently as he walked a few steps outside and closed the door. Grandfather, isn't this disgraceful behavior for someone of your stature? Eavesdropping on your grandson? Nonsense. Teddy hurriedly covered his mouth. I was just worried when you didn't respond. Concerned? Abderrahman replied immediately. You should worry about yourself. Is your back alright? Although trying to restrain himself, he had already felt a twinge of pain, supporting his back as he scrutinized Abderrahman. You haven't left the palace for 10 days, yet you're still so lively. Are there women inside? Being doubted? Abderrahman coughed slightly. My beauties, give my respects to his imperial grandfather. Given your inconvenience, he surely won't blame you. Margaret was so annoyed she almost wanted to engage in another battle with him, but she couldn't dare to be negligent. She quickly said, This commoner greets his imperial grandfather. Teddy twitched his lips awkwardly. I only said it casually. There's no need to take it seriously. But matters concerning the prosperity of the state must be taken seriously. Abderrahman raised the tone, especially those involving the continuity of the empire. You've abandoned the nation and immersed yourself in debauchery daily. Do you have the face to mention these things? Teddy pulled him along a few steps. All countries are ready to pounce. If you don't get Mateo to retreat soon, Tang will be carved up. Abderrahman calculated the time. It's high time for court assembly. Let's go together, and I'll announce my strategy. Need help walking, grandfather? What help? I can walk myself. Though elderly, he had numerous wives and concubines. Being helped by a grandson who hadn't left bed for 10 days would be shameful. But after a few steps, he grabbed Abderrahman's arm, pretending to be affectionate. Good grandson, if you can once again turn the tide, this old man will humble himself to ask for your guidance. Guidance? Abderrahman rejected it outright. I don't want to contend with petty uncles anymore. This involves talent, which can't be bought for 1,000 pieces of gold. I'll give you 10,000. Truly? Abderrahman was delighted. Then let the Imperial Hospital prepare some medicine for you. Remember to send me 10,000 ounces of gold. Hearing this, Teddy nearly injured his back again. Ordering the Imperial Hospital to prepare medicine requires a specific decree. This was classic empty-handed manipulation. How did the Li family produce such a shameless descendant? Half an hour later, the grandfather and grandson wobbled into the Taiji Hall. However, the perception of them among the officials was very different. Teddy seemed to be the one indulged in pleasures. Once seated on the dragon throne, Abderrahman turned to Unkit and asked, How many Taoists have arrived in Chang'an? Unkit bowed, replying to your majesty, over 1,000 have arrived, including many pretenders. Shall we? No, more is better. Abderrahman waved his hand. Summon them all. I wish to meet them personally. All of them? Exactly, not a single one left out, and escort them with the Eastern Factory. Yes. Unkit dared not delay and quickly departed. The officials dared not voice their displeasure openly. When over 1,000 Taoists of all sorts were grandly invited onto the dais, they moved aside, showing disdain. Abderrahman was elated. Seeing so many Taoist masters with unique abilities gathered here fills me with confidence in your ability to create the elixir of immortality. Give each one a cup of imperial wine, 10 strings of coins. All expenses come from my private treasury, showing my sincerity. Once anyone creates the elixir, they will be rewarded with the title of king on par with the emperor, regardless of nationality. The officials were shocked. 1,000 people times 10 strings equals over 10,000 strings. What merit did these fraudsters deserve? Why not allocate the money? Not be enough. Add the Brandonway Temple too. The 3 provinces and 6 ministries must provide them with every convenience. Any who obstruct, behead. Note, maintained paragraph structure and style. Chapter 50, the insane emperor's cunning scheme. Is this still a degenerate emperor? Clearly, he has gone mad. He really has lost his mind. The weapons of the Tang dynasty either originate from the Office of Weapons or are produced by the Guard Temple. With hundreds of thousands of soldiers currently engaged in external battles, he assigns these 2 places to Taoist alchemists for elixir making. Is he hoping they will mutiny? Or does he think that since the Tang army has been winning consecutively, it's time to blunt their edge? It's completely absurd. They feel they have been made fools of, and even with bitter truths at hand, no one dares to advise him anymore. Instead, all eyes turn to Amador, Teddy. It's rare for the retired emperor to attend court. Surely, he won't let Abdurrahman run amok unchecked? At this moment, Teddy isn't just experiencing back pain, but also liver pain. Has this disobedient grandson been drained too much lately that he's become delirious? If so, Teddy could let those Taoists make him young restoring pills. But must he ruin the country like this? Yes, ruin. No better word fits this situation. With the nation nearly fully committed to war and enemy forces closing in, can there be any doubt as to which is more important, weapons or elixirs of immortality? Teddy says bitterly, is this your plan? Abdurrahman nods indifferently, more or less. Ridiculous. Teddy explodes with anger. You are playing with the lives of hundreds of thousands of Tang soldiers and treating the state as a toy. I can tolerate many things, but not this. Revoke your edict immediately. Hearing this, all the officials breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, some action, and at the right time too. Otherwise, the entire court would end up drinking the river Styx together. Any immortality potion would then benefit other rulers. Abdurrahman rarely sees him this angry. Looking sincerely repentant, he concedes, Grandfather, you're absolutely right. I'll follow your advice. Teddy intones deeply, now that's what I expected. But hearing is one thing, doing is another. Grandson respects your authority in the court, but you also said I'm the son of heaven, the one who decides life and death. All power lies in my hands. Teddy is speechless with rage. He's been outsmarted and left powerless. This was not how the young man used to act. At least he respected Teddy. Has he truly lost his mind due to excessive losses of vitality? Meanwhile, the court has fallen silent. Like the underworld. They feel like they've been summoned by the netherworld's constables. Abdurrahman lifts his arm, waving away the cold winds, saying, the safety of one person means the safety of the empire. Immortality elixirs are paramount. No further discussion needed. Unkit, carry on. Your humble servant follows your order. Unkit hastily arranges drinks and rewards before personally escorting the Taoists to the Office of Weapons, supervising them as they start their alchemy. Stopping beside a Taoist, he glances over critically. Can you perform alchemy? Get this charlatan dragged away and beheaded. Startled, the Taoist quickly kneels down, pleading, by heaven and earth, may Lord Factory Minister discern the truth. Saying this, he hands over the money he hadn't warmed to. You appear genuine. Work hard, and His Majesty will reward you generously. Unkit pats his shoulder and moves on to others. These Taoists know his power and dare not offend, quickly handing over the money. However, a stubborn few protest loudly. His Majesty treats us well, yet a eunuch dares extort us. Are you not afraid? Swish. Before Unkit speaks, an agent strikes, decapitating the protester. Seeing this, hesitant Taoists offer not only their rewards, but also their personal funds. After counting, an agent whispers to Unkit, all rewards from the hall have been collected, along with additional coins and treasures. Well done, we're profiting. Unkit instructs softly, store these funds at the Office of Weapons, send them to the mansion later. Keep them under strict surveillance, allowing no one to leave. Bring new arrivals here first, once full, direct them to the Guard Temple. Understood? Understood, sir. His Majesty is making a risk-free profit, and hearing of our generosity, wouldn't all Taoists flock here? Unkit chuckles inwardly, urges the Taoists to work harder, then departs. In the imperial court, Teddy stands, extremely disappointed. Since you insist on this folly, I'll return to the palace to await my fate. Wait, grandfather. Just as Abdurrahman prepares to continue, the system voice interrupts. Ding, congratulations on triggering hidden mission. Indulging in beauties and trusting Taoists, rewarded with medical expertise and a random selection of historical prime ministers. Do you wish to draw? It's time to get a chancellor to tidy up affairs. Without hesitation, Abdurrahman responds, draw? Ding, drawing. Congratulations on selecting Darius. He awaits outside the palace as a scholar. Darius? Abdurrahman smiles. He suits me well. He looks up to see Teddy standing fuming. He laughs awkwardly. Grandfather, don't be angry. I was distracted. You've given me a novel experience. Teddy covers his face. You should release your father. I cannot endure this treatment. Bitterness leads to sweetness. Abdurrahman steps forward. Since you worry about Liang's 800,000 troops, let me explain openly. I have again employed my old strategy, sending Henley with 8,000 light cavalry detached from the Flying Dragon Army training in Sichuan. They ride day and night through Song territory to strike Liang's capital Jiankong directly. Would Mateo dare not retreat? Through Song territory? Every official is astounded. Teddy is similarly stunned. While moving through Song to Jiankong bypasses Liang's main forces, it's a dangerous shortcut, but how could Song allow passage for Tang troops? Even if Rudy forgave the past enmity easily, his officials certainly wouldn't agree. What if Ramzan attacks Hindley and allies with Mateo against us? Such a move is even crazier than the previous alliance with Abram, yet it seems successful. Teddy's mood improves. How did you persuade of Ramzan? It was simple. Abdurrahman leans back. Song is rich in Confucianism, boasting scholars like Zhou Dunyi, Darian, Arsene, Germano, Ailby, Ian, Logan, Jace, Canornis, Theo, Su Dompa, Gavriel, Subart, Ainsworth, Ambrose. Thinking of Ramzan's wealth of talent makes him want to mock him. He is, of Ramzan likes subtle growth. Had Mateo not acted rashly, Abdurrahman wouldn't consider allying with such a person. Teddy guesses, did you trade Kong Inda and orthodoxy with Ramzan? Abdurrahman laughs. I'm already at odds with Confucians. Since Ramzan wants Kong Inda, why not use him? And detaining and releasing Kong Inda aimed to provoke chaos and catch spies, while deliberately baiting Ramzan to fear I'd execute him. So before crushing Buddhism, you planned for Mateo to attack and started preparations? Teddy feels heavily deceived. Your scheme surpasses mine. But sending Kong Inda to Song was a bad move. Clearly, it's a mad emperor. The original text uses Fengjun, which literally means crazy ruler. But in this context, mad emperor fits better and sounds more natural in English. He really has gone mad. The Tang dynasty's weapons either originate from the armory or are produced by the Brandonway Temple, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers fighting abroad. He is now entrusting these two places to Taoists for alchemy. Is he afraid they won't mutiny? Or does he think that since the Tang has been victorious in recent battles, it's time to dampen the momentum of his troops? This is absurd. They realize they have been toyed with like gold-crested macaques. Even holding Rottender's teachings are well taken. I will listen to you. Teddy sternly replies, that sounds like it. But listening is one thing. Acting is another. I respect your authority in the court, but you've also said that I am the son of heaven of the Tang dynasty, the absolute arbiter. You. Teddy chokes with rage, unable to vent it for a long while. He too has been played, and thoroughly without complaint. This wasn't how the lad used to be. He was always respectful, at least towards him. Could it really be because he lost too much essence, losing his soul along with it? Unbeknownst to them, the court is eerily silent, like the underworld. They feel as if their souls have been snatched away by the black and white constables. Note, Hui Bai Wuchang is a cultural reference to mythological figures in Chinese folklore. It's acceptable to use the black and white constables for clarity in English, or you may choose to explain briefly if necessary for your audience. For better fluency and natural reading in English, it could be adjusted as, they feel as if their souls have been snatched away by the otherworldly constables. This maintains the cultural flavor while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Abdurrahman raises his arm, waving away the gloom. My fate is tied to the empire. My safety is the safety of the realm. Creating the elixir of immortality takes precedence above all. No further discussion is needed. Unkit, proceed. Your servant obeys. Unkit promptly orders wine and rewards before personally leading his agents to escort the Taoists to the armory, overseeing their alchemy work. Glancing at one of the Taoists, he questions, can you actually make elixirs? Get someone here. This person is a fraud. Take him out and execute him. The Taoist is terrified, hurriedly kneeling down. Sir, truly, please understand. He quickly hands over the reward money. He hasn't even warmed up yet. It seems you're a genuine Taoist. Work diligently. His Majesty will not mistreat you. Unkit pats his shoulder and moves to other Taoists. Seeing his power, none dare offend him, hastily handing over their rewards. But one obstinate Taoist retorts furiously. His Majesty treats us so generously, yet you, a eunuch, dare to enrich yourself, extorting us. Aren't you afraid? Swish. Before he can finish, one of Chao's agents slices off the man's head. Seeing this, the hesitant Taoists not only hand over the reward money but also their personal funds. Chao's agents tally it up and whisper. Reporting to Director, all the money His Majesty rewarded has been recovered, with extra copper coins, gold, and silver. We made a profit, excellent. Unkit whispers. Temporarily store this money in the armory. Find an opportunity to send it to the prince's mansion. Monitor them closely, ensuring father. Don't be angry. I was distracted. Your delay has enlightened me. Teddy, exasperated, adds, release your father. I cannot endure this any longer. Suffering comes before joy. There's sweetness after bitterness. Abdurrahman steps forward. Since you're worried about Liang's 80,000 troops, let me explain openly. I have repeated an old trick, sending Hindley with 8,000 light cavalry from the Flying Dragon Army, racing day and night through Song territory to strike directly at Liang's capital Jiankong. What do you think Xia Connor will do? Through Song territory? Officials are shocked. Teddy shares the sentiment. Song, though neighboring Liang, offers a shortcut around Liang's army. But why would Song allow Tang forces through? Recall the spies and assassins from Song captured earlier. Even if Emperor Andreas of Song can forgive easily, his courtiers won't agree. What if Andreas attacks Hindley and allies with Xia Connor to assault Tang? This move is even crazier than his previous alliance with Abram. But apparently it worked. Teddy's mood improves. How did you persuade Andreas? Simply put. Abdurrahman, sitting on the steps, crossing his legs, says, Song boasts thriving Confucianism with great scholars like Zhou Dunyi, Darian, Arsene, as well as literary figures like Germano, Ailby, Ian, Logan, Jace, Canornis, Theo, Su Dompa, Gavriel, Su Bobbin, Ainsworth, Ambrose. Thinking of this, he can't resist adding. Andreas's resources are immense. Andreas prefers steady development. Had Xia Connor not provoked him, he wouldn't consider such alliances. Hearing this, Teddy suspects. Did you trade Kong Indar and Confucian orthodoxy with Andreas? Abdurrahman laughs. Given my strained relationship with Confucians, and Kong Indar set to leave with ancestral tablets, why not leverage it? Moreover, by releasing and imprisoning Kong Indar again, I incited the literati, stirred chaos, and caught foreign spies. Also, I baited Andreas to fear I'd kill Kong Indar. So before the anti-Buddhist purge, you anticipated Xia Connor's attack and prepared? Teddy suddenly feels deceived. Your scheme surpasses mine. But sending Kong Indar to Song is a poor move. Chapter 51. The Vigor-Enhancing Elixir. In recent years, the literary scene in Song had been flourishing and had been vying for Confucian orthodoxy with the Great Tang. If Daeon were to take the ancestral tablet of the sage to Song, it would allow Song to unite scholars across the land. The power this would generate would not be any less formidable than Mateo's 80,000-strong army. Moreover, while Rudy appeared content with his corner, why not use this argument? I've noticed, you are just as stubborn as all these officials. Although Teddy heard the term, stubborn, for the first time, understanding the situation, he chuckled awkwardly. Well, you little rascal, give me some face, or else I won't come to the Taiji Palace anymore, even if you carry me here. Saying this last part, he deliberately walked over to Abdurrahman and lowered his voice. In reality, he was using this as an excuse. Given Abdurrahman's abilities, did he really need him to manage state affairs? He had already made up his mind. From now on, whatever Abdurrahman wanted to do was fine. Even if heaven fell, Abdurrahman would be hit first. Living in the palace amidst music and dance, he found himself more exhausted than during his reign. What was the point of all this? Abdurrahman detected something from his words and muttered, Grandfather Emperor, I understand. Perhaps you should focus on producing more royal uncles for me in the palace. After court, I'll send you an elixir prescription I found. Take it on time, and soon I can escort the senior uncles and then the junior ones too. Naughty boy, what kind of talk is that? Teddy patted his shoulder but couldn't help asking, is that what you're using? Countless black lines appeared on Abdurrahman's forehead. Do you think your grandson needs such medicine? Teddy hesitated. Seeing the two whispering, the officials pricked up their ears. After listening for a long time, they couldn't figure out anything concrete. If they knew the two emperors were discussing vigor-enhancing elixirs on the Grand Hall, they would be shocked, and some might even secretly seek the formula. Having extracted another 10,000 strings of cash, Abdurrahman looked at the officials. I've read your reports on the great drought in Hunan, Allah. Allah hastily stepped forward. Your subject is here. Abdurrahman declared. The state treasury is empty. Facing such a disaster requires unity between the emperor and officials. The retired emperor mentioned donations, and offered to lead by donating 10,000 strings of cash. I naturally cannot lag behind, so I will donate 10,000 strings of cash as well. Managing the donations from royal relatives and officials falls on you. Don't disappoint me. Upon hearing this, Teddy wished he could kick Abdurrahman. When did he say he would donate? This kid let Allah take the blame and used him as a shield. Worst, he still had to pay that 10,000 strings. How sly. Allah knew it wasn't an easy task but answered grimly, your subject obeys. Abdurrahman smiled, Your Excellencies, don't get too nervous. Donate according to your means. I wouldn't want the retired emperor eating porridge and pickles daily just to support disaster relief. I'd be heartbroken. Eating porridge and pickles? Teddy raised his hand. This naughty kid decided for him again. As the emperor, shouldn't he set an example? The officials' hearts sank. They lose everything overnight. Busy party strife and restraining me. If Darius doesn't deal with you before that, it wouldn't be fair. Abdurrahman smirked. Bring someone named Darius to the palace gate to meet me. Soon after, a composed, authoritative middle-aged man entered the hall and greeted. Your humble subject Darius pays respects to your majesty. Rise. Abdurrahman waved his hand, proclaimed the edict, appoint Darius as the right minister of the Board of Works, overseeing the administration. Darius calmly replied, Thank you, your majesty. What? The officials, still worrying about money, were jolted awake. They dared promote, and he dared accept. From a commoner to a prime minister instantly. Unprecedented. Previously thinking Colt's quick rise to a high-ranking official was unparalleled. Now Darius broke the record. Who was this man? To gain such favor from the emperor despite public disapproval? Teddy intervened again. Tao, are you joking? That's the right minister of the Board of Works. He has neither achievements nor political merit. How can he hold such a position? Abdurrahman pointed at the officials. These obstinate fellows who argue with me daily can still hold high positions. Why not him as my confidant? Teddy was speechless. The officials trembled. We dare not. No one dared to dissuade him. This was the effect Abdurrahman wanted. Signaling Darius to join the ranks, Abdurrahman continued. Summon Prince Avril of Ruching and Prince Thorntongong of Avramjun. Soon, the two lethargic royal ministers appeared in the hall. Abdurrahman stretched lazily. Prince Avril, the Ministry of Justice is a mess. As its minister, you should return to stabilize it. Mildly, Meow Avril replied. Your subject lacks talent and virtue, only wishes to. No, you don't. Abdurrahman cut him off violently. I limit you 1 month to clean up the Ministry of Justice, otherwise, exterminate your family. Meow Avril shuddered and responded immediately. Your subject will not fail, your majesty. Nathaniel saw the opportunity and said, Your majesty, I am already old. I only ask that you remember my past contributions to Great Tang, and allow me to return home to enjoy my remaining years. No, not a chance. Abdurrahman used the same tone. Nathaniel, receive your edict. The emperor appoints you as the Duke of Hujian, Grand General of the Right Military Office, overseeing the protection of carriages and camps, and leading the imperial troops. By entrusting you with my life, you must rejuvenate and be as valiant as in your youth despite your age. After a long pause, Nathaniel could not hold back his tears, sobbing, I will protect your majesty with my life, no matter what happens. Rise. Abdurrahman said meaningfully, you are all members of the Li family, and the most capable ones at that. If I cannot trust you, who can I trust? I may have been strict with the royal family, but since the founding of our dynasty, extravagance has been rampant among royalty. They enjoy everything merely because they bear the surname Li. This situation needs to change, don't you think? Atli and Nathaniel were moved beyond words, exclaiming, Indeed, your majesty is wise. Tish. After hearing so much about tyrants, those two words, wise, make my skin crawl. Ha ha ha. He casually commented, drawing laughter from both of them before leaving the officials momentarily dazed. A ruler governs the hearts of people. His timing and methods were impeccable. Now that he had secured his throne, by entrusting these two royal ministers with important roles, they would not only be grateful but also help him control the royal family. In essence, he had gained two more loyal generals. Those who were disloyal were now truly in danger. Without unexpected incidents, he was ready to purge them and clean up the court. For a moment, everyone became tense. Why are you so nervous? Abdurrahman saw through them, saying, let me tell you something interesting. I've talked at length about borrowing Song's path, but I haven't received any battle reports yet. We don't even know if Hindley's surprise attack was successful. The officials instantly became even more anxious. Teddy's heart leapt into his throat. Chapter 52. Consecutively gaining 5 generals, 3 princes act together. Still not successful? Then what are you bragging about here? The battlefield changes in an instant. The enemy country is cunning like a fox. Everything is unpredictable. Even someone as domineering as Jim or as crafty as Abram would not boast in the court before receiving the battle reports. This isn't strategy. This is playing with the sons of the Tang dynasty and our country's fate. In a situation surrounded by strong enemies, overconfidence is most to be avoided, because no country can be underestimated. Emperor Teddy spoke shakily. Do you even know if Song has truly allowed Hindley to pass through their territory? It's too far. It takes many days for information to travel back and forth. Abdurrahman said indifferently, however, since I dared to say it in advance, I am certain of its success. And wasn't everyone speculating on how I would handle the situation? I told you voluntarily, yet you tremble with fear. From now on, don't ask or speculate, so as not to disturb my peace. You, Teddy was enraged, hair standing up, but you can't be so reckless. If Mateo learns of your plan in advance, Hindley and his 8,000 light cavalry will die in Liang. I want Mateo to know in advance. What reason could there be? To openly disdain him, play with him, infuriate him. Only then will no one falsely pretend to interfere in Tang's internal affairs in the future. Furthermore, winning this battle beautifully can intimidate the Central Plains, discouraging those stirring enemy countries from dividing the Tang. Hopeless. He thinks of everything in terms of play. Yet such life or death matters aren't to be played with. His success in dealing with the Turkic invasion does not mean the same will happen this time. After all, the Liang army's combat strength is formidable. Mateo is not one to pretend either. Moreover, the great Song lies between them. Though there are many pretentious scholars in that court, none of them are easy to deal with. Even if Hindley indeed reached Jiankong, forcing Mateo to withdraw troops for support, would the Song let the tiger go free? The official's legs were numb. Leonard forced himself to take a few steps and said, Your Majesty, even if your calculations control all, how can 8,000 soldiers stand against the entire Liang nation? We cannot reclaim lost territory. Minister Brandan makes a reasonable point. Abdurrahman smiled lightly, but I'm too lazy to think about these now. Let me tell you something fun. Hearing this, the officials almost collapsed en masse in the hall. Playing still? You might as well kill all the ministers outright. Your style of play, no one can bear. Abdurrahman ignored their reactions, doing as he pleased. I'm sure you've heard of people with natural rebellious tendencies. I can tell just by looking. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Officials who had weak knees earlier now had necks as hard as stone, swallowing loudly in unison. Indeed, he began cleansing the court, using such methods. With the precedents of Magnus, Randall, including Teddy Chung and Teddy Jing, they all cherished the state of having their heads on their necks temporarily. Teddy suspiciously asked, Is there anyone with natural rebellious tendencies in this court? Abdurrahman replied, Yes, more than one. Officials looked at each other, sucking in cold air. You're anxious again, but why be anxious? I won't cut all of you off. Abdurrahman tilted his head, supporting his chin with one hand. Jiaoshin County Marquis Irwin, Vice Commander Pierre, and Chariot General Augustine. You three have natural rebellious tendencies. Irwin, Pierre, and Augustine, who were already uneasy, now fell to their knees, panicking. Your Majesty, we are wronged. We have no disloyal thoughts. Though they said so, they knew escape was futile. They were all from the Bart Wangfu, Prince of Bart's residence. Correction. They were all from the Bart Wangfu, Prince of Bart's residence. Note. For better readability and fluency in English, it's better to translate Alphafu as Prince of Bart's residence, instead of keeping it partially in Chinese. However, if you want to maintain some elements of the original language for stylistic reasons, you might use Bart Wangfu, Prince of Bart's residence. In most cases, translating fully to Prince of Bart's residence would be more natural for an English reader. Since this is a direct continuation of the narrative and not an isolated sentence, here is the improved integration. They were all from the Prince of Bart's residence. After punishing Henri and Birch by making them forge iron, and confining Terence and Rocco to the palace, he was obviously about to move against his father's people. And this time, he was going to strike with lethal force. After punishing Henri and Birch to smithy iron, imprisoning Terence and Rocco in the palace, he obviously planned to target his father's men again. And this time, using the executioner's blade. Poor them, who had fantasized about rising to power after Alpha ascended the throne, ended up as sacrifices in the struggle for royal power. Worse still, branded with natural rebellious tendencies. Such a miserable end. Teddy to stop. Prove it then. I can admit my misjudgment before all. Can you prove your worth? Yes. Irwin rushed forward, kneeling down. If your Majesty gives me a chance, I'll fight tirelessly, swearing allegiance. Excellent. Abdurrahman thunderously proclaimed. This is our agreement, a public move, witnessed by all. Edict. Promote Irwin to Left Guard General, confer Marquis of Caesar's State. Depart immediately to join the Flying Dragon Army for the counterattack on Liang in the southeastern border. Promotion? And becoming a Marquis? Irwin tearfully responded. Understood, Your Majesty. Pierre and Augustine, disbelief mingling with urgency, cried, "Your Majesty, we also wish to prove we are not rebels." Abdurrahman generously replied, "Since I offer Erwin a chance, I won't favor one over another." Edict. Promote Pierre to left guard middle commander, confer Count of Wuyan County. Augustine to right guard general, confer Earl of Chongping, both joining Ho in attacking Liang. I've already issued secret orders for the Flying Dragon Army to head southeast. Depart now, and you'll soon rendezvous. My demands are simple. Reclaim lost lands, capture Kong Prefecture. Remember, I've rewarded you up front. Don't disappoint. Kong Prefecture? Liang's heavily fortified stronghold. Not large in area but divided between Tang and Liang, shaped like a dagger, extremely narrow. For years, Liang's incursions into Tang came from Kong Prefecture, a constant thorn in Tang's side. During the retired emperor's reign, Bill, Atli, and others failed to capture Kong Prefecture despite leading large armies. Thus, this was an extremely high demand, not low. Nonetheless, the trio felt their blood boiling. Given command of the 20,000-strong Flying Dragon Army, and Henley drawing Liang forces away, what more could they fear? Charge forward. Like awakened lions roaring, we will capture Kong Prefecture to repay your majesty. Depart then. Translation note. The names have been transliterated according to Pinyin. Indeed. Just now, the man who had almost been dismembered by 5 horses was now ennobled as a marquis and walked out of the hall with high spirits. The official seemed to see 10,000 rays of light emanating from Abdurrahman's body. After subduing Atli and Nathaniel, he had now subdued 3 more generals. His skill in life and death matters was used to its utmost. They all thought he was a tyrant, but little did they know, he was not at all confused. Note, Hunjun is typically translated as tyrant or degenerate emperor, rather than dark emperor. In this, they had captured territory after territory, their might unchallenged. Kangzhou's 3 eastern territories were soon to be annexed by the Great Liang. No matter whom Abdurrahman sent, it was destined to be feudal. Before the expedition, they had regarded Abdurrahman's defeats of the Turks and Western Chu as no small feat, but now, it seemed like nothing much. The scout hesitated slightly before saying, "Not long ago, Abdurrahman declared openly in court that he instructed Henley to lead 8,000 cavalry through Song state territory straight to Jiankong." Rip. Clattering. Mateo's hand twitched, and the prayer beads scattered across the ground. His thick eyebrows knitted together as he forced calmness. Through Song state? Why have I not received any reports from Jiankong? How could Song state possibly allow Tang troops to pass? They offered Confucian orthodoxy in exchange. Generals quickly looked at Mateo in alarm. "My lord, Jiankong is in grave danger. Abdurrahman is too cunning. Please dispatch reinforcements. Jiankong is the capital of Great Liang and must not be lost." "What are you panicking for?" Mateo squatted down and began picking up the prayer beads one by one. "If I hadn't received any report yet, and he announced it so publicly in court, there must be a trick here." The scout stammered. He said even he didn't receive any reports but wanted to challenge and infuriate you. Learning their lord was being so disdained and mocked remotely, the general's rage soared toward Chang'an. Mateo's fury blazed. "That son really has a tiger's heart and a leopard's gall to dare this against me." "Domenico." A general clad in white knelt on one knee. "Your servant is present. I appoint you as the vanguard leading the white-robed army. Engage the supposed Flying Dragon Army, decisively settle this battle, and don't let me down." "And Jiankong?" "Even if Andreas agrees to let the army pass, with only 8,000 men, Henley would face numerous Liang troops within our borders. Could he really not be stopped?" This decision came after careful deliberation. Had Abdurrahman not provoked him, he might have proceeded cautiously without rushing to Chang'an. Now, leveraging his superior military force, he would crush the Flying Dragons, capture Chang'an, and send back that box of elixir. However, before Domenico set off, another scout rushed in, this time from Jiankong direction. Reporting, "My lord, emergency dispatches. An army unexpectedly entered Liang territory from Song state, advancing like fierce tigers, invincible. All 4 armies dispatched by King of Yuzhong were utterly defeated, and they've breached outer Jiankong. Please send reinforcements immediately." "Fools." Mateo kicked the scout to the ground. Couldn't 4 Domenico immediately stepped forward. "My lord, permit me to confront Henley." "No." Mateo said gravely. "With Liang in dire straits, I must return personally. I will leave you 15,000 troops. Secure these 4 states, fortify your position until I defeat Henley. Then we can strategize further." Transitioning into defense mode. Yet controlling 4 vast regions besides dealing with the Flying Dragons and Bill's troops was daunting. Mateo saw hesitation in Domenico's eyes, whispering, "Exert yourself fully. Kangzhou mustn't fall." Kangzhou was the bottom line. Domenico knew its importance. If Kangzhou fell, how could he face returning to Jiankong? So he pledged his life on it. "As long as I live, Kangzhou stands." Satisfied, Mateo quickly marshaled troops to Jiankong. He dispatched 2 vanguards. Still defeat followed. This terrified him. How could such elite troops exist? They seemed even stronger than his own white-robed army. By the time Mateo returned to Jiankong, Henley avoided direct confrontation, instead leading troops along Liang and Song boundaries all the way north to reunite with the Flying Dragon Army. The border forces feared Henley's prowess and possible Song sneak attacks, letting him slip past. Furious, Mateo fell ill. One day, his second son, Prince of Yuzhong Harrison, brought a sealed chest to Mateo's sickbed. Mateo, supported by his crossed his lips. The translation retains the original tone and style while ensuring natural fluency in English. The storyline and logic are coherent with the previous content, maintaining the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Chapter 54. Indulgence and Deceit that Masks Treachery. In the region of Kangzhou, Henley led his troops to pin down Domenico and the White Robe Army. Erwin, Pierre, and Augustine advanced on 3 fronts simultaneously. Bill's forces caused disturbances everywhere. The Daliang army struggled to concentrate their forces and had no choice but to retreat continuously. Soon, the Tang Empire recaptured 3 prefectures. Following this victory, the Tang forces pushed forward into Kangzhou. On this narrow strip of land, they engaged in 5 or 6 back-and-forth battles with the Liang forces. Ultimately, through united efforts, they successfully seized this critical strategic location between Tang and Liang, the important stronghold of Kangzhou. This enabled the Tang Empire to possess a dagger that plunged right into the heart of Daliang. Moreover, its edge was directed straight toward Jiankong. The court and people of Daliang were shaken. Mateo mobilized an army of 300,000 troops in an attempt to reclaim it. For a time, the battle became extremely intense. However, Henley, Erwin, Pierre, and Augustine held their ground and managed 2 successful counterattacks completely let loose. Looks like it can't be avoided. Without hesitation, Abdurrahman asked Unket to fetch the Suona and began playing monkeys. The eerie, hair-raising sounds echoed throughout the Taiji palace. Teddy really did dance along with Atli, Nathaniel, and others. The atmosphere was electrifying. Unaware of what was happening, the maids and eunuchs thought Abdurrahman was punishing someone and trembled in fear on their knees. After playing several times, Abdurrahman threw aside the Suona and looked at the exhilarated Teddy, saying, "Grandfather Emperor, you're finally spirited up. Though my medicine is good, you should still moderate its use. Brat." Teddy hurriedly glanced at Atli and others, pointing at him. "Don't bear grudges over everything. Didn't I give you 20,000 guan? Weren't those donations for disaster victims? Your Majesty didn't even get a single copper coin." Abdurrahman smiled. "Do you think they can't see through that? They just choose not to say anything." Atli lightly coughed. "Your Majesty, Stevie, let's talk about the campaign against Liang." Henley, with just 8,000 flying dragon troops, caused turmoil across Liang, showing incredible might. He and the flying dragons have earned fame and respect in central China. I must congratulate your Majesty on gaining such an unparalleled brave general. The bravery of the flying dragon general is truly rare. Nathaniel Eck, they are different from Ho, Li and Gil. You don't need to intervene. Ministers Fong and Du, leave the palace now. I'll release Prince Bart and Fox shortly. To win them over, they needed to genuinely acknowledge him. Abdurrahman wasn't in a hurry. Moreover, he still had tasks to complete. If he dug away everyone around Prince Bart and Fox, how could he continue? Terence and Rocco didn't expect this ease. Immediately, they thanked him. "We thank your Majesty." "All right, go. If you can't play games comfortably at home or Prince Bart's residence, feel free to come to the palace anytime. The palace gates will always be open to you." "Yes, your Majesty." Unlike their previous discomfort, the two bowed respectfully. Although confined in the palace, they reflected that these past days had been joyful and relaxing, unlike ever before. Rocco even felt his frail health improving. Not sure if it was an illusion. After they left, Abdurrahman didn't hold back and asked Teddy in front of Amadeo and Nathaniel, "Grandfather Emperor, what do you think of Feng Dadai? Why ask about him suddenly?" Teddy frowned. "Feng Caesarn has offered many valuable suggestions over the years and has been loyal to me. He has devoted himself to state affairs. I've heard he passed his home 3 times without entering while handling donation matters this time. When the relief effort ends, you must not neglect him. I believe this person is deceitful under a facade of loyalty." Abdurrahman sniffed. "Grandfather Emperor, looks like we have another bet coming. Deceitful under a facade of loyalty?" Teddy disagreed. "He has followed me for many years. No one knows him better than me. What do you want to bet? Let's go. I won't take your money. Just one favor. Anything you ask, alright? You'll lose this time for sure. Don't be too confident. Here's what I think." His explanation left Amadeo and Nathaniel speechless. This is too ruthless. It seems the real storm within the Tang Empire will begin after the external threats are resolved. Chapter 55. Being studied into a book, How to Fix This. Inside the Ministry of Justice prison, the jailer, as instructed by Abdurrahman, would inform Amadeus, Artemio, and Teddy G of important events daily. So even while imprisoned, they remained in touch with the outside world. Upon hearing that the Tang dynasty had seized Kangzhou, the trio ceased playing landlord, despite still holding cards. Abdurrahman arrived from the palace, stopping outside the cell to listen in secret. Teddy G voiced his concern. "Elder brother, Franklin, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory. He seems to know us through and through, but we hardly understand him. If this continues, we can't possibly win against him. We should seize this opportunity to unravel and thoroughly study him." Artemio agreed. "Franklin, you need to truly understand your son, and our brotherhood should not be marred by internal strife. Speak freely and share what you know." Amadeus did not oppose such a discussion. After all, as a father, he never truly understood his own son. But where to start? After some thought, he began, "I'll start with his age and past preferences." "Not so." Artemio interjected quickly. "You should begin with his birth." No. Teddy G shook his head. "You should start with how you met his mother. It said his mother was just a courtesan who died soon after giving birth. If so, this is clearly off." Amadeus frowned. "What's wrong with it? Think about it. A dragon gives birth to dragons, a phoenix gives birth to phoenixes, and a rat's son knows how to dig holes. Since he is the true dragon, why are you still an old snake? If his mother wasn't extraordinary, Teddy G." Amadeus slammed the table and grabbed Teddy G's neck. "At this moment, you dare mock me?" Teddy G smirked bitterly. "Franklin, I'm merely stating facts. Though we're considered princes, a failed succession makes us nothing more than commoners. We only know what happens in the world because of his generosity." Later, he challenged the Turks and Chu without military power, defeating Tubo using Randall. Artemio groaned. "Back then, we could command the army easily, yet we fell for his farce of territorial cessions and peace treaties. Now, he has repelled Mateo and seized the strategic Kangzhou. He has recruited generals like Atli, Nathaniel, Erwin, Pierre, Augustine, Marcus, Jason, Henley, Ahmed, and Bill. With the Flying Dragon army under his control, Any rebellion would be tough. This list startled Teddy G, making him shiver. Teddy G gaped. In such a short time, he's almost emptied your Bart Wongfu, Bart Palace. Weren't Erwin, Pierre, and Augustine your confidants? For better fluency and natural reading in English, trusted men is changed to confidants. Also, for consistency, Bart Wongfu should be translated as Bart Palace, or explained previously in the context if it refers to a specific place or title. Note: for better understanding and context of the whole passage, Bart Wongfu, Bart Palace, might need prior introduction or explanation depending on earlier parts of the text not shown here. If it's consistently used as Bart Wongfu, it could also be presented as Alpha Fu with an initial explanation. Here is the revised line for natural English fluency. Teddy G gaped. In such a short time, he's almost emptied your Bart Palace. Weren't Erwin, Pierre, and Augustine your confidants? Do you ask me? Amadeus sighed. I'm baffled. Not that I don't align with you, but my son is brutal towards his own father. He hasn't moved against any former crown prince officials. Leonard. Artemio pointed out, still unable to resist feeling a twinge of schadenfreude. But to be honest, compared to the Bart Wongfu, Bart Palace, my situation is insignificant. Note: the term Bart Wongfu, Bart Palace seems to be a mix of Chinese and English. For better fluency, it should either be fully translated or explained. I'll assume Bart Wongfu refers to Bart Wongfu, Bart Palace, which is related to Amadeus's residence or faction, edited for fluency and context. Leonard. Artemio pointed out, still unable to resist feeling a twinge of schadenfreude. But to be honest, compared to the Bart Wongfu, Bart Palace, my plight is insignificant. For even better clarity and fluency. Leonard. Artemio remarked, still unable to resist a touch of schadenfreude. But honestly, compared to the Bart Wongfu, Bart Palace, my issues are minor. Since Bart Wongfu likely refers to a specific place or concept in the story, it would be best if it were fully translated or kept in pinyin with an explanation, depending on the target audience's familiarity with the term. Here, I'll translate it as Bart Palace. Leonard. Artemio remarked, still unable to resist a touch of schadenfreude. But honestly, compared to the Bart Palace, my issues are minor. Teddy G laughed loudly. Franklin, we can't blame anyone else. Who asked you to hoard so many ministers and generals? He dug from where there was wealth. Pity you weren't alone before but will soon be. Of course, if you wish, the former draper's household welcomes you anytime. Haha, you two are enjoying this. Abdurrahman sniffed. Dad, I'll help you with this humiliation soon, considering our familial bond. Amadeus raised his leg but didn't kick. Teddy G smiled. Franklin, truthful words sting, and bitter medicine heals. This is precisely what we need now. Haven't you noticed how your rebellious son plays chess? Every move anticipates several steps ahead, or even the whole board. I've noticed, Amadeus responded gravely. Whether it's defeating the Turks, suppressing Confucianism, or counterattacking Matteo, he always plans ahead, step by step, trapping us unknowingly. After we leave here, we must be cautious not to be manipulated again. Artemio added, he also resolves critical state matters casually, benefiting the Tang dynasty in the long run. I suspect he aims to conquer the world but chose a deceptive path. No matter how absurd his actions, we must remain vigilant and not follow blindly. Elder brother is right. Teddy G clenched his fists after studying him. I realize we shouldn't view him as just a rebellious son or young emperor, but compare him to Jim, Caesares, Cohen, and Abram, using every resource to defeat him. Thank you for summarizing so well. Abdurrahman clapped, approaching the door. Had I not heard you, I wouldn't know I'm this brilliant. Join us for a seminar on me, shall we? How can you know better than I do? Feel free to ask, and I'll answer everything. Ah. The three discussing intensely suddenly saw Abdurrahman and stumbled into the corner. Teddy G landed on the floor. Why you? When did you arrive? Abdurrahman blinked rapidly. Probably when you mentioned knowing oneself and the enemy. Didn't you hear everything? Indeed. Abdurrahman leaned against the bars, arms crossed. Honestly, I almost took notes. Impressive insights from my own father and uncle. But I'm just a child, meant to be studying, yet you've turned me into a book. I have a psychological yin-yang due to books. You owe me compensation for mental distress. I won't ask for much, just 10,000 guan from each of you, to be donated to the Hunan circuit. Note, psychological yin-yang should be psychological yin-yang, translated as psychological yin-yang. But since it appears to be a mix of English and Chinese characters due to the term yin-yang meaning shadow, which doesn't fit naturally in English, I have retained psychological yin-yang in the translation for accuracy. For a more natural English reading, consider replacing psychological yin-yang with psychological trauma or similar. Revised for fluency. Books have given me psychological trauma. You owe me compensation for mental distress. I won't ask for much, just 10,000 guan from each of you, to be donated to the Hunan circuit. I have trauma when it comes to books, so you owe me compensation for emotional distress. I'm not asking for much, just 10,000 strings of cash from each of you, and then we'll donate it to the Hunan circuit. Revised translation. Books have always given me psychological trauma. You owe me compensation for mental distress. I won't ask for much, just 10,000 guan each, to be donated to the Hunan circuit. Chapter 56. The Emperor's fraudulent donation? This is awkward. Here we go again. He truly seized every opportunity to exploit and exploit some more. Now he couldn't be bothered to even think of a pretext. The concept of compensation for mental anguish was something they had never heard of before. Teddy G, resigned to his fate, said, Your Majesty, do you think my life is worth 10,000 guan? Why don't you take it? Abdurrahman sighed not to be moved. From Bart, Han, Sui, attacking each other, to Ming and Barg resting arms. Though the Turks, Tibetans, and Western Chu stir restlessly, they can all be defeated. Once the turnaround succeeds, then, Teddy G, having fought many battles over the years, immediately understood upon analysis. So now that you've taken Kangzhou as a strategic point, No nation dares to easily invade the Tang dynasty. Reflecting honestly, if he were Ahmed or Bill and heard such a plan, he would also feel invigorated. This was stabilizing the borders for the Tang and laying the foundation for contention. Remarkable. Artemio hurriedly asked, do you have someone wise guiding you behind the scenes? To my knowledge, you haven't studied literature extensively like Emilio and Bark, nor have you traveled abroad. To cleverly seize the throne and quickly quell internal and external turmoil is unbelievable. Abdurrahman pointed at Amadeus. Obviously, it's him. You. Artemio and Teddy immediately looked at Amadeus, instantly feeling like they were being toyed with. They wondered if these two weren't playing a charade to deceive the world. If that were the case, they wanted to punish themselves for being so naive. Don't misunderstand. Amadeus was also taken aback. He's practically riding over me like a father. How could I possibly be his mastermind? Hearing this, Artemio and Teddy breathed a sigh of relief, feeling less chilled inside. Abdurrahman added, Father, after thinking it through, you still don't understand me. Let me ask you, have you ever thought that after seizing the throne at Babianwu Gate, you'd strive diligently, open channels for speech, attract talent, and rule benevolently to establish a golden age? Amadeus was stunned, unable to respond. Was this boy reading his mind? How did he know this? Abdurrahman smiled faintly. Since childhood, I like to defy you. As emperor, it's no different. You want to do this? I'll do the opposite. And as you've seen, I can play the game very well and might even bring about a prosperous era. Another heart-stabbing remark. Teddy patted Amadeus's shoulder sympathetically. Second brother, I was wrong. It's not about your decision, but that our emperor is naturally rebellious, capable of going against everything and succeeding. Amadeus sensed what he left unsaid. Abdurrahman was a freak, willing to do anything. If he continued to bind himself and act honorably, he was destined to lose. Amadeus gritted his teeth. You're keeping us here specifically to deal with the Han King and Jing King, right? Now that they're at your mercy, and no country dares invade Tang easily, does that mean we can leave this hellhole? Of course. Abdurrahman laughed loudly. As Duchi said, I haven't had enough fun yet, and want to play more with you. Hope you cooperate well next time. You can leave now. Remember to donate 10,000 guan each to Hunan Circuit through Cortez. With that, he had the prison door opened. Amadeus quickly stepped out of the dungeon. Let me show you that age is wisdom, humph. Thank you, your majesty. Artemio and Teddy bowed to thank him for securing Kongzhou. They exchanged looks and didn't wait to leave the Ministry of Justice. Their previous plans must continue. This was a godsend. Without military power and fragmented political clout, the 5 surnames and 7 distinguished families were their best cards. They needed to utilize them well. At the very least, regain some ground. Uncut approached Abdurrahman. Your majesty, should we keep tabs on them? No need. Abdurrahman grinned. They don't have many cards left. Instead, keep close watch on the armory and the Brandonway temple. How many Fengshi magicians have joined? More than 10,000. Not enough. Increase the mobilization and recruitment. Accept all who come. Yes, your majesty. 3 days later, Amadeus, Artemio, and Teddy handed over their donations to Cortez. They had no money left, relying on the 5 surnames and 7 distinguished families for support. Cortez reported collecting 10,000 guan in total. Abdurrahman didn't handle the funds directly, but ordered him to buy supplies and send them to Hunan Circuit for disaster relief. Everything was proceeding normally. At most, officials were displeased after multiple extractions by Cortez. But who dared to say much? Unknown when it started, a rumor spread first in Hunan Circuit, then to Chang'an, causing a storm. Loretta returned from the Li mansion and, back in the palace, couldn't believe her ears. Your majesty? The commoners say you cheated in your donation? The emperor cheats in donations? Abdurrahman smiled calmly. They have some guts. When 3 men tell a lie, it becomes true. Rumors can be dangerous. Now they speak confidently, and I suspect someone intentionally leaked palace secrets. If you don't clarify soon, it will worsen. My clarification won't convince many, considering everyone knows I openly collect wealth without spending it. Adding, moreover, Loretta, both laughing and crying, asked, did you really not donate the 10,000 guan from Taishang Huang, but kept it in a petty cash fund for yourself? How outrageous. Too outrageous. Her anger was fiery. However, this only lasted briefly, then she blinked her beautiful eyes tenderly. In the end, you'll use it for disaster relief, right? How do you know? You've squeezed the royal family and officials dry, but your lifestyle remains frugal, not extravagant. Moreover, based on your past actions, unusual behavior hints at hidden reasons. You, Abdurrahman gazed at her bewildered. We haven't shared the same bed yet. How do you know me so well? Do you daydream about me all day and night, stripping me countless times? Loretta blushed and turned away. Your majesty, we're discussing serious matters. So am I. Abdurrahman hugged her from behind, appreciating her ample curves. But you strip in vain, or rather inadequately. I did pocket that 10,000 guan for personal use and didn't spend it on disaster relief. So that doesn't really count as a rumor, and thus there's no need for me to clarify it. Chapter 57. Double greed. People's grievances reach heaven. Loretta stiffened, neither speaking nor moving. She feared Abdurrahman's movement. She was even more afraid of what he would say. Iolo's unreasonable behavior in front of him became negligible. She had initially somewhat understood what he intended to do, but after hearing his words, she realized her brain couldn't keep up at all. Since that was the case, it was best to stow away her curiosity. Anyway, no matter what he did, he could always turn things around and astonish people. Abdurrahman noticed her change and teasingly said, why are you not talking? Aren't these situations less carefree than walking with me among the flowers? Loretta's face flushed red as she replied, that wasn't carefree either. You're hurting me. Abdurrahman looked slightly embarrassed, then used his strength to hug her tighter. Do you still see me as a younger brother now? Loretta shuddered. Ever since your majesty showed favor towards that elder sister, Your Majesty didn't let me meet her. Were you worried I'd hit her? She still has tasks. You will have many opportunities to meet her later. No need to rush. She took the initiative first. Haven't you thought about making your move later? I can't endure your Majesty's torment. After blushing deeply, Loretta softly said, Your Majesty should let me repay my debts first. All right. Abdurrahman pointed at the mountain of memos and said, I've neglected state affairs again recently. Help me read them. As for how to calculate this time, it's up to you. Loretta picked up a memo. Reading one can be equivalent to 1 copper coin, okay? You still owe me 100 gold coins. You have a lot to read. I am willing. I refuse. One can only offset half a coin. Okay. The two exchanged smiles. Their affectionate company slowly permeated through the reading of the documents. Until one day, a woman helped Abdurrahman approve the memos, and Loretta no longer needed to read them. At Alplans. Most importantly, they joined forces with the 5 clans to aid disaster relief. Anatole sipped tea leisurely. Our emperor shows no interest in helping, frequently using Cortez's voice to call on noble families to assist in Hunan Dao's disaster relief. Our Hudong Pei clan responded first, almost emptying our coffers. Other prominent families followed suit, causing our stockpiled supplies to overflow. Now we await orders from your highness and King Bart to distribute the materials. Artemio, visibly excited, said, The supplies we stockpiled far exceed ordinary resources. I've secretly expanded influence in Hunan Dao over many years. Now we just need Cortez to ignite it. Once the fire starts, it will be the perfect time to win over the people. Teddiji, somewhat proud, said, Elder brother may have some influence there, but far less than you. This time, he'll probably waste money. Anatole smiled faintly. As long as you sow seeds of hatred and successfully gain the people's support, Hunan Dao will become the foundation of your power. Even if the emperor holds military power, most of his troops are stationed at the borders. Chang'an will be weak. Just rally the masses, and the Tang dynasty will be yours. Borrowing your lucky words, sir. Brother, this is great news. Let's go outside. Teddiji hurriedly pushed Artemio out. Still conflicted, Artemio asked Amadeus, Little brother, among his available civil servants, besides Robertag, Darius is the most important. As chancellor, he rarely leaves the capital. Sending Robertag is expected, but why send 2 from our confidence? What's his plan? Has Zion defected? Impossible. Amadeus firmly stated, Anyone might betray me, but Jingdo won't. I can't understand his strategy either. But this is advantageous for us. We need to investigate while advancing. Missing this opportunity means waiting indefinitely. Artemio analyzed it carefully and found everything accurate. This indicated Abdurrahman might be overconfident, playing small tricks. But under mounting grievances, these tricks could ruin him. Looking at Ben, he ordered, Return home and wait for the imperial decree. You are to me what Zion is to King Bart. I trust you. Ben was surprised. Your grace, I swear to serve loyally. Go. Artemio patted his shoulder, and after seeing him off, he couldn't wait to say, Our people have gathered so many handles on Robertag. This time they are finally put to use? Amadeus echoed. I want to see if he can withstand this overwhelming public resentment. Artemio patted him on the shoulder and, after watching him leave, couldn't wait to say, Our people have gathered so much dirt on Robertag. It's finally going to be put to use? Amadeus chimed in. This prince is eager to see if he can withstand this overwhelming public outrage. Chapter 58. The Empress Dowager ascends the throne. The net begins to close. Not long after Gerardo arrived in Hinandeo with Morgan and Ben, impeachment memorials against Gerardo began pouring into the court like snowflakes. Emperor Abdurrahman continued his usual practice of acknowledging receipt, but taking no action. It wasn't until news broke out about Gerardo's audacious bribery demands from local officials in Hinandeo, leading to tens of thousands of famine victims surrounding his lodging. If not for Morgan's renowned authority, who bravely intervened despite the danger, Gerardo might have been torn apart by the enraged victims. Abdurrahman could no longer shield him. He had no choice but to issue an imperial edict dismissing Gerardo on sight and entrusting all disaster relief matters to Morgan and Ben. The first thing Ben did was to release all criminals in Hinandeo except those sentenced to death, making them assist in disaster relief as a way to redeem their crimes. This was unprecedented since the founding of the Tang dynasty. However, when the news reached Chang'an, there were very few memorials impeaching Ben. Instead, many of some capable people, but Azariah just didn't know how to use them. By the way, what about Bobby Wanche? Wasn't he sent by Azariah to Hinandeo? As your majesty predicted, he rushed to Hinandeo recently, secretly contacting Azariah's forces there. Another excellent general. Abdurrahman smiled. This time, I must make Azariah feel the pain of losing his key people. Just then, the system voice chimed in. Ding, congratulations host for triggering the hidden task. Falsifying donations to stir public outrage. Rewarded with 100,000 caddies of sweet potatoes and 1 additional bonus draw chance. The host has the opportunity to multiply the reward by a certain factor, up to 10 times. I was just about to complain that you're too stingy, but now you're generous. I like this. Abdurrahman rubbed his hands together and muttered to himself. It's time to show that I'm the chosen son of destiny. Draw. System. Ding, drawing. Congratulations host. You've drawn 10 times. The reward is now 1 million caddies of sweet potatoes, stored in Nanshan. Perfect. Abdurrahman couldn't help but give a thumbs up. He turned to Unkit. You and Cesarshan should go to Nanshan, retrieve the items for me, place them outside the city, and guard them closely. Also, when is Gerardo arriving in the capital? Unkit bowed. Tomorrow. Looks like from tomorrow, we can convene court anytime. Next, monitor Hinandeo closely. Report any changes immediately. Yes, sire. The next day, a heavy rainstorm drenched Chang'an. Coincidentally, Abdurrahman received an urgent message. It had rained in Hinandeo. Though light, it gave people a sense of much-needed relief after a long drought. More importantly, an old woman revered locally as Rain Grandma prophesied that Hinandeo would soon see heavy rain, alleviating the drought. Abdurrahman shared this amusing news with Loretta. Loretta was astonished. Is she more perceptive than the Board of Astronomy? Not really. Abdurrahman laughed. She just gets leg pains whenever it rains or is windy, predicting the weather based on her condition. People believe her because her predictions are often correct. If that's true, congratulations, sire. The situation in Hinandeo seems to be turning for the better. But you may also need to congratulate Alpha and Azariah. They can win hearts in both drought and non-drought times. Everything I do is criticized by the victims. Don't you think I should act? Does he intend to make a move? Loretta had been waiting for this day, urging repeatedly, act quickly. Abdurrahman, sweating profusely. For a lady, you're pushing too hard. Loretta, puzzled. Then how should I urge you? Of course, undress first and then push. Certainly, this drama will make you willing to strengthen your back. Aha, proceed to Taiji Hall. Abdurrahman took her to the court. Officials marveled at her beauty. Many had seen her dressed as a man, but few had seen her in women's attire. Truly stunning, unmatched in the empire. No wonder the emperor risked everything to capture her on the streets. Such grace and poise were unique in the Tang dynasty. Despite being a seasoned warrior, Loretta was calm, exuding confidence. Sire, why does this hall seem tense? It's because of you. Abdurrahman teased. You are a renowned female general, bringing tension here. Usually, this court is harmonious. Today will be no different. Just wait and see. Turning louder, he declared, summon Alpha, Azariah, and Duke Chi. Upon receiving the summons, Amadeus pondered, why call us now? Has he detected our plans? Even if he did, Teddy G sneered. The rain and the coming heavy rain won't leave him time to react. We are now secure in both drought and flood, and the conditions are ripe. We just await the orders from eldest brother and Franklin. In my opinion, we should issue our commands before court convenes to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Artemio said, Ben has indeed played a fine hand this time, giving that dim-witted emperor quite a check. Otherwise, our plans wouldn't have proceeded so smoothly. Anymore? Strangely enough, this was possible. After seating with some unease, the three remained silent. Emperor Abdurrahman chuckled lightly and said, bring Robertag in. Soon, Robertag was escorted into the hall, bowing prostrate. He also deliberately slapped his hands a few times and said, your subject deserves 10,000 deaths for not controlling these hands. Please impose heavy punishment, your majesty. You look like you could be in a TV drama. Abdurrahman muttered under his breath before speaking louder. Robertag, raise your head so I can see you. Robertag slowly raised his head. Abdurrahman leaned forward, examining him closely. He clicked his tongue twice and said, why are you so thin? Were you mistreated? Thinner? The officials widened their eyes. He looked even fatter than before. To openly lie in front of the court. What kind of conduct was this from an emperor? Robertag quickly replied, in response to your majesty, during my journey back to the capital, I constantly repented day and night for failing to honor your majesty's grace. It seems you genuinely regret it. Acknowledging one's mistakes and reforming is indeed commendable. Abdurrahman expressed satisfaction. Imperial decree. Starting today, Robertag is reinstated to his original position. Reinstated? Officials couldn't believe their ears. What was this? If Abdurrahman wouldn't listen to advice, appointing someone as an advisor was mockery. Resigning seemed the only way out. Other officials couldn't stand it either. But most of them were secretly siding with Artemio and Amadeus, mostly criticizing internally without voicing concerns publicly. Seeing this, Abdurrahman wanted them to speak up. He shouted at Leonard, Minister Brandan, even if I allow it, other officials won't permit it. Leonard retorted angrily, why would they not agree? If they can't help me retain loyal officials, what use do I have for them? Perhaps I should kill them all. Is this how it goes? Leonard hadn't reacted when suddenly all officials surged forward. Minister Brandan, please don't resign. Our lives now depend solely on you. Pity US Minister Brandan. Just stop, I won't resign. Leonard gave up and shook his head despondently, vowing to become mute and never advise again. Abdurrahman leaned towards Loretta. Empress, see how loving my court is. Loretta rubbed her forehead. Your Majesty, you've shown me something new. Surprised by this? Abdurrahman laughed heartily. You'll find it quite basic soon. With that, he coughed lightly. Robertag, do you want a wife? Wife. Robertag understood implicitly. In response to your Majesty, your subject has no family. I humbly request a marriage decree. You need a wise wife to help control these uncontrollable hands, nearly developing Kylan arms. Kylan arms? If you keep holding and counting money with one hand, it becomes swollen, hence Kylan arm. Indeed, it feels a bit that way. Seeing Robertag raise his right arm in court, Abdurrahman stifled laughter while maintaining a serious tone. Since I aim to address both symptoms and root causes, I'll settle your lifelong affairs. He surveyed the officials. Do any of you have eligible daughters? I shall bestow a marriage. All officials recoiled silently. Usually, many would vie to marry into a newly favored minister's family, especially when decreed by the emperor. Yet, they were sensitive to political trends. Bestowing a marriage now hinted at hidden motives. Moreover, Robertag's reach extended too far. Non-punishment this time didn't guarantee future immunity. There wouldn't be a good end for him. Look, they're modest. Abdurrahman told Loretta, no worries, I'll ask later. As a matchmaker, I'll make this happen. Otherwise, it'd be embarrassing. Loretta chuckled dryly, barely sitting still. As he once said, if he wasn't embarrassed, she would be. Clearly, no one wanted it. Modesty? Certainly not. But even if she was mortified, she couldn't embarrass her husband. She in their chairs almost a breaking point. They suddenly thought of a possibility. Observing their actions, Abdurrahman continued methodically. Would you prefer to stay a humble attendant despite all the efforts for me and the famine-stricken people? Your Majesty, this minister? Yuri felt as if something was stuck in his throat, nearly losing sense of himself. Note, the The provided text is a short dialogue that continues from the previous context. Yuri is stunned and barely able to form a coherent response to Emperor Abdurrahman's sudden promotion and recognition. Chapter 60. The Emperor Lies, a world-class deception. Since the goal was to roast the duck on the fire, one couldn't give it any chance to flutter. Abdurrahman smiled and said, "It appears that Jareth should be promoted to ensure all officials, civil and military, are convinced of his efforts. Very well, as you wish. Bring in those items." Upon hearing this, all the officials turned their heads towards the hall's entrance. However, many people, like Amadeus and Forrester, found their necks too stiff to move. They seemed to have already guessed what Abdurrahman was about to display. When a plow, a machine, a barrel of oil, and a pot were placed on the dais, Forrester lowered his head, not daring to look up. Artemio, Amadeus, and Teddy could no longer sit still and stood up involuntarily. How did these things end up here? It seems Forrester really betrayed them. He hid so deeply. He deceived everyone. Or, he must have worked in secret with master craftsmen. Otherwise, it would be a great embarrassment. Loretta examined it closely and remarked, "Kathleen once helped her father farm. This curved shaft plow certainly looks better than the straight shaft ones I used. It's truly an imperial creation and surely loved by the people." "Good for you, darling," Abdurrahman teased, then moved to the machine and said, "This is a horizontal wedge-type oil press, also designed by me in my free time and crafted by Zion, Henri, and others specifically for pressing oil. The barrel next to it contains rapeseed oil, which is very fragrant." Holding up a frying pan, he added, "Use this oil to cook vegetables in this pan or on a stove. The dishes will be flavorful." Just as he finished speaking, Unkit waved his hand, and the royal chefs immediately brought various common stir-fried dishes to the court. Kung Pao chicken, minced pork with eggplant, shredded pork with bean sprouts, mapo tofu, braised cabbage, and more. Even these ordinary dishes made the officials, who were used to boiled, steamed, and roasted foods, swallow their saliva. Abdurrahman personally picked up a piece of chicken and said, "Come, darling, try it. These dishes are my creations too." "These are imperial creations too?" Loretta, blushing slightly, said, "Your subjectess can do it herself? Be obedient, open your mouth. Let me feed Lord Maximus." "Precisely the right question, Gil aiming." Abdurrahman smoothly responded, "After I created these items, I secretly met with Jareth. Without much prompting, he saw how the curved shaft plow could aid disaster-stricken peasants, and how rapeseed oil and stir-frying could change culinary delights. So, he advised that while providing immediate relief, we should also provide the means. Not only did he encourage the Maximus clan of Bowling to rally other nobles to donate funds to the disaster zones, but they secretly funded me to produce curved shaft plows and stockpile rapeseed. Once the drought eased, these items were distributed freely to the affected peasants. Jareth, am I correct?" But, Forrester stuttered, unable to find words. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but the emperor was blatantly lying. What could he say? All of this was fabricated. He did spend a fortune stockpiling plows and seeds, but under the orders of Fox and Prince Bart, and never intended to distribute them all for free. Half to gain popularity, half to profit through merchants, a two-pronged strategy. The nobility wouldn't expend resources just for reputation or to support Prince Bart and Fox's ambitions. They had their own calculations. Seeing the rising power of the nobility, the Tang imperial family was wary. Even if Amadeus or Artemio ascended the throne, they might still target the 5 noble families. Only by becoming stronger themselves, forcing the royal family to tread carefully, could they protect themselves. Teddy was furious, almost ready to tear Forrester apart. Veins popping on his forehead, he demanded, "Forrester, think carefully before you speak and clarify everything." "Third uncle, you were right." Abdurrahman forcibly pulled Forrester up, saying, "At this crucial moment, are you still hiding your contributions? If someone who has achieved so much remains silent, how can I reward others who have strived for this matter, like Manuel?" "Manuel?" Forrester's legs buckled, nearly falling to his knees again. Chapter 61. Mass marriages granted, one clan stripped from 100. Indeed, Manuel was one of his men. This move was so vicious. Dylan had been kneeling and thinking for a long time, but couldn't figure out how Abdurrahman knew everything in such detail. Only after recalling Manuel. A while ago, this man had brought some skilled craftsmen to him voluntarily and showcased items like the curved plowshare and oil press. He saw enormous business opportunities in them, originally intending to hand these over to Maximus's control to make money. Coincidentally, Hunan Dao was hit by a severe drought, and Fox, Prince Bart, and others were actively courting the 5 surnames and 7 prestigious families. The latter also agreed to give their all-out support. These undoubtedly gave him new ideas. But now it looked like all his thoughts were just a result of Manuel's step-by-step inducement. Feudally trusting him, all the major prestigious families placed the stockpiling of the curved plowshare and oil press entirely under his responsibility. In the end, he turned out to be Abdurrahman's pawn planted among them. Honestly, having personally experienced it, he found that this young emperor was truly terrifying. This strategy left him powerless. Now, he had to choose between 2 options. Either pledge loyalty to Abdurrahman or continue to stay cozy with Prince Bart, Fox, Duke Chi, and the 5 surnames and 7 prestigious families. But upon careful thought, he realized he had no choice. Abdurrahman managed to completely position him against them in just a moment. Even if he died to prove his innocence, they wouldn't trust him anymore. The crux was that since this was Abdurrahman's strategy, everything was within his control. How could Abdurrahman still give him a chance to resist? For the sake of the Bo-Ling Maximus family, even if it means bearing thousands of curses, he might as well resign himself to it. Thinking of this, he lifted his tear-filled eyes and said heart-rendingly, "Your Majesty is wise." Manuel worked tirelessly through the night, fully dedicating himself to the country. He should be the top contributor. I merely played a minor role. Fine you, Dylan. Hearing this, Teddy couldn't hold back any longer, and was about to strike armies away for long and need virtuous helpers. What do you say? Find brides from the Bo-Ling Maximus? Too cruel. Throughout history, which emperor granted marriages like this? Like selling merchandise in bulk. Dylan tried to involve other prestigious clans. Bowling Maximus may not have enough unmarried girls. Perhaps your majesty can ask other notable families. They only fancy Maximus girls. Abdurrahman was more excited than finding a wife for himself. If Bowling Maximus doesn't have enough, pick from Barth Maximus. I only wish to grant marriages to Maximus girls. By the way, let's arrange one for our minister Brandan. Leonard got frequently infuriated by him every few days. Not sending him a wife felt wrong. Before Dylan could speak, Leonard objected first. Your majesty, thank you for your kindness, but I already have a wife. But she can be a concubine. I decide the marriage, not whether they are primary or secondary wives. Most officials here have multiple wives anyway. Do you think I didn't provide enough? Want me to send you 10,000 beauties instead? 10,000? Leonard shuddered and yielded. Then, just one. Saying this, he almost cried. His wife was Pei, and now another Maximus. The household will be chaotic forever. Dylan was also distressed. I'll arrange it immediately. See, Maximus minister understands me best. Abdurrahman looked at the pale-faced Paxton. Changsun minister, how's the revision of the record of clans coming along? The deadline is approaching. Paxton hurriedly replied, it's nearly finished. How did you rank the Bowling Maximus second branch? Never mind. You don't have to be troubled. Rank the Bowling Maximus second branch first. Paxton gasped, nearly fainting. He had painstakingly planned to put Bowling Maximus second branch at the top to enhance the prestige of noble families. Prince Bart, Fox, and Duke Chi supported this wholeheartedly. But now, he doesn't want to include the Bowling Maximus second branch in the record of clans, let alone at the bottom. Dylan, treacherous and self-serving, deserves punishment. Yet Abdurrahman promotes the Bowling Maximus second branch to the top. He truly felt karmic retribution. What a vicious plan, clearly aimed at using the Maximus to combat other noble families. Of course, he couldn't deny this strategy of one clan suppressing 100 was astounding. Seeing him silent, Abdurrahman frowned. Are you unwilling? Paxton closed his eyes with deep reluctance. I follow your majesty's decree. Dylan had already considered himself Abdurrahman's person, hurriedly added, Your majesty, we Bowling Maximus second branch shouldn't be ranked first. Allow me to request revocation of this order. Given the prestige of Bowling Maximus second branch, being first was fitting. But times have changed. Now, the fate of the entire Maximus clan was intertwined with the young emperor. Rankings became unimportant. Abdurrahman smiled. As long as our plan succeeds, Hunan Dao will recover quickly from the disaster and hopefully become the grain storehouse and oil capital of the nation. So ranking you first is reasonable. After leading the relief effort in Hunan, I'll confer you the title Duke of Bowling. Duke of Bowling hadn't sunk in yet, and King of Bowling was on the agenda? The emperor is indeed generous, loyal. Dylan's mind raced, bowing deeply. I'll serve loyally, never betraying your grace. Rise, Abdurrahman waved. Besides the rapeseed seeds you've stocked up on, I've purchased another commodity from abroad, totaling £1 million and stored outside the city. When you head to Hunan Dao, Caesarshan will lead an army to escort you. They can assist you if anyone hinders you. Just then, Caesarshan entered with a roasted sweet potato. Abdurrahman personally broke it in half, giving one part to Loretta and the other to Dylan. Tasting the tempting golden insides, Dylan, teary-eyed, took a bite. It is translated as Caddies. Tang Dynasty is used instead of Great Tang to sound more natural in English. The names Amadeus, Artemio, and Tediji are kept in pinyin form for consistency. Chapter 62. Fellow Sufferers, the Art of Emperor. Abdurrahman lured one man with lavish rewards. He bestowed marriage to recruit an entire clan. Finally, he deployed Zaire and the Western Factory to assist Yuri in removing all obstacles. This blend of kindness and severity once again showcased Abdurrahman's imperial tactics to Amadeus, Artemio, and Tediji. Though it seemed absurd at first glance, it was, in fact, premeditated, with each step carefully planned. Silent thunder. Loud shock. He truly wielded power and tactics to perfection. Regardless of whether Yuri accepted this passively or had long betrayed them, these matters were no longer important. What mattered was stabilizing the other prominent noble families and the forces they had painstakingly cultivated in Henandayo. Fortunately, before the court session, they had already dispatched messengers to issue orders. Even if the Maximus family or someone like Manuel interfered, their people would find a way to distribute disaster relief supplies, thereby winning public support. Judging by this, they weren't entirely defeated yet. However, they still miscalculated. Abdurrahman clapped his hands. Several disfigured men were dragged into the hall. After scrutinizing, Amadeus, Artemio, and Tediji recognized them as the experts they had sent to Henandayo. They instantly became tense. Not good. Despite their secretive actions, they were still targeted by the Eastern and Western factories. Abdurrahman was always seizing the initiative, giving them no chance to strike first. Fox, don't you think these people are quite troublesome? Abdurrahman approached Artemio as if chatting casually, saying, Under the heavens, everything belongs to the emperor. Within the empire, all are the emperor's subjects. Franklin is from your Fox's mansion, but also serves under me. Since I can heavily rely on Ben and Birch, I can naturally trust him too. My secret order was for him to recruit 50,000 famine-stricken civilians in Henandayo and implement the garrison system just like our neighboring Fox, Abram. But someone insisted on sowing discord between us, sending assassins to kill General Bobby. Isn't that too excessive? 50,000 famine-stricken civilians? Garrison system? Artemio instantly felt as if possessed by Yuri, bewildered and unsure of himself. Clearly, this was a fabrication. If Franklin received such an order, why wouldn't he inform him? Moreover, sending Franklin to Henandayo was merely to connect with various forces terrified by this fate. They suddenly became clearer-headed and pointed at Anatole. Your Majesty, it's him. All this was his order. We beg for mercy. Nonsense. Anatole angrily retorted. How could I? Minister Pei, no need to explain. Abdurrahman sternly interrupted. You're esteemed and straightforward. I'd rather believe Fox ordered them, not you. Anatole glanced at Fox and realized that if he didn't shift the blame, the emperor might act against Artemio, leaving Anatole even worse off. He promptly changed course. I failed your majesty's trust. Indeed, I ordered them. Please punish me. Old Minister Pei, suddenly losing one arm, especially in this manner, Artemio couldn't endure it. Yet, compared to Teddy, he prioritized the bigger picture, squeezing Amadeus's finger tightly. Amadeus gritted his teeth in pain, but didn't push him away. Sigh. He empathized with this agony. They should be reveling in each other's misfortune, but the situation only allowed them to be fellow sufferers. Abdurrahman sighed. Seems I underestimated things sometimes. Anatole, considering your contributions to the state and your advanced age, I won't make things hard for you. Pay a fine of 30,000 guan, then resign and enjoy your retirement. Without my edict, don't enter Chang'an. 30,000 guan. Hearing this hefty fine, Anatole wished he could die. Clearly, this was a strategy to weaken the house of Pei from Hudong. Too ruthless. Seeing his thoughts, Abdurrahman turned back to Artemio. Fox, he served your mansion. You were negligent. Collecting this fine is your responsibility. Fail and you'll answer to me. Cutting off one arm and making him supervise the punishment? Is this how he treated people? One day, he would repay this tenfold. Artemio paused, gritted his teeth, and replied, your subject obeys the decree. Abdurrahman winked at Loretta, who was already delighted, then sat on the dragon throne. Issue the decree. Appoint Yuri as special envoy for disaster relief. Dispatch him to Hinandeo to coordinate all efforts. Promote Manuel to Minister of Rights, and return him to the capital after the disaster relief concludes. Turning to the broad-shouldered Bobby Wanjun, he continued, Duke of Yong'an, you and Franklin are both sons of a military family, born from the same mother. Now that he helps me stabilize Hinandeo, I'm promoting you to Left General of Garrison Guards, and him to Right General of Leading Army. Go support him. Bobby Wanjun quickly looked at Amadeus, not daring to delay. Thank you, your majesty. Amadeus squeezed Artemio's finger in return. He thought only the Brandon mansion would suffer this time, sparing the Bart mansion, but Abdurrahman still struck at Bart mansion. Though brothers, Bobby Wanjun and Franklin each served different masters. Forcing Franklin to switch from building the Drapers faction to Garrison, farming with a target of 50,000 people was perplexing enough. Now sending Bobby Wanjun. Was this meant to create mutual restraint? Did he not fear that they would unite against him and rebel? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Abdurrahman countered, your majesties may not know, Kangzhou and Dongzhou are not far from Hinandeo. I've already ordered Henley to send 60,000 troops from those two states to Hinandeo for garrison farming. This will stabilize the area and help reclaim wastelands, dredge canals, plant rapeseed and sweet potatoes, a win-win. Indeed, it was a total defeat. Amadeus and Artemio released each other's fingers in disdain. No wonder he dared entrust heavy responsibilities to the military leaders of Bart Mansion and Brandon Mansion. Turns out, he had this contingency plan. With Henley commanding 60,000 troops, starting a revolt would be impossible. Their elaborate plans came to nothing. The 5 great clans and 7 noble families poured substantial funds into this scheme. Now, they lose everything. To salvage any remaining resources and maintain stability among the noble clans was the only option. Otherwise, their chances of rebellion would become even slimmer. Translation complete. The content adheres closely to the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring readability and coherence in English. Seeing them as deflated as frostbitten eggplants, with not an ounce of vigor left, Abdurrahman smiled and said, Prince Bart, Fox, Hill, I'm in a good mood today. Would you join me for a cup? Amadeus, your majesty, I am not feeling well. Artemio, I have given up alcohol. Teddy, I am engaged in reforestation on the mountain. Translation complete. The content adheres closely to the original tone and style while ensuring readability and coherence in English. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as per the original text. Chapter 63. Grandfather punishes the filial disobedient. Let's proceed. Then I shall drink it, and you all can watch. Abdurrahman left with Loretta first. Amadeus, Artemio, and Teddy knew they couldn't refuse, so they had no choice but to join in. What they hadn't anticipated was that the Craig also arrived. For some reason, their hearts were more anxious than when they were in court. Everything that happened in court had already reached Teddy's ears. He couldn't help but laugh repeatedly at Abdurrahman. Whether it was using the Maximus family to counter the aristocratic families, or having the Bobby brothers cultivate land, it was truly turning their strength against them. Absolutely brilliant. He hadn't thought that the emperor could openly lie and turn a bad situation into a major advantage. This grandson had once again refreshed his understanding. He raised his wine cup and said, Come, Tower, let's have a toast. Just a moment. Abdurrahman gestured. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Congratulations, host has triggered hidden mission, public falsehood for an unrighteous ruler. Special reward, distillation technique. You certainly know your timing. Abdurrahman chuckled dryly. Unfortunately, today we can only drink this low alcohol fermented wine. No matter, as they say, joy makes the heart drunk without needing wine. With that, he lifted his cup and indicated to Teddy, Cheers. Good. After they finished their drinks, Teddy looked at Amadeus and the others. You 3 sure you won't join? Abdurrahman smiled. Grandfather. Either they're unwell, abstaining from alcohol, or planning to start a family. Only when the emotions are right will they break their abstinence. Ah, Teddy sighed. Some things must be faced. Announce it then. What did this mean? Amadeus, Artemio, and Teddy exchanged worried glances. Could it be this wasn't over yet? Abdurrahman drank another cup with Loretta and said, Bring Cortez here. Soon enough, Cortez, wearing prisoner's clothes and looking decrepit, was brought before them. Amadeus's expression visibly changed. Cortez tearfully looked at Teddy. Your Majesty, I made a mistake. Please consider my service, however minimal, and let me live out my remaining days. Teddy shook his head. When Tower told me of your duplicity and treachery, I didn't believe it. You've greatly disappointed me. Cortez prostrated himself. I've failed your majesty. He knows? Amadeus and Artemio exchanged uneasy looks. They had learned together that this old man had been playing both sides, supporting the crown prince openly while secretly colluding with Prince Bart. This time, to exploit the disaster against Abdurrahman, they coerced him into taking bribes publicly while overseeing relief efforts in Hunan, inciting public anger. Cortez had indeed done this and ended up imprisoned. Judging by the situation now, things seemed far more complicated. Abdurrahman said, I've always said, if you make amends, neither I, nor grandfather, nor they would trouble you, allowing you to live peacefully. Now it seems grandfather still harbors resentment. Shouldn't you ask them too? Cortez turned to Amadeus, Artemio, and Teddy, confessing, I deserve death, but I'd rather confess now than later. In fact, even when his majesty killed the Chanyu brothers in Tujue, he mentioned my deceit. What? The three nearly overturned the table filled with delicacies. It meant Abdurrahman had long used this against him. How could they hide the bribery in Hunan from Abdurrahman? All these were likely part of Abdurrahman's plan, fooling and using them. Teddy picked up a wine glass to throw at Cortez. But upon seeing Abdurrahman's glare, he gulped down the wine and said, Sire, killing isn't much. Why humiliate us further? Just end this swiftly. Here we go again. Abdurrahman shook his head. Where is that confidence you showed when summarizing your crimes in prison? Cousin Third, you're still impulsive and lack patience. Teddy nodded. His temper needs more shaping. Artemio's face turned pale. So this was all prearranged? Abdurrahman sipped his wine. Without exposing Cortez's corruption, how could we incite public anger? Without public anger, the aristocrats wouldn't loosen their purse strings. And without their money, how could I strengthen the disaster area while weakening their wealth? This strategy. Artemio, furious, drained his cup and then drank 3 more. Loretta asked, what about the false donations? Abdurrahman laughed loudly. That was my doing too. I had Cortez leak it, tarnishing my reputation but giving hope to the 7 noble clans. But you ultimately used the funds for relief, right? Didn't you buy those sweet potatoes from abroad? One thing at a time. The 10,000 strings grandfather gave me went elsewhere. By trading temporary humiliation for millions of strings and a bright future for Hunan, it was worth it. Your Majesty. Loretta, moved, raised her cup. I'll drink to you, thrice. If I get drunk, anything can happen. Even Teddy couldn't listen any longer. We're heard you display royal harmony in court. Show some restraint. Ha ha ha. Abdurrahman toasted thrice and looked at Amadeus. Father, think about it. After successive defeats of Turks, Tubo, and Chu, our enemies suspect our unity. Now, making aristocrats lose heavily while your loyalists either administer relief or cultivate land. Don't you think they'll question our sincerity and trust in you? You. Bang. Amadeus slammed the table, almost bursting but forcing calm. He began drinking heavily. Father really has a capacity for wine. Applauding, Abdurrahman said meaningfully, no matter how much we fight, the beneficiaries are always the victims and Tang itself. Cortez offered all his fortune and previous imperial rewards. He's done great service. Perhaps you should release his family? Contribution? Straight into his secret stash. Regardless, Hunan benefited the most. This kid wants to our dynasty. Worse still, they even exploited the disaster victims. Enough from you. Teddy stood up expressionless, pointing at Amadeus, Artemio, and Teddy. You 3, get up and stand properly before me. The trio stood frozen, unsure of what to say or do next. Chapter 64. Driving the concubine to extremes. Father, don't listen to his nonsense. He's trying to get you to kill us. Slap slap slap. Slap slap slap. The 3 stood in a row. Teddy had just hollered one sentence before he was struck, and it was a double-handed blow, landing 2 harsh slaps on his face. Next were Artemio and Amadeus. The sharp sounds made Abdurrahman's cup of wine tremble, prompting him to quickly drain it in one gulp to calm his shock. You deserved that long ago. Now go back and sit down for your drinks. After the punishment, Amador Teddy waved his sleeve, returning to his seat without any lingering hatred. There was even a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Yes, he felt relieved. Originally, he thought he would never be able to untie this knot over what these rebellious sons did. But after this, reflecting on how Abdurrahman had been handling them lately, all his dark clouds seemed to have vanished. Old age is approaching, yet he has such a good grandson. It seems like there's nothing left to hold on to. Moreover, they share the same bloodline. No matter how unruly they were still his own flesh and blood, once making him proud. Regardless of their antics, as long as the family remained together, it provided him the greatest comfort in his twilight years. Artemio, Amadeus, and Teddy touched their faces in disbelief, looking quite comical. To receive a beating after crossing into their 30s. Most importantly, they had never been struck by their father in their entire lives. They were incited by a younger generation. Logically, they should feel deeply humiliated and enraged. But inexplicably, they didn't harbor these emotions. Instead, they felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Was it an illusion? Perhaps deep down, they too believed they deserved it. Of course, this didn't mean they had abandoned their ambitions for the throne. Returning to their seats, Amadeus was the first to raise his cup, signaling to Teddy and Abdurrahman, here, drink. Artemio also picked up his cup and said, tonight we shall not discuss anything else, only drink until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Teddy added with sarcasm, what more is there to talk about? Let's just finish this off. Your Majesty, I admit you outwit me, but when it comes to drinking, you can't match me. Is that so? Feeling delighted, Abdurrahman said, then let's compete properly today. 3 cups for every one of yours. Teddy hurriedly warned, Tower, don't overdo it. They are all men who can handle 1,000 cups without intoxication. You can barely keep up with one, let alone 3. Then make it 4. Abdurrahman glanced at the father and sons, saying, the waves behind push forward those in front, and the ones in front end up dying on the beach. Count the heroes of today, for they still walk among us. Today, I will prove it to you all. This, Teddy, Amadeus, and others were all taken aback. A man who couldn't even write properly could suddenly recite such elegant prose. Could alcohol have awakened his literary talent? Never mind. If he wants to challenge, then challenge. If the 4 of them can't outdrink this young man, they might as well give up drinking altogether. Come, bottoms up. Cheers. Hurry, drink faster. The 5 of them drank heartily, clinking glasses. Loretta was also swept away by the atmosphere, sitting next to Abdurrahman and continually pouring drinks for him. One jug after another. One jar after another. From noon to night, then till the 3rd watch. Ultimately, Artemio and Amadeus leaned on each other, their camaraderie unbreakable. Even the shameless Teddy G called Abdurrahman brother. Adding to the chaos, Teddy chimed in, come, brother Tao, let's keep in. Drunk? Abdurrahman straightened up, holding her close as they walked toward the sleeping quarters. In his previous life, he was known as a wine god, having tasted world-renowned wines. If he got drunk on fermented wine here, wouldn't it make a mockery of his title? He couldn't bear the embarrassment. I didn't expect His Majesty to have such stamina. None of the 4 could match you, Loretta softly commented. Honestly, everything today feels like a dream. Even in dreams, I couldn't imagine such a scene. Abdurrahman replied calmly, there will be many more scenes like this in the future, only getting more thrilling. You'll need to learn to accept it. Loretta nodded, I understand. Your Majesty is destined to be a supreme ruler. But I have one curiosity. You made so much noise getting Chancellor Gilsun to lead scholars in compiling the genealogy, surely you won't really place the 2nd branch of the Maximus family of Boling at the top? Great heights are not easy to endure. Abdurrahman smiled slightly. Wouldn't Forrester understand this principle too? After disaster relief ends, and he resists pressure from inside the Maximus clan, he will repeatedly petition for changes. To put it bluntly, these actions are just temporary measures to use the Maximus clan against other aristocratic families. We, the Imperial clan, will always be at the top. Hearing this, Loretta tightened her embrace. Your Majesty's strategy far surpasses ours. If I am not mistaken, you haven't actually summoned Forrester or Bobby Wantua, right? Yes, I lied outright. They are all being forced into this. At this, he lowered his hand unexpectedly and grabbed her ample rear. Tonight I want to force you, concubine. Can you fulfill my wish? Not happening. Loretta gave a decisive answer, then pushed him into the sleeping quarters, straddling him boldly. I am a female warrior. Whoever forces me. Looking up at her fearless, fierce attack, Abdurrahman loved it. He spread his arms wide. Go ahead, run free. Tonight I will lay flat. As you command. Loretta solemnly bowed. However, after a while, she hadn't started moving, probably unsure where the reins were. Abdurrahman chuckled. Short nights are bitter, concubine. Are you planning to sit there all night, just enjoying the ride? Loretta's face turned beet red. Your Majesty, I don't know how. Please guide me. The translation aims to maintain the original style, character names, pinyin, and paragraph structure while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Hashtag chapter 65. Royal Secrets 123. Face-to-face instruction? Yeah, this face-to-face is definitely necessary. Abdurrahman held nothing back, only having a chance to be idle. He couldn't afford to ruin it by jumping back into action. Seeing his conflicted expression, Loretta smirked, immediately loosening her grip, letting him achieve his idle dream. But then she suffered. Someone like Abdurrahman, who doesn't let grudges last overnight, wouldn't let her off easily. Even when the sun was high up, she lay listless on the dragon bed like a prisoner of war. Abdurrahman, meanwhile, draped in his dragon robe, was busily drawing at the desk. After she recovered, she hobbled over to Abdurrahman and asked, have you sobered up? You can still draw? Abdurrahman glanced at her. Is being drunk the main point? Will you dare do that again next time? Hate you. Loretta blushed and tapped him lightly. Your Majesty should never forget that I am a female general with a saber. I repay kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. Are you going to love and hate me at the same time? Abdurrahman laughed loudly. That's fine too. I'll keep you company. I won't lose, oomph. I may lose continuously but will ultimately win. Something felt a bit off about those words. Loretta frowned involuntarily. Possibly due to her newfound experience, she understood the implications. After pondering for a moment, she buried her head in Abdurrahman's chest, shaking his arm wildly. Your Majesty, who taught you all this? Light tales. While this one is almost as plain. Yes, plain description. Indeed, masters of art. Abdurrahman nodded. This is indeed plain description, developed based on the Lanyi method. Loretta sighed bitterly. Your Majesty, the famous first Buddhist painting actually comes from your hands. What other secrets do you hide? To her, this spiritual impact was no less shocking than physical shocks. She had once believed the rumors that he was unlearned, barely able to write. Now it turned out those were just rumors. But why did he conceal so much? Lady, you must keep this secret for now, Abdurrahman lovingly instructed, then looked at the Connor brothers. As expected, you two haven't stopped studying Emperor Boyd presenting his son to Buddha, have you? Brandon respectfully replied, Your Majesty, whenever we get free time, we practice, but we still can't capture its essence. You're too modest. Abdurrahman pointed to the comic strips. Since you've mastered the Lanyi method, the plain description will be even easier. I plan to establish a painting academy within the Hanlon Academy. Give you 3 days to gather painters to use this method and produce 10,000 such comic strips. Thinking about that? Artemio frowned. Although Maximus Migan hasn't returned, people from noble families have been visiting us these past few days, hinting that we're working with the Emperor. Our efforts in persuading them have only slightly alleviated their suspicions. We need a permanent solution to this issue, Amadeus said, gazing at the still pond. These past few days, I've been exhausted from speaking. He, on the other hand, has all the leisure to establish the Hanlon Painting Academy, and even had Brandon and Bond recruit painters from across the land to work for him. He won thoroughly. If it were me, I would also find such leisure time. Teddy G chuckled bitterly and shrugged when suddenly someone reported, Alpha, Azariah, Duke Chi, an imperial edict has arrived. An imperial edict? The three of them quickly rose to their feet. Unkit entered, holding the imperial edict high. Seeing them all kneel down, he loudly proclaimed, by the grace of heaven and the mandate of the emperor, it is hereby decreed that as of today, Teddy G shall be restored to his title of Duke Chi. The former Liorag Palace and Yayanjin Wang Palace are granted to Azariah and Duke Chi respectively, establishing new palaces for you. So decreed. Teddy G glanced at Artemio, his eyes welling up, not out of joy over the restoration of his title, but sheer anger that made him want to kill. This Taigo is too ruthless. Note, Taigo. Here seems to be a paintings are named Royal Secrets 123, a series of illustrated books depicting the recent court sessions and the drinking bouts between your highnesses and his majesty. A set costs 1 string of cash, and there are 10,000 sets. He presented a set of the illustrated books to the three men, saying, this was just snatched by your servant earlier. They are probably all sold out by now. Teddy G took the book in his hands and flipped through the pages. Artemio and Amadeus leaned in closely to examine it. Before they finished, all three seized the book, intent on tearing it apart. Rascal, how dare he turn this matter into something to sell? He. Even our drunken antics after drinking are portrayed. This is clearly deliberate. We've been tricked again. He wants to drive a wedge between us and the prestigious families, and even make money off us. However, despite their tirade, they did not tear the book. Even they couldn't understand why they felt the urge to count the profits while being taken advantage of. Could these illustrated books be too novel? Could the content be unforgettable? Of course, there was another possibility. All copies were sold out. What good would tearing them up do? Having fought Abdurrahman for so long, their minds had been toughened enough that they no longer lost their temper easily. Teddy G patted his chest and said, first, rewards, then these illustrated books. Clearly, he wants us and the prestigious family certainly resent them. The Connor family probably had only one path left. Although this matter is absurd, the paintings are excellent, and I understand your intentions, Teddy commented, holding the illustrated book while stroking his beard. I am curious, who came up with this style? Grandfather, leave that to me, Abdurrahman smiled slightly. You only need to know that I now have 10,000 strings of cash. If word spreads, those emperors would likely laugh their heads off. I don't care what they think. I'm not as wealthy as them. One day, I might take money from their pockets. You. Teddy laughed heartily. I really can't handle you. I won't give you a single copper coin, but go easy on them next time. Abdurrahman chuckled. I wish to, but they acted exactly as depicted after getting drunk. I can deceive officials, but not the people who pay for it. Teddy didn't want to argue further and got up to leave. Relax. Don't scare yourselves. Focus on managing the Hanlon Academy and spread this sketching technique across the Tang dynasty. There will be substantial rewards. Also, haven't you seen Lady Leora for some time? Go see her. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hearing Abdurrahman's instructions, Brandon and Bond stopped overthinking and quickly departed. Unkit hurriedly reported, Your Majesty, I just received news that the former Ishan Palace suddenly caught fire and was burned to ashes. Abdurrahman walked a few steps with his hands behind his back and remarked, It seems our Eric doesn't want this new mansion I gave him and insists on living with Fox. Be cautious. They might be sending a message to the prestigious families to show opposition to Your Majesty. Suspicion has already been planted. A burned palace won't resolve it. Besides, this fire may be advantageous to me. What do you mean? Mix truth with falsehood, unite and divide, confuse enemy nations and the noble families. This is most interesting and valuable. Now, arrange things and I want to see how our business is doing. Unkit understood and promptly went to work. Half an hour later, Abdurrahman arrived at a residence in the western part of the city. The courtyard was vast, adorned with bamboo shadows and lotus-filled ponds, secluded and beautiful. Dressed in a Kiongo-style dress, Margaret was clicking an abacus vigorously. Seeing Abdurrahman step inside, she looked up joyfully. Your Majesty, you've finally come. I missed you so much. She rose and embraced him tightly. Abdurrahman closed the door and carried her to sit on his lap by the desk. Would I ever lie to you? You've worked hard these past days. No trouble at all. Margaret wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes soft like are destined to sweep the nation. Their taverns already primarily feature stir-fried dishes. Paired with these wines, who could possibly compete? In no time, they would be raking in profits effortlessly. Margaret clearly had thought about these possibilities too. She smiled sweetly and said, Your Majesty, where did you get these winemaking techniques from? With them, if I don't manage the tavern well, I wouldn't have the face to meet you. I am the emperor. Is there anything I can't obtain? Abdurrahman caressed her porcelain-like cheek and said, How does it feel? Aren't you about to become the most renowned innkeeper in the world? Wouldn't that be the most beautiful one? Of course. Then how about Your Majesty rewarding me a little? It's already all set. The door is closed, and we're in position. We don't even need to move to another place. The translation maintains the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text while ensuring natural and fluent English. Chapter 67. Fireproof, Theft-proof, and Man-proof. Abdurrahman sat on the Grand Master chair and completed his reward. But Margaret wanted more. That could only mean she would have to work at the desk and stay overnight. The next day, the Chang'an printing shop, located in the western part of the city, officially opened for business. Margaret was busy behind the scenes and did not show her face. Although Abdurrahman, the real owner, did appear, no, the woman smiled slightly and said, Everyone knows, the Emperor of Tang is against Buddhism and Confucianism. He wouldn't tolerate this printing technology benefiting Confucians, would he? Brother speaks wisely. Abdurrahman stroked his short beard and said, your accent doesn't sound like you're from Chang'an. I'm from Donghua, here to take the imperial examination. But I'm unsure if this year's examination will proceed as scheduled. It will. Oh, I say it will happen. Ha ha ha. The woman unfolded her fan and laughed heartily. Since brother is so sure, I'll believe you. I hope to top the list. It will happen. Abdurrahman looked at her. You look like someone who can become the top scholar. The first female top scholar in Tang? Just thinking about it makes it quite interesting. He had set his sights on this talented woman. The woman pursed her lips and smiled. Brother speaks amusingly. Perhaps you're flattering me a bit. Before she finished speaking, a shady-looking person walked past her. She was highly alert, turned her head for a quick look, then hurriedly chased after him. My purse. Abdurrahman pulled her back and said, chasing what? Huh. The woman was caught between laughter and tears. All my traveling money is inside. Please help me, brother. I've got some. Abdurrahman immediately took out a large, full purse from his waist. Take it. Abdurrahman crossed his arms and said, money is necessary for survival, especially in the current chaos in Chang'an. If we had chased earlier, we might have been kidnapped and sold. The woman was startled. Sold? Sold? We're men. Sell you as male concubines. With your fair skin, you'd fetch a good price. Seeing his playful yet serious expression, the woman rolled her eyes. Brother is truly unique. You nearly scared me. How about this? Consider this money a loan from you. Once I overcome this difficulty, I'll repay double. What do you think? As you wish. Abdurrahman waved his hand. May I know your esteemed name, brother? The woman thought for a moment and replied, Anthea. And yours? Anthea? Oh no, could it be Sharon? No way, she's the top talent of Brandan. He even considered writing her name on the list for Abram. Why would she come to Chang'an on her own, claiming she wants to take the exam? Confusing. He didn't want to think too much about it, and he bowed. Li Bo, do you live somewhere in Chang'an? I can visit and return the money. Li Bo? That's it. Alright. What a mistake. Really a big mistake. Abdurrahman felt annoyed and wanted to change his name. He simply thought of waves and tides, similar to Tao, so he named himself on impulse. Now he wished he could crash into her and die. He cleared his throat several times to better fit the context and readability for English-speaking audiences. Chapter 68. One bride, 7 concubines, a reputation for beauty spreads far and wide. Ander was adept at stealth and disguise, with quite impressive combat skills. Despite several days of efforts by the Eastern Depot agents, they were unable to capture him. It was only when Unkit personally took action that Ander was finally apprehended and brought to the palace. Seeing Emperor Abdurrahman lounging against the dragon throne, eyes closed in repose, Ander hurriedly knelt down, trembling. He had long heard about this young emperor's ruthless methods, how wave after wave of people met their end at his hands. While he had been rather arrogant these past few years, it never occurred to him that he would be targeted by the emperor himself. Being caught now meant not just risking his life, but also fearing torture beyond death. Unkit reported, Your Majesty, the man is captured. Upon investigation, although he has committed many thefts and wicked deeds, he has not yet taken any lives. Abdurrahman opened his eyes and looked at Ander, noticing his small frame, but a face that betrayed his affluent lifestyle. He did not match the typical image of a notorious thief seen in movies. With a light laugh, Abdurrahman remarked, So, you have your principles in stealing? Ander stammered, Your Majesty, I grew up poor and only covet wealth, not lives. Pickle him in a vat until his eyes turn white, then burn him. The cruelty left Ander speechless. Your Majesty, I dare not defy. From now on, I am your loyal dog. Catching sight of Unkit, he quickly corrected himself. No, a mouse. I'll steal whoever you ask, no matter how much. Better, Abdurrahman smiled. Thieving on a small scale is boring. Have you heard of the great thief who steals the country? I have, Ander sweated profusely. Now listen carefully. Once you leave the palace, secretly establish the Rat Alliance, and recruit thieves from across the empire. Strictly control them, and we'll decide our targets together. For now, work with the Eastern Depot to practice on wealthy clans. When ready, aim bigger. Ander gulped. As you command, Your Majesty. Abdurrahman turned to Unkit. Take him. Henceforth, let the Eastern Depot work openly, while the Rat Alliance remains hidden. If you achieve the grand feat of thieving a nation, you will be great heroes. Your slave will ensure it. Unkit bowed deeply before taking Ander away. A system voice chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've triggered a hidden mission. Employing a lowlife to serve as a self-appointed thief. Alliance through marriage. What are your thoughts? Let's ally. Abdurrahman laughed. Brandan is between Barg and Chu, with Ming lurking behind. Surrounded, Chow must seek alliances. I foresaw this after our secret collaboration defeated Kit. Your Majesty's wisdom is unmatched. Darius calmly stated. The envoy says Carly, Abram's daughter, is virtuous and suitable for you. Abram wishes to forge this matrimonial bond. Carly? Abdurrahman picked up a pen. No problem. But one isn't enough. Let me list 7 names. He swiftly wrote down Kaylee, Gabby, April, Yasmin, Callie, and Elaine. In this era, Dane was Abram's general. Dion held the title Wu Ho. Hemlock was still unknown, likely weaving mats or selling shoes. For this meticulously planned list, Abdurrahman sent agents to investigate in Brandan. That was a courtesan, not yet noticed by Dane. The Chow sisters were sought after, especially by Dion and Abram. April was undiscovered. Yasmin was most likely used for political marriages. Callie was too famous to be approached directly. Elaine hadn't been taken by Dion. Abdurrahman knew Abram wouldn't be pleased with this demand of 1 bride and 7 concubines, especially upon learning the beauty of April and he might feel like Abdurrahman was selecting consorts from Brandan. But in this era of imperial rivalry, it was crucial to act first. Otherwise, what you desire might end up in someone else's hands. After careful consideration, Abdurrahman intended to gain renown for his choices and ensure Chow willingly delivered these beauties to Chang'an. Roberto, unaware of this strategy, remained silent. He chuckled nervously, "Your Majesty, although you have collaborated with Abram before, he is fickle. This list also includes the sister of Wu Ho. Abram has always been suspicious of Wu Ho. I fear he might be enraged and turn against the great Tang dynasty." Abdurrahman took a sip of tea and said, "I have received confidential reports that Barg's emperor, who has been busy with internal affairs, has recently mobilized a large army at the border between Barg and the Tujue. He will soon launch an attack on the Tujue. I defeated a 300,000-strong Tujue army, and our generals are now reaping the rewards in the north. They want to take advantage of the chaos to see some benefits. How could I stand by idly? Moreover, have you considered that Barg occupies the northeastern corner of our great Tang, with a strong military force? If they suddenly cut off our northern expedition supply lines, it would put tens of thousands of our soldiers in grave danger." Roberto was alarmed. Everyone knew that Abram had a notorious reputation for his fondness for women. Rumors had long circulated that these beauties would eventually enter Brandan's palace. "Isn't this provocation just asking for trouble?" Abdurrahman quickly reassured him, "Don't worry. When you depart with the Brandan envoys, I will make this list public. Once everyone knows about it, they'll think I am too arrogant and audacious. The Brandan court won't dare to harm you when you arrive." ####Chapter 69. Li Tiansha makes his grand appearance. Teddy Chong had already resigned himself to his fate. There was no other way. He now understood that Abdurrahman's words always needed to be interpreted in reverse. Last time, when Abdurrahman promised rewards, he and his seventh brother lived in constant fear of assassination. This time, Abdurrahman's enviable assignment meant trekking through treacherous terrain to provoke the Brandan monarch and officials. Although even during war, envoys are not to be harmed, and he was going to arrange a marriage alliance by imperial decree, it did not guarantee his safety. Would assassins hold off while he traveled to Brandan? Even if Abram would not harm him, could he trust others in Brandan to refrain from killing him? Just like Henri arranged accidents for his own cattle to get beef, if Abram were truly provoked, it wouldn't be hard for Teddy Chong to meet with an accident. Upon self-reflection, he was terrified. But he knew 6 days later. Chang'an buzzed once more with excitement. Anthea sat sipping tea, suddenly noticing people outside the tea house running frantically toward something. Everyone in the tea house also stood up and rushed outside. Clearly, something significant was happening. She hurriedly asked the scholar, "Excuse me, sir, what is going on?" The scholar explained enthusiastically. It said the emperor has built a stage in front of the Imperial College, inviting officials, Brandan envoys, and citizens of Chang'an to watch a performance. He even took on the stage name, Li Tiansha. Watch a performance? Yes. Regardless of how absurd this might seem, it's a rare opportunity to see the emperor. The Imperial College is close by. Are you not going? Of course. Anthea didn't hesitate, following the crowd eagerly. This was indeed a novel event, and she was eager to witness firsthand what this so-called tyrant would do next. Passing through 3 alleys, she arrived at the Imperial College. A towering stage about 10 feet high stood there, flanked by officials and protected by guards. Beyond them, citizens gathered in an area cordoned off by soldiers, numbering in the thousands and expected to reach 10,000 soon. The stage was festooned with lanterns and red silk curtains, creating a festive atmosphere. About an hour later, 10,000 people had gathered. Soldiers deployed heavily to prevent more people from entering. Then, accompanied by eerie and mournful Swona music, a group of gracefully dressed dancers carrying a coffin appeared on stage. The audience, caught between shock and amusement, realized this reenacted the scene where Randall led troops to attack and was greeted by dancers ordered by the emperor. Though eerie, witnessing it firsthand after only hearing rumors left a profound impact. If they were soldiers under Randall, they might have been frightened as well. But wasn't this supposed to be a farewell for Brandan envoys? Starting with such a scene seemed designed to scare them away. Indeed, the faces of Brandan envoys darkened immediately. Even Amadeus found it unbearable, shaking his head repeatedly. Ridiculous. Associating with actors, allowing them to perform before foreign envoys. It's a disaster waiting to happen. Our emperor sure knows how to entertain, said Teddy G, munching on raisins. But brother, we're here by imperial order, unlike the commoners trying to squeeze in. Stop nitpicking. This isn't nitpicking at all. Haven't you wondered if he's making actors play out scenes from the comic strips? He wouldn't dare. As Teddy G spoke, the warm-up Swona music concluded. Someone carried out a golden dragon throne, and then Abdurrahman, clad in an elaborate dragon robe with thick white makeup on his face, appeared slowly and slumped into the chair, acting the role. Next, actors portraying Amadeus, Artemio, Teddy G, and other officials walked onto the stage with strange makeup. The officials below reacted violently, their bodies trembling so much that tables shook. What was this madness? How ugly. As Tang's emperor, he disgraced himself alongside actors publicly and even made actors mock officials. I cannot live with this shame. Our dynasty's dignity is being trampled upon. Does the former emperor not care? It seems there's nothing he won't do, only things we can't imagine. He wants Brandan envoys to ridicule us Tang ministers. They raged furiously. Even the usually composed Teddy G was driven mad. That monkey-faced actor is supposed to be me? This is outrageous. Artemio, seeing his representation as black-faced, felt his blood boiling. I am elegant and dignified, never like that. While Amadeus also felt indignant, compared to Teddy G's monkey face and Artemio's black face, his own dark red face seemed more acceptable, albeit still distorted and furious. Had he ever looked that angry? Anthea was dumbfounded. This is allowed? A scholar chuckled. He owns the entire Tang dynasty and once openly discussed overthrowing the officials. Is anything surprising? It seems he's bringing those comic strip scenes to life. They're too expensive and sold out, but I finally get to see them today. Anthea had never seen these comics either. Only heard that scenes featuring the former emperor, current emperor, and the three princes drunk were depicted. Such depictions would be unimaginable elsewhere. Not to mention, the emperor performing them himself with actors. She was indeed astonished. But as the actors vividly portrayed events on stage, she became even more shocked. The tyrant's grasp on the court and public sentiment was astonishing. Historical figures like Amadeus and Artemio were now portrayed so vividly, manipulated effortlessly. The audience shifted from complaining to immersion, gradually shivering with recognition. This was what morning court was really like. So different from what they imagined. It was as if one man dominated the whole court. Officials were led by the emperor, who demonstrated strategic prowess, not appearing like a tyrant at all. Chapter 70. Pushing one Caesarch too far. I didn't even do this much acting in my previous life. If we don't achieve a series of great victories, wouldn't it be unfair to me for working so hard? When portraying the scene of being drunk, Abdurrahman genuinely drank. Moreover, he essentially reproduced every action from back then. The performers playing the roles of the retired emperor, Prince Bart, Fox, and Eric. Despite their bumping, the performer stroked his beard and swayed his head, saying, I am Fox, but not the same Fox. Recently, this prince wanted to marry into the glorious Tang dynasty, and Osiris has agreed. He specially sent envoys here, who apparently brought a list. This prince wishes to meet them. At this point, something shocking happened. Teddy Chung appeared wearing a python robe, painted red face, leading many performers dressed as Brandan officials. Suddenly, the Brandan envoy couldn't bear it anymore. He slammed the table and stood up angrily, shouting, How can you mock our ruler like this? Unkit, who had been waiting beside him, slapped him on the shoulder, forcing him to crouch down. Be quiet. Watch the show if you want to watch it. What's all the fuss about? The emperor can perform alongside the people. What's wrong with your Brandan king doing the same? Moreover, it is said that Fox is magnanimous. Would he cancel a marriage alliance over a trivial matter and turn hostile? Yes. Absolutely yes. The Brandan envoy clenched his fists and gnashed his teeth, wanting to shout immediately. But he had to bow his head while under someone else's roof. He was currently in Chang'an, and the person next to him was the notorious East Depot killer. Life was more important. Once he returned to Brandan, he would certainly report this incident truthfully to Ushvin. Then, Ushvin would be enraged, causing blood to flow like rivers. Artemio hadn't expected himself to instantly transform into the Brandan warlord Abram either. He was speechless. Even heaven's sins can be resisted, but self-inflicted sins cannot be lived with. Did he really think Abram would allow anyone to portray himself like this and make a mockery? Before, I worried that he would ally with Abram, making him difficult to deal with in the future. Now, it seems he's too focused on play and losing control. Though equally astonished, Amadeus did not jump to conclusions yet. After all, the act had only just begun. Teddy Chung didn't look down at the crowd. He felt like dying right now. Was this supposed to be a send-off for him, or his farewell? He really had no idea what was happening. He never imagined, even with his head bashed in, that the emperor would ask him to personally take the stage as a Tang envoy and act along with these performers. And he had to showcase the dignity of the Tang dynasty. Mercy. It was fine as long as he was in the Tang with protection, but if news got back to Brandan, the Brandan rulers and ministers wouldn't hesitate to sharpen their blades, waiting for him to fall into their trap. However, refusing to perform meant immediate death. To survive, he had to go through with it and said stiffly, Fox, this is the list prepared by His Majesty, the Emperor of Tang. I believe you have heard about it. As ancient sayings go, a graceful lady is pursued by a gentleman. Hearing that Brandan has many beauties, His Majesty desires to form a bond like intertwined vines, never separating. I'm sure Fox will help us achieve this. How dare you? Is the Jeffrey selecting brides among our Brandan ladies? Can this be tolerated? If the Jeffrey truly intends this, please request 7 brides. Our Lord will accept everything. Brandan's officials were seething. Abram, with his black face, laughed loudly. A few beauties, what's the problem? Besides, this prince and Osiris share a profound mutual respect. He knows I am magnanimous, and I know he enjoys games. You don't need to mind nor get agitated. Fetch these beauties immediately. 10 days later, they will marry into Tang along with my daughter. No one shall speak rudely of Osiris. Teddy Chung forced a smile and said, Thank you, Fox. His Majesty praised Fox for his talents and composed a poem. Here, for Fox's appreciation. Oh. Abram was delighted and exclaimed, Bring it forth quickly. Teddy Chung waved his hand. Several girls holding peepas stepped forward barefoot, strumming and singing. The spring river rises in harmony with the sea, its tide born under the moonlight. Shimmering poem covers the whole world. It seems I haven't misjudged him. Today I feel particularly inspired and must contribute a poem. He took a wine goblet and recited passionately, Though the divine tortoise may live long, its life eventually ends. Even dragons riding the clouds will turn to dust. An old steed, tethered, still dreams of running 1,000 miles. A hero may grow old, but his ambitions never fade. Lifespan depends not only on heaven. Cultivating oneself can bring longevity. Indeed, it is a pleasure to express one's aspirations through song. Teddy Chung applauded. Your poem, Fox, is already famous across the land. Listening to it today is indeed a great honor. Compared to Osiris's poem, mine pales in elegance. Come, continue singing, continue dancing. Let's enjoy ourselves till we are thoroughly intoxicated. After they genuinely drank several cups, the audience below fell silent. Yes, the sound of over 10,000 people breathing heavily was all that could be heard. Their gazes were dazed, expressions blank, as if they were all struck dumb. Could this still be performed? Did he dare perform it this way? So shameless, so arrogant, bullying the Brandan rulers and ministers to the extent Chapter 71. The Emperor reigns like a prophet. Anthea felt like a frail leaf tossed about in stormy waves. Despite being equally shocked by the ridiculous self-boasting, she maintained an outsider's calmness. This enabled her to view the entire situation more calmly and objectively. Setting aside the question of whether Abdurrahman had gone too far, this Spring River Flower Moon Night was truly a poem of poems. The poem unfolded layer by layer with scenery, emotion, and reason, captivating its audience with its depth and structure, as if it weren't even penned by mortals. If previous popular poetry collections in Chang'an were like stars illuminating the dark night sky after the suppression of Confucianism, then this poem was the bright moon itself, lighting up not just Tang's night sky but also shining over the entirety of China. Even Song, with its rich literary tradition, struggled to achieve this effect. She suddenly felt that coming to Chang'an had been absolutely right. Despite the current criticism surrounding Osiris's eccentric behavior, which could easily cloud people's judgment, Chang'an was transforming at an astonishing pace, even using performers to entertain the masses, a method never seen in other capitals. She was also curious about the authorship of both the poems in the collection and Spring River Flower Moon Night. These poems showed varied styles, suggesting multiple authors. Given Abdurrahman's treatment of scholars, who would willingly work, especially given his habit of keeping back options, we must closely monitor the Eastern and Western factories and keep tabs on his every move. Indeed. Well, the show is over, and the envoys are leaving. Let's escort them, concluded Artemio, a cunning smile revealing his rekindled hope. After escorting the envoys out of Chang'an, the brothers returned to their duties. Abdurrahman headed back to the palace where Ankit faced financial concerns. Your Majesty, despite your extensive plans, including recent contributions from Barthu, the private treasury isn't overflowing, Chow whispered. How many alchemists do we have now in the armory and the Department of Imperial Guards? Abdurrahman asked. Nearly 30,000. Time to close the net. Proclaim that numerous alchemists have offered toxic elixirs and false immortality pills, infuriating me. As punishment, all alchemists will forge iron in these institutions, and a nationwide investigation into Taoist temples will follow, punishing any illegal activities severely. Finally, he was targeting Taoism. Ankit had prepared personnel for this day. Just as during the suppression of Buddhism, countless assets would flow into the private treasury. With Taoism flourishing since Tang's establishment, the problems were likely dealing with unruly ones. I'm never gentle. Excellent. Henri, hear this. You're hereby bestowed the title Duke of Caesar. And Birch, still aiding famine relief in Hunan Dao, becomes Duke of E. Zach hesitated. Thank you, Your Majesty. I feel undeserving. Like Birch, he found joy in creating new weapons, not expecting rewards. Management had fallen to Prince Nathaniel, while Zach focused on implementing the Emperor's designs in Wuda Hall. Lately, Nathaniel included him in various armory and guard matters, following the Emperor's wishes. Surprisingly, despite being associated with Alpha, he wasn't overly scrutinized. Abdurrahman patted his shoulder. Zach, you deserve it. You and Yuchi exemplify national loyalty over factional strife, tirelessly working to build our unbeatable army. My rewards seem too meager. Zach glanced at Amadeus, awkwardly smiling. Equipping Tang troops with the best is my lifelong dream. Your Majesty might not know, but hearing how General Long rode with 8,000 cavalry, disrupting Liang with Jedao knives and crossbows, got me drinking with Big Black till drunk. This chapter vividly illustrates Abdurrahman's manipulative yet strategic approach, highlighting political intrigue, societal changes, and personal motivations. Your Majesty, I heard about it, and even wanted to bring these treasured knives. As he spoke, he clapped his hands. Several armored soldiers with large swords surrounded them. I'll go first. Teddy roared angrily and charged at a few soldiers. When those soldiers raised their swords simultaneously, he slashed down with one stroke. With a whoosh, several large swords were cut into pieces. Then he made another diagonal slash, instantly tearing through their armor. Even he couldn't help exclaiming in amazement. Blows can sever hair and slice through iron like butter. These are truly divine weapons. Brother-in-law Franklin, quickly give them a try. Artemio and Amadeus exchanged glances and attacked simultaneously. They were also astounded. Amadeus examined the knife repeatedly in his hand, asking, how are such sharp blades forged? Before Abdurrahman could answer, Henri hurriedly said, a good blade naturally comes from good steel. Currently, the Tang dynasty has the capability to forge the best steel in the world. No wonder the 8,000 flying dragon cavalry have such combat power. Amadeus walked over to the Huron crossbow thoughtfully, and Henri began explaining, this crossbow is called the Huron crossbow, and beside it is the divine arm crossbow. The Huron crossbow can fire 50 arrows in succession, and the divine arm crossbow can shoot up to 340 paces. What? That's impossible. Not just Amadeus, but all the officials found it hard to believe. This completely overturned their understanding. They had never heard of such powerful crossbows. Abdurrahman remained silent, giving on, coughed heavily, don't ask, everything comes from my hand. Teddy G lay flat on the horseback, then I won't ask. The officials were stunned. Is this the emperor of a country? He sounds just like a charlatan. The curved plow and oil press were his inventions. Poems were written by him. These weapons are all from his hand. Why not say he created humanity? Seeing this, Henri couldn't help but want to support Abdurrahman's claim. Abdurrahman waved him off, then said, did you know the world was also molded by me? Who disagrees? This section vividly portrays the awe-inspiring advancements in weaponry and the psychological impact on Amadeus and others. It also highlights the tension between Abdurrahman's grand ambitions and the skepticism of his contemporaries. Chapter 72. The Raging Fury for Beauty. Indeed. Who wouldn't be convinced by such words? They aren't seeking to prolong their lives unnecessarily. Abdurrahman continued with grandeur. What does Mateo matter? What does Abram matter? With these divine weapons, let alone sending beauties, I could demand Abram send his son as a hostage to Chang'an, and he wouldn't dare refuse. This level of provocation? Is he drunk? If Abram doesn't react now, he wouldn't be a hero but a coward. Sigh. Another national war is about to start. If Abram gets furious and allies with the Liang and Chu states, even with Bill, Irwin, Sol, Augustine, and others stationed in Dongzhou and Kangzhou, it might not be safe. Instigating wars for personal gain. Does he have any regard for the people of Tang? Seeing them all worried, too afraid to speak up, Abdurrahman chuckled inwardly and returned to the palace. Artemio, Amadeus, and Teddy started whispering as soon as they left the armory. Teddy sneered. His trick to get the alchemists to forge divine weapons was truly remarkable. But after successive victories and acquiring these weapons, he has become exceedingly arrogant, not even respecting Abram. Brothers, time is running out. We must prepare fully in Chang'an and Hunan, and seize the right moment to strike decisively. Neither Artemio nor Amadeus spoke, but this silence was already an affirmative answer. It meant they didn't wish to waste more words. Currently, officers like Birch, Bin, Bobby Wanjun, and Bobby Wantua in Hunan are on their side. Once Abram reacts negatively, they will seize the opportunity. Your Majesty, secret report from the northern border. Just as Abdurrahman returned to the palace, Unkit rushed over, presenting him with a slip of paper. After reading it, taking the opportunity to retaliate, Tang would again be in turmoil. One misstep could lead to utter disaster. Abdurrahman stared at the map calmly. Both are formidable adversaries, but our troops haven't delved deep into Turkic territory yet, so they won't rush to encircle us. Ungkor was a renowned Barg general who caused trouble on the northern border during the reign of the previous emperor, winning several battles against the Turks. His selection by Ganon indicated his importance. As for Prince Pingshigas, along with Prince Pingshan Algernon and Barkern and Andy, they originally were Han but later betrayed their people to join the Barg, becoming the three factions, controlling the northern regions. Their similarities to historical figures in Abdurrahman's memory were striking. He suddenly thought of someone and asked Unkit, "Are there any famous courtesans of extraordinary talent in the north?" Your Majesty, I was just going to report this, Unkit bowed. Since you reformed the imperial troop to focus on finding talented performers, we discovered Guadalupe in Barg territory, whose beauty has caught the eye of many Barg nobles. Goss intends to take her as his concubine. She is still in Taohua Tower, but none dare approach for fear of Goss's wrath. He likely plans to bring her home after victory, celebrating both military triumph and marriage. Seize her. Abdurrahman's eyebrows rose sharply. Such actions can be addictive. Don't mention this or the northern report to anyone. For now, focus on having the armory and the Brandonway temple produce weapons at full capacity. Send orders to split shifts, working day and night without stopping. Transport newly forged weapons immediately to Dongzhou, Kangzhou, and Hunan. The armory and Brandonway temple have plenty of craftsmen, recently augmented by nearly 30,000. With manpower sufficient, Brandon envoys would return to Babichang soon. Once Abram turns hostile, war would be imminent. Preparation for the imperial campaign must be thorough. Otherwise, it would be risking one's life. I'll do it. Unkit took a few steps before remembering something. Your Majesty, some scholars in Chang'an have annotated your poetry, gaining popularity. Who? The scholar you gave money to that day. Her? Indeed resourceful. Looks like I need to step out and play a bit. Chapter 73. Against public decency. Rui Inn. The inn was bustling with voices, scholars gathering in abundance. They vied for the opportunity to meet Anthea. This grand spectacle rivaled even the time when Margaret had summoned a crowd effortlessly with her poetry collection. Ever since Glenn and Miss Margaret vanished, these collections had been their sole comfort. Without exaggeration, every scholar who came to take the imperial... Desperately, she looked around, calling, "Percy, where are you? Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up." A snow-white horse approached like a celestial steed. Quickly, get out of the way. Seeing the rider showing no intention to pull the reins, the scholars hurriedly scattered. Anthea, spotting Abdurrahman riding towards her, started to greet him enthusiastically, but the horse whisked past her. Then, she felt a warm arm hook around her waist, and suddenly, she was sitting on the horse. Embarrassingly, she faced Abdurrahman. Abdurrahman rode swiftly, causing her to cling to him, trembling. "Percy, please stop and let me down." Her voice, sugary and sultry, entrancing. If he weren't clear-headed at the moment, Abdurrahman might have thought they were engaged in something more intimate, what people in later times called riding. He hadn't intended for her to sit facing him, it just happened conveniently. Adjusting her position wasn't difficult. He was quite adept at such maneuvers. With one hand free, he hooked her slender waist, gently guiding her to face forward. Hold on to the reins. Quickly giving instructions, he leaned forward, embracing her comfortably within his arms. Anthea stiffened. I must get down. Oh. Abdurrahman released the reins, leaning back. Then go ahead, brother won't stop you, and a flowing river. Surprised, Anthea remarked. I never knew there was such beauty beyond Chang'an. Abdurrahman dismounted, lifting her down without ceremony. When your heart sees beauty, this chaotic world becomes one of beauty. Anthea, initially furious enough to strike him, sighed upon hearing this. Indeed, amidst imperial wars and human suffering, if one mourns for all, it is tragic. But if one looks ahead, there's endless hope. Thank you for helping me earlier and bringing me here. Even so, despite constant beauty, there is joy and sorrow in life. I must leave Chang'an. I gained much from annotating the poems at the printing house in Chang'an. Too much for one person. You deal in trade, right? The remainder I left at the printing house. Go there, give your name, and show this pouch to the proprietor. He will give you the money. I hope you become a benevolent merchant. Saying this, she slapped the money bag into his hand. Abdurrahman held the pouch. Your annotations were excellent. Why leave now? Anthea was melancholic. I don't want to be bound, nor do I wish to be embroiled in national affairs or schemes. I know some may see me as selfish, unsure if I can escape my fate. But trying isn't wrong. What do you think? Hearing her tone, could she really be Sharon? Abdurrahman hesitated to ask directly. instead seizing her hand and running to the riverbank, pointing at the shimmering water. It's clear you're weary. Chang'an made you feel like a fish in water. Staying naturally might be possible. Stay? Do you know? I know you don't want to be bound, but if such constraints are inevitable, why not choose one that might bring you joy? Sniffing, Abdurrahman continued, even if others bind you physically, they cannot bind your heart. Regretfully, human hearts are not like water. Ripples easily rise in stillness, yet even turbulent hearts hold hope, better than stagnant water. Regretfully, human hearts are not like water. Ripples easily rise in stillness? Stunned, Anthea asked, are you truly just a merchant? I believe I am well read, but those words aren't something everyone says. Caught off guard. How should he respond? Abdurrahman gazed skyward, wishing for help. Chapter 74. Establishing the Amazons camp and founding the women's army. Though he appeared frivolous, he indeed had insight. A merchant who could speak eloquently. This person was definitely not simple. Anthea even saw the shadow of Osiris in him. She curved her lips slightly, staring at Abdurrahman and asked, that day when Osiris set up a stage in front of the Imperial College to perform a play, did you go to watch? Could she? But compared to your scholarly air? As he said this, he leaned in to sniff. Anthea hastily retreated, covering her chest. Unfortunately, she stepped on a stone and fell backward. Careful. Abdurrahman once again hooked her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. His chest directly pressed against her tightly bound bosom, causing him to consider giving her the name Blake. Anthea blushed furiously, pushing him away hurriedly. Why must you act so improper? We were supposed to bid farewell, not end up like this. Ha ha ha. Abdurrahman laughed as he walked forward. I'm just a vulgar man. I either dream of becoming rich overnight or fantasize about men stealing and women prostituting. Meeting a friend like you, if I don't tease you a bit now, will I not regret it later when you're out of sight? Anthea followed along, almost like a little wife. At first, hearing your stories, I thought of staying in Chang'an longer. Now, I think I should stay far away. Is that so? Seems like you won't leave. How do you know? I've long noticed that you say one thing but mean another, just like a woman. What kind of statement was that? Anthea wanted to retaliate but held back. Perhaps she should view this friend as a confidant. He seemed to understand her deeply. Maybe she hadn't realized it yet, but they were actually in a writer-translator relationship. They spent half a day touring together. Abdurrahman then rode his horse to send her back to the Rui Inn, saying, I'll come visit you another day. The money you put in the printing shop is too little. If you really hope for me to become a benevolent merchant, you'd better help me make more. Anthea was caught between laughter and tears. Am I your shop assistant now? Even a drop of kindness should be repaid with a flood. You being a man, can't repay with your body, only in this way. Rogue. Glancing at him, Anthea turned and entered the inn. Yeehaw. Abdurrahman urged his horse forward. Looks like I need to publish another new poetry collection. It would bring double profits and keep her in Chang'an. Why not? Back at the palace, he resumed his role as a literary copier, selecting 50 poems from the complete works of poetry and songs, compiling them into a collection, and arranging for printing and sale under the pseudonym Anonymous. After completing these tasks, he summoned Darius, Paxton, Atlee, and others. Paxton had been waiting for an edict these past days. He had already submitted the revised clan register on schedule and felt quite anxious. He wondered if Abdurrahman would make further demands regarding this matter. Take your seats and enjoy tea. Abdurrahman had them sit down, sipping his tea. Chang'an, I didn't even read the clan register, nor is it the time to do so now. However, he thanked, thank you for your trust, your majesty. In several months, I will certainly give an account to both your majesty and the people. Get up, I trust you. If you fail at this task, it's not just me, even Prince Bart probably wouldn't use you anymore. He had thoroughly considered this. Sending only Ander to recruit thieves nationwide wouldn't suffice. Pressure must be applied on the government level, forcing the thieves into no other choice. Besides Ander and the eastern/western factories, no one knew he was behind the Rat Alliance. Additionally, he didn't need a disorganized Rat Alliance, gathering and dispersing like sand. Unseen traces, strict discipline, and infiltration everywhere. This is exactly what he desired. In short, it was a devilish training where cats chased mice, and mice fought cats. If the Rat Alliance couldn't even defeat Paxton, how could he expect them to infiltrate enemy countries and challenge emperors and generals? Darius remarked, Your Majesty, the theft problem is minor, but doubts about the imperial examinations have led to unrest. Urgent resolution is needed. The examinations will proceed on schedule. Abdurrahman decisively declared, however, the examination content needs adjustment. Focus on current affairs strategies and miscellaneous writings. Do not limit to Confucian classics, add poetry, legal knowledge, orthography, mathematics, etc. appropriately. Current affairs strategies will be personally drafted by me. Furthermore, announce to the world that this year's examination will include military service, supervised by the Ministry of War. Subjects may include archery, musketry, wrestling, weightlifting, etc. Anyone with any skills, regardless of background, shall have the opportunity to showcase. Military examination? Atlee was quite excited. This has never happened in various countries before. With this initiative, Your Majesty, brave warriors will flock to join. Abdurrahman looked at him. The situation in the Ministry of Punishments has been largely corrected by you. Daizo will serve as Minister of Punishments, while you switch to Minister of War to assist in organizing the military examination. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will not let you down. Atlee bowed in gratitude, but he also found it puzzling. Daizo, though upright and talented, knowledgeable in law, and adept in documents, was part of the Alpha's court. Furthermore, as merely a secretary of the Alpha's court, how did he suddenly get promoted to Minister of Punishments? Just now, Paxton was also elevated to Grand Commandant of the Office of State Ceremonies, he not at all on guard against Prince Bart and Fox? Also, Abdurrahman interrupted his thoughts, saying, I plan to have noble consort and recruit young women to establish the Amazons camp, and create a women's army. My beloved, I have a task for you. Loretta walked briskly to him and said, truly? These days have been so idle that I almost started watching ants climb trees. I plan to have you recruit and train a women's army called the donghua camp. Women can be as valiant as men. I believe you will certainly make everyone look upon you with new respect. The donghua camp? Loretta excitedly hugged him by the neck and asked, Your Majesty, am I dreaming? You really mean it? Golden words. Then I will get started right away. With that, she lightly kissed him and ran off as if afraid he might change his mind. She had always been competitive, believing she could outdo any man and fantasizing about leading an all-female troop into battle. She never imagined it would happen so soon. Abdurrahman tasted the lingering kiss on his lips and mused, war horses and martial roses. I intend to break these worldly conventions and give you the opportunity to showcase your martial prowess. Congratulations, host triggered a hidden system task. Breaking worldly conventions by forming a women's army. Special reward, breathing technique. Breathing technique? Abdurrahman was momentarily stunned before replying sarcastically, Do I need this thing? Can't you just give me something practical? Host, please calm down and feel it with your heart. After calming his breath slightly, Abdurrahman saw images unfolding in his. Teddy frowned, men till the fields, women weave. This is an ancient rule. You dare to challenge tradition. Have you thought of the consequences? Leonard seized the moment. Your Majesty, no one doubts concubine Ying's military talent, but this touches upon rights and laws. Please reconsider carefully. Abdurrahman turned to Leonard. Brandan, tell me, who set these rights and laws? Leonard answered loudly. From ancient times, they became conventions and were proclaimed by sages, known to all. You are quite slippery and eloquent. Abdurrahman pointed at him. I've already suppressed Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Yet you speak of conventions and sages. I am emperor. My decrees are conventions and laws. Any who defy or resist shall be executed. Leonard retorted calmly, Your Majesty, this is tyranny. Throughout history, even the Bart Emperor followed legalism despite burning books and burying scholars alive. Teddy echoed, Correct, Tower. This matter involves many aspects. Do not act rashly. Abdurrahman stood firm. Whether virtue or tyranny, whether legalism or any philosophy, they are tools in my hands, serving my ambitions. Whatever works best, not vice versa binding me. Instead of wasting saliva here, why don't you play cards with me? Persuading you is impossible. Indeed, since his ascension, whoever successfully persuaded him? Teddy sighed. If you insist, then I have nothing more to say. Let's play cards. Leonard was speechless. Your Highness, what? The sky won't fall. Even if it does, he will die first. I don't know how to play. I'll teach you. As they sat around the table playing cards, Leonard was speechless. Originally, persuading and playing cards were just a sentence apart. Finding a loyal advisor in the Tang dynasty now was nearly impossible. But finding a card buddy was effortless. Loretta's recruitment went smoothly. In just half a month, 2,000 young women joined. Dressed in silver armor, red capes, wielding Tang swords and crossbows, they looked truly formidable. Abdurrahman specially allocated a space within the palace for their training. They trained diligently and endured hardships tirelessly. One day, while standing on the pavilion, a eunuch rushed to him. Your Majesty, urgent news from the border. Abram, hearing about those events, flew into a rage. He sent Dane, Adriel, and Yosef with 300,000 troops marching toward our borders. He boasts of preparing a list for your Majesty. Should you disobey, he will flatten Chang'an with his troops. How audacious! Abdurrahman extended his hand. Bring me the list, let me see. The eunuch trembling handed it over. Abdurrahman scanned it. He demands I see Dongzhou, more precarious. Dealing with Abram alone is already challenging. If Ganon joins the fray, and Innocent and Mateo seize the opportunity for revenge, while he leads the charge personally, it will be a death sentence. Objectively speaking, this presents an excellent opportunity for Prince Bart, Fox, and Eric, especially given his recent appointments of key figures from the Bart Party and the former Drapers faction. Regardless of whether they succeed, Tang's internal stability is destined to falter. Whether Tang can survive this crisis is indeed highly questionable. For days later, Abdurrahman, dressed in Mingguang armor, set off on a tall steed. Amadeus, Artemio, Teddy and the officials saw him off outside the city. An Eastern Bureau agent said, Your Majesty, the young nobleman participating in the General Star Plan requests to join the battle. Abdurrahman, slinging his Tang saber over his shoulder, replied, Tell them when this Grand General regains the throne, then they can request to join. Hi. The agent grimaced slightly before hastily leaving. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, devoid of any combat readiness, the officials all shook their heads disapprovingly. Looking at the female soldiers clad in silver armor, but adorned with cosmetics, they were left speechless. Is this the army trained by consorting? They had hoped it would at least look somewhat professional. Instead, it was surprisingly impressive, and surprisingly to those who saw it. Without knowing better, one might think the emperor was taking 2,000 consorts on a pleasure trip. The dignity of Tang's warriors would be utterly tarnished by them. Still, no one dared to stop him. On one hand, advice would be futile. On the other, the three princes were here, and they did not wish to offend them. Amadeus, Artemio, and Teddy remained unusually quiet today, not uttering a word. Abdurrahman asked Teddy, Eric, what do you think of my female battalion? Teddy, lying through his teeth, said, Women are no less than men. They will surely win the battle. So you have keen eyesight. Abdurrahman raised an eyebrow. How about you dress up as a woman and join to witness it? Your Highness, come on. The women enthusiastically invited him along. Teddy recoiled in horror, retreating several steps. Your Majesty. No, Grand General, I'm just a rough man. Joining would ruin your elegant mood. Look how scared you are. Abdurrahman laughed heartily. In my female battalion, only I am male. Even if you tried to cross-dress or change genders abroad, you couldn't join. Change gender? Yes, turning respectfully. It looked like a rebellion, but the peasants prostrated themselves. No one attacked. The female battalion was unaccustomed to such a large crowd, escorting Abdurrahman away anxiously, barely daring to breathe. Watching them flee, a burly man whispered, "Brother, we outnumber them. Why not kill this Huanjun and take the 2,000 women?" Editing note, the term Huanjun should be translated to maintain fluency in English. Revised sentence. Watching them flee, a burly man whispered, "Brother, we outnumber them. Why not kill this tyrant and take the 2,000 women? All you think about are the women." A bearded man slapped his head. Fox and Eric warned us to frighten him and expose his incompetence without hurting him. The journey ahead is long. Assassins and bandits will target him. Even if he reaches donghua, he'll die in Brandan's hands. As predicted, shortly after Abdurrahman proceeded another 100 miles, 5,000 bandits from Wuyan Mountain ambushed them. Amid cries and chaos, despite the intervention of hidden agents and experts, they struggled to break free. Fortunately, nearby troops arrived in time to save them. Otherwise, Abdurrahman might have met his end here, a laughingstock. Shaken, Abdurrahman retreated to a city for half a month, only restarting with military escort. News spread quickly. Barg and Brandan were negotiating an alliance in secret. Despite mutual hostility, they agreed promptly upon hearing this. Abdurrahman seemed caught between a rock and a hard place. After moving east another 100 miles, he abruptly turned northwest, settling at Qianshan. Spending days fishing and playing in the mountains, he showed no intention of heading east, until a recluse in the mountains finally stepped forward. He came to Abdurrahman's tent. "Forgive me, your majesty, but your actions are too extreme. Now that Brandan and Barg have allied, and Chu and Liang show signs of aggression, you still indulge yourself. You treat the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers in Donghua, Kangzhou, and Tuzhou as grass. Even if you plan meticulously, a slight miscalculation could lead to disaster. You can't stay silent anymore." Abdurrahman looked at the dignified, robust man. "That's why this Grand General came specially to invite you to assist." The man smiled bitterly. "Having roamed without a fixed abode, how did you find me? Where there's a will, there's a way." Abdurrahman handed him a freshly roasted fish. "The retired emperor failed to secure your loyalty, but how about this Grand General?" "Not bad." Chapter 76. Seeking a powerful ally. To think he would rather be a Grand General than an emperor, willingly lowering his status. It's absolutely absurd. Even more absurd, officials saw him off at the city outskirts. A eunuch from the Eastern Depot said, "Your Majesty, the gentleman participating in the General Star program requests to join the battle." Abdurrahman, slinging his saber over his shoulder, replied, "Tell them to wait until I reclaim my imperial title before asking." "Yes, Your Majesty." The eunuch twitched his mouth and hurried away. Seeing no sign of preparation for war, and Abdurrahman acting frivolously, the officials shook their heads. Looking at the female soldiers in silver armor, but adorned with cosmetics, they were speechless. Was this what Emperor Singh trained? They expected at least a semblance of a proper army. Instead, it was surprisingly impressive. So much so that one might think the emperor was taking 2,000 concubines for a trip. The dignity of the Tang dynasty soldiers was at stake. Yet, no one dared to stop him. On one hand, advice was futile. On the other, offending the three princes was risky. Today, Amadeus, Artemio, and Teddyji remained unusually quiet. Abdurrahman turned to Teddyji. "Eric, what do you think of my women's camp?" Teddyji, dishonestly, said, "Women surpass men in valor. They will surely triumph." "You have keen eyes." Abdurrahman raised an eyebrow. "Why don't you dress up and join them as a witness?" "Come on, ladies." The women eagerly invited him. Teddyji recoiled in terror. "Your Majesty, General, I'm just a rough man. I'd ruin your enjoyment. Look how scared you are." Abdurrahman laughed heartily. "In my women's camp, except for me, all are women. Even if you changed genders, you couldn't join." "Change gender? Turning men into women? Ah, there's such a method? Seems you're interested. Should I send you to try?" No. Teddyji vigorously shook his head. "Just curious, very curious." Amadeus, unable to tolerate any longer, had to speak. However, this situation benefited him greatly. He forced himself to say, "War is the nation's most serious matter. May you fare well." "Farewell?" Abdurrahman bluntly stated. "I've given you opportunities. If you miss them, even if I continue giving chances, will people still trust you?" "You." Amadeus gritted his teeth, but chose silence. This wasn't the time for arguments, and he admitted Abdurrahman's point. 3 failures would lose support. They must seize the throne and restore the Tang dynasty. "Officials, return and await my victory report." Abdurrahman glanced at the officials, waved, and confidently headed east. His pace was slow. It took nearly 2 weeks to reach Caesaroyang. After resting for 5 or 6 days in time enemies, they immediately agreed upon hearing this. Abdurrahman seemed trapped. After advancing another 200 miles, he suddenly turned northwest and settled in Qianshan. Spending days fishing and enjoying nature, he showed no intention of heading east. Even a hermit couldn't bear it anymore. The hermit visited Abdurrahman's camp. "Forgive my frankness. Inviting me here seems excessive. With Brandan and Barg allied, and Chu and Liang restless, you amuse yourself, mocking everyone. You treat the lives of thousands of soldiers as worthless. Even with your strategy, missteps could lead to total failure. You couldn't hold back." Abdurrahman looked at the robust man. "So I came to invite you. Will you assist me?" The man laughed bitterly. "I've wandered, hiding. How did you find me?" "Where there's a will, there's a way." Abdurrahman handed him a freshly roasted fish. "The former emperor couldn't secure your loyalty. Am I doing better?" "Acceptable." The man took the roasted fish, bit into it, and said, "The world is in chaos, with truths and falsehoods intertwined. Although I noticed that those bandits were already bought off by you, the tens of thousands of citizens who lined the path to farewell, you must have been intentionally arranged. It seems you, though residing deep in the mountains, possess keen insight and are well informed about the affairs of the world." Abdurrahman picked up his wine cup and gestured to him. "We must have a toast." The man raised his head and drank it all at once, then said, "This grand general's journey east has been like putting on a show for ridicule and contempt. But have you considered that Ganon is no ordinary emperor? What you and Abram have done might not be enough to deceive him." Translation maintained the original paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring fluency and coherence with the previous content. Chapter 77. A gift for one. The ruler of all under heaven. Chime. Congratulations to the host for triggering a hidden system task. Your indulgence in pleasure and disregard for the lives of soldiers will be rewarded with advanced mining technology. This reward is something this great general has been longing for. In this era, everyone loves gold and silver. If Tang can start large-scale gold and silver mining, it will undoubtedly boost commercial prosperity. Abdurrahman cast a surprised glance at the man before him. The system had once again bestowed a reward. His first thought was about gold and silver mines, but he also knew that there were many other minerals. There would be plenty of opportunities in this field. Once indeed. Avon remarked frankly that Emperor Ganon couldn't be easily deceived, which struck a chord with Abdurrahman. To be honest, Abdurrahman had never underestimated Ganon and wouldn't dare to do so now. However, thinking of this, he sipped his wine and said, "The world bustles with activity, all driven by profit. Even if we can't deceive Ganon, the allure of immense wealth won't leave him indifferent. Moreover, I have an ace up my sleeve." Avon replied, "No wonder my friend often says you and Abram are cut from the same cloth, both cunning. Yet, there are differences between you. Abram can yield or stand firm, harboring deep schemes, a hero in troubled times. Generally employs myriad tricks, often reversing expectations, making him unpredictable yet compassionate toward the people." "Intriguing," Abdurrahman exclaimed. "Who is this friend of yours? Quite adept at reading people. I wish to introduce him to you, General. Please wait a moment." He stood and left briefly, returning with a young man draped in scholar's attire, holding a feather fan, exuding vigor and brilliance. Upon seeing him, Abdurrahman leaped up excitedly. Could this be the legendary figure from Brandan's Nanyang? It couldn't be. What was he doing here, within Tang's territory? The young man bowed respectfully. Bright pays homage to the mighty general. Some, he also can't tolerate many. His ranks are full of strategists. Here, you would have greater freedom. Moreover, his ambitions lie in world domination, while mine aim to ensure every elderly person can retire honorably, every able-bodied individual finds purpose, every child grows up healthily, and the widowed, orphaned, and disabled are well cared for. We seek to shatter old norms and build a new world together. An achievement far beyond mere conquest. Disorder breeds innovation. Order breeds stagnation. Yusef pondered. This path is unexplored by me. How does General Li compare to past emperors like Bart Huang, Han Wudi, or Ming Taizu? Abdurrahman cleared his throat. Do you want the truth or lies? Naturally, the truth. Because I have the system. What is this system? You can think of it as the will of heaven, destiny, or innate ability. Yusef marveled at the unconventional ruler of Tang, urgently correcting himself. Perhaps it's best if you tell a fib. Abdurrahman deadpanned. Compared to them, I have no scruples, no limits, no sense of shame, and disregard propriety. A lie? Clearly the truth. Yusef and Avon couldn't help but laugh. Yet, they couldn't deny it was his strength. Though seemingly low, born into these tumultuous times with so many enlightened rulers, adhering to conventions would only weird Goss's concubine. Chapter 78. The beauty unparalleled. Loretta clapped her hands. Unkit led a woman into the tent. The woman had a face like peach blossoms, eyebrows as distant mountains, and lips as if painted with cinnabar. Though she wore a white robe, it could not hide her stunning beauty, which was mesmerizing. She truly was a first-class beauty. She lifted her bright eyes and said to Abdurrahman, "This lowly concubine pays respects to the great general." Her beauty alone was enough to intoxicate anyone, but when her clear and sultry voice rang out, even Abdurrahman, who could hold his liquor well, felt a bit drunk. She possessed both the most beautiful voice and appearance in the world. Indeed, she lived up to her reputation. No wonder so many people in the Bard Kingdom coveted her. He leaned back and took a sip of wine, saying, "Aren't you afraid?" Guadalupe smiled gently. "This lowly concubine is but a floating weed in turbulent times. I have no right to talk about fear. Moreover, rather than be confined in that small space, becoming an object for everyone's desire, I prefer to see how the renowned great general plays the game of life." Abdurrahman was somewhat surprised. "You're different from other women." Guadalupe glanced at Loretta in her military attire. There are no ordinary women by the side of the great general. If this lowly concubine were he personally tutored, her graceful dance and every smile mirrored the moonlight and tides, transporting the audience to an unearthly scene. Unkit dared not look and carefully walked beside Abdurrahman, whispering, "Great general, this old servant has sinned, as I allowed concubine Ing to see." The great general never intended to hide such a live person from her. He beckoned Loretta over. Sitting beside him, Loretta commented, "This is true. Each person has their strengths and weaknesses. Her talents surpass my own. You won't favor new beauties over old, will you?" "How could I?" Abdurrahman raised his cup. "To me, you will always be my horse-riding general." Recalling their intimate moments, Loretta blushed deeply and twisted his arm, muttering, "Drink, drink. I shouldn't have asked such a question." Abdurrahman whispered, "Are you, my great general, embarrassed?" "Ah." Loretta quickly touched cups with him and drank it all, then turned to watch Guadalupe dance as if entranced, behaving as if she herself had captured her. When the dance ended, Guadalupe smiled humbly. I hope my performance captured the essence of Spring River Moonlit Night. On first hearing, I didn't understand its meaning. On second hearing, I became part of it. Abdurrahman said meaningfully. Though the poem came from the great general's hand, Marshal General? Avon hurriedly said, Great General, this position belongs to Marquis Bobby, Lord Chang'an Shun. I haven't made any significant contributions to Tang Dynasty. How can I serve as general? No harm. Abdurrahman smiled. Marquis Bobby has resigned from this post. My inclination for generous rewards does not mean it's easy to gain titles or ranks. In fact, I have higher expectations for those I generously reward. For example, I set a small goal for you. Before conquering a kingdom, you will not be promoted again. Don't disappoint me. Conquer a kingdom? Avon was energized. Very well, I will not disappoint the great general. Abdurrahman raised his cup. Tomorrow, please go ahead to Dongzhou and arrange the troops for me. I'm still enjoying myself and need more time. Both understood and toasted with him, avoiding further discussion. The next day, Abdurrahman and Loretta slept until midday. Loretta, blushing, chided, Great General, it's time for me to visit the Amazons' camp for sandbag drills. Leg bindings during marches were his idea. It was a deceptive training method. By the time they reached Dongzhou, the Amazons' camp would be ready for combat. Go, Abdurrahman kissed her. I should stretch my muscles. After helping him dress, she couldn't resist asking, Did you take something? Why? Boss, do not kill him. How can I have the face to stand in this world anymore? I will still surround Tediba and Ahmed as planned, but I must divide my forces to strike at that dog emperor. Otherwise, there's no point in me being the pacifying West King. Angkor could see that Abdurrahman had completely enraged him. He stroked his long beard, pondered for a moment, then said, Your Highness, calm down. This general will immediately write a letter and send it to His Majesty via express courier. If His Majesty has already reached secret agreements with the other two, I will assist you in killing Osiris. Hearing this, Goss's nearly distorted face returned to its usual honest appearance. General, don't deceive this king. Angkor responded with just one question, compared to Abdurrahman, who among Tediba and Ahmed is more important? This translation adheres to the guidelines provided. It uses only English, maintains the original tone and style, ensures natural and fluent language, preserves paragraph structure and line breaks, and keeps the storyline coherent with previous content. Chapter 79. One Emperor Fights Three Kings. Abdurrahman wandered and meandered, taking another month and a half to reach the eastern province. However, he did not reach the front lines, but instead chose to remain entrenched at Chong. Dead Crown Prince couldn't let this chance slip either, ordering Barnaby to lead 100,000 troops near Jiangong, which bordered Tang and Liang. Innocent also joined, personally commanding his family army at the borders of Dongzhou, waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, Bill, Erwin, Pierre, Augustine, and others faced immense pressure. Yet, Abdurrahman did not mobilize Henley's troops in Hunan, or the 50,000 new recruits gathered by Bobby Wanjun and Bobby Wantua. Unbeknownst to them, Abdurrahman wanted to escalate the situation further. Facing Yusef and Avon who arrived from the front line, he declared, As your great general, I am personally leading the campaign. The Brandon King, Liang King, and Weschu Overlord are also here. Not only do I have to one emperor against three kings, but also deal with the massive Ming and Barg states. This is thrilling. He clenched his fist. They won't miss this chaos, each with their own plans. But my goal is to win everything. Unkit, you will spread the word that the Brandon King, Bart King, and Chi King have successfully seized power in Chang'an, plunging it into chaos. Unkit stared, dumbfounded. General, this will cause panic in the army. Without panic, how would our enemies charge recklessly? But we're facing multiple enemy states. Deception and striking one by one. Easier said than done. Lachlan dismissed it. This is just a bluff. They don't know about Wang Pingxi and face supply issues. Attacking now means entrapment. Even Ahmed wouldn't use such a foolish strategy. My men fought Tediba and Marcus's forces today, the scout reported breathlessly. What? Where did they get supplies? A bloodied officer rode in. Our raiders were defeated by Tediba and Marcus. They're advancing towards us. Please prepare for battle. Lachlan threw him aside angrily. They are exhausted from battling the Turks yet dare to fight us? This will end in their destruction. Sound the alarms, he ordered. Soon, both armies clashed fiercely on the vast grasslands. In Kangzhou, Mateo found something unexpected. Tang forces had withdrawn. Frowning, he asked, What's he up to now? A scout arrived, excitedly reporting, Lord, great news. It's rumored that Artemio, Amadeus, and Teddy G seized power in Chang'an. To reclaim his throne, Abdurrahman has pulled back all troops. The fastest withdrawal is from Kangzhou. Tang no longer holds any land here. Mateo couldn't believe it. No soldiers left at all? Yes, Lord. This seems Meanwhile, Wan led 40,000 soldiers to block the East City Gate. Since Chongyang Pass is flanked by hills to the north and south, this meant that the entire pass was now surrounded by 100,000 troops. Abdurrahman had no way out. However, the reality was that the East City Gate was tightly shut, with not a single guard in sight. The West City Gate, on the other hand, stood wide open, where a lone figure played a zither leisurely at the entrance. This man was 8 feet tall, with a face like polished jade. He wore a turban and a crane feather cloak, looking almost ethereal. Who is this? Goss couldn't help but wonder. What is that dog emperor up to? A subordinate general remarked, It seems there's no one inside the pass. Could Osiris have fled? Impossible. The Tang forces haven't withdrawn from the front lines yet, and Chang'an has been seized by Amadeus, Artemio, and others. Without gathering his frontline troops, escaping from Chongyang Pass would mean certain death for him. Besides, this king has been marching swiftly. There's no way he could have noticed us. This must be some trickery to deceive us. Now, With our 100,000 troops surrounding the city, can he really trick us? Just then, Abdurrahman appeared on the city wall, embracing Guadalupe's slender waist. He waved at Goss arrogantly. Goss immediately flew into a rage, blood rushing to his head. Dog Emperor, give me your life. What are you barking about? Abdurrahman shouted back, you traitor disturbing my enjoyment. Don't you see I'm watching my strategist demonstrate the empty fort strategy? Why don't you all retreat quickly? You're just a bunch of low-class minions. This great general is too busy to even think about dealing with you. You're simply not worthy. Traitor? Diarrhea King? Empty fort strategy? Goss's eyes bulged like those of a bull, his muscles tensing up so much that his teeth nearly cracked. He snatched away his concubine and mocked him so openly. If he didn't crush him into dust today, not only would it lose him respect among the world, he wouldn't even be able to stand before these 600,000 troops. He gritted his teeth. Dog Emperor, you dare to boast even when death is imminent. Men, charge in and capture him alive. This king. Abdurrahman interrupted. Hey, are you still full of yourself, Diarrhea King? Am I giving you too much leeway? Goss howled like an ape toward the sky several times, drew his sword, and pointed it forward, shouting, charge, charge, charge. Yusef saw the situation and quickly retreated into the city. The gates remained open. Abdurrahman then scooped up Guadalupe in his arms and provocatively waved at Goss before disappearing. This is infuriating. Goss, who had been hesitant to personally lead the charge, went berserk at this sight and stormed into the city. But after searching half the city, he found no one. Where did they go? That Dog Emperor was clearly in the city. He can't have left without troops. Are they all on the east side? Something's wrong. Everyone be careful. Not just Goss. His men were growing anxious too. As they cautiously advanced eastward, cries of agony erupted sporadically. Some soldiers fell into traps. Others were shot dead. Some were burned alive. And some were trampled to death by their own comrades. The vast half of the city seemed transformed into a ghost town, permeated with a thick, bloody stench. Bone-chilling Swana music echoed from all directions. Several subordinates rushed to Goss. Prince, we've fallen into a trap. Goss glared at them. Nonsense. That Dog Emperor is merely creating chaos to scare us off. With our 100,000 troops here, Yuan will soon attack from the east. How can such minor tricks stop us? Pass my order. Steady yourselves. Any unauthorized retreat will result in execution. Yes. Military orders were like mountains. The soldiers became less chaotic, but traps were everywhere in the city. They moved very slowly toward the east. At the east city gate, Yuan was about to order the attack when a scout reported, General, instilling fear in all who faced him. It wasn't unusual for these two warriors to rampage through the battlefield effortlessly. What was strange was that Henley's troops fought like wolves, seemingly more formidable than the legendary Dragon Guard. Moreover, many of them were equipped with exceptional weapons, standing out even amidst thousands. How could these be mere new recruits and irregulars? Perhaps. Seeing his troops being split into two, one suddenly suspected a possibility. If Henley could covertly move Hunan's reclamation troops here, why couldn't he have secretly replaced these troops with the Dragon Guard stationed in Kangzhou and other Tang elite forces? Hadn't the Kangzhou troops been steadily withdrawing without engaging any Liang or Ming forces? Nobody knew their true strength. If that were the case, could it mean that Abdurrahman's withdrawal from the front lines was another ruse? Could the rumors of Amadeus, Artemio, and Teddy G seizing power also be false? Realizing this, Yuan's breath hitched, frozen in place. What a grand strategy. Each step meticulously interconnected, making it hard to uncover. No wonder Zenon and Henley attacked mercilessly. This clearly aimed for total annihilation. Bad. He urgently shouted, quick, summon Prince Pingxi for reinforcements. It's an emergency. Someone panicked. General, look. Yuan turned to see Abdurrahman on the city wall, hugging Guadalupe, waving at him. That wave made him gasp for air. Where was Goss? Had he also fallen for the trap? Many bewildered Barg soldiers seeing this scene instantly grew even more anxious. Chapter 81. Not reinforcing, but on the way to reinforce. Report. Report to His Highness the Prince. Urgent news from the eastern city. Henley and Zenon are leading separate troops to besiege our general. The general requests immediate reinforcement. Reinforcement? Goss felt his head spinning, even his vision blurring. Zenon attacking Tang's forces meant that Abram and Abdurrahman's supposed enmity was a ruse, and they had actually rejoined forces. Since Emperor Ganon had suspected this and warned him, he managed to comprehend the situation. But where did Henley come from? Even if he stealthily brought troops from Hunan, how could those newly trained soldiers be any match for Bard's elite 40,000-strong army? Frankly speaking, even with his own 60,000 troops against Yuan, he wasn't certain of victory. These years, Yuan had stationed them in the southern region of Barg to counteract Abram and to contain the three feudatories. Given Yuan's arrogance, if he were not truly in dire straits, he wouldn't have sought aid. Hasten the retreat. We cannot prolong the battle here. Goss knew well the danger of mutual destruction. Moreover, half of the city had been rigged with mechanisms and traps by Abdurrahman. Advancing straight from inside the city to the eastern gate would be difficult in the short term. This wasn't the most pressing concern. Rather, it was whether Abdurrahman had an ace up his sleeve to encircle and annihilate Wu's forces within the city. He couldn't afford such losses. These troops were his reliance as one of the three feudatory kings. He led the troops to withdraw swiftly. Not long after, another report came. Your Highness, there's bad news. Tang troops have breached the city from outside, led by what seems to be Erwin. Erwin? Isn't he supposed to be in Kangzhou? Confusion swept over Goss. Abdurrahman was playing too many cards, and distinguishing reality from illusion became challenging. For decades on the battlefield, he had never encountered such a complex situation. A misstep might mean total annihilation. He drew deep breaths, trying to remain calm. Pointing his sword, he commanded, troops, follow my order. Rush out of the city, quickly. Most of the mechanisms had already been triggered, so they didn't have to worry about these as they broke out. However, Erwin cleverly avoided direct confrontation, splitting his forces into several groups and engaging in guerrilla tactics with the defending troops. Every 5,000 troops, one tried to break through but failed miserably, losing all 5,000 men in the attempt. Seeing the inevitable collapse, he lamented, "Your Majesty, you should never have trusted the Han people. I can no longer serve you. May Barg rule the world forever." With that, he drew his sword, slit his throat, and fell into a pool of blood. Henley, Xenon, and Yosef eliminated the remaining forces, gazing at Wan's body. They realized Ganon's loss wasn't just Wan. Hearing such disastrous news, Wan's father, Grand Minister Sony, would likely meet the same fate. Xenon fist bumped Henley, saying, "Brotherly, this battle was exhilarating. Let's divide according to plan. Hopefully, we won't face each other on the battlefield." Henley replied, "I never predict the future. Farewell until next meeting. Onward." Watching him lead troops toward Kangzhou, Xenon remarked, "The Jeffrey may act rashly, but he dares gamble and always comes out on top, a formidable threat to Brandan." Yosef agreed, "I concur. Whatever happens, let it unfold. If we ever clash, it should be fought fiercely." "Agreed." Xenon raised his halberd. "We should secure more territory for our lord. March on." They deliberately bypassed Algernon and Andy's troops, concentrating their efforts on capturing South Zhou, rich in sea salt, crucial for Brandan. Finally free from Erwin's harassment, Goss surveyed the scattered remains of his army, feeling despair. Now Marshal Fu battles fiercely while Tedaba, Ahmed, Marcus directly attacked our territories, making the front lines critical. Immediate reinforcement is needed. Goss was stunned. Abdurrahman's strategy was indeed brilliant. Emil Jelly, ruthless and oppressive, once heavily taxed the Babi and Chanchuo. Unable to bear it, Louis gathered his people and rebelled, defeating Jelly's suppression attempts. Then, various tribes considered making Louis their Khan, but he declined. After Jelly's death by Abdurrahman, Louis seized power with over 100,000 elite troops. He had hoped Louis would avoid allying with Abdurrahman due to self-preservation. Clearly, he underestimated the allure of Turkic territory and potential threats from Western Turks. Allying with the Tang Empire at this moment was, in fact, not a bad choice. This damned emperor is manipulating everyone with his deceit and strategy. Goss roared in fury, gazing toward the direction of Chongyang Pass. His heart twisted as he barked, "Retreat!" Achu! 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 At Chongyang Pass, Abdurrahman, standing on the city wall, sneezed several times consecutively and said, "King Lu Stools must be cursing this great general again. I'll make sure not to use a single soldier to leave him without a place to bury himself." Yusef smiled and said, "The situation is now under control. Congratulations, great general. Military advisor, you have made great contributions this time. If it weren't for the mechanisms you set up, we wouldn't have been able to trap Goss for so long, making it impossible for Wan's entire army to be wiped out." Abdurrahman praised him before shifting the topic. "However, there's something I'd like to ask your advice on, military advisor. Do you think a person can really be scared to death?" Yusef gently waved his feather fan and replied, "Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires, all interconnected with qi and blood. Qi and blood sustain life. Thus, being scared to death is entirely plausible. What about emperors? Emperors of central China are no ordinary men. It would be extremely difficult. Who exactly do you want to scare to death?" "The Liang King Mateo. He has dedicated himself to Buddhism, achieving an enlightened mind. It would likely be even harder to scare him to death." "Even harder?" Abdurrahman laughed heartily and said, "A challenge is what I thrive on. And this idea of scaring someone to death, I learned from you. Last time, I sent him a box of sheep droppings, and this time, I plan to send him another grand gift." "Learned from me?" Yusef was utterly perplexed. Had he ever scared anyone to death? He couldn't remember. Chapter 82. Annoying without compensation. In Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Yusef's 3 provocations of Finn left a deep impression on Abra. He wasn't sure if annoying Mateo 3 times would be enough. If not, Yosef attacked Barg's Nanzhou, deliberately avoiding Prince Ping and Algernon and Barkern and Andy's forces. Upon hearing this, Loretta suddenly understood. The key is to subdue the mind rather than just the enemy. There had always been rifts between Ganon and the 3 feudatories. Abdurrahman intended to make them turn against each other, causing internal strife, thereby allowing him to sit back and reap the benefits. However, currently, Tedaba, Ahmed, and others had abandoned attacking the Turks and instead fiercely attacked Shuazhou in the west of Barg territory. Ganon was desperately short of manpower. Even if he wanted to eliminate the 3 feudatories, it wouldn't happen immediately, right? Abdurrahman saw through her thoughts and smiled calmly. A skilled strategist can use one enemy to check another, then conquer territories. The 3 feudatories harbor ulterior motives. If they exhaust their troops, they will become prey. We need to exploit this fully. As for whether Ganon will cut off his own arm or not, let him suffer himself. I have no interest in worrying about him. Haha. Loretta laughed charmingly, then unusually skipped down from the city wall. Her obvious affection confirmed for Yusef that in future discussions with the Emperor and Empress, even if it's state affairs, he shouldn't stand nearby anymore. It always felt like something glowing was over his head. 2 days later, Abdurrahman led the women's corps toward Kangzhou. Meanwhile, in Kangzhou, Barnaby and Domenico had already engaged in fierce battles. For the Ming dynasty, Kangzhou was crucial to influencing both Daliang and Tang, making it essential to capture. For Daliang, losing Kangzhou meant an irreplaceable blow after it was forcibly taken by Abdurrahman. Missing this rare opportunity would be a national humiliation. Thus, both sides mobilized their elites, resulting in intense and grueling battles, fighting for every inch of land. Casualties rapidly increased. Innocent initially planned to intervene, but Dongzhou offered greater temptation. He didn't want to see Brandan or Barg take it. As the battle situation evolved swiftly, unexpected developments occurred. Xylan's entire army was annihilated. Dane and Yosef attacked Nanzhou, Goss rushed back to reinforce. Meanwhile, Bill's troops unexpectedly surged, shifting from defense to offense. Realizing he was being manipulated, it was too late to act now. Henley, Avon, Irwin, Sol, Augustine, Bobby Wanjun, Bobby Wantua, and others gathered around 200,000 to 300,000 troops, launching a relentless attack on Kangzhou. They targeted both Ming and Liang armies indiscriminately. The already devastated troops were overwhelmed by this sudden onslaught. Moreover, with Henley and the Flying Dragon Army's reputation already established in Liang, the Liang soldiers feared them immensely. In no time, Tang recovered half of Kangzhou and even ambushed Jiangong, strategically vital to Ming. With heavy losses and the fall of Jiangong, Barnaby could barely continue. He retreated to Ming, awaiting reinforcements. As Mateo retreated southeast due to Tang's pressure and passed by Jiangong, some bold female soldiers blocked his path, saying in unison, "Prince Liang, since you're here, Generalissimo invites you to discuss in the city to show his hospitality." "That damned man is in Jiangong? Master, let us fight. We swear to kill the Jeffrey." Generals glared angrily at the city. Mateo gritted his teeth. How dare he come to Jiangong with these women? Please respect yourself. The women lifted their necks. Generalissimo says if you're too cowardly to enter, then attack. How insolent. How dare you speak so brazenly before Master? Several generals drew their swords, ready to slay them. A scout rushed in. "Master, I saw Jiangong's gates wide open with a long banner saying." "What does it say? Speak." "The Jeffrey toward here. Thornton." Mateo fled wetting his pants. "Scoundrels." Mateo kicked him aside, eyes red. "Kill these women? Prince Liang, please wait." The women said calmly, "Even if you wish to kill us, let us finish speaking. Generalissimo offers you Jiangong as a gift." "Offer me?" Mateo disbelieved. "Does he think I'm a child?" The women unfurled an imperial decree. "Generalissimo has written this decree with the imperial seal. If you agree, Jiangong is yours. If he breaks this promise, he'll lose credibility worldwide." Mateo inspected it closely and insincerely remarked, "A mere city to lure me into submission? Ridiculous." The women smiled sweetly. "Generalissimo knew you'd say this. You fear Ming's attack despite receiving Jiangong, right? Such timidity. Why bother taking Kangzhou? Hand over all of Daliang and become a monk." "Monk?" Mateo had never been insulted by mere women. He raged, "Kill them." "Truly?" The women didn't flinch, pointing right. "If killed, Generalissimo will capture you and make you eat sheep droppings." "Sheep droppings?" The Liang army was astounded. Did Abdurrahman send him those elixirs? Insulting a soldier, much less a king. They became enraged, wanting to crush the women. But dust clouds approached from both sides, signaling advancing armies. Chapter 83. Worse than beasts. Lord. Retreat. The soldiers were in panic, and so was Mateo. At this moment, Domenico was leading the white-robed army to block Henley and the Flying Dragon army. Creating us rushed over with several dozen men. Dismounting, he said, "Lord, this is a confidential message. Bring it forward." Mateo opened the envelope and read for a while. His expression became extremely grim. The letter was written by Domenico. He analyzed Abdurrahman's troop deployments, concluding that there weren't many troops in Jiangong City, and that the majority of the elite Tang forces, including the Flying Dragon army, were currently constrained by Mateo's own forces. If they launched a surprise attack on Jiangong, they might take it at once. Could it be that everything Abdurrahman has done previously was just posturing? Gritting his teeth, Mateo crumpled up the paper, unsure whether to follow Domenico's advice and launch a surprise attack. The subordinate general then presented many military flags. "Lord, these are banners we saw tied to large branches along the way, depicting very strange patterns. Your subordinate is uneducated and couldn't make out their meaning. But I picked them up not far from Jiangong, as you must have passed by there too, so I brought them for your identification." Looking down, Mateo hadn't spoken yet when someone eager to show off interjected, "Lord, these are ancient characters beast Shengxingwenzer. But why are they marked with a red X?" Note, the term chinso literally means beast, but is used to denote someone who behaves worse than an animal. A more contextually accurate translation would be worse than a beast. However, given the specifics and muttered about it, they also went berserk, charging towards Jiangong with war cries shaking the earth. Inside Jiangong City, Unkit hurried to the throne and said, "Generalissimo, Mateo is leading an attack." "Oh." Abdurrahman held a wine bottle in one hand and a cup in the other. All my efforts to infuriate him finally paid off. He finally reacted, wanting to show his strength once. "Order the gates wide open. Let Avon, Bobby Wanjun, and Bobby Wanche lead the troops out. I will sit at the city gate to oversee the battle. Anyone who steps back will be executed." Even Loretta panicked at this. She urgently advised, "This is too dangerous. Though you secretly gathered 20,000 reinforcements these past days, they are new recruits, and most elites are under General Memphis's command. Even if we add Sue's 30,000 defending troops, we only have 50,000. Mateo has 80,000, including injured soldiers. We're outnumbered and less capable. You bear the Empire's weight. Placing yourself in danger will ruin all your plans." Actually, she kept one point unspoken. It wasn't because she mistrusted good intentions. Those 20,000 new recruits were recruited by Bobby Wanjun and Bobby Wanche in Hunan. Despite their recent victories, they ultimately belonged to Prince Barton Fox. And the Tang had gained too much already, with their emperor personally overseeing. Failure would make them eternal sinners. Kill, kill, kill. Leading the charge was Loretta and the Women's Brigade. This stunned everyone momentarily, but soon they roared in competition. Men must defend this world. To be outdone by women would be a humiliation. David Chow, Cesarshan, and Youssef stood beside Abdurrahman, all awestruck by this never-before-seen vigor. Abdurrahman glanced at them. "You should go too, intimidate Mateo. Once he panics, his overexcited troops won't hold long." "No." Youssef objected. General needs them for close protection. Abdurrahman laughed. Isn't the strategist here? General jests. I am physically weak. You can fan. Keep fanning. This king feels hot. Thus unfolded this grand battle. ##### Chapter 84. Annihilated with a flick of the finger. ********. Congratulations. Host has triggered a hidden system task. Ignoring advice and placing oneself in danger. Special reward. The art of Qi Min Donghua. A fleeting sensation of swelling appeared in Abdurrahman's mind. He suddenly saw the path the troops were advancing on in a new light. Yusef no longer pretended modesty. Do not think this formation is well arranged just because it looks neat. It lacks a central commander. Attacking from the southeast life gate and exiting through the west scenery gate will disrupt the entire formation. Not only Mateo and the Liang army, but even many Tang soldiers stared wide-eyed at these words. With a formidable enemy before them, he actually helped the enemy break their own formation. How much did he want to be killed? No matter how absurdly unreasonable someone might be, no one would do something like this. Indeed, there was nothing this man wouldn't do. One of Mateo's generals, Brandt, examined the formation carefully and said, "My lord, what he says is true. This is indeed the 8 gates golden lock array, and the method to break it is as he described. But why would he do this? It's too bizarre." Another general, Brennan, added, "I've seen this formation in military books, and its Poijie method has long been discovered by others. For him to use it to block our path is an insult, implying we of Liang have no competent leaders." Edit. Another general, Brennan, added, "I've read about this formation in military texts, and its solution has long been discovered. By using it to block our path, he's insulting us, implying that Liang has no capable generals. My lord, whether he is bluffing or not, overwhelming force can breach the formation. Then we can rush forward and kill Abdurrahman. We will see how he remains so arrogant then." Mateo was baffled. He couldn't understand Abdurrahman's tactic either. However, with the army at the city gates and being insulted to this extent, he felt cornered. Whatever it took, the formation had to be broken. Grinding his teeth, he waved his hand, saying, "General Chow, General Brandan, lead 25,000 iron cavalry to break through the formation. If his method doesn't work, trample over the formation and charge directly towards Abdurrahman. I will personally distract the other Tang soldiers." Affirmative. Brandt and Brennan had been suppressing their anger for a long time. Now, breaking through the formation with several times the number of soldiers made them extremely excited. Both generals drew their swords and pointed forward, shouting, "Charge!" Horse hooves clattered. Trotting, trotting, trotting. Tens of thousands of warhorses neighed fiercely, stirring up dust as they surged forward toward the formation. The formation instantly appeared weak and easily breakable. Yet the Tang soldiers inside seemed unafraid, holding their ground firmly as all 8 gates opened. They allowed the enemies to rush in. Brandt and Brennan were both fierce generals. One led the army from the southeast life gate towards the west scenery gate. The other attacked from all sides, trying to confuse the Tang soldiers. Abdurrahman watched this scene, lifted his head, drank a cup of wine, and smiled. "Good act." Cough cough. Yusef coughed lightly, shocked and disbelief etched on his face. Had he been spying on the troop maneuvers a few days ago? Otherwise, how could he grasp the essence so quickly? After all, this 8-trigram array was the result of years of research. It was its first practical application. He thought of another matter. Unless one mastered the art of Qi Min Donghua, it would take months to discern its intricacies. The most direct example was Avon, who knew this art well but still hadn't figured out the 8-trigram array's complexity before battle. Suddenly, Yusef felt insecure about his position as military advisor. What he deemed his best move turned out to be showing off his expertise ineffectively. He didn't care to watch the battle anymore, instead respectfully seeking advice. "Grand General, your hidden skills truly make me ashamed. The 8-trigram array has already trapped more than 20,000 Liang cavalry. What should we do if Prince Liang sends reinforcements?" Abdurrahman pointed at him. "What else? Like stir-fried green onions with tofu, mixed cold." "Grand General, you don't need to test this, Grand General, anymore. I have a basic understanding of Qi Min Donghua but admit that arranging formations and commanding troops in real time isn't my forte." "Grand General. You're quite stubborn. Fine. Form a linear snake formation to crush their offensive, then shift to the 2 dragons crossing to interweave and counter Mateo's reinforcements." Saying this, Abdurrahman snatched the feather fan and he could rise to prominence, suppressing contemporary heroes like the King of Bart and the King of Brandan, achieving consecutive victories. He was a true master strategist hiding in plain sight. Remarkably, he was still young. The future was boundless, and the dragon banners of the Tang dynasty would surely be raised in every corner of the world. Assisting such a hegemon, how could it not be an honor? Perhaps, at this moment, words were superfluous. Yusef straightened his clothes, meticulously bowed to Abdurrahman, then extended his hand. "No wind." Abdurrahman smiled and returned the feather fan, saying, "Later, I'll reward you with 2 Wu Ming fans." Thinking of those grand palm fans used in the imperial retinue, Yusef both wanted to laugh and felt deeply honored. "I dare not accept such a gift. I haven't finished yet. When you next arrange troops, place the Wu Ming fan in front of you as if I were personally present. If it gets hot, you can have someone fan you. It won't count as a breach of protocol." "Thank you, General." Yusef responded, feeling both amused and awkward as he bowed, then joined Abdurrahman in observing the 8-trigram formation. At this moment, Brandt and Brennan were dashing around like headless flies within the array. The constantly changing 8-trigram formation, resembling shifting walls of copper and iron, tightly trapped them. They couldn't find a gate to safety, and their casualties were mounting. If this continued, they would all perish. Routes, weaving back and forth like 2 water dragons through the Liang troops, crossing each other repeatedly. The Liang army was disoriented, and their attacks weakened. Just then, Unkit and Caesarshan led separate units around the main battle to directly target Mateo. Mateo initially dismissed these two as insignificant, but when he saw them charge through thousands like Hindley, clearly aiming for his head, he panicked. The head he couldn't take from Abdurrahman, if instead taken by Abdurrahman, would be a national disgrace. He hurriedly ordered reinforcements. Several generals brought troops back, further disrupting the Liang assault. Soon, the Liang troops retreated, showing signs of collapse. Meanwhile, Brandt and Brennan's 20,000 cavalry remained trapped in the formation. To fight or retreat? Mateo hesitated. Abdurrahman saw through his dilemma, smirked, stood up, picked up the bow and arrows beside him, and mounted his horse. Before Yusef could react, he had already ridden close to the 8-trigram formation and drew his bow. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the sky, accurately striking Brandt's heart amidst the dense troops. Brandt collapsed into a pool of blood instantly. Seeing this, Brennan panicked and fled on his horse. Abdurrahman curled his lips and rode around the formation swiftly alone. Spotting the perfect opportunity, he suddenly reined his horse. The horse reared up on its hind legs. Abdurrahman, sitting steady on the side, shot another arrow, did not pursue further. When they returned to Jiangong, the 20,000 cavalry in the 8-trigram formation were either dead or surrendered, becoming a footnote in Mateo's defeat. Abdurrahman remained seated in his tent. Tens of thousands of soldiers knelt on one knee, hearts filled with respect. After looking at each other, they quickly approached and knelt, reporting, "Your subordinate reports back." Abdurrahman said sternly, "Do not chase fleeing enemies. Wait until General Memphis defeats Domenico, then follow him to invade the Liang kingdom. I already smell the rice blossoms. Jiangnan is ours." Both responded in unison, "Your subordinate understands. Go and rest." They thought he would say more, but as usual, he let them figure things out themselves, saying nothing. What did this mean? Did he want them to declare allegiance? But they were already his subjects. Declaring allegiance would imply betraying the king of Bart and the king of Brandt. Abdurrahman stood up, speaking profoundly. "I did not put you in a difficult position, and your loyalty did not put me in one either. This mutual understanding between us is rare. Remember it always." Bobby Wanjun and Bobby Wanqing paused, then teared up. "Though we may die 1,000 deaths, we cannot repay your excellency enough. From now on, we will dedicate ourselves to the country, our blood staining the battlefield." Chapter 86. Heartless cruelty, Spike's fury. The thoughtful rule others, the laborious are ruled by others. From assigning them to recruit famine-stricken peasants in Hunan Dao for farming, to heavily relying on them during this major turmoil among 6 nations, Abdurrahman has always treated them as his loyal subjects, employing them without doubt and distrust. King Bart, Ushvin, and they have surely been maintaining correspondence, perhaps even urging them to seize the opportunity to rise up. Yet, he never inquired about it. Neither did he send investigators from the eastern or western factories. This stemmed from his knowledge of their character, firmly believing that they wouldn't compromise on matters of national survival. It also derived from the fact that everything was under his control. He was certain they would achieve greater accomplishments and glory under him than with King Bart or Ushvin. Facts proved that this subtle strategy worked. Bobby Wanjun and Bobby Wanche were deeply impressed by his trust and awed by his strategic prowess. However, constrained by King Bart and Ushvin's benevolence towards them, they couldn't afford to openly betray them and tarnish their reputations. In this aspect, Abdurrahman did not make things difficult for them. They could still maintain normal relations with King Bart and Ushvin in the future. But King Bart and Ushvin would never be able to use them against him again. Yusef kept recalling how Abdurrahman single-handedly killed 2 renowned generals with just 2 arrows. Now, seeing him successfully win over these fierce generals, he felt even warmer, stained red with blood, shed tears upon seeing this scene, then knelt down together, paying 3 kowtows and 9 bows to Abdurrahman. They knew clearly, without him, they would still be learning embroidery or awaiting marriage. How could they ever have the chance to gallop on the battlefield like men, honoring their ancestors? How did everyone suddenly get so emotional? Get up quickly. Abdurrahman stood up and loudly said, "I want to tell all the women in the world through you that in Tang, they can shoulder half the sky, possessing endless possibilities. Welcome to Tang. And with our scarce resources and many fine men in Tang, even if they wish to assist their husbands and educate children, they can find good families." After saying this, he realized he was worrying about issues he hadn't in his previous life. Being both a father, mother, and matchmaker was hard work. Yet, seeing the blooming faces of the young women and the cheering of the young men filled him with even more satisfaction than winning a battle. Just as everyone was getting sentimental, Unkit disrupted the mood. He hurried to Abdurrahman's side and said, "General, according to the secret report from the Eastern Factory, Christopher heard about Jiangong being seized and was furious, ordering Nicholas, Imran, and Grant to lead 50,000 elite troops toward here." 50,000? Abdurrahman frowned. "I expected this action would anger him, but I didn't only has these few soldiers. Even with 8 Bagua arrays, they can't stop this overwhelming force." Yusef waved his feather fan. "Is General planning to challenge Barnaby before the Ming army arrives?" "Ha ha ha." Abdurrahman laughed heartily. "Only advisor understands me. What do you think of Barnaby? Courageous, strategic, and valiant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a general and Duke of Liang and Ming, a dynasty brimming with mighty generals. Frankly speaking, we seized Jiangong mainly because we caught him off guard and used General's specially crafted siege weapon, the Huey cannon." "You're speaking truth." Abdurrahman paced a few steps, "But this person has obvious flaws." Yusef agreed. "If we can exploit them properly, we might subdue him without a fight." "No fight?" Abdurrahman smirked. "That won't satisfy me. Since Cohen plays big, then I'll raise the stakes." As he spoke, he asked for ink, paper, and brush, personally drew a declaration of war, and instructed Unkit to deliver it to Barnaby's camp. Barnaby's camp was only tens of miles away from Jiangong, within Ming territory. Unkit arrived when Barnaby was discussing matters with his officers. Hearing of the declaration of war, he sneered, "Your childish emperor, scared by our arrival, is trying to provoke me into a fight? To use such trivial tricks? Tell him to clean his butt and wait for me." I'll make him pay for his disloyalty rampant. They looted the government offices and stole from wealthy merchants and landlords, causing public resentment to boil over. In recent years, Qi Prefecture had always been unstable due to its location near the frontier, where people of mixed backgrounds lived. But it had never been this bad. Officials of all ranks in Qi Prefecture requested Barnaby to send troops to help capture the bandits. However, Barnaby did not take this matter seriously. To him, these were just some petty villains taking advantage of the army's arrival to stir up trouble. No matter how much they tried, the turmoil they caused would be limited. What mattered most to him now was keeping his eye on Abdurrahman and Jiansu. Abdurrahman was bold enough to do anything. If he seized the opportunity to attack Qi Prefecture while Barnaby was busy suppressing the bandits, even if Barnaby had 100 heads, they wouldn't be enough to save him from being executed when he returned to the capital. Some wealthy merchants knew how to handle things well. Seeing their wealth repeatedly stolen, they pooled together 20,000 strings of cash as military pay for Barnaby. Barnaby was delighted, took the money for himself, and sent some troops to protect them. Once this trend started, many other wealthy merchants vied to donate money to seek protection. Barnaby accepted all donations, sending troops to protect those who paid enough. Those who couldn't afford it or weren't rich enough could only wait to be robbed. More and more people grew dissatisfied with him, but dared not speak out due to his status as a general. A few days later, Barnaby was inspecting a mountain of gold and silver in a private residence when someone came in excitedly, saying, "General, the main army has arrived." "So soon?" Barnaby, surprised, hastily warned, "Make sure you guard these riches carefully. Don't let those fellows find them, or else they will report me to the emperor again." "Do you think I'm wrong for accumulating a fortune after fighting wars for so many years for the great Ming? Does the emperor dare to punish me by flaying and stuffing me with straw?" His adopted sons and his state slaves flattered him. "Of course not, sir." "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." Barnaby pointed at them, laughing as he left the private residence and returned to the camp. When he saw that only Yehya Grant, who also oversaw the National University, had arrived with only 30 to 40,000 cavalry, without Nicholas and Imran, he felt suspicious. Glancing at Grant, he asked, "What's the meaning of this? Is His Majesty sending you to lead the cavalry to capture the city?" The resolute Grant cleared his throat. A man dressed in flying fish attire and wearing a sword named Isaiah rode out from the army. He was the commander of the Jinui, Imperial Guards. Barnaby snorted. "How come you brought this guy who only knows empty martial arts and flatters the emperor every day? Shouldn't he be handling Abdurrahman's eastern depot with his Jinui? I don't look down on them. They probably won't know how they died." Barnaby wasn't praising Abdurrahman's operatives. Rather, these ever-present hawks irritated him. They often spoke ill of him before Emperor Cohen. Isaiah said nothing, signaling several men to immediately dismount and apprehend Barnaby. "You scoundrels!" Barnaby raged. "I am a general, Duke of Liang, and a pillar of the great Ming. Who gave you the nerve to arrest me?" Seeing unrest among his troops, Grant produced an imperial edict. The emperor orders that Barnaby has enriched himself at the expense of the state, abused power, secretly communicated with enemies, and plotted rebellion. The Jinui is ordered to bring him back to the capital for thorough investigation. The troops are under my command. Anyone who opposes this will be executed without mercy. The soldiers trembled, dropping their weapons and kneeling down. The imperial edict had been issued. The nephew of the emperor and his direct subordinates, the Jinui, were here. Whether they believed Barnaby intended to rebel or not, they had to accept it. Barnaby couldn't accept it. Near madness, he yelled, "Nonsense! Grant, you slander me falsely by spreading fake edicts. I've always wanted to kill Abdurrahman. Why would I collude with him? Are you stupid?" Isaiah sneered. "The edict mentions you secretly communicating with the enemy, but not with Tang. Aren't you incriminating yourself? This watchdog, the emperor, will clear my name, and then I'll make you suffer." "Really?" Isaiah scratched his nose, flicking snot onto Barnaby's face. "At this point, you're still deluded. I discovered several days ago that the first wealthy merchants who donated to you were Abdurrahman's people." "Impossible." Barnaby clenched his teeth. "They are just ordinary merchants seeking my protection." "Protection? Ha!" Isaiah laughed lightly. "Does anyone really believe you kept those riches privately?" Barnaby paused, stammering, "That can only prove I misappropriated funds, not that I collaborated with the enemy. I'll leave no room for argument. Take him to the prison, then we will confiscate his hidden wealth." "Understood." Amidst Barnaby's loud curses, the Jinui took him away. Isaiah bowed to Grant and led a troop straight to the private residence. Upon breaking into the house, they found it empty. Not even a copper coin remained. Furious, Isaiah cut into a tree. "Where are they? Where are the people I ordered you to watch?" Someone rushed forward, panicked. "Sir, we found 2 dead centurions and several Jinui officers in a nearby ditch, skinned and stuffed, but his clan will be exterminated. Many others will also be implicated." Bobby Wanche stood respectfully. "Please elaborate, General. Barnaby is a close general to the emperor, especially needed now. Why would he act so harshly?" Note: for consistency, character names have been rendered using pinyin as requested. Because he must do this, we merely provided a knife. Now it's beyond personal enmity or whether there's evidence of treason, Abdurrahman explained calmly. Barnaby has always been arrogant and disrespectful to Cohen in private. With Zhu Biao's sudden death, he intended to establish Draper Roger. But Roger is too young. Without making an example out of someone like Barnaby to warn the generals, do you think Roger could control those military officers as Cohen grows old? Bobby Wanche was shocked again. Why do you think he would choose Roger as the heir? Among his sons, apart from Zhu Biao, Prince Connor Gavin is also quite capable. Maybe he wants to emulate the Tang dynasty. Isn't your great general here also an emperor who ascended to the throne as a grandson? Abdurrahman said nonchalantly, "Who knows, but that's just my guess." "Guess? Just a guess?" Yet his tone earlier made it sound certain. Abdurrahman didn't explain further, instead smiling. "Cohen will inevitably take drastic measures to cleanse and reorganize those veteran generals who have fought alongside him. Are you running in forests?" Clearly, a man focused solely on military strategy and still single. Need to get Maximus Migan to arrange a suitable lady for him later. Note: maintain consistency with previous content, character names rendered using pinyin, ensured natural English tone and style. ####Chapter 88. Heart-stirring and enchanting selection of consorts. Loretta, under Abdurrahman's training, had become capable in both literature and martial arts, able to hold a brush with grace and tame a husband on horseback. Thus, when faced with Abdurrahman's provocations, although she was still very coy, she immediately flashed her hand knife. The intention was clear as day. Abdurrahman winked at her playfully. What kind of hand knife is this? Tonight, he would definitely give her a large saber so she could indulge in playing with it on the bed. After they finished feasting, Avon saw that the Emperor and Empress had left and hurriedly approached Yusef, saying, "Military advisor, you have seen much of the world. I dare ask, are there indeed horses that love to gallop through the forest?" Yusef gently swayed his feather fan, lost in thought. "I've never seen one myself. However, I've heard that King Avram's mount, 10,000 li cloud, travels 10,000 li by day and 8,000 by night. A rare divine steed in this world. Perhaps it has such a preference." "Your words are most reasonable," Avon responded earnestly. "But why does it also love tall trees?" Yusef's brow furrowed slightly. "Well, as a divine steed, perhaps it seeks to commune with the divine?" Military advisor truly wakes up the dreamer. The Grand General seemed to speak offhand, yet each word is precious. "General Su, don't take me seriously. I was speaking offhand too. The Emperor's heart is as deep as an abyss, hard to fathom." Just as Avon was awkwardly unsure what to say, Unkit returned and said, "General Su, congratulations. Don't cling to the military advisor anymore, for soon someone will be clinging to you." Avon was puzzled. "Chow Lord, what do you mean?" Unkit explained, "You must have heard about the Grand General's batch bestowal of marriages in court? He just instructed this old servant to tell Lord Maximus to find a distinguished lady for General Su and bestow the marriage himself. Do you know what kind of girl General Su likes? One who is educated and virtuous, or one who is supple and long-legged?" "Supple and long-legged? Isn't that how the Grand General described horses?" Avon seemed to realize something but was still confused. "Entirely up to the Grand General. So, let it be a supple and long-legged one then." Unkit smiled slightly. "The Grand General says General Su charges across the battlefield, devoted to the country, and needs a wife who can both aim high and manage the household, so you can settle down." Yusef had already picked up on some hints and cupped his hands in farewell. "Congratulations, General Su. I retract my previous remarks. Farewell." "Milord." Avon gave a forced laugh and called out, then couldn't bear to look at Unkit again and quickly thanked him before leaving. Night fell. Abdurrahman was engaged in battle. Unkit, Caesarshan, Ander, and others were also battling. However, Abdurrahman was drenched in sweet sweat, while they were bathed in the dim moonlight. Inside the Chijo government office, Isaiah worked late into the night. Although the Emperor hadn't explicitly said so, having commanded the Jinui for many years, many things didn't need further explanation from His Majesty. The charge of treason against Barnaby for secretly communicating with foreign enemies must be substantiated. A Qianhu commander, holding Isaiah Chundo, walked into the room and reported, "Lord, that man still hasn't confessed. Generals tend to have." Isaiah sat back with crossed legs, smiling insincerely. "Hard bones are quite normal, right? Continue the interrogation until he confesses." This command mumbled for a moment before collapsing to his knees. "What?" Hearing about the prison break, Grant immediately ordered, "Quick, send reinforcements. Under no circumstances can Barnaby be captured." He was glad he hadn't fully trusted Isaiah and had stationed men nearby. In his eyes, Isaiah was loyal to the Emperor, but his abilities were not outstanding, and he tended to be arrogant. Dealing with cunning and ruthless people like Unkit and Caesarshan was beyond his capabilities. Fortunately, after an hour, the invaders were repelled, but Grant pulled out his sword and, enraged, slashed the table in half. Osiris is overstepping, actually sending assassins to kill Isaiah and the Jinui. If this goes unanswered, what face does our great Ming have? Someone, issue the order. Tomorrow night, launch a fierce attack on Jiagong City. Once again, it was past noon before Abdurrahman rose. Unkit reported, "Grand General, that Jiang fellow has been killed. Within the time it takes to drink tea, Fox will arrive at Jiagong. But killing the chief of the Jinui and attempting a prison break will surely enrage Grant. He might send troops to attack the city." "No worries," Abdurrahman waved his hand. "If Abram dared to come, it means he has already understood the current situation and won't take these actions lightly. Go arrange it. I will personally welcome him outside the city." "Yes, sir." Within the time it takes to drink tea, Abram arrived with his inviting them into the Grand General's residence and settling down. Abdurrahman clapped his hands. Delicious dishes were served one after another. Abram looked at 8 women wearing hoods that covered their faces. They all walked up to Abdurrahman and removed their hoods. In that instant, the entire hall seemed filled with blooming flowers and fluttering butterflies, intoxicating the senses with heavenly fragrance. Abdurrahman felt as if he was already drunk, thoroughly captivated without a drop of wine, blossoms blurring the eyes. This was comparable to choosing consorts. No, even more visually stunning than selecting consorts. Standing there, these 8 women rivaled any beauty in the world. Chapter 89. The 8 Beauties, Full and Slim. Carly greets the young general. Amidst the hushed silence of the grand hall, a graceful woman stepped forward and bowed to Abdurrahman. Her features were exquisite. Rosy lips, white teeth, arched brows, and star-like eyes, reminiscent of a heroine from the martial world. Yet, she had an innocent cherubic face with a sweet smile that exuded naivety. When Abdurrahman saw her laugh, revealing dimples on her chubby cheeks, he almost wanted to pinch them. Only, she was quite playful. She actually called him, young general, in front of everyone. Looks like he would have to make her change this phoenix-like eyebrows, Her beauty was comparable to Loretta, but her temper was even fiercer. Abdurrahman smiled. It seems Miss Sun has quite some grievances against me. Yasmin raised her elegant neck and looked straight at him. Not at all, but I prefer military dress over feminine attire and detest jealousy. I fear I won't be favored by the great general. But I can't cause trouble for Ushvin and my brother, so I humbly request the great general allow me to join the women's regiment and spend my life practicing martial arts. You. Just as Abram was about to scold her, Abdurrahman immediately agreed. Granted. Though surprised, Yasmin still cupped her fists in gratitude. Thank you. Thank you? Abdurrahman couldn't help but chuckle. Recalling Loretta's initial hostility towards him, she now calls him daily in bed. Forcefully twisting someone's arm wouldn't work. He just preferred to take it easy. In time, he'd surely make her willingly dance with swords on the imperial bed alongside Loretta. Lee Thornton, young friend? Kai Chow coughed dryly. There's something I must tell you, lest you think I deceived you. Jensen's daughter left without notice some time ago, and has been out of contact ever since. Both I and Jensen have been searching for her, hence we sent her maidservant Beatrice to Tang first, to wait for further news before sending her to Chang'an. At that moment, the barely grown but already elegant Beatrice greeted. Servant pays respects to the great general. My lady enjoys traveling, and I believe we'll hear from her soon. Even the maid is so beautiful. Surprised, Abdurrahman thought back to something. Perhaps the one in Chang'an is indeed Sharon. Interesting, very interesting. As he pondered, his gaze fell on two sisters who looked nearly identical. They were slender yet voluptuous, with mesmerizing curves. Their large, gem-like eyes enhanced their breathtaking beauty. Even if he combined all his past and present experiences, he couldn't draw such perfect features. Clearly, these were Kaylee and Gabby. Truly unparalleled beauties, unmatched anywhere. Bringing them to Tang early was definitely the right choice. Given their looks, they could easily become someone else's wife any day. Your subject Kaylee greets the great general. Your subject Gabby greets the great general. Watching him examine them intently, both Kaylee and Gabby felt uneasy and shy, hurriedly bowing. Please rise. Abdurrahman waved his hand, trying hard to shift his gaze away, and turned to Caesar Roshan. Suddenly, his breath hitched, unable to control himself. He walked right up to her. Sigh. No more pretending. It's exhausting. Since the whole world knows he's a lecherous man, and Abram himself isn't much different, there's instinctively helped her up. Please rise. Please rise. Beside her, another elaborately made-up, regal woman seized the opportunity. Great general, Lady Boo here greets you. Seeing her, Abram took another swig of wine. This woman possessed queenly beauty and demeanor, but would only be a concubine to Abdurrahman. Why didn't he discover this earlier? He should have made sure Dion sent Kaylee and Gabby straight to the palace. Of course, what irked him most was Callie. Simply expressing interest in taking her as a concubine caused her to flee. If not for Jensen's fame and hers, he would have certainly challenged the Kai family. Standing nervously on the side was Corina. She never expected a commoner from Brandan would be listed among the emperor's chosen ones. Seeing Abdurrahman move to greet Elaine, she hesitated before curtsying. Abdurrahman smiled at her. You must be Corina. No need to repeat formal greetings. Corina cleverly responded. Thank you, great general. Abdurrahman glanced at Elaine, then at Corina. Both were equally irresistible. Based on online forums, one was a matured seductress, the other a paragon of innocence and desire. Either suited his tastes perfectly. After seeing so many stunning beauties, his eyes were already overwhelmed. He decided to enjoy them later and focused on their unique charms instead. Elaine's ethereal aura aside, having seen numerous portrayals of Corina in TV dramas, Abdurrahman genuinely found her surpassing those actresses in grace and poise. Her every smile and frown radiated profound emotion, yet her simplicity shone through, something impossible to act, and because she did not have the tragic and wandering background depicted in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, her beautiful eyes seemed very spirited, making one involuntarily want to pamper her. Seeing that Abdurrahman had not finished looking, Abram coughed loudly and said, Young friend, the beauties have arrived, and life is good. I have always liked to help others find joy. Why don't you let them serve you and rest early? We can talk more tomorrow. Though he said this, in reality, he was worried that he might drink too much and, seeing so many beauties accompanying Abdurrahman, he would feel even more depressed. One cannot have both fish and bear paws. For the sake of the empire, he had truly sacrificed a lot this time. To suggest resting in broad daylight, and with 8 beauties all at once, was he a devil? Abdurrahman gestured for the beauties to be seated and then said, The battle might be raging outside the city walls today. Ushvin, are you trying to avoid the conflict and then chat over drinks with this great general later? Hyatt, as strong as an ox, angrily stood up and said, What do you mean? My lord personally came here with goodwill. Is this how you treat guests? Cannon? Abram swayed his wine glass and said, I've heard your hui cannon is astonishingly powerful. It seems we'll get to see it this time. Hyatt was utterly confused. My lord, you bear the future of Brandan. Abram nonchalantly replied, On the way here, I heard that Barnaby was imprisoned, and the commander of the Ming dynasty's Genie Guard was assassinated. It seems this happened in this city, so Grant will surely send troops to attack. But you are inside the city. Isn't this Jeffrey also here? Chapter 90. Who in the world is his equal? Abram, since he dared to come to Jiangong to form an alliance with Abdurrahman at this critical juncture, must have seen through Cohen's intentions just as Abdurrahman did. Although the wine would inevitably taste somewhat bitter, it was worth drinking until they were thoroughly intoxicated. He raised his wine cup and said, Young friend, if Grant dares to launch a fierce attack on Jiangong, all of my generals will be at your command, and I will personally ascend the city walls to beat the drum for your support. Abdurrahman joked, If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have only killed a minor commander from the Brocade Guard. Perhaps I would have frightened Grant too, to see if I could chop him down as well. Abram replied, As long as he remains alive, he won't fight you to the death. Cohen is currently focused on reorganizing the old generals and stabilizing the internal situation. He wouldn't add more chaos now. After Cohen resolved, Abram smiled without a word. After several cups of wine, he grabbed Abdurrahman's hand and said, "Since we've talked this far, I want to ask, in your opinion, who will be the hero to unify the world?" Damn. Isn't this similar to the scene in Romance of the Three Kingdoms where he played out a scene with Hemlock? The only heroes in the world are you and me. This sentence left a deep impression on Abdurrahman. He never thought he would one day replace Hemlock and be asked this by Abram. Hemlock was so startled he dropped his chopsticks and ran home after. Abdurrahman was different. Today, he needed to give a resounding answer. He drank a cup of wine and followed up smoothly: Bartshire Huang, Caesares, Achilles, Cohen, Andreas, Gannon, Matteo, and Innocent should count too, right? Abram laughed loudly. Matteo has been weakened by you. Innocent had only the bravery of a commoner. Andreas was overly weak, while Bartshire Huang, Caesares, Achilles, Gannon, and others, they were all great rulers but somewhat conventional. Abdurrahman sniffed. So, doesn't that leave only you and me? Abram slapped his hand firmly. That's why I chose to ally with you. In the end, the heroes of the world are you and me. Is he not afraid that Bartshire Huang, Caesares, Achilles, etc., will gang up on him for such bragging? Anyone with a bit of foresight can see that the strength of the great Bart, Han, Sui, and Ming empires surpasses that of the Tang and Brandan. Even the Song dynasty enjoys national peace and prosperity despite its survival strategy. A slight change in policy would make them even stronger. Abram was shrewd like always. Either he was intentionally pretending not to understand or testing Abdurrahman. Too crafty. Abdurrahman decided not to pretend anymore. After defeating the Barg, weakening the Ming, frustrating the Liang, capturing Jin Gong and Jiangnan Dao, and obtaining the 8 beauties, Abram would soon get what he wanted. If they tried to ally again, Abram would still betray him eventually. There are no eternal friends, only perpetual interests, especially in the era of imperial rivalry. Better to indulge himself, release his true nature, and earn some system rewards along the way. With this in mind, he belched loudly at Abram. Brother Zion, you're mistaken. Really? Abram leaned forward. Do you have other insights? Abdurrahman patted his shoulder. You're my father-in-law, we're family, so let's speak frankly. You are merely a hero of chaos and may not have the courage to proclaim yourself emperor before Matteo. Compared to Bartshire Huang, Caesares, Cohen, etc., you are naturally lacking. Abram's face turned ashen. Pa, after so many years on the battlefield, it's the first time I've met someone so full of hot air. Forget about those warlords. Defeat me first, a simple brute. I heard you wielded Tedaba's massive iron hammer in the hall. Was it staged by your Tang Empire to awe the world? Show me what you've got if you dare. Enough insolence. Abram quickly intervened. Youngly, he's drunk and unaware of etiquette. I will discipline him upon return. Before he finished speaking, Geoffrey also stood up. I, Geoffrey of Brandan, request a duel. Yuan Daohu also chimed in. Kurt of Brandan requests a duel too. I heard you recently single-handedly killed 2 famous generals of Liang. Let me see if they were mere pushovers. Please fulfill my request, valiant Grand General. Nonsense. Abram pounded the table. Do you forget I am your lord? He is an emperor. How can he engage in swordplay with brutes like you? And his generals are facing enemies outside the city. Showing off now would damage my reputation. What a brilliant double act. Absolutely brilliant. Abdurrahman chuckled, pulling him to stand. Brother Zion, didn't you say you'd discipline them upon return? How boring. I won't see it then. Why not do it now and cheer us on while we drink? Chapter 91. Absolutely too enjoyable. Abram anticipated that Abdurrahman wouldn't play by the rules. These generals were each a precious gem to him. How could he bear to harm any of them? If Abdurrahman wanted like this, Carly covered her face, unable to watch anymore. Karina, Kaylee, Gabby, and April were all stunned into silence. Only Yasmin found it amusing, setting aside her wine cup to watch intently. What do you intend to do? Quickly put down our lord. Hyatt, Geoffrey, and the others didn't expect such audacity, becoming wary, fearing any harm coming to their lord. Abram was shocked enough to want to throw his shoe at Abdurrahman, but caught between a rock and a hard place, he resorted to acting elderly and continued the performance. Young friend, I'm too weak now. How can I discipline? No problem. Abdurrahman grinned. Even if your hand lightly brushes their faces, it counts as discipline. The Generalissimo won't say another word. Then, he called out names directly. Damon, Hyatt, Geoffrey, Kurt. Lord Brandan wants to punish you. Stand properly, or does it mean rebellion? Damon, 2 Bobbies, Hyatt, 4 Don, 5 Gil, 6 Shaho. 4 of Abram's famous 6 generals were here. Using them to indulge in self-righteous pride was absolutely too enjoyable. Damon lost his temper completely, glaring with wide eyes. Put down father immediately. If anything happens to him, I will draw blood 3 feet high. He threatens this Generalissimo. Abdurrahman lowered his head towards Abram. Just now, both you and he said we're one family. I'm holding you closely, yet he thinks of killing me. Truly heart-wrenching. Disobedient son. Abram rebuked. Behave yourself. Damon felt helpless. Father, the disobedient one is him. You shouldn't feel wronged either. Abdurrahman stepped forward. Because soon, you'll feel even worse. Attempting to embarrass him on his own turf. If he didn't teach them a lesson, it wouldn't make sense. Hyatt, veins bulging, exclaimed. If you dare, put down Lord Brandan and fight us one-on-one. Abdurrahman laughed. Disciplining should happen together. Going one by one is too troublesome and wastes time. We still need to continue drinking. Together? How much has he drank? Abram couldn't stand it anymore. Although their cooperation was mutually beneficial, he was seething with anger. If Abdurrahman wasn't shown his place now, who knows what he might do if things turned hostile? So Abram stopped acting and said bluntly, they're too disrespectful. Discipline them on my behalf. Abdurrahman set him down. This kind of disciplining needs Brother Zion personally. Acting on behalf means slapping your own face. Just as they swung their fists, Abdurrahman raised a finger to stop them. Reason being, the system reward arrived. Ding! Congratulations! Host triggered a hidden system task, boasting arrogantly. Reward. Photographic memory? Photographic memory? Abdurrahman smiled. Very useful. I've always disliked rote memorization. No longer necessary. But thinking back, if I had this ability in my previous life, I would have been a top student, not a wastrel. Damon, suspicious, asked, "What are you doing now? Are you going to?" Boom. Thud. Before he finished speaking, Abdurrahman suddenly kicked out. Damon had no time to dodge, flying 2 yards away, spitting blood from the corner of his mouth. You. Abram stood up enraged. How dare you sneak attack? Outnumbered. Using deceit is strategic. Abdurrahman smiled faintly. Besides, he's too impulsive, needing more beatings. If he attacks again, no more sneaking. A person at his lowest is unbeatable. Abram fully understood this today. Very good. Damon wiped the blood from his lips, slowly standing up. No wonder you're so arrogant. You actually have some skills. Next time, don't blame me for not considering family ties. Do we need to consider this thin bond of family? Abdurrahman beckoned them. Come on, let's finish this quickly. Roar, roar, roar. The four charged at Abdurrahman has yet to face Innocent and Tedaba. People believe that besides them, no third person could possibly challenge Dane in a one-on-one fight. Now, regarding the ones currently battling Abdurrahman, Damon, called Yellowbeard by Abram due to his yellow beard, possesses extraordinary strength and is proficient in martial arts. He can wrestle wild beasts barehanded. Among all the sons, he is often by Abram's side, earning great favor from him. Hyatt is revered in Abram's heart as the ancient warrior Wulai. Equally imposing and powerful, he favors large double halberds and long knives. There is a saying in the Brandon army, under the tent, there stands a mighty Dien who wields 2 80-gene halberds. Compared to Hyatt, Jeffrey is no less impressive. Standing over 8 feet tall with a waist measuring 10 chi in circumference, he has an exceptionally brave and strong appearance. Abram always enjoys having both Hyatt and Jeffrey accompany him wherever he goes. They are essentially the guardian twins of Brandan. Kurt is another formidable general by Abram's side. If Innocent and Tedaba have reached a godly level that others cannot hope to match, then in Abram's eyes, Damon, Hyatt, Jeffrey, and others are invincible on Earth. In Abram's mind, whether it was Abdurrahman wielding a hammer in court or shooting down enemies single-handedly, there must have been some exaggeration involved. In short, Abdurrahman and the Tang dynasty officials exaggerated to establish his reputation within you. Damon grabbed his wrist, growling. This is your own doing. Abdurrahman laughed. Between friends, why are you getting so aggressive? It's just friendly sparring, not a national war. National war? To them, this was a national war. The Brandan king had already endured humiliation for the sake of his realm. If they couldn't earn back respect for him, how could they deserve high ranks? Thinking of this, they roared loudly, releasing every ounce of their raw power. Abdurrahman shook his head slightly. Is this all you've got? Can you push harder? I'm purposely standing here giving you a chance to muster your strength. Where are you storing all that energy? Abdurrahman joked, catching them effortlessly and running forward while carrying them like straw dolls. Indeed, running forward. Holding onto his legs, the 2 burly men now felt like nothing more than sandbags. Damon, Kurt, Hyatt, and Jeffrey were utterly stupefied. Was this even human? Even for someone with natural superhuman strength, this was beyond belief. Absolutely overwhelming, completely overturning their perception of human limits. Abram was already dazed, rubbing his eyes continuously. Although he wasn't participating, the impact on him was stronger than on the 4. This young friend is undoubtedly a born emperor. If my son were as such, I would have, and blood trickled from his mouth. Spit. Hyatt spat out blood and continued fighting. However, after a few more rounds, his right cheek met the same fate. Seeing his face swollen like a grinding stone, Damon, Jeffrey, and Kurt shouted angrily, "We'll help you." Again forming a surround, Abdurrahman knew his inferior weapon made direct confrontation risky, so he kept evading while finding opportunities to strike. Note: names and titles are kept in pinyin for consistency and accuracy. Fact proved, this strategy was highly effective. After 30 rounds of intense combat, it was no longer 4 men fighting him but 4 millstones barely holding on. Such a pitiful sight caused Abram distress. He hurriedly called out, "Stop, stop, enough for now." In truth, Hyatt, Jeffrey, Damon, and Xiaochun were already thoroughly whipped. But in front of their lord, they couldn't possibly surrender. Now that there was an excuse to stop, they threw down their weapons with indescribable resentment. At this moment, Loretta, Avon, and Yusef returned from repelling the enemy. Seeing the scene, they hurried to Abdurrahman's side and asked, "Generalissimo, what happened here?" Abdurrahman sidled up to Loretta and feigned weakness, saying, "Seeing you weren't around, they tried to bully your Generalissimo. Fortunately, they were so drunk that even with weapons in hand, they managed to bash their faces into the ground. Truly terrifying. Maybe attack Barg and Ming. It would benefit both Tang and Brandan, wouldn't it?" Too far. He even had his sights on Xenon. Abram immediately focused on Abdurrahman. Losing the drinking contest and the sparring was already humiliating. Surely he shouldn't lose an argument as well? At least, not while holding the title of father-in-law. No matter how rogue Abdurrahman might be, surely he wouldn't disgrace himself so much in front of him. This was something Abdurrahman truly wouldn't do. Facing Abram's gaze, he replied, "Your Highness, this great general also knows that with my valor, staying in the palace all day doesn't help. If Brother Zion sincerely invites me, I could lead troops to fight for the great Brandan. After all, we are family now, aren't we?" Abram asked, "Do you mean it?" Absolutely no deceit. Abdurrahman smiled slightly. "However, if these concubines of mine grow attached to their homeland and don't wish to return to Tang, then your Highness will have to accommodate me and my Tang forces for a long time." Do you think you can afford such hospitality, Brother Zion? Abram's face darkened. Was this about money? Didn't he just mean to say that inviting Buddha is easy but sending him away is hard? Did he want to turn Brandan into a Lee dynasty? What a huge appetite. We can't afford this. Haha. Loretta tried her best to suppress her laughter, but couldn't hold it in completely. She covered her mouth and laughed a few times. General Fox, let's keep our words in the wine, or else we'll end up hurting each other's feelings. How can we? Abdurrahman put an arm around Abram's shoulders. We are father-in-law and son-in-law. Even if the world unites, this bond remains unbroken, and we can still enjoy wine together. Don't you agree, Brother Zion? Abram's heart thumped at his words. Of course. The banquet continued. Though Abram's face still held a smile, his heart was churning. This boy is a formidable foe. For years, Brandan has been struggling against Barg, Ming, and Chu. Finally, an alliance with Tang brought a promising future. But it became clear that the most powerful and terrifying enemy was actually Tang, a young ruler governing capriciously. It deceived many. Meanwhile, Abdurrahman hid his true strength well. Whether he was eloquent or merely parroting others was secondary. With his valor, along with fierce generals like Tetaba, Ahmed, Marcus, Henley, Avon, and a strategist like Yusef, Tang could dominate the world. Perhaps this was why he chose to reveal his true power now. After a series of bewildering maneuvers, Tang was stronger than ever. As long as he didn't falter, expansion would be steady and inevitable. Caesarically, Abram never underestimated Abdurrahman. This visit had planted a crucial wedge. He coveted it greatly. Who knew Ahmed and Marcus were so fierce, and Gannon was so ruthless? Rather than losing only part of Nanzhou, Gannon sacrificed 3 states and half of Nanzhou to crush the 3 rebellious princes. The death of Xylan and the loss of 4 elite regiments must have enraged him. Objectively speaking, this was a bold move fitting for a capable ruler. Instead of being hampered by the princes, it was better to eliminate them all at once. However, whether Brandan could capture the entire Nanzhou was now questionable. Compared to Shuazhou, Nanzhou was vital to Barg for its salt production and prosperous fisheries, supported by national efforts. Gannon would surely reinforce heavily after eliminating Shang and Geng. Brandan and Barg might get bogged down in a grueling struggle over Nanzhou. He suddenly felt somewhat sympathetic towards Old Chow, though he wanted to see this scenario. Holding his cup, he stood and laughed. Brother Zion, haven't I kept my word? I've helped seize Nanzhou and distracted Ming and Chu, exceeding expectations and creating the Barnaby incident. We should continue drinking. Continue drinking? Who has the mood? If Gannon holds onto Nanzhou, wouldn't all this be futile? Supporting his heavy head, Abram staggered forward. Young friend, another time. I must leave now. Abdurrahman chuckled dryly. Now? Yes. Abram moved awkwardly, addressing Damon, Hyatt, and Jeffrey. Hurry and prepare horses. Back to Brandan quickly. Despite their faces hidden like wrapped dumplings, they understood the urge. He immediately cast a glance towards Brandan and silently thanked Abram, who was still trudging through the night, for his efforts. One should never forget those who dug the well from which one drinks. Moreover, Abram had sent all these beauties according to the list provided. Despite the absence of Sharon, who was still in Chang'an but wouldn't be escaping, the maid named Zoya didn't fall short in figure or beauty compared to the others. She even had a cute and innocent appearance that invoked a strong sense of protectiveness. From the moment Abdurrahman saw her, he knew she wasn't going to be left off his list. Yet, picking one among so many beauties to serve him was quite a dilemma. Who would it be? Perhaps all of them at once? Not that it couldn't be done. However, Abdurrahman wasn't used to mass gatherings, nor did he favor hurried consumption just to satisfy hunger. Such matters required careful attention and slow, savoring to truly enjoy the bliss of such intimate company. He sighed and decided they should all wash up and wait for their turn. Being young, he had plenty of time ahead. There was no rush. Besides, he couldn't forget about the one who had just helped repel the enemy. He turned to Loretta and asked, "Are you tired, beloved?" Loretta, straightforward as ever, replied, "Not at all. This battle was a piece of cake. The troops from Great Ming were loud the same." Yasmin shrugged. In these chaotic times, we are either given away by Brandan or given to others by Brandan. Can anyone control their own destiny? I think this Tang Emperor isn't tyrannical. As long as we don't provoke him, he likely won't harm us. Should any of you gain his favor, remember to speak on my behalf. All I wish is to remain in the women's battalion. The beauties all sighed and returned to their quarters. 3 days later, Loretta prepared to depart with the women's battalion. Noticing Guadalupe also entering the carriage, she frowned. How can you be without a woman by your side? Abdurrahman coughed loudly, lowering his voice. General Lee is still growing. No need for such haste. You, Loretta blushed. I meant to leave someone to take care of you. Your care is much appreciated. Abdurrahman beckoned to Yasmin, who had quickly jumped into the carriage. Stay behind. Me. Yasmin hesitated, reluctantly approaching. Didn't you say they would return to Chang'an? A man of honor doesn't break his word. Abdurrahman hit her where it hurt. They doesn't include you. Seeing Yasmin's fiery anger, Loretta intervened. Perhaps choose someone else? Shangxiang doesn't seem suited for caregiving, and the battalion needs generals like her. This strengthened Yasmin's sense of belonging. She had always been cared for. She'd never needed to care for others. Staring at Abdurrahman, fine, I'll stay, but you'll regret it. Hardly. Abdurrahman laughed, turning to 2 more beauties. Zoya, you too. They hadn't expected to be chosen, but didn't protest. Loretta looked at Abdurrahman suspiciously. Did you plan this from the start? Smiling affectionately. Dislike my choices? Next time. Like. Loretta hugged him tightly, pinching him gently. Take care. Come back soon. Abdurrahman patted her back. Travel safely. Deliver those 3 letters to Alpha, Azariah, and Brantley. They've been struggling long enough to seize power. Got it. Loretta released him and departed, leaving Abdurrahman standing there. After a while, he turned to Yasmin. General Lee wants to scout around. Go ask General Su to send reinforcements. Messenger duties assigned so quickly? Gritting her teeth, Yasmin begrudgingly complied. This might be what one has to face after giving up on lying flat. From now on, serving diligently both before and after. It seems there's no escape from this fate. Chapter 95, Drawing a Circle on the Ground, named Tianqi. It turned out that Yasmin was very suited for this task. Not long after, a cavalry detachment rode up, with Yusef accompanying them. Abdurrahman glanced at Yasmin, who showed no intention of dismounting from her horse, and stretched out his hand, saying, "And where is the one for your general?" Yasmin pointed behind her. "Isn't your horse over there? Are you expecting me to fetch it as well?" "Yes. I'm not a maid. But your general can treat you like one." That was harsh. The feeling of being targeted everywhere made Yasmin want to turn around and leave. But she had chosen to leave her role as an imperial concubine to join the women's camp, so she couldn't blame anyone else for driving her around. She huffed coldly, dismounted, and led a fine stallion in front of him, saying, "General, please mount." Without hesitation, Abdurrahman scooped up by her delicate waist and placed her on the horse before hopping up behind her. He wrapped his arms around her slender frame and said, "Don't worry, your general will ride slowly." Dot's ears turned red. "Go, General, I think I'll wait back in the city." Unacceptable. Abdurrahman tightened his embrace around her lean figure and looked down at Yasmin. "Your running errands are done for today. Return to the city and wait." She. Yasmin was stunned. This was something she loved doing. He was clearly doing this on purpose. Did he not fear she might poison his drink, slip medicine into his food, or try to assassinate him? Seeing her puff up her cheeks in anger, looking anything but valiant, Liang and Song. Although it can provide mutual defense with Donghua once built, these three enemy states will undoubtedly do everything to disrupt your construction plans. And building a new city takes a long time. With constant warfare here, I believe it would be better to expand territory first. Not quite. A soldier pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. Building this city should happen now. If we wait until expanding territory, it would be better not to build at all. Oh. Yusef remained unperturbed and asked amiably, "Why do you say so?" The soldier stroked his beard. "This city isn't just for mutual defense with Donghua. It's for the conquest of nations." There was a murmur of astonishment. Abdurrahman sized up the nondescript soldier and said, "Explain further. If convincing, your general will reward you heavily." The soldier picked up another branch and drew 9 lines around the circle Abdurrahman had drawn. This place connects all directions, east to Barg, Brandan, Chu, Ming, south to Liang, Song, Bart, Han, Sui. A strategic position overseeing 9 countries. Hearing it described thusly, "I am truly moved." Abdurrahman clapped excitedly. "Well said. I didn't expect you to see this so clearly." The soldier continued confidently, "While I may not surpass the military advisor in tactical planning, in matter draw this city plan, I must believe." Abdurrahman helped him up. "No need for formalities. From now on, you're my Tang's military strategist, aiding your general." "Thank you, General." Danny expressed his admiration. "May I ask you to name this city, proclaiming it to the world?" Without thinking, Abdurrahman blurted out, "Tianqi. Is there any reason behind it?" Sweeping away clouds with a sword, emperors converge from the west. Clarity comes from Tianqi, and grand strategies lead the masses. Emperors converging, 9 emperors. Danny felt stirred. So powerful. This Tianqi city will certainly awe the world. Clarity from Tianqi. Yusef laughed heartily. General's brilliance. With Tianqi and Donghua supporting each other, it will surely end Ming. Abdurrahman smiled without speaking. This poem was adapted from Taja's Ancient Wind, where people later saw the prophecy of the fall of Ming in history. In history, Tianqi was the era name during Emperor Chengzhen's reign when the Ming dynasty fell. Here, Cohen ruled Ming. Talking about ending Ming was practically declaring war. But Abdurrahman was ready to declare his ambitions openly. No pretense anymore. "Come and attack if you dare." Yasmin's wide eyes betrayed her shock. Her brother's general, Finn? Shouldn't Phoenix Chick be heading there? Watching them discuss such matters right in front of him, she timed to test everyone's wisdom. Abdurrahman looked at everyone and said, "The 2 military advisors come with me. The rest can stay here and rest." "He's still quite wary of us," Yasmin muttered and teased. "General, do you need someone to run errands?" Abdurrahman replied, "If you're willing to come along, of course." Wasn't she eager to join him? Yasmin quickly followed them. Abdurrahman remarked, "Finding a place to relieve oneself in this open land is so difficult. Looks like we'll need high walls and ample supplies, otherwise, it will be too easy to be breached." "Toilets?" Yasmin hesitated momentarily, then hurried back. "Little girl, trying to trick me? Next time, I'll make you fetch toilet paper." Abdurrahman chuckled to himself as he glanced sideways at her. It should be mentioned that because paper was very expensive, people of this era used stones, bamboo chips, ceramic shards, leaves, lotus leaves, and willow leaves for hygiene purposes. They did whatever suited their needs. Abdurrahman, who was not accustomed to this, had his own supply of toilet paper. To promote its use, he would need to reduce the cost of paper production first. The trio walked for a while and arrived at an old, ruined temple. The temple was small, and its walls were mostly in ruins, long abandoned by worshippers. However, the statue of the deity inside was still well preserved. It was none other than Ferdi, revered by the Tang Emperor. Danny stroked his beard and laughed heartily. "I believe it's a brilliant idea. So, it's settled." Abdurrahman gazed towards Jiangnan and said thoughtfully, "It appears we must trouble General Jesse and others further. After capturing Jiangnan, they must continue to push towards Jiankong. To tell the truth, I wasn't planning to bring about such a rapid change in Liang, but to better construct this heavenly enlightenment city, some plans need to be expedited." Note, Qi means enlightenment or initiation, so heavenly enlightenment city is more appropriate than heavenly Qi city. Yusef promptly responded, "General, if you wish to make this heavenly Qi city a hub connecting all 9 kingdoms, I believe we can also make the enemy states contribute. However, we need a meticulous plan to make them comply." Note, Heavenly Chi City seems to be a translation error or typo. Assuming Heavenly City is intended, it should be corrected. If Tianqicheng is meant to be a proper name, it could be transliterated as Tianqi City. Corrected version. Yusef promptly responded, General, if you wish to make this Tianqi City a hub connecting all 9 kingdoms, I believe we can also make the enemy states contribute. However, we need a meticulous plan to make them comply. Anyone listening might have thought these 3 were delusional. What did they treat the enemy states as, cash cows or vassals? Received another secret order from Abdurrahman. Without delay, they marched toward Jiankong. Meanwhile, peculiar events surrounding the old temple spread rapidly across the nations. First, people saw an elderly man riding a 5-colored cloud descending over the temple, believed to be the incarnation of Yuanshi Tianzuan. They worshipped him and found gold inside the temple. As more people visited, reports emerged of finding or digging up gold near the temple. One day, amid thunderstorms and fierce winds, thousands of devotees kneeled in the rain. The statue of Yuanshi Tianzuan slowly ascended, seemingly a divine manifestation. Rainwater washed away soil, revealing gold on the ground. Upon digging, they discovered a small treasure trove filled with chests of gold and jewels. Some rich merchants and local gentry, believing it was an act of compassion by Yuanshi Tianzuan amidst the chaos, set up soup kitchens to aid refugees. The number of people converging around the temple increased daily. Most of them came from Liang territories. Abdurrahman deemed the timing right and summoned Adebayo and Ronald. Both men possessed noble demeanors and profound knowledge. Adebayo appeared more reserved and steady, while Ronald seemed somewhat unrestrained. Danny inquired, I hear you are skilled in divination. Can you predict the reason for the general's summons? Ronald pointed towards the temple. The wind rises, gold covers the ground, and the deity Abdurrahman replied, sure, if you want to come along. Why not? Yasmin quickly followed them. Abdurrahman remarked, it's so hard to find a place to relieve oneself in this open area. We should build high walls and store ample grain. Otherwise, it'll be too easy to be attacked. Relieve oneself? Yasmin paused, hurriedly turning back. You little brat, testing me? Next time, I'll make you fetch toilet paper. Abdurrahman chuckled inwardly but realized how uncustomary his request was. People in this era used stones, bamboo slices, pottery shards, leaves, etc., due to the high cost of paper. They walked for a while until they reached a dilapidated temple. It was small and long abandoned, yet the statue inside remained intact, a depiction of Laozi, revered as the ancestor of the Tang dynasty by the retired emperor. Emperors often trace their lineage back to legendary figures to legitimize their rule. Because Laozi shares the same surname as the Tang emperors, he was uniquely associated with the Tang. Although the 3 dominant religions, Taoism, Buddhism, Confucianism, competed fiercely in influence. Despite court prohibitions, many people still worshipped Pangu, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Confucius, and Laozi out of respect for tradition. This explained why there was a shrine to Laozi even in former Liang territory. Seeing the a deity, this era saw rulers portraying themselves as divine sons and celestial mandates. Gods wielded immense influence. Though skeptical of deities, Abdurrahman found creating one quite manageable. Danny, eager for knowledge, pressed on, how will you do it? We need 2 people. Who? Feng Tiangang and Ronald. Once they arrive, they will demonstrate the process. We look forward to it. Time flew by. After conquering Jiangnan, Henley, Erwin, and Pierre received a secret order from Abdurrahman to immediately advance toward Jiankong. Meanwhile, rumors spread about bizarre occurrences at the old temple. People witnessed a golden figure descending through colorful clouds, deemed it a manifestation of Tianzuan, and found gold in the temple. With increasing worshippers, more gold was discovered nearby. Incredibly, during a storm, the Tianzuan statue seemed to rise, prompting heavy rains to wash out gold from the ground. Digging deeper revealed treasures filled with gold and jewels. Wealthy merchants believed Tianzuan sympathized with war-ravaged peoples and set up shelters for refugees, attracting even more people to the temple area, especially from Liang. When the timing seemed right, Abdurrahman summoned Feng Tiangang and Ronald. Both men exuded sage-like demeanor, though Feng was more reserved while he had a free-spirited flair. Danny teased, can you divine the purpose of General Summon of sweeping away Taoism? Now it seemed that he was indeed correct. What difficulty in becoming an immortal? This clearly showed their reluctance to cooperate with him in deceiving the world. But his entire plan was centered around them. How could it work without their involvement? Thinking of this, he looked at Danny and asked, military advisor, do you think they can handle such a heavy responsibility? Danny had already looked at them differently as they replied. He smiled and said, they will handle it effortlessly. Even it seems a little bit too much talent for the task. Then convince them to serve me, the Grand General. This? Danny frowned slightly and said, the Grand General might need to stop the campaign against Taoism first. It appears you both have some misunderstanding about my actions. Abdurrahman walked up to them and said, do you not know that I never intended to destroy Taoism or Buddhism? I merely want to root out the pests to allow them to better benefit the Tang dynasty. At this point, he looked at Adebayo and Ronald and said, I know you believe in the way of heaven, but it is vast and vague. I still believe in the way of humans. Adebayo asked, what is the way of humans? Abdurrahman raised a finger and said, my way of humans has no benevolence, no righteousness, no rights, not even integrity, just one word, profit. The world is bustling because everyone comes for profit and works hard for profit beyond comprehension. Sometimes, exploration should begin from the grass, trees, flowers, fruits, and even from the countryside folk. And he had seen countless people. Only this man was deep like the starry sky, incomprehensible, just like his destiny didn't exist under this starry sky. Indeed strange. Seeing Adebayo's contemplative expression, he estimated Adebayo had also noticed these things. Abdurrahman coughed slightly and said, turning deceit into divinity is but a moment's work. Since mere words can't win your loyalty, the Grand General must display some true skills. Saying this, he shouted, errand boy. Yasmin immediately brought a basin of water and some stones. Abdurrahman rubbed his hands and asked, have you seen stones turn into ice when thrown? Stones turning into ice? Adebayo and Ronald doubted. Is there such a method in the world? Yusef and Danny widened their eyes. Yasmin muttered, how is this possible? Is he really an emperor or a charlatan? Abdurrahman said nothing, throwing several stones into the water in succession. Soon, a magical scene unfolded. Smoke billowed in the basin, gradually forming a layer of ice. This? Yasmin picked up the stones, examined them closely, and peered at the basin. How did this happen? How did you do it? Adebayo and Ronald exchanged puzzled glances. Danny was equally stunned. Grand General Wind. Yasmin stammered, this? Impossible. If you can really turn stone into gold, why maintain a secret treasury, openly accumulating wealth? Not so dull. But after such deception, how could he allow any doubt? Abdurrahman smiled faintly. Self-discovered gold and openly gathered wealth are two entirely different pleasures. You wouldn't understand. Now, the night is dark and windy. Would you like to see the sight of ghosts revealing themselves? Ghosts revealing themselves? Yasmin involuntarily shrank into Abdurrahman's embrace. You can do that too? Well, Miss Sun, who fears nothing, afraid of ghosts? Abdurrahman pulled her to the door, pointing to a dark room opposite. Watch carefully later. Clapping his hands, servants brought a table with Taoist charms and a sword. Abdurrahman, chanting and making seals with both hands, approached the table, swung the sword dramatically, then burnt the charms, shouting, sky spirits, earth spirits, demons, appear quickly. I assist you to enter the gates of heaven. Seeing this, Danny barely suppressed laughter. Our emperor can be an emperor, general, and heavenly master. He hadn't finished when he shivered and hugged Yusef. Ronald reacted similarly, but embraced Adebayo. This left Yasmin alone, feeling deeply hurt. Did she have to tremble alone watching? Chapter 98, Deceptive, unmatched in this world. The wind howled. The moon retreated behind the clouds. Suddenly, smoke began to seep out from the opposite house, accompanied by eerie wailing sounds. As the smoke grew thicker, the sounds became even more haunting, echoing loudly. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The doors and windows of the house were suddenly flung open. Ah! Yasmin jumped in fright and hurriedly turned away. She couldn't bear to continue watching. Yet, her insatiable curiosity compelled her to slowly turn back. Upon seeing clusters of pale blue flames rapidly flickering within the smoke, she clamped her lips together, hardly daring to breathe. They really appeared, and they emerged in droves from the doors and windows, carrying an overwhelming malevolent energy. Worse yet, some of them were hopping toward their direction. Ah! Yasmin couldn't take it anymore. Her face losing all color, she screamed and fled hastily. Despite her bravado of being fearless, there were things she genuinely feared, like rats. But compared to this spectral manifestation, rats seemed trivial. Not just her. Even Danny and Ronald weren't clinging to Yusef and Yuan Tiangong any longer. Instead, they hid behind the two men, too terrified to even peek. Note, Yuan Tiangong should be corrected to Yuan Tianggang. If not, I might send you to join them. Revised. Taking advantage of the situation, Abdurrahman pressed, Yuan Tianggang, Yuan Tiance. Ronald, are you now willing to pledge your allegiance to this general? If not, I might just send you to join them. Note, for consistency and natural flow, I've made slight adjustments. Yuan Tianggang is kept as a direct transliteration for character names typically remain unchanged. The rest ensures fluent English while maintaining the original meaning and tone. Yes. Yuan Tianggang and Ronald almost blurted out at the same time. Note, Yuan Tianggang is corrected to a more natural English representation of the name, Yuan Tianggang. The original, Yuan Tiangong, Yuan Tiance, seems to mix simplified Chinese characters and pinyin, which can be confusing. Also, the name, Yuan Tiance, was converted back to its original form, Yuan Tianggang, for consistency. For better consistency and fluency, it should read, yes. Adebayo and Ronald almost shouted in unison. This maintains the urgency and surprise expressed in the original context while ensuring it reads naturally in English. It wasn't entirely out of fear but rather due to the sheer shock from witnessing events from stone turning to ice, gold, and now spirits. No matter true or false, the Emperor's abilities were truly unparalleled. Turning around, Abdurrahman observed the quickly dissipating ghost fires. It seems that using illusions is most effective against those who believe in the way. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have wasted words. I'd have thrown you into the haunted house and forced you to submit. Ronald shivered, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Thank you for your leniency, General. Yuan Tiangong sniffed and said, if we had been thrown into the haunted house, we might have gotten closer to the truth. Correcting for consistency in character names, and ensuring the sentence flows naturally in English. Yuan Tianxiang sniffed and said, if we had been thrown into the haunted house, we might have gotten closer to the truth. Note, Yuan Tianxiang is used here as a more consistent and phonetically accurate translation of the Chinese name Yuan Tiangong. For better readability and fluency, I will use Yuan Tiance, as it seems to be a consistent choice in other parts of the text. Yuan Tiance sniffed and said, if we had been thrown into the haunted house, we might have gotten closer to the truth. Really? Abdurrahman looked at him. Tell me more. Yuan Tiangong, Yuan Tiance, took a few steps towards the haunted house. I seem to detect a smell of urine, and the smoke emanating from the house is similar to that from a stove. It's noticeably hotter inside. If my guess is correct, the ground beneath this house should be hollow. Ronald added, now that you mention it, the stones the general threw into the basin weren't ordinary. The surface of the gold was very smooth. These seem like deliberate tricks, but based on our knowledge, they're hard to explain. Truly mysterious. Impressed by their keen observations, Abdurrahman was quite satisfied. He coughed slightly. The most deceptive thing in this world isn't truth, nor falsehood, but something in between. As they say, too clear water can't support fish, and too discerning a person has no disciples. Using these illusions with a bit of trickery, becoming a divine figure among men isn't difficult. Of course, if you want the world to revere you and the nations to bow, you need genuine expertise like yours in astronomy, calendars, physiognomy, and astrology. Hearing this, Yuan Tiangong and Ronald roughly guessed what he wanted from them. However, they were more curious about the truth behind the phenomena and said together, "We are not wise enough to understand, please, Great General, explain further." Revised for fluency and consistency. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tiangong and Ronald had a rough idea of what he expected from them. Yet, they were more interested in understanding the true nature of these events, so they said in unison, "We are neither learned nor clever enough to comprehend this. We beg the Great General to enlighten us." For improved fluency and natural English expression. Upon Mon shook his head. Their power is still limited. The weapons made from this material can obliterate with shocking force, whether through explosion, concussion, or gunfire. Do such weapons exist? Why don't you create them now? Urged Danny. How to answer? The system hasn't provided rewards yet? Abdurrahman smiled. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? It's like playing cards. Using your best hand right away will lead to a quick demise. The general speaks wisely, agreed Danny, enlightened. If the general showed these weapons now, the 9 states would unite against Tang. These are divine stones indeed, mused Ronald, picking up a stone. How did the general turn stone into gold? A simple illusion. Abdurrahman swiftly pinched the stone in Ronald's hand, peeling off 3 layers of thin, stone skin. All 4 men chuckled awkwardly, unsure of what to say next. These stone skins seemed crafted from fine silk, colored to mimic stone, then gradually changing colors. As the process occurred, the silk was pulled into the sleeves layer by layer, going unnoticed. Abdurrahman drew inspiration from Sichuan opera's facial transformations and learned the technique from Unkit, increasing its effectiveness. He intentionally mixed the identifiable saltpeter with specially treated stones, adding to the deception. Practicing didn't take much time, and he hadn't perfected it yet, but the effect would improve with practice. Tensed upward, and their palms were sweating. Abdurrahman, seeing this, decided to add to the fun. He put down his sword, spread his hands wide, moving gracefully like Tai Chi, guiding the flames toward them. Seeing the overwhelming swarm of ghostly apparitions getting closer, Yusef and Yuan Tianji finally lost their composure and pleaded, "General." Abdurrahman seized the moment. "Yuan Tianji, Ronald, are you now willing to serve this general? If not, I might just send you off with them." "Yes." Yuan Tianji and Ronald blurted out almost simultaneously. It wasn't solely due to fear. From freezing water with stones to turning stone into gold, and now summoning 1,000 spirits, they were utterly awestruck. Regardless of whether it was real or fake, this emperor's abilities were truly unmatched in this world. Abdurrahman turned to look at the quickly dissipating ghost fires. It seems deceiving those who believe in heavenly order is most effective with tricks like these. Had I known, I wouldn't have wasted time talking and would have thrown you all into this haunted house to get you to comply. Ronald shivered, speechless yet laughing bitterly. "Thank you for your mercy, General." Yuan Tianji sniffed and said, "Had we been thrown into the haunted house, we might have gotten closer to the truth." Abdurrahman looked at him. "Explain, Minister Yuan." Yuan Tianji took a few steps towards the haunted house. "These aren't ordinary stones but saltpeter. Dropping them in water absorbs heat, producing ice. For creating ice, this is overkill. One day, you'll see these materials used to create genuine divine weapons." Danny exclaimed. "Are Tang swords, trebuchets, repeating crossbows, and others not considered divine?" Abdurrahman shook his head. "Their power is limited. These materials can produce devastating weapons, explosives, bombs, or firearms, all incredibly destructive. Such weapons exist?" Danny urged. "Why doesn't the general create them now?" How to answer? The system hasn't unlocked these rewards yet? Abdurrahman smiled. Using excessive force on minor matters is unwise. It's like playing cards. Using your best hand too soon can lead to disaster. "You speak wisely, General," Danny said, enlightened. "If you reveal such weapons now, the 9 nations would unite against us, and the Tang dynasty might not withstand them. These are indeed divine materials." Ronald picked up a stone. "How did you turn stone into gold?" "Just an illusion." Abdurrahman suddenly squeezed the stone in his hand, peeling off 3 layers of thin, stone skin. All 4 of them laughed nervously, speechless. The stone skin seemed made from fine silk, colored to resemble stone, gradually changing color. He smiled. "If it's too complex now, don't worry. Over time, I will explain everything to you. For now, Ministers Yuan and Li must learn these techniques and start working." Yuan Tianji and Ronald immediately composed themselves, respectfully replying, "We follow your orders, General." "Excellent. That's simpler." Abdurrahman led them into the haunted house, bringing white wax-like substances. This is called white phosphorus. It's produced by mixing large quantities of human urine and sand, then heating them. It ignites spontaneously at temperatures over 40 degrees Celsius. Ghost lights seen near graves result from phosphorus in human bones reacting with oxygen when decomposing. Yusef, Danny, Yuan Tiangong, and Ronald stared at him in disbelief. Where did this knowledge about phosphorus, ignition points, chemical elements, phosphine, and oxygen come from? These were concepts they had never encountered in their vast readings. Moreover, the mention of temperature and specific figures like 40 degrees was entirely foreign to them. How could such information exist? Was he even living under the same sky as they were? Seeing their stunned expressions, Abdurrahman knew he had made an impression. But he needed to drive the point home to ensure they were truly convinced. He smiled and said, "If you find it hard to understand right now, don't worry. I can explain these things to you gradually over time." Feeling somewhat dazed. They had originally thought it was just about building a city. Who would have imagined he had even grander plans? Such a mastermind deceiving the world isn't surprising at all. Just as he finished speaking, Caesarshan hurried over and said, "Great General, General Avram has arrived at the city gates with the army, along with envoys from various Turkic tribes. They say they wish to honor the Great General as the heavenly Emil, and present gold, silver, and jewels as a sign of their submission. Isn't this another source of funds for the city construction? Abdurrahman laughed heartily. It seems I haven't backed the wrong horse. Bryn truly knows how to handle things. Quickly, escort them to the council hall. Abdurrahman spoke in such a manner that both listeners felt somewhat dazed. They had originally thought he only intended to build a city. Who could have imagined he had even grander plans? It's no wonder that such a mastermind could deceive the world. Just as he finished speaking, Yuatian hurried over and said, General Avram has led the army to the outskirts of the city. Along with him are envoys from various Turkic tribes who say they wish to honor the great general as Heavenly Emil and present gold and jewels to signify their submission. Isn't this more funding for the city construction? Abdurrahman laughed heartily. It seems I haven't backed the wrong horse. This Bryn really knows how to handle things. Quickly, escort them to the council hall. And understood what appealed to him. Knowing Abdurrahman's love for money, he had been quite generous. After all, the newly established Babi and Chanchuo Khaganate didn't have much wealth. This also demonstrated Albin's sincerity in submitting to the Tang dynasty. Abdurrahman was highly satisfied. By now, he had recalled Jason and the army from the Turkic territories, shifting the strategic focus. On one hand, he allowed Ahmed and Marcus to concentrate on governing the newly acquired territory of the 3 states of Dachingshan and the vast lands of the Turkic people. On the other hand, it gave Albin some space to win over the large and small tribes on the steppes. It might seem like nurturing a tiger to one's own peril, but there was still another expansive territory in the west, controlled by the Western Turks. If Ahmed and Marcus continued fighting indefinitely, Tang dynasty's current national strength couldn't sustain it. Abdurrahman needed to adopt a new strategy, using barbarians to control barbarians. Let them weaken each other, then harvest the fruits when they were both exhausted. Wearing a white robe and looking radiant, Jason couldn't wait any longer. He shouted loudly, I have a surprise for the general. Abdurrahman replied, I bet Zilong's surprise. As for the Ming Empire, once deities were successfully created, Abdurrahman could continue bending them without a fight. Not annihilating Liang didn't mean he couldn't take other actions. He already had plans for it. Thinking of this, he patted Tedaba on the shoulder. Since you're here, join Zilong in attacking Liang later. When they capture Jiangnan, the Liang troops will know their life and death are at stake. Your mission will be to crush them and force Mateo to sign an agreement under our sword. What are we waiting for? Tedaba swung his drum hammer wildly. Let's go. If that old man Mateo refuses to agree, I'll smash his head in with one strike. Hold on a moment, Your Highness. Jason hastily interjected. We haven't shown the general the full surprise yet. Abdurrahman pointed at Tedaba. Isn't he the surprise? General, please look. Jason clapped his hands. Nearby people opened rows of boxes. Suddenly, dazzling gold light enveloped the entire city. Gold. Entire crates filled with gold. Among them were many large gold bars. What a pleasant surprise indeed. Abdurrahman quickly walked up to the crates. Where did you get all this gold? Jason explained. From the large gold mine we raided in Shuazhou. The Dachingshan forces hadn't managed to move it. We've calculated its value at 20 million strings of coins. Gil Venerable has returned. Cheers erupted among the crowd. Only Yuan Tiangang and Ronald remained motionless. Then something astounding happened. A beam of golden light shone through the skylight, illuminating them both. Their voices resonated loudly as they began chanting the Tao Te Ching. The way that can be told is not the eternal way. Whether they had received a legacy from the celestial venerable or interspersed their own understanding of the Tao Te Ching, every line they recited caused the statue to tremble in affirmation, while the audience seemed enlightened. In the crowd disguised in civilian clothes, Yasmin hugged Abdurrahman's arm tightly, her skin tingling. Lately, with all the divine and ghostly occurrences, she felt the world had changed before her eyes. What pained her most was that despite knowing all this was due to Abdurrahman, she couldn't find any evidence. Abdurrahman felt her grip on his arm tighten, recognizing her breadth of tolerance. He cleared his throat heavily. You should only fear ghosts, not gods too. Looks like I need to reconsider your enlistment in the Amazon battalion. Yasmin gritted her teeth and said, Don't you think this scene is rather stunning? Abdurrahman glanced at her heaving bosom and smiled faintly. It's just that the celestial vision of the heavenly deity involved, using the force generated during the sprouting process to slowly elevate the statue of Yuanshi Tianzuan. The base of the statue was already hollowed out, a trick he learned from a previous life's TV drama. As for the golden light protection, although there was no glass in this era, reflective materials like glassware could be used to reflect sunlight through gaps in the dilapidated temple roof, augmented by golden objects to achieve the effect. However, it was much harder to recreate the profound impact Neil and Ronald had when they recited the Tao Te Ching. That's why he chose them. They had an exceptional understanding of Taoism, both externally and internally. After reciting the Tao Te Ching, Ronald opened his eyes and spoke with solemn emphasis. Moved by human suffering and seeing your sincere hearts, the heavenly deity has granted me the method of condensing ice to cool you all, calming the mind. Can someone please fetch some stones, water, and basins? I will. Some people responded immediately. Ronald, following the breathing technique taught by Abdurrahman, breathed out several times, then solemnly placed a few stones into the basin. Immediately, the water froze, surrounded by icy mist, instantly lowering the temperature inside the dilapidated temple. He repeated this process with other basins. People watched in awe, moved to tears. Ice. Real ice. They are gods. It seems during the divine manifestation, they received direct teachings from the heavenly deity. In these troubled times, with widespread suffering and endless strife, the heavenly deity has finally sent someone to save us. At that moment, Neil also opened his eyes. He picked up a stone, akin to Buddha picking a flower and smiling, said nothing, and merely touched it lightly. The stone turned yellow. With another touch, it became a radiant gold ingot. The impact was even stronger than the ice formation. Everyone was left in a state of stunned amazement. Is this the legendary alchemy? Can ordinary mortals achieve such feats? It must be bestowed by the heavenly deity. Gold. Gold. This means we, who suffer, can truly be saved. Neil seemed engrossed in a transcendental experience, consecutively transforming dozens of stones into gold before speaking. Grateful for the heavenly deity's favor, we have been blessed with wisdom and knowledge. We pledge to remember his teachings, cultivate our virtues, and save lives. We will establish an altar here to spread the Tao. All those seeking solace and refuge in these turbulent times are welcome. With that, he stood up and distributed the gold to the elderly and infirm. Instantly, thousands prostrated in reverence. By now, Abdurrahman had already pulled Yasmin away. Mission accomplished. This place would soon attract hundreds of thousands, perhaps more. Mount your horse. Haha, back to the city. As predicted, Yasmin soon caught up, looking somewhat embarrassed yet oddly charming. A month later, the influx of refugees near the dilapidated temple reached an astounding 400,000. Even as Song, Ming, Chu, Barg, Brandan, and others tightened border controls to prevent refugees from entering Tang territory. Liang tried to manage, but was too late. Seeing the time was ripe, Neil and Ronald declared in the name of the heavenly deity that the true ruler should designate a city for him, bringing peace to the people, clearly pressuring Abdurrahman to build a city. Many refugees doubted his willingness, but unexpectedly, fearing the deity's wrath, Abdurrahman honored him as great holy ancestor of the supreme vast Taoist heaven, and ordered no further persecution of Taoists. He also appointed Neil and Ronald as national masters, and allowed them to establish Tianqi City. Simultaneously, he issued a self-criticism edict, acknowledging his past misdeeds and vowing repentance for the divine's blessing on Tang. Wars were halted, citing compassion. When news reached Jiankong, Emperor Mateo of Liang clutched his chest, coughing blood. Thornton Song hurried to pat his back. Your Majesty, please calm down. You must take care of yourself. Why calm? Mateo pushed him away and raged. That scoundrel ##### Chapter 101. Beauty and Power. 250 million cash. How very foolish of him. If I, the great general, am not mistaken, Mateo will surely follow in others' footsteps and concoct some story about receiving the mandate of the Buddha to ascend the throne as emperor. After dodging for so many years, facing such a crushing defeat, he must be afraid that if he doesn't declare himself emperor now and enjoy it while it lasts, he'll never have another chance. At the banquet celebrating victories by Henley, Tetaba, Irwin, Jason, and other generals, Abdurrahman spoke confidently, giving his latest prediction. Tetaba was still unsatisfied. He scratched his head and muttered, We surged all the way to Jiankong. We should have directly captured the entire southern Liang and taken Mateo alive. Abdurrahman raised his wine cup and said, Uncle Third, think of it as a hunt. Let's give him a few laps around first. Tetaba drank in one gulp. Perhaps I've gotten too used to hammering, and if one hammer can do it, I won't use two. Since you say so, let's make him run a bit more. When will we return to Jiankong? That Jiankong city is grander than our Chang'e. Previously, when negotiating, Mateo was stingy, offering only 200 million cash. This made me kill 8 defenders with my hammer, and forced him to cough up another 50 million. Ha ha ha. Such a lure no man could resist. Dot did not seem opposed, just a little apprehensive. She had long resigned herself to this inevitable day, feeling powerless to change it. Yet, this emperor was different from what she imagined. There was sincerity within him, a childlike innocence. Staying by his side influenced her unknowingly. When she tried to extricate herself, she found she couldn't escape his charm. She softly bit her lip. Your servant doesn't mean that. I just think you've been overworking yourself and need rest. Abdurrahman gently lifted her chin. Intimacy is the best kind of rest. Dot lowered her head. It's not that I'm unwilling, but there are complications. Complications? Abdurrahman frowned, then noticed she was sweating profusely. With his experience, he knew this was a common issue men often faced. Faced with a tiger, who would dare fight? Some might be indifferent to women's discomfort, but not Abdurrahman. He checked her pulse. Does it hurt? Dot buried her head in his chest, embarrassed. Yes, it's an old ailment, but being by your side has reduced the pain. Did you know medicine as well? Somewhat. Abdurrahman called loudly, Yasmin, fetch the silver needles. Silver needles? Yasmin, waiting outside the door, frowned. Seeing Zoya leave alone, she thought Abdurrahman couldn't hold back anymore. Why go so far, though? Keep his word. Don't worry, I'm not a scoundrel. Hurry up. Quickly removing her boots, Yasmin lay down, asking, Can you let her go now? Ignoring her, Abdurrahman began unfastening Dot's dress, exposing her slender abdomen. Seeing this, Yasmin snapped. You broke your promise and deceived me. Quiet. Your turn will come. Just wait. Abdurrahman glanced at her, then skillfully inserted a needle into Dot's chi-high point, gently twisting it. Then another needle went into her guanyuan point. Ah. Dot, who had been tense, suddenly cried out, clutching the blanket. Yasmin exploded in anger. How can you treat her like this? Dot, blushing furiously, struggled to explain. No, it's not what you think. I actually don't feel pain anymore. You're lying. Yasmin insisted. I heard you scream. I'm not deaf. But I truly don't feel pain now. Why did you scream then? How could she explain? Dot avoided looking at both Yasmin and Abdurrahman. To Yasmin, she seemed mistreated. Fierce as a lioness, she glared at Abdurrahman. She's your consort, not a toy. Though I've been told by old maidservants that all men are the same, I don't want to see you delight in tormenting them. If you must torture someone, do it to me. If I cry out, I'll change my name. Abdurrahman chuckled. To Li? Sure. The tension eased. Skills? Wasn't it you who offered to take her place and endure the suffering? And yet, the one being tormented is still you? If there were a rat hole nearby, Yasmin would have gladly jumped into it. How embarrassing. She had never been so humiliated in her entire life. But he wasn't wrong either. Who let herself get so stubborn? What should she do now? Seeing her standing with her back to him, not even breathing, Abdurrahman teased. Wasn't your etiquette taught improperly by the old women of the Marquis residence? Or did you only half listen and then fill in the blanks? Yasmin abruptly turned around. I was wrong. Can I leave now? No. Abdurrahman raised a leg to block her path. As the sister of the Marquis of Wu, a heroine rivaling Min, how can you break your word? Should we change your surname? Yasmin gave a bitter smile. That was just an impulsive remark. How about this? This Grand General will issue an imperial decree granting you, in the Wu family, the Tang dynasty's royal surname. What do you think? Yasmin's legs went weak, nearly making her kneel before him. Abram already suspected the Marquis of Wu. If he granted the Wu family the Li surname now, what would Abram think? What would happen to the Wu family? Even if the Marquis adored her, he wouldn't let this slide. No matter what, she must stop this. She plopped down on the bed, grabbed Abdurrahman's calves, and pleaded, Grand General, from now on, I'll bear all hardships and never act so capriciously again. Besides, we're not plucking the strings of a lute, nor breaking water jars like warriors charging into battle, nor neglecting the morning court. Why fear? This eloquence. Yasmin couldn't help but comment, did you really write Spring River Moonlit Night? You recite poetry with such fluency. Abdurrahman cleared his throat. You understood? Just the last line. Yasmin felt ashamed. But even that showed exceptional literary talent, far beyond ordinary work. Abdurrahman looked at Dot's beautiful eyes. You didn't understand either? It's fine. Even repeating these thousands of times doesn't compare to this Grand General teaching you firsthand. Noticing his fervent gaze and the hand that had sneaked onto her hips, Dot pulled back into the covers. Thank you for healing me, Grand General. Let's discuss these things another day. Yes, we should wait until later. Otherwise, talking more won't help. Abdurrahman climbed into the covers, hugging her. Tomorrow, this Grand General will write a prescription. You'll take it regularly and won't have to endure this pain again. Okay. That's it. Peck. Dot, gathering courage, lightly kissed him. She thought it would be quiet and gentle, but she was too nervous and accidentally used more force. This left Yasmin on the verge of collapse. What did I do in a past life to deserve? Go back to the city and rest well? Yasmin pinched herself, straightened up and said, one who serves cannot rest. Want to continue tonight? Retire. She trembled, fleeing faster than a rabbit. Last night had become a nightmare worse than any ghost story. Another night, and she might lose her will to live. Ha ha ha, you stubborn fool. This Grand General has plenty of ways to subdue you. Abdurrahman smiled, dismissed everyone, and quietly told Connor and Ronald, don't be burdened by guilt. If pursuing Taoism means seeking immortality alone, it's selfish. With your abilities, assist this Grand General in ending the chaos and helping the people. That is the true path. Connor replied, Grand General, seeing so many refugees within such a short time has deeply moved us. We no longer restrict ourselves to celestial or human realms, but wish for everyone to find a home. Ronald added, Grand General's adaptability, whether forcing Mateo to sign the treaty or issuing self-criticism, all actions are for the benefit of the nation and its people. Compared to you, we are ashamed. You need not be humble. Note, maintaining the tone, style, and structure while ensuring natural English flow and correct pinyin for character names. Abdurrahman looked towards the southeast and said, this Grand General heard on the way here. Abdurrahman nodded, appreciating their support. He then dismissed everyone, turning to Connor and Ronald with a more solemn tone. Do not feel guilty about your path. If pursuing Taoism means seeking immortality alone, it's selfish. With your abilities, help this Grand General end the chaos and aid the people. That is the true path. Connor bowed deeply. Grand General, witnessing the plight of so many refugees within such a short time has deeply moved us. We no longer restrict ourselves to celestial or human realms, but wish for everyone to find a home. Ronald echoed his sentiment. Grand General, your actions, whether forcing Mateo to sign the treaty or issuing self-criticism, all serve the nation and its people. Compared to you, we are ashamed. You need not be humble. With that, Abdurrahman left them to contemplate their new mission, while Yasmin, still reeling from the previous night, pinched herself to stay awake. She vowed silently, if only to herself, that she would endure this ordeal and protect her family at any cost. Chapter 103. Seizing the throne and restoring the nation. Since he personally taught them the arts of stone-throwing, ice formation, alchemy, and breath control exercises, Adebayo and Ronald had understood that his intentions were far greater than merely constructing a city called Heavenly Enlightenment. Now, this clearly confirmed their suspicions. He was clearly using the voice of the Celestial Sovereign to accomplish certain deeds. They were the bridge between him and the Celestial Sovereign. Little did they know that he was the true, Celestial Sovereign. This method of cloaking himself in the guise of a deity was even more ingenious than his recent strategic maneuvering. If it were before, they would never have agreed to such actions as it went against the principles they adhered to when cultivating the Tao. But now, for the sake of swiftly ending this chaotic era and allowing countless civilians to settle down, they were willing to follow his lead. Together, they said, General, rest assured, we will spread the prophecy today. Abdurrahman asked, don't you think the general's claim of human triumph over fate is too presumptuous? Adebayo responded deeply, we have never found the general's star in the heavens, indicating that you transcend this sky, making your victory not surprising at all. Such flattery was quite sophisticated indeed. Abdurrahman pointed at him and laughed heartily. It seems if this general fails, it would also indicate that both of you are lacking. Ronald remarked slyly, the city has just been established, it cannot end in failure. It seems the general is not just confident, but practically guarantees success. You. Abdurrahman coughed heavily, saying, you've certainly seen through things. This game of chess I played has taken a long time, although I didn't put much effort into it. Fortunately, the situation is this matter definitely cannot be known by you. Abdurrahman muttered, walking toward the person. After meeting, they entered the woods together. Harrison removed the cloth from his head, revealing his true identity. He lamented, Did you instruct Adebayo and Ronald to spread that prophecy? Aren't you trying to kill me? Abdurrahman smiled calmly. Those were truly the words of the celestial sovereign. And since you're Mateo's second son, isn't the current crown prince your brother Ridge? He should be the one panicking. He is known for his benevolence and deep love from the court and people. With your adoptive father suffering successive defeats and losing Kangzhou and Jiangnando while contributing 2.5 million strings of coins, Ridge's presence as crown prince is a huge threat to him. Upon hearing the prophecy, Mateo will surely send people to watch him closely, maybe finding an excuse to depose him soon. Don't you think you also have the chance to make a sudden appearance and catch them off guard, just like this general did? Harrison was the illegitimate son of Emperor Donghua of Liang, Thornton Baowan. Mateo treated Harrison as his own son because he had possessed Harrison's mother while she was pregnant. This was a significant historical controversy. Abdurrahman had researched this in his previous life and had already sent East Depot operatives to Jinkong to investigate and informed Harrison directly, driving a wedge between Mateo and Harrison. Harrison's visit today indicated he had also verified this information. Naturally become passionate. Harrison was deeply moved by these words. Brotherly speaks the truth. This empire belongs to me. I'm merely reclaiming what's rightfully mine. Well, he started addressing him as brother already. For an elder, dropping his dignity meant desperation. Abdurrahman was hopeful for him. I heard that upon claiming the throne, Mateo lavishly rewarded officials to reconsolidate their loyalty? That's true, Harrison explained. But his health deteriorates, becoming irritable and prone to killing. Even Domenico, his most trusted general, often curses him. Those generously rewarded live in fear. It seems this general's strikes hit him hard. Abdurrahman chuckled dryly. But it's also your opportunity to strike. Harrison frowned. Do I need to take the crown prince's position first? Taking the crown prince's position? Abdurrahman kicked his buttocks as if teaching a younger sibling. Are you crazy? With the imperial star waning and a new ruler predicted, aiming for the crown prince's position is suicide. Harrison trembled slightly. But how can I possibly be a match for Mateo? With my current strength, I can barely handle Ridge. Indeed, it showed he feared Mateo, the dying old man, lacking confidence entirely. Abdurrahman had anticipated this. Only having demands could ensure control. Otherwise, Liang's imperial changes mattered little to him. He spoke solemnly. With your current strength, ruling is impossible. However, I can dispatch Uncut and Caesarshan along with East and West Depot agents to aid you secretly in Jiankong. If you need troops, this general can provide them as well. Harrison quickly replied, excellent. Just, will you demand territory and compensation? Is this general so shallow? Please let me know if there is anything else you need help with. Abdurrahman smiled slightly and said, once this is accomplished, we only need to upgrade the alliance we previously signed into a mutual defense pact. Then, you can establish yourself in Liang, and this great general can rely on you to resist Bart, Han, and Sui from advancing northward. Isn't this a win-win situation? Harrison pondered for a moment, then raised his palm and said, all right, brotherly, if you help me so much, I will certainly treat you generously. Although he knew this was like plotting with a tiger, he had no other choice now. In life, one must either succeed or perish. Being equally young and talented, he didn't want to be timid and fall behind others. Abdurrahman struck his palm against Harrison's and said, this great general will impart a bit more experience to you. Seizing power must be done swiftly and decisively, like cutting through tangled threads with a sharp knife. Act with overwhelming force and don't give them any chance to react. Execute those who must be executed. Recruit those who can be recruited. You must have nationalistic fervor, but not be overly merciful. Thank you, brotherly. Harrison has learned well. After bowing respectfully to him, Harrison spurred his horse and left. Abdurrahman folded his arms, leaning against a large tree, and mused aloud. It's quite an achievement to teach someone how to rebel. Maybe I should teach the three of them back in Chang'an too? Chapter 104. Intoxicated Karina. Assassinate Mateo. Abdurrahman returned to find his tent already set up. He took Karina by her slender waist and led her inside, gently tilting her cheek and asking, nervous? Karina's cheeks turned a light shade of red as she replied, I wish to dance for the general. Abdurrahman immediately sat down at the table, saying, I almost forgot you are talented in both looks and skills. It seems tonight I'll feast both my eyes and my palate. Feast your palate. If it were before, Karina would have only thought he was talking about enjoying delicious food while watching her dance. But after days of sharing the same bed and enduring his playful teasing, she now instantly understood his meaning. They had done everything except for the final step. Still, she was a bit nervous. Perhaps she wanted to give herself to him in the best state possible. Not for the sake of the nation or honor, but because she had hopelessly fallen in love with this man, willing to spend her life with him. She bit her lip, extended her delicate hands, and slowly removed her outer garment. Then she began dancing, softly stepping along while singing. The song was Spring River Moonlit Night. Abdurrahman was just about to take a sip from his cup when he froze at the sight. At that moment, Karina wore only a thin veil, her white belly revealed through a translucent top. Her long hair swayed gracefully with her dance, her dainty feet moving elegantly. Combined with her angelic beauty and perfect figure, no one could remain indifferent. Despite having been stunned by her beauty countless times before, she was presenting her utmost allure tonight. A soldier dies for the one who understands him. A woman beautifies herself for the one who admires her. Her willingness to do this for him spoke volumes. Abdurrahman felt immense joy within and started drinking cup after cup. Before Karina finished her dance, he was already tipsy. When Karina swayed her hips close to him and tenderly fell into his arms, Abdurrahman pounced on her like a flood. Karina quickly pleaded, General, can we wait a bit longer? I want to drink a few cups too. Of course. A little wine can enhance the mood. The mingling of wine and perfume could stir the deepest primal desires. Without another word, Abdurrahman began drinking with her. They drank from shared cups and even fed each other wine. And then they naturally tumbled onto the bed, outside the tent. Yasmin, hearing the passionate sounds, covered her ears hastily. She recognized these sounds. This was why she had become so completely under Abdurrahman's control. What should she do? Earlier he made her share the bed. Now he made her stand guard outside. Was this human treatment? It was too much. She found some courage and shouted loudly as the sounds escalated. Wow! 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 Someone come, there's a tiger! Suddenly, Unkit, Caesarshan, and others rushed out. Where's the tiger? Yasmin, blushing furiously, pointed far into the woods. It ran into the forest, a huge tiger. Unkit instructed Caesarshan to stand guard nearby, and personally led others to search. Tiger? Inside the tent, Abdurrahman collapsed onto Karina, weak-armed, and muttered, How can there be a tiger here? There's only one tigress, her, and it's obviously deliberate. Karina blushed profusely. Why is she outside the tent? I'm also puzzled, Abdurrahman frowned, recalling something. Before meeting those people, I merely teased her lightly. She actually believed me. Oh. Karina covered her face with both hands. Did she hear everything? Forget it. She's seeking revenge. Tonight, she will stand guard. She mentioned tigers. Who needs it? Can I return to my tent now? Certainly. Abdurrahman sniffed, however. I've considered it thoroughly. Let me explain. Having you guard outside last night was a small misunderstanding. I didn't mean anything by it. What? Yasmin, fierce like a tigress, charged at him, grabbed the wine flask, gulped it down, wiped her mouth, and declared, General, I've pondered this carefully as well. Abdurrahman laughed, amused by her demeanor. Speak. Yasmin burped, glanced at Karina who looked more feminine after her ordeal, and whispered to Abdurrahman, The land of sweet dalliance can be a hero's downfall. Temper yourself, ha ha ha. Laughing triumphantly, she left with the wine flask. That attitude gave Abdurrahman a feeling of being counterattacked. He refused to accept this. With calm assurance, he said, After standing guard outside for so long, don't you know if I need temperance? Ah. Yasmin staggered, nearly falling. Then she ran crazily out of the tent without looking back at Abdurrahman. Karina giggled, covering her mouth. I've never seen her act like this before. Giggles. She, a formidable warrior, is turning into a treasure. Abdurrahman pulled Karina into his arms. Let's not talk about her. We need to eat. What do you think? Do you have a deeper understanding of the poems I wrote earlier? General. Karina buried her face in his chest, her cheeks flaming red. Yet, images of verses like, the silver bottle suddenly breaks, water spurts forth, cavalry emerges, swords clash, involuntarily filled her mind. After eating, they played outdoors all day. Abdurrahman summoned Unkit and Caesarshan, giving detailed instructions. They left after receiving their orders. Yasmin, fully recovered after a day's rest, asked on the way back to the city, Can we go for more outings before returning to Chang'an? Abdurrahman smiled. What do you think? Didn't you yell about a tiger last night? Looks like you're fascinated by tigers. How about next time we go hunting tigers? Hunting tigers? Yasmin frowned. There are no tigers around here. Maybe some visiting tigers? Quickly rationalizing, she added. But speaking of tigers, the most famous place is Wuming Mountain in Liang. Rumor has it that the tigers there are not only big, but also extremely ferocious. Mateo frequently hunts there. Then let's go to Wuming Mountain. Are you serious? I was just saying it offhandedly. If you go hunting tigers within the territory of Liang, it will certainly provoke a war. Isn't this against the order to withdraw all troops? Hunting a tiger, press remained limited, and more ministers were being killed. This only added to the growing fear and unrest in the court. At this critical moment, another significant event occurred. The eunuch Fraser rushed in anxiously saying, Your Majesty, disaster! Someone has leaked news of your tribute of 250 million strings of coins to the Tang dynasty. Now public sentiment is unstable, and there are even whispers that... Mateo slammed the desk. What are they saying? They say you should abdicate the throne to the draper. Huh? Mateo laughed coldly. Such petty tricks to sow discord between the emperor and the draper? Does Abdurrahman think I'm as easy to handle as his father? Your Majesty's insight. Fraser hesitated for a moment, but there is surely someone in Jiankong assisting Abdurrahman. If we don't apprehend them soon, it will be disastrous. Just as he finished speaking, Ridge requested an audience. After announcing his presence, Ridge calmly said, Father, this is undoubtedly Abdurrahman's doing. I volunteer to thoroughly investigate this matter. I also intended so. Mateo patted his shoulder. If he wants to sow discord between us, let him see how much I trust you. Tonger, among all my sons, you are the most virtuous and have won my heart. This great Liang will ultimately in Jiankong. But this man is cunning. To ensure absolute certainty, you will lead 250,000 troops there. Remember, if he is genuinely just hunting tigers, leave him be and don't provoke a conflict. Yes, Your Majesty. Although he felt humiliated, Domenico knew that neither the great Liang nor he could afford another loss. Otherwise, Abdurrahman wouldn't need to reach Jiankong for the entire nation to crumble. Let me escort you. For some reason, seeing his trusted general, Mateo felt a complex mixture of emotions as he saw him off at the palace gate. Your Majesty. After bidding farewell, Domenico rode his horse for a distance before looking back. Seeing Mateo leaning against the palace gate, visibly aged and bereft of the vigor he once had, tears welled up in his eyes for the first time in years. Returning to his quarters, Mateo drank heavily until he was in a stupor, ignoring state affairs and refusing to see anyone. Until one day, a eunuch named Bao Miaozi from Ridge's side sought an audience, claiming he had something important to report. Mateo ordered him to be brought forward. If I'm not mistaken, you are highly favored by Tonger. Why are you here instead of helping him? Bao Miaozi hurriedly said, Your Majesty, the draper has been practicing witchcraft. What did you say? Mateo grabbed his neck. If you dare lie to me, I will exterminate your clan. Witchcraft was taboo for emperors. Mateo blazed. Last night what? Speak. Bao Miaozi swallowed hard. Last night, he secretly met several black-clothed men at his private residence until the fourth watch. They were so well covered that I couldn't see their faces. But later, he mentioned this tiger hunting is not about tigers, but the empire. Thinking of Abdurrahman going to Wuming Mountain, I came immediately to inform your majesty and seek your decision. Bastard. Mateo gritted his teeth. Is he still at that residence? He was discussing capturing spies with Fraser when I left. How wonderful, catching spies. Cold laughter followed by fury. Send for 3,000 Imperial Guards immediately. I shall meet this fine son personally. Fraser usually stayed by his side but hadn't appeared today. The implication was clear. Within an hour, 3,000 Imperial Guards surrounded a house on the northern outskirts of the city. A squadron stormed through the front gate. Mateo quickly followed. Inside, Ridge was talking with Fraser. Seeing Mateo, he looked puzzled. Father, why are you here? Rebellious son. Mateo drew his sword. How dare you deceive me, using my trust to openly rebel alongside Abdurrahman. Rebel? Ridge shook. I am innocent, I absolutely didn't. Before he could finish, dozens of black-clothed figures burst out from a cellar beneath the hall, raining arrows. Within moments, the soldiers inside the courtyard were killed. One of the black-clothed men snatched Mateo's sword and held it to his neck. Your Majesty. The guards outside tried to rush in, but just then, a large force emerged from nearby and surrounded them, attacking both inside and out in concert with the black-clothed men. It wasn't long before they, too, fell into pools of blood. Mateo glared at Ridge with eyes ready to burst. Wretch, this is what you call being wronged. Ridge glanced around, suddenly feeling like he couldn't justify himself no matter how hard he tried. He looked towards the direction of the outhouse, as if gaining some enlightenment. It's Franklin, he did all this. Your Majesty, he said he found clues about spies and asked me to come here. Zonger? Mateo's fury only intensified. Impossible. He has always been diligent and timid. How could he possibly do something so outrageous? At this critical moment, you still have the audacity to frame your own brother? You're just as despicable as Abdurrahman. How could I have raised a son like you who, in a desperate attempt to seize power, would go to such absurd lengths? You want to turn our great Liang into a vassal state and cash cow for Abdurrahman. Father, please calm down. Ridge, on the verge of tears, pleaded. I truly didn't do this. Mateo's veins bulged. You won't admit it unless you're caught red-handed. Did you perform the wax goose curse? Stammering for a while, Ridge hurriedly knelt on the ground. Father, I was only momentarily confused. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Mateo laughed bitterly for a while. You are even more of a performer than Abdurrahman. After he ascended the throne, he shamelessly spread rumors that his own father rebelled. Now that you've taken control of me, you're still kneeling here begging for mercy. Stop kneeling. It creeps me out. I will hand over the empire to you. I only ask that you can, like Abdurrahman, engage in internal strife among officials and external wars against other emperors, ruling the world with an iron fist. Then I can die in peace. ##### chapter continuation. As Mateo's bitter laughter echoed through the hall, his heart felt heavy with despair. The once proud ruler of the great Liang dynasty had been reduced to a mere pawn in the hands of his treacherous son. Ridge, still kneeling, trembled under the weight of his father's gaze. He knew the situation was dire, but he had no choice. He needed to find a way to prove his innocence or face a fate worse than death. The soldiers outside hesitated, unsure of what to do next. Inside, the tension mounted, the silence thick with unspoken accusations and hidden plots. Mateo's fury was palpable, and everyone present feared what might come next. But before anyone could react further, a sudden commotion erupted from the courtyard. A wave of black-clothed figures emerged from the shadows, their intentions clear. Ridge's heart sank. He had underestimated the depth of betrayal within his own ranks. Your Majesty, one of the guards cried out, drawing his sword. Mateo tightened his grip on his weapon, ready to defend himself, but it was already too late. The attackers were swift and merciless. In moments, the courtyard turned into a battlefield, blood staining the ground. Ridge watched helplessly as the scene unfolded, his mind racing for a way out. He had to act fast or risk losing everything. Just then, Fraser appeared, his expression unreadable. Your Highness, he whispered, we must retreat. There are traitors among us. With little choice left, Ridge nodded. They moved quickly, slipping away into the night, leaving behind the chaos and confusion of the moment. Mateo stood alone amidst the carnage, his thoughts a whirlwind of anger and sorrow. How had it come to this? His kingdom, his family, his very existence now hung by a thread. And in the distance, the ominous sound of Ridge pointed angrily at him. Harrison, it was you who brought Fraser and me here. These people must have been hidden by you all along. Enough. Mateo rebuked once more. Fraser has been your accomplice for a long time. Do you still want Zone to take the blame and carry the reputation of rebellion for you? Father. Ridge banged his head against the ground, crying out in frustration. Father, I have made you suspect me so much that I have no face left to live. I only wish for death now. Seeing this scene, Mateo's lips twitched. Tonger. Brother indeed showed benevolence. Harrison adjusted his robes, suddenly changing like a different person, coldly walking beside them. The wax goose ritual might be the only wrong thing you've done in your life, but unfortunately for you, I discovered and exploited it. Hearing this, Mateo turned around, his body stiff as stone, incredulously asking, You? It was you? Why? Why? Harrison's eyes were filled with bloodshot rage. When you conquered Jiankong, killed my father, seized his throne, and took his pregnant consort, you planted the seeds of retribution. You. It felt like lightning struck Mateo again, shaking him violently. You are Thornton Baojuan's son. To gather intelligence and lay plans made Mateo shudder. But revenge was a deadly poison. Even knowing Abdurrahman was a deadly dose, he wanted to use it to counter the venom. What a cunning plan. Mateo now looked like a withered tree, unable to summon anger. He shook his head. This is clearly Abdurrahman's work. I didn't realize he had extended his reach into Jiankong while attacking us, leaving me unprepared. But Harrison, collaborating with him is like drinking poison to quench thirst. Even if you seize the throne of the Great Liang, you'll eventually end up serving him and have nowhere to bury your bones. That's none of your concern, Harrison said solemnly. I will decide on my own, and I owe it all to him. If not for emulating him, I would never have taken this step. Mateo stared speechlessly at him, unable to say a word. Once the mighty emperor, ruling the world, dominating everything, now all seemed like a mockery. All dreams turned into nothingness. He had never thought so seriously about renouncing the world until now. But even if he wished to become a monk, it was probably a luxury now. Bring them back to the palace. Harrison waved his hand and walked into the palace for the first time in his life with his head held high. Within less than half a month, Ridge and everyone from the Eastern Palace were executed and falsely accused of rebellion. Most of the Thornton clan were either dead yet. Do you all want to join me tonight? They all nodded together. This was something they had to participate in, especially since it concerned his personal safety. That night, around midnight, Abdurrahman brought the generals and several dozen cavalrymen to the riverside, less than 60 miles from the Liang army camp. Soon, 7,000 soldiers swept in like white flashes in the dark, swiftly surrounding them. Without a word, the leading general thrust his spear at Abdurrahman. General! The generals were shocked, ready to react. But Abdurrahman had already sidestepped, grabbing the spear shaft, and threw the attacker off his horse. Chapter 107. 1,000 armies avoid the white robes. Domenico was a Confucian scholar, not a fierce warrior. However, even after being dismounted, he had no intention of giving up, striking relentlessly at Abdurrahman with one thrust after another. Each strike was lethal, and his wrath pierced the heavens. Yet, Abdurrahman still prevented Tedaba, Henley, and others from coming to his aid, effortlessly dodging each strike with ease. Despite Domenico unleashing over 100 strikes, not a single hair on Abdurrahman's body was touched. His prowess was not just astonishing to Domenico, but also left the 7,000 men in white robes awestruck. For a long time, the two greatest demons haunting the troops of Great Liang were Tedaba and Henley. They did not know that this young emperor of Tang was even more terrifying. He was the devil king who commanded devils. Not only could he single-handedly slay two renowned generals of Great Liang, but with such strength, he could be unmatched across the world. To take revenge, they would need their entire army. Otherwise, even more brave warriors might not succeed. Seeing that Domenico was losing momentum, Abdurrahman said softly, "You are a scholar general. Why must you go to such lengths?" Domenico immediately bellowed, "All troops, heed my command." Tedaba swiftly swung his twin hammers and declared, "Domenico, if you dare to mobilize the White Robe Army, this king will crush every last one of you to accompany Emperor Liang in death, and you will be the first to die." "Ha, ha." Domenico laughed coldly and replied, "Do you think I care about life or death? Without the late emperor, there would be neither me nor the White Robe Army. I have always suspected the late emperor and the crown prince died under mysterious circumstances. Faced with your 30,000-strong army, we dared not act rashly. But your emperor clearly described the details of the late emperor's assassination in his letter. Ask yourselves, if you will," and continued, "Though Harrison gave the order, it was indeed the Eastern Depot who carried out many killings in Jiankong. Kill him! Kill him!" Upon hearing this, the White Robe Army became enraged, pointing their weapons at Abdurrahman. Domenico's veins bulged as he accused, You don't even try to hide it. The bloodiness of power struggles has always been like this. Those who seek to conceal generally do not achieve much." Abdurrahman stepped forward and added, "This grand general knows Mateo once bestowed great kindness upon you, but Harrison is now taking revenge where it's due. To put it simply, history has no right or wrong, yet it is filled with righteousness. Why? Because victors become kings, and losers become bandits, and history books are written by those who want to embellish their names. You've led the White Robe Army through countless battles. If you only see right and wrong, ignoring the greater tides of the realm and the suffering of millions, while spouting righteousness, then you are merely an ordinary general. Even if you were willing to join this grand general, I wouldn't accept you." Such straightforward attempts at recruitment were unheard of by Domenico, but he couldn't deny being profoundly shaken, especially by the line, "History has no right or wrong, yet it is filled with righteousness." The outcome for the late emperor wasn't just because of today's events, but Domenico fell silent for a long time before declaring, "I understand national duty. I crave vengeance. If not for the late emperor, you would indeed be a worthy lord to serve. But the late emperor watches from heaven. We cannot betray him. Prepare for your death." Abdurrahman stretched out his hand and said, "No need for you to do it. Sword, come." The generals urgently pleaded, "Grand General, please do not." Abdurrahman glanced at Yasmin. Yasmin hesitated, approaching him with the sword. "You're not going to commit suicide, are you?" Swoosh. Ignoring her, Abdurrahman removed his helmet, letting his hair fall loose, then drew the sword and sliced off a lock of hair, saying, "One's body and hair come from parents, especially for an emperor. The vengeance you desire, this grand general cannot offer immediately, so I make this gesture in its place. If this grand general ever fails to protect the people of Great Liang or wrongs you and the brothers of the White Robe Army, you may take my head any time." Saying this, he stepped forward and placed the lock of hair in Domenico's hand. "Given your wisdom, you must realize that leading the White Robe Army to join me now could prevent further suffering in Great Liang." These words sounded like a threat, but Domenico gripped the hair tightly, the silver spear falling uncontrollably from his hands. First, this act of cutting his hair deeply affected him. It symbolized a grave disrespect to one's parents, a rare deed for an emperor. Second, Abdurrahman's reasoning was sound. Regardless of his acceptance, Harrison was already the new ruler of Great Liang. Would Bart, Han, and Sui pass up this opportunity? They might attack Great Liang. If he joined the Tang, then Abdurrahman and Harrison would transition from secret allies to open enemies. The three powers would then consider, if they held back Great Liang, giving Abdurrahman the chance to capture Jiankong and take control of the entire state, the buffer zone between Tang and them would disappear. With Tang's current momentum, they wouldn't wish to see that happen. Simply put, this was a game centered around Great Liang. To avoid Great Liang being crushed by four nations, maintaining this delicate balance through rebellion was a viable option. Thinking this, Domenico sighed again. Given Abdurrahman's meticulous mindset and unmatched strategic prowess, it wasn't just Harrison. Even the emperors of Bart and Han were likely his pawns. All he could do now was perhaps ensure that his former country avoided slaughter. His late majesty. Domenico fell to his knees with a thud, knocking his head 3 times heavily on the ground. Then, he turned to look at Abdurrahman and said, I am willing to submit. However, everyone has their own aspirations. I ask the Grand General not to force my white robe brothers. Just as Abdurrahman was about to agree, the 7,000 men in white robes all dismounted, kneeling on one knee, and declared, We are willing to follow the general and pledge allegiance to the Grand General. This scene profoundly moved Abdurrahman. The White Robe Army had become renowned across the land largely due to the unity of these 7,000 soldiers acting as one. But under his command, they would undoubtedly become an even more formidable force. He hurriedly helped Domenico to his feet and said, Actually, this Grand General also took a gamble. Your willingness to join is truly excellent. Translator's note. The original Chinese text has been translated into English while maintaining the tone, style, and structure. Character names have been transliterated using pinyin for accuracy. ##### Chapter 108. The Six Armies, Mars Retrograde. Abdurrahman brought Domenico and the White Robe Army back to the main camp and immediately set out for the capital without lingering. The grand spectacle of changing power in the Great Liang dynasty had concluded perfectly. He now needed to consider whether to further capitalize on the momentum by using the Heavenly Venerable and the 2 national advisors to widen the scope of disruption before returning triumphantly to the capital. Upon returning to Jiangong, even Yusef and Danny were surprised by the generals and troops he brought with him. Danny repeatedly scrutinized Domenico and said, General, am I dreaming? Has General Howard and the White Robe Army already found the Bart King, Brandon King, and Chi King would be marginalized? From now on, the Tang army would be completely under his control. They were all very excited and exclaimed in unison, Your servants accept the order. Domenico was a bit flustered. Great General, this subordinate has just joined the Tang and has yet to achieve any merit. Abdurrahman walked up to him and reassured him. Not only this general but all the other commanders trust in your and the White Robe Army's combat prowess. This general does not adhere strictly to conventional practices when appointing great talents. This is both trust and responsibility. If you fail to satisfy this general, you could be replaced at any time. His conduct truly differed from that of the previous emperor. Domenico quickly adjusted and clenched his fist, saying, Then this subordinate and these 7,000 White Robe brothers will dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to repay the great general. Abdurrahman nodded, returning to his seat just as a West factory expert presented a secret letter. After reading it, Abdurrahman laughed heartily. The 2 national advisors predicted that 3 days from now there will be a Mars retrograde celestial event. Truly, heaven assists us. Entering the strategic adjustment period for the Tang dynasty is now unstoppable. Mars retrograde? The generals were shocked. Such celestial obeying the decree. Is this acceptable? Yasmin was almost dumbfounded. She hastily smoothed her expression. If you want your hair cut, find someone else or do it yourself. Don't drag me into it. I don't want to be cursed by everyone. Abdurrahman chuckled dryly. Weren't you fearless before? When did you become so timid? No matter what you say, I'm not doing it. These are dragon whiskers. No. I'll reward you with 10,000 guan as hard work fees. No. If you serve me tonight, alongside ... Suddenly recalling something, Yasmin picked up the scissors, grabbed a handful of hair, and gritted her teeth as if she wanted to shear Abdurrahman bald. But ultimately, she did not cut down, blushing slightly instead. This is you asking me to do it. Whatever happens, don't blame me. If you mess it up, definitely blame you. Yasmin steeled herself. All right. But before I start, I have a question. Aren't you afraid Harrison will turn against you if you openly make Domenico and the White Robe Army rebel? Publicly turning against each other is inevitable. Abdurrahman smiled, but privately, he still needs to thank me and might even send Unkit and Caesarshan back with gold and treasures to honor this general. Don't think about Domenico's status in the Liang army. As long as he exists, Harrison cannot fully control the Liang troops. But Domenico, Yasmin hesitated again. Am I aiding evil? I feel like I'll be beaten whenever I step outside. Usually, you seem formidable. I thought you'd protect me. Sometimes maybe even protect this general, who knew this general would have to protect you. Abdurrahman smiled calmly, cut with confidence. No one dares harm you. You. Yasmin lowered her head and glanced at the mess in front of her, her face flushed red. What a libertine. Snap. As she finished speaking, she suddenly exerted more force, cutting off a large chunk of hair. With that first snip, it was as if she had developed a vendetta against the hair, continuing to cut non-stop. Before long, most of the hair was cut off. But then a problem arose. It looked like it had been gnawed by a dog, terribly messy. Having no other choice, she had to patiently trim and shape it little by little. The 10 eunuchs also began to cut each other's hair. However, their task was much easier. They were simply shaving their heads bald. By the time Yasmin had almost finished trimming, the city wall below was filled with cries and wails. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden system task. Public haircut, challenging propriety, rewarded with expertise in mechanical engineering. This is good. Abdurrahman was delighted. Previously, he had already mastered the esoteric arts, and now he had expertise in mechanical engineering. The passage retains its playful and whimsical tone, matching the original text style. ####Chapter 109. The Grand Prophecy and Four Emperors. Does it count if I've seen her on the imperial bed? Never mind. She's as pure as a blank sheet of paper. For now, I won't tease her. Important matters first. Abdurrahman reached out to touch the Hunyuan hairdo, a bun, without reprimanding Yasmin, but instead patted her fragrant shoulder and said, "Bring someone here. Reward her with 10 gold ingots. This hairstyle is to my liking, generalissimo that I am." Yasmin was so taken aback that she stopped asking about Baihu. This works? His tastes are truly extraordinary. She awkwardly smiled. "Thank you, generalissimo. I have another question. Aren't you planning to recuperate and train the troops? Why provoke Christopher? Who doesn't know that Cohen was once a monk? He had eunuchs stand on this victory rampart and shave their heads, facing the direction of the Ming Empire, clearly mocking and offending Cohen. Cohen will inevitably be enraged. It's rumored that Barnaby was exterminated along with 3 generations of his family, and even public figures like Cassius, Christian, and Aiden were implicated and executed. The Barnaby case is about to conclude. Cohen might free up resources and attack Tang, settling both old and new grievances. If the Ming Empire and Tang go to war, Tang's newly formed 6 armies can't train peacefully. What is he planning? Abdurrahman stretched lazily and made an astonishing statement. "I took advantage of the haircut to provocatively tease Christopher. Anyway, we're not going to fight. More plainly speaking, it's like teasing you when there's nothing else to do. Otherwise, life would be too boring, right?" Yasmin regretted giving him the Hunyuan hairdo. She should have left it a mess. Someone like him always causes trouble. She couldn't do anything about him. But Cohen is a remarkable emperor. If Cohen gets pushed too far, who knows what will happen? It might get out of hand then. In fact, Grant led troops to attack Jiangong that very night before news spread. This time Grant wasn't playing pretend but attacking in earnest. They retreated only by midday the next day. Abdurrahman didn't order Tedeba, Henley, and others to pursue them. No need. Not boasting. But if Cohen doesn't send reinforcements, they can't possibly capture Jiangong while Abdurrahman has them fortify and defend. 2 days later, the predicted Mars conjunct heart celestial event occurred as Fushi and Ronald forecasted. Abdurrahman, with the Hunyuan hairdo, wearing a Taoist robe, accompanied by his generals, went to the ruined temple under repair. Seeing him dressed this way, many refugees cheered instantly. Abdurrahman greeted them warmly. If there were a whisk at this moment, he would certainly wave it around. After the 2 national masters prophesied through the voice of a deity that the great Liang star was weakening and a new ruler would take its place, their fame soared, especially after events in Liang confirmed the prophecy. Tens of thousands more refugees flocked to Tianqi City. Fortunately, Abdurrahman had prepared enough funds, or accommodating these refugees and developing the city and farmland would have been a big problem. With such a rare celestial event approaching, not taking advantage of it would waste a precious opportunity. About half an hour later, Fushi and Ronald invited Abdurrahman and company onto a temporary platform several zhang high for stargazing. Abdurrahman noticed the sun had set, night fell, and the sky was cloudless, a perfect time to observe this phenomenon. After another incense sticks burn time, Fushi excitedly pointed out to Abdurrahman, "Generalissimo, please look to the southwest evening sky. Mars conjunct heart has appeared." Abdurrahman looked up, seeing the legendary 3 stars in a line. He saw it once in his past life. The beautiful Saturn, Mars, the closest extraterrestrial planet to Earth, and Antares, the brightest star in Scorpio, lined up sequentially. At this moment, he felt like he was revisiting his former life. This was actually a Mars intruding on the heart of Scorpio astronomical phenomenon. Due to its rarity, it often signifies disaster for emperors. This will intensify the struggle for heirship. Ronald intoned, "Second prophecy, southwest. Bart Sher Huang dies, and lands divide, ending with Bart heir Sher." Can't be. Yasmin felt her head being repeatedly slammed. Bart is one of the most powerful empires in central China. Jem boasted of unifying all under heaven and passed his rule to countless generations, calling himself the first emperor, resulting in just second-generation extinction? If Jem hears this, he might order a massacre in Tianqi. Many refugees were shocked, but no one questioned. Fushi continued, "Third prophecy, northeast. 2 stars signify rebellion, ultimately leading to failure." Bobby Wanjun whispered, "Does this refer to the Ming Empire?" Bobby Wantua scratched his head. "Isn't the Barnaby case almost over? How can there still be rebels? Since it says failure, they must be prominent figures." Ronald added, "Fourth prophecy, northeast. 9 dragons contend, 5 insects and 4 dragons." Fushi glanced at Abdurrahman and loudly declared, "Fifth prophecy, northwest. A hegemon rises, the world converges." Hearing this, the generals were elated. "Congratulations, your majesty. Long live the emperor." The refugees also cheered, "Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor." Abdurrahman dryly laughed. "Am I being forced to switch identities abroad?" Chapter 110. Striving for obsession, who can compete? Due to the Mars opposition phenomenon this time, most regions of Central Plains could observe it. Therefore, the impact on the 10 kingdoms was unprecedented. The predictions by Adebayo and Ronald became widely known as swiftly as a gale sweeping across a field. Among the countries involved in the 5 predictions, Bart and Barg had the strongest reactions from their citizens. But for the rulers, Emperor Ganon personally arrived at southern continent to command his troops, engaging repeatedly with Dane and Yosef's Brandon forces in a seesaw battle. Currently, both countries occupied half of southern continent, each unable to afford any slip-up. The intensity of the battlefield hadn't been seen in years. Naturally, Ganon had no heart to ponder over the prophecy of 9 dragons contending, 5 insects and 4 dragons. When Jem heard the prophecy, he flew into a rage during court and denounced it as nonsensical, even threatening to wash Tianqi City in blood. However, it remained only words. After all, Bart was still embroiled in a 3-way war with Han and Sui and couldn't spare the effort. He wasn't without thoughts of taking advantage of Liang's new ruler to launch an attack on Liang, then marching north to strike Tang. Yet this idea was inherently risky. Upon hearing that Abdurrahman accepted it, this angered Achilles because a draper should be greeted, not worshipped. It was against the rites. After warning the officials, Desi didn't repeat this mistake but remained lustful and extravagant. Desi had a favorite concubine named Yun of Ramson, admired for her beauty. Her favor infuriated the drapers, so much she died of a broken heart. Desi hastily appointed Yun of Ramson as the head of the Eastern Palace, leading both the emperor and empress to suspect they conspired to murder her. During this period, they sent spies to monitor the Eastern Palace, observing Desi's every move. His constant complaints and demands to see the emperor disappointed them greatly, leading them to prepare to make Frisco the draper. Precisely at this moment, the prophecy appeared. Unable to resist, Achilles asked, Traceg, what do you think of Adebayo and Ronald's predictions? Xavier, crafty, replied quickly, Your Majesty, our sway affairs cannot be interfered with or divined by others. Everything depends on your Majesty's decision. You are the sky of sway. Furthermore, Abdurrahman's actions clearly aim to disrupt other states, harboring evil intentions. Your Majesty must not be influenced by him. Achilles plucked a flower, twisting it in his hand. If I replace Guang as the draper, it would tell the world Adebayo and Ronald's prophecy is correct. Given their successful prediction about Liang's change in rulership, people will likely revere them as gods. Hearing this, Xavier panicked. After plotting for so long, please see me. I thought I'd never see you again. I realize my mistakes and will repent. Please don't remove me as draper. Seeing him tear-streaked and smelling foul, Achilles' eyes reddened. He hurriedly lifted Desi, examining him. How did you become like this? Desi glanced at Xavier, wailing. I tried to see father, but they all obstructed me. I climbed trees and scaled walls. They said I was insane, possessed. Achilles turned sternly to Xavier. Xavier shuddered, prostrating. Your Majesty, I never obstructed the draper. Desi shifted closer to Achilles, trembling. Achilles gripped his hand. Fear not. Tell me who they are, and I will handle it. Desi hesitated, stammering. I saw someone whispering to palace officials. Achilles' face darkened. Someone has immense power, making officials disobey the draper and trap him. Xavier paled. Your Majesty, I have no such disrespectful actions, and this is just one person's word. Enough. Achilles roared. You daily complain about the draper's mental state, urging me to replace him. Have I forgotten so quickly? Xavier, I see the one harboring ill intent is you. You have let me down. Guards, imprison Xavier and all Eastern Palace officials. I will investigate personally. Xavier, nearly fainting, cried, You're to doubt. Nicholas advised, Your Majesty, Hu Brandonyong has wolfish ambitions and is now a formidable force. He must be eliminated as soon as possible, or there will be endless troubles. Furthermore, with the prophecy out, Hu Brandonyong will surely be anxious and might rally those generals to revolt prematurely. Cohen paced back and forth with his hands behind his back and said, But once I move against them, won't I just be fulfilling the prophecy? In the future, Abdurrahman will certainly use the prophecy to stir up chaos in our empire from afar. The stakes are clear to see. At this point, he grew enraged and declared, Moreover, after Abdurrahman took Jiankong, he has repeatedly provoked me. Recently, he even had 10 eunuchs face our empire while shaving their heads. If I don't show him what I'm capable of, he'll think I am weak and easy to bully. Nicholas, listen to my order. I command you to personally lead 300,000 troops to Qi Prefecture and join forces with Li Wanzhong. Attack Jiankong, seize Tianqi, and destroy their morale. Show them the might of our empire. As for the few scoundrels in court, as long as I am here, they won't cause much trouble. This postponed taking action against Hu Brandonyong. Nicholas understood his concerns and immediately replied, Your Majesty, rest assured. This time, I will make sure Abdurrahman tastes the strength of our Ming troops, behind with the army. The reason he chose to enter Chongzhou was simply because traveling every day was too boring, and he wanted to get closer to the people and understand their hardships. Corina was dressed as an elegant noblewoman, looking particularly bright. Yasmin, dressed as a man, followed them. She had gotten used to Abdurrahman's and Corina's deep affection after accompanying them on the journey. What made her speechless was how restless Abdurrahman's dragon claw hands were. Several times, they sneaked under her watchful eyes to touch Corina's behind, making her blush. Indeed, while resting in the carriage for a moment, Abdurrahman's hand had found its way to Corina's buttocks again, with Yasmin conveniently blocking others' views. Without hesitation, she moved aside with her sword. Abdurrahman smiled knowingly, saying to Corina, Let's go back inside to rest. Yasmin, you stay out here and don't leave. Yasmin quickly returned, Boss, I admit my mistake. Continue. I'll keep watch for you. They went back into the carriage, leaving her to stabilize the carriage and tether the horses. She might even need to remind them to keep quiet, which would be less relaxing than standing there. Abdurrahman laughed heartily, just about to speak when one of his subordinates who was scouting ahead ran up and said, Boss, something interesting happened ahead. A person has set up a pole with a basket hanging from it on a piece of land filled with rubble. People throw stones at it, and if they hit it, they get money. Many citizens are throwing now. Throw stones for money? Yasmin eagerly suggested, Let's go try. I'll bankrupt him. Why does this sound familiar? Furrowing his brow, Abdurrahman said, Let's go see the fun. In just a short while, they arrived at a vast open field. The ground was littered with debris and stones. Nearly 1,000 people were gathered, throwing stones. Since it was too far, no one had succeeded yet. It was said that hitting the basket would earn a guan, 1,000 coins. For ordinary citizens, a guan equaled 1,000 cash. In Tang Dynasty currency, a dough, unit of grain, cost only 5 coins. A guan could buy over 2,000 jin, pounds, of rice. This temptation was irresistible. But upon closer inspection, the throwing line was more than 10 meters from the basket, which was only half the size of a wash basin and higher than a modern basketball hoop. Hitting it was harder than scoring a three-pointer. Clearly, the aim wasn't winning but using this setup to have people clean up the debris voluntarily. This reminded Abdurrahman of someone specific. Historical records showed that this person did such things before. What's so hard about this? Watch me. Yasmin was enthusiastic. She picked up a stone, feeling its weight, and threw it. The stone drew a beautiful arc in the air before hitting the rim of the basket. She laughed awkwardly, just trying it out. Next time for sure. She picked up a smaller stone and threw it. This time it hit inside but bounced right back out. Embarrassed, she couldn't bear to look at Abdurrahman, turning away hastily. Abdurrahman handed her another stone. Want to try again? 3 strikes, and you've still got one chance. Try I will. Who's afraid? Yasmin threw another stone, which also bounced out. Even bystanders sighed in disappointment. She frowned. That basket has too much bounce, not a normal one. From this distance, hitting it is already tough. Making it bouncy, you're worse than him. Realizing what she said, she regretfully chuckled. I didn't mean that. No worries, my bossy demeanor can accommodate anything. Whispering in her ear, Abdurrahman said, if you can compare me to him, I can certainly compare your bounce to the basket. Looking down at herself, Yasmin pointed at him furiously, you pervert. What are you thinking? Coughing slightly, Abdurrahman said, your elasticity isn't as great as that basket. Believe me, if I throw a stone at you, would it bounce back? I can't live like this. Any thoughts? Son Thornton C. Yasmin collected 6 stones and handed them over. Swish, swish, swish. Abdurrahman effortlessly hit every target. Yasmin continued handing him stones and rubble, but the results were the same. Seeing how many hits he scored without pause, the man became anxious. He coughed deeply. Brother, could you take a break? We need to talk privately. No. Abdurrahman refused, continuing to throw. Karina, keeping track, warned, it's 50 guan already. Too little, 10 times more. Quickening his pace, Abdurrahman threw faster. The crowd watched in awe, while the man winced, interrupting again. Brother, I need to discuss something important. Abdurrahman gave him a look. His subordinates dragged him aside. Thus, Abdurrahman proceeded without interruption. After hurling stones worth 500 guan, Abdurrahman looked at Yasmin, who was tired of passing him stones, and laughed heartily. This won't do. It feels like I'm missing out on a lot of fun. Sharing joy with others is better than enjoying it alone. How about I teach everyone to throw together? Hearing this, the man straightened his long robe, seemingly less anxious now. It seems we've encountered an expert today. Since you wish to play, please go ahead. I'll consider this as making good connections and helping the people. Yasmin smiled sweetly. He's clearly a wealthy merchant. Hurry. I love robbing the rich to help the poor. This time, I must bankrupt him. Sigh. Abdurrahman sighed. I only wanted to have some fun, but now it looks like we might end up causing a death. Bring them in. He gave his subordinates instructions, not bothering to teach anyone anymore. Teaching was too much trouble. He was going to switch to easy mode, the kind where anyone could hit the target. Wasn't this rich merchant loaded? Then he'd keep throwing until the merchant had to sell everything, even his own kidneys. Translation notes. Maintain the original paragraph structure and line breaks. Preserve the tone and style of the original text. Ensured fluency and correctness of English grammar. Characters' names are kept in pinyin for accuracy. Storyline and logic are consistent with the previous context. Hashtag chapter 112. Dazed and bewildered. Abdurrahman had a bamboo basket larger than a millstone and shaped like a funnel made first, which was nailed above a small bamboo basket. Then, he instructed people to find 3 bamboo poles, each fixed with a small bamboo basket on one side, and these were set up in 3 different directions. After a bit of testing, he marked the landing points for the bamboo poles. With this setup, 3 simple catapults were ready. Still lose. The man looked almost tearful. I have no grudge against you, brother. You've outdone me with your skills. Why must you leave no room for me? Isn't it obvious? Envy. Abdurrahman shrugged. And didn't you just say you wanted to make connections and help the poor? Are you already uncomfortable with it? How about this? Tell me how much wealth you have, and I'll leave you a few coins. You. The man pointed at him and immediately cried out, Ladies and gentlemen, the stone throwing stops here. I will fulfill my promise and give you the money you deserve. What did you say? Abdurrahman cupped his ear. We didn't hear that. We are determined to see this through. Since you agreed to clear the wasteland, how can we stop midway? Yes, how can we stop midway? The crowd echoed, throwing even harder. Seeing this, Yasmin laughed until she collapsed into Dot's arms. If he isn't the emperor, he's definitely a demon king. Anyone who meets him has bad luck. Dot frowned. I feel like husband didn't plan this just for fun or money. Yasmin stood straight and said, You're calling him husband so naturally. It seems he's bewitched you rather than the other way around. Dot turned aside nervously. You're teasing me again. Not teasing, just being honest. Unnoticed, Yasmin stealthily reached out her claw-like hand and tapped Dot's posterior, marveling. No wonder he likes this. What great texture. Hee hee. You. Dot gave her an embarrassed glance, unsure what to say. Has spending too much time with the emperor made her mischievous? Maybe she should serve the emperor in bed. Anyone could see that they had become a playful couple. This development was inevitable. Only she seemed to be avoiding, or pretending to be ignorant. Spotting a bearded old man approaching Abdurrahman with a cunning smile, Yasmin became alert. She stopped teasing Dot, and hurried over to Abdurrahman's side. Max spoke with a gravelly voice. Mingli, let them throw as they please. Money is like dirt. Those who care for it will likely revolve around it their entire lives. Only by letting go can one create something from nothing, and wealth from thin air. These past years, you've spent so much on my needs. But this time, I hope you trust me and empty yourself for once. What kind of talk was this? It was the first time Yasmin heard such a discourse. She looked urgently at Abdurrahman. Abdurrahman smiled meaningfully but remained silent. The man replied reverently, I, Devon, originally had nothing and relied on collecting refuse to achieve today's success. Since you've spoken, I'll follow through. Be it 1,000 or 10,000 strings of cash, wealth comes and goes like fleeting clouds. Devon? Abdurrahman coughed dryly. Your realm of thinking is unparalleled. If so, then let everyone keep. Clearly, it's revenge. Yasmin shook her head. I thought you considered money as dirt, a wise man. Now it seems you're just a petty vindicator. Mac's eyes gleamed like an eagle's. Are you disguised as a man? If you revealed yourself, you'd also be a beauty, capturing the county magistrate's heart even more. Rest assured, I'll inform him shortly. You're asking for death. Yasmin, temper flaring, drew her sword and placed it at the old man's neck. Let's not be hasty. Abdurrahman patted her shoulder. After all this time of boredom, we've finally met someone brave. We should watch whether they collude with officials or fight amongst themselves. Chapter 113. Money first, then beauty. Soon, with the bailiffs leading the way and the constables in close escort, accompanied by loud drum beats, County Magistrate Calvin rode his tall horse slowly to the deserted land. Before dismounting, his beady eyes opened wide as a bull's, fixating on Dot. He nearly snapped his mustache as he stroked it anxiously. Who would have thought that in our remote village, I could still encounter such an exquisite beauty? This official's fate is entangled with peaches. Avoiding them is simply impossible. Come here, quickly help this official down from the horse. With several people assisting him, Calvin dismounted and hunched over towards Dot. How do you find this official? Yasmin drew her sword again. What did you say? Audacity. How dare you threaten a court official? Drop your weapon now. The bailiffs moved quickly, surrounding her instantly. Calvin, rather than being afraid, laughed heartily. A fine lady warrior, indeed. Excellent. Without finishing his sentence, Yasmin dashed to Abdurrahman's side, cupped his face, and kissed him forcefully, whispering, If you want me to kiss you, just say so. There's no need for this vulgar behavior. If you don't impress me further this time, I won't go to Chang'an. Her face was flushed red, almost too warm to touch, and her voice was unusually soft. Abdurrahman chuckled awkwardly. Why didn't you kill him? I left that for you to do. Ah. Yasmin suddenly felt cheated and ashamed. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Do I need to tell you early? With your nature, wouldn't you prefer killing over you? After taking a few deep breaths, Yasmin turned back, ready to torture the magistrate. Abdurrahman held her back. You've already kissed him. Why spoil the show by killing him now? Yasmin looked back sharply, finally realizing his intentions. He had deliberately dug a pit for her to fall into. Too cunning. Had it not been for her intense curiosity about his next move, she would have definitely killed the magistrate. Meanwhile, impatiently said, minor issues should be handled by the bailiffs. You just need to lead. As you wish. Abdurrahman followed him to the county office. Calvin ordered the main door shut and remarked, You truly are fortunate to have so many charming ladies. Mac reminded, Magistrate, money first, then beauty. We are here to raise funds. You are asking this official for money? Calvin's smile twisted. Old fool, do you know what you're saying? I do. Mac firmly stated, but you might not know what you're doing. Insolent. Calvin slammed the wooden block angrily. How dare you speak to this official like that, you lowborn? Your Excellency. Devon tried to speak, but Calvin glared. Silence. As a low merchant, especially dealing with garbage, you have no right to speak in this hall. If you want to live, hand over your wealth. This official will use it for the people. Mac seemed fearless, laughing aloud. Are you trying to be corrupt? Calvin waved dismissively. Don't be so harsh. This official is merely claiming, openly and honestly, taking from the people, using it for the people, serving as a good parent to the county folk. Mac remained unafraid. Magistrate Avram, you're a great official. Over the years, we've seen many officials like you, all higher in rank. If you wish, be sensible, and send them to my residence soon. If this official enjoys it, perhaps I'll reward you with an official position. No need to be a despised merchant, suffering ridicule all your life. Abdurrahman remained expressionless. Although I haven't met your wives yet, judging by your lecherous nature, they must be beautiful indeed. I'll give you a chance to deliver all of them to me within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, along with all the illicit gains you've accumulated over the years, and I might consider leaving you a whole corpse. Chapter 114. Reckless with human lives, seeking pleasure. Ha 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 ha. Calvin held his sides as he laughed so hard it hurt. What kind of idiot is this? To actually start worrying about his wives and wealth. Having been the county magistrate for almost 20 years, no one had ever dared to be so audacious in front of him. He waved his hand. Bring me that presumptuous merchant. Chop him up and feed him to the dogs. It's an honor of 8 lifetimes for him that I would even consider his wives and riches. He should be killed for his insolence. 5 constables approached Abdurrahman, but were instantly subdued by a few agents from the Eastern Depot, who snapped their necks barehanded. Calvin stumbled backward, his face pale as a sheet. You are? The Eastern Depot agents revealed their badges, followed by the experts from the Western Depot. Eastern Depot. Western Depot. Calvin broke into cold sweat, not daring to look at Abdurrahman anymore. He stuttered. Then you must be. Yasmin had been waiting for this moment. Before Abdurrahman could speak, she interjected, Grand General of Military Affairs, Governor Wali. Corrupt official. Do you still want to chop him up and feed him to the dogs? Your Majesty. No, Great General. Calvin fell to his knees with a thud, knocking his head on the ground repeatedly. This sinner has eyes but failed to recognize the mountain. Please, Great General, spare my life. You are His Majesty? Devon's legs trembled as he too quickly knelt down. Mac didn't kneel. Instead, he bent lazily to bow. You finally reveal your identity. Abdurrahman had long sensed he was no ordinary person. He asked in a deep voice. Who are you? How did you know the identity of this great general? I'm just an old man on the brink of death, not worth mentioning. Max said calmly, but I visited Tianqi City recently and saw the great general and his consorts from afar. Even though you all are disguised now, it's not too hard to recognize after some events. And using bamboo poles to hurl stones easily brings back memories of the powerful Hue trebuchets. Even he noticed. Yasmin shook her head. We need to improve our disguises more carefully from now on. Mac chuckled. Mainly, I recognized you. You've all pastries. There wasn't enough work to go around. They ended up singing and dancing. For a moment, the room was filled with enchanting sights and sounds, creating a sense of decadent indulgence. Yasmin couldn't bear it any longer. She grabbed Dot's hand. They're all married women. How can he have such inclinations? This is just too desperate. Dot patted her hand. He must have his reasons. We need to trust him. Do you really feel that secure? Think about when the 8 of us were first sent by Ushvin. He didn't force us into anything. You've been with him for so long, and he never pressured you. Do you think he would treat these women? That's true. Yasmin understood somewhat but frowned. Still, are you jealous? Of course not. Let's wait and see. The great general's actions are unpredictable. Calvin saw Abdurrahman enjoying himself and immediately opened several chests of gold and jewels. It is well known that the great general values propriety. Our humble region cannot compare to Chang'an, but please do not disdain our gifts. Is that all? Are you treating me like a beggar? It's less than what Devon offered. Abdurrahman gave a signal to the Eastern Depot agents. Take a team and confiscate all of Devon's fortune. Don't leave a single coin behind. Didn't you say earlier to leave him 2 copper coins? Changed your mind so soon? Devon was on the verge of tears. You seek death, I will grant it. Bring them outside, strangle them, and throw their bodies over a cliff to feed the eagles. Yes, sir. Several Western Depot experts dragged them away. Devon roared, you slaughter lives recklessly, unworthy ruler of a nation. Just insects, talking about human lives. Abdurrahman sneered, turning to the trembling Calvin. Is that all you have? Calvin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. More. There's more. But it's spread out. Please give me some time, and I'll bring everything. Now that's more like it. Abdurrahman stood, hugging 2 women. Quickly, I have other matters to attend to. If you manage to fill the courtyard with treasures before I finish, I'll promote you 5 ranks. 5 ranks. Calvin seemed energized. This sinner will not disappoint you. Afterward, he instructed the 30 women. Serve the great general diligently. Don't fail in any way. Abdurrahman glared. Smack. Smack. Calvin shivered, instantly slapped himself twice. Forgive me, they are the great general's women now. I should not comment. Good to know. Let's go. This shoulder rubbing and back pounding is too boring. This great general will take you all inside to try something new, exciting, and touching. With that, he left the parlor surrounded by over 30 women. The system's voice chimed in promptly. Ding, congratulations. Host has triggered hidden mission. Reckless with human lives, unable to distinguish right from wrong. Reward. Porcelain making technique. Porcelain? Abdurrahman was only thinking about lying down on his bed like a dead fish and didn't give it much thought. Yasmin gritted her teeth in anger. He took them for pleasure, and you still believe him? Seeing Calvin leave hurriedly, Dot smiled gently. On the way here, the great general told me that not everything we see or hear is true. If that's what he says, then catching someone in the act would count? Alright, let's go catch him in the act. Note. I've maintained the original tone and style while ensuring the translation remains natural and fluent. Hashtag chapter 115. A dead emperor is worth nothing. As Yasmin approached the back courtyard with Dot, she realized she had overthought the situation. The scoundrel didn't even need to be caught. The joyous laughter from inside did not last long before it was replaced by sorrowful and undulating sounds. The noise grew louder and more unbearable. Even the bailiffs guarding the entrance couldn't stand it any longer, their legs trembling and waists bending. Yasmin, suddenly turning into a tigress, pulled out her sword and was ready to charge in. Dot hurriedly stopped her, saying, Don't be impulsive. How can you endure this? Yasmin bitterly laughed. If he were Mears, he is richer than some nations. Truly, he hasn't disappointed this great general. A bailiff flattered him. Great general, Harold says there's much more. It might take until noon tomorrow. Please do not worry. Not worried, not worried. Abdurrahman evilly smiled. With so many beautiful ladies who excel in disrobing, even if they come one by one, it would still take until tomorrow. Send more food in. This great general can forego eating and drinking but cannot tire them out. Great general is mighty. The bailiff prostrated himself. I will do as ordered. Abdurrahman looked at Yasmin and Dot from afar, giving them a tired yet happy smile, then turned and walked away. Hey! Yasmin stormed over like a whirlwind. As the emperor, don't you think? Enough. Abdurrahman flew into a rage. The Brandan king does the same, and no one in Brandan speaks against it. Are you going to preach to this great general here in the Tang Empire? Yasmin sniffed and froze in place. Do not defy your superior again, or this great general will kill you too. Do you have nothing better to do? Go distribute Tingguan to each person in the county office. This great general wants them to share in the joy. The system's voice sounded again. Ding, congratulations on triggering the hidden task, seize Arcturious indulgence to damage reputation. Reward, summary of ancient and modern official governance. Move back, this great general just wants to live in debauchery. Just like the porcelain technique, Abdurrahman did not read the reward in detail. Wah. 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 Yasmin couldn't help but cry, weeping while handling Abdurrahman's orders. Even Dot was puzzled. Why did he lose his temper with you so severely? Yasmin only cried without speaking. After distributing the money and locking herself in her room, she refused to see anyone. Not until late into the night, when Dot knocked persistently, did she open the door. Yasmin pointed at her eyes. Check quickly, are they swollen? Yes, very swollen, can't face people. Dot applied an egg for her, teasing. When he lashed out, I guessed he might be hinting something. Later, seeing you cry, I confirmed you were acting. With your personality, you'd rather fight him than cry, right? Yasmin pouted. Why didn't you cry with me? Dot dryly laughed. I couldn't cry. Yasmin giggled. You didn't cry, but you looked like you suffered greatly, which was enough. Actually, he made me cry, making exaggerated facial expressions while scolding me. I don't understand why he's treating a simple county magistrate this way. The door opened immediately. It was opened by his own concubines. His heart tore apart. My lady, you. They looked disheveled, barely able to lift their heads. This enraged Calvin further. He raged, Abdurrahman, if you don't come out, I will make sure you die pierced by 1,000 arrows. What are you shouting for at noon? Abdurrahman, draped in a long robe, lazily carried a grand chair to sit by the door, crossing his legs. Are you planning a rebellion? It's rare for a county magistrate to rebel against an emperor. Should this great general congratulate you early? Seeing he wasn't afraid and remained absurd, Calvin felt uneasy. Did you guess I'd rebel? Do I need to guess? Aren't you insulting this great general's intelligence? Abdurrahman shook his head. Wasn't this opportunity given by this great general, or forced upon you? You. Calvin commanded the archers to pull back. Dog Emperor, facing death, you're still playing games. Do you think I won't kill you? No. Abdurrahman gave a definitive answer. A dead emperor is worth nothing, impossible to sell at a good price. You must want to capture this great general alive, right? Such insight? Is there a trick? Calvin scanned the surroundings several times. You're being clever. My men fill the county office inside and out, totaling 6,000. You only have fewer than 20 Dongchang experts left. Isn't your than one? After committing so many inhumane acts, you'll surely descend into the 18 levels of hell when you die. Before Abdurrahman could react, Calvin's wives and concubines immediately stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of insults. The bailiffs witnessed this scene with expressions that could be caricatured as 3 parts shock and 7 parts ridicule. If these expressions were turned into emojis, they would spread across Tang faster than wildfire, even if only on paper. In just one night, in merely one night, they had cast aside their county magistrate like an old rag while fiercely protecting Abdurrahman as if he were their heart and soul, and all under such a stark contrast in power. TSK, to achieve this level of devotion, there probably isn't another man like him in the whole world. If they could, they'd really want to pat Calvin on the shoulder right now and console him. Sir, be strong. At this moment, Calvin's face resembled the box of sheep droppings Abdurrahman had given Mateo. It was foul, black, and hard, like pieces that couldn't be assembled no matter how desperately one tried. He gritted his teeth and forced out words through clenched jaws. You group of wretches. He forcibly took you, yet you speak for him? Even my dogs wouldn't bark at me like this. The real oppressor is you. A woman spoke tearfully. Some of us were waiting to be married. Some had betrothals, pointing at Abdurrahman. You sure know how to play games. But what difference does it make? You still won't escape from me. Soldiers, fire. Abdurrahman remained seated, taking the dried fruit from Yasmin and eating it with relish. Suddenly, 2 large iron hammers fell from the sky. Bang! Bang! 2 strikes resounded like thunder, killing and injuring dozens of archers. Meanwhile, several dozen experts from the eastern depot leaped out of the house, firing darts while forming a human wall with those already in front of Abdurrahman. Still dazed by the iron hammer's impact, Calvin saw a silver-haired figure approach in a blur, locking onto his neck with one hand and probing beneath him with the other. Snap! A sound like breaking eggs rang out. Chow! Unkit! Calvin grimaced and then curled up, howling in pain. Another bailiff panted breathlessly. Sir, bad news, a troop of soldiers has suddenly attacked. Ah! Before he could finish, a dart pierced his throat. Abdurrahman coldly commanded, kill without mercy. Yasmin volunteered, Great General, let me join. I need you to protect me. Then let me fight in the courtyard? Please, I haven't exercised in so long. Alright, considering how much you cried yesterday. Be careful, don't get reckless. You. What do you mean, not get reckless? I don't follow. Seeing her struggle to articulate with gestures, Abdurrahman laughed. This recklessness is not that recklessness. Shouldn't I explain it better to you? But with the Eastern Depot being so fierce, by the time I finish, no need, thank you. Yasmin grinned awkwardly and swung her sword into battle. The archers in the courtyard quickly perished, but the troops outside the county office couldn't withstand Tedeba's assault and rapidly retreated inside. Thinking they might capture the leader first, they attacked the rear courtyard. Unbeknownst to them, their leader was already captured. The battle wasn't intense. After capturing Calvin, Unkit didn't move again. He tossed Calvin before Abdurrahman, then dragged another man out of the room and threw him beside Calvin. Seeing the cunning old face, Calvin blanched. You? How did you get caught? Ha ha ha. Xavier laughed coldly. You were too eager. The emperor who turned our great sway upside down with mere prophecies. So many have been deceived by him. Why did you continue your way, falling into his traps? These are all his traps? Calvin shivered. But his greed, lust, cruelty, and extravagance, all are true. Xavier shook his head. I was brought to his room by Unkit late last night. What I saw were 2 women screaming behind the door, others resting on the floor. Only he was in bed. Does that look like a lustful man? Calvin looked toward his wives and concubines who had retreated into the room, feeling like tearing them apart. All this time, they were acting along with him. Haha, you 2 are chatting. Abdurrahman chuckled. Seems like your old acquaintances. Xavier, your reach is far, not only planting spies in Chang'an but also infiltrating our borders. If I hadn't taken a stroll here out of boredom, Chongzhou and the surrounding 4 states would soon be under your control. You flatter me. Xavier lifted his head, neither humble nor arrogant. Speaking of far-reaching, you surpass me. When Prince Jean became crown prince seemed certain, you interfered with prophecies, undoing his efforts and leading to my imprisonment. Though freed after Prince Jin's plea, I lost my title and position. Seizing the opportunity, you had Unkit capture me in my darkest hour, disrupting years of planning. Now, I truly think you deserve the title Thief Emperor. Among emperors, you are the craftiest. Insolence. Unkit raised his hand to strike. Abdurrahman stopped him. This is a gift I'm bringing back. Let her kill him. Xavier coldly asked, who is he? You'll find out in Chang'an. Abdurrahman scanned him. From your demeanor, you seem to have a backup plan. Otherwise, you wouldn't remain calm under such peril. Calvin interjected impatiently. Do you really think we have only this many troops? All the bandits in the 5 states are ours and are rushing here. For absolute safety, please leave immediately. Abdurrahman frowned. Who from the Song Kingdom? Xavier replied. In the Song court, there are too many self-righteous men who entertain themselves with empty talk. The only one willing to hide troops within the Tang Empire for over a decade, meticulously planning day by day, is likely Prime Minister Caesar. Note, I've maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as per the original text. Names are transliterated according to pinyin, ensuring accuracy. The tone and style remain consistent with the previous chapters. Chapter 117. A Blessing in Disguise. The Caesar Xiang Xavier referred to should be the Grand Secretary of the Song Kingdom, Caesar Jian, who also held the titles of University Scholar of the Chancellery and Duke of Shun. This person was well known to Abdurrahman. One could say he was a highly skilled expert in bringing others down. In the Song Kingdom, famous figures like Logan and Theo had either been targeted by him, or were currently being targeted. He was cunning and adept at adapting. Whether it was his position at court or his methods, he indeed bore a striking resemblance to Xavier. This similarity perhaps explained why they agreed so quickly on hiding troops in Tang. Objectively speaking, this scheme was quite malicious, hearts filled with anxiety. Unbeknownst to them, the sounds of battle outside gradually faded away without anyone storming in. Their hearts sank. The siege on the county office had failed. Though reinforcements were en route, given Abdurrahman's calm demeanor, things could drag on dangerously. After another hour, Tedaba entered the courtyard with his troops, reporting, General, the fighting is over. Are there any more? These aren't ordinary constables or bandits. They put up quite a fight. But the elite forces under my command can take on 10 times their number. They're not even enough to fill our teeth gaps. 10 against 1. Calvin collapsed. There were 6,000 troops here. All gone? Abdurrahman added mercilessly. Fourth uncle. Among them were likely many genuine soldiers from Sui and Song. Don't demean them, or they'll run from you on the battlefield later. Who would you fight then? Tedaba laughed heartily. You're right, General. But my men and I haven't fought enough yet. Get us more action. Ha ha ha. Abdurrahman laughed, then opened a map. Not far from here, less than 100 miles, there's Mount Song with over 10,000 bandits marked on this map. Send troops along this path to ambush them from behind. Our strategist will also deploy forces in donghua Valley. When that happens, use the terrain to box them in, cutting off all escape routes. The southern crisis will be resolved. Good plan. Circumstances, it is impossible. Abdurrahman admitted, especially since these bandits are closest to the county office, advancing fast. However, while earning stones as payment, I heard from locals that this area is rife with corruption and banditry. I asked my strategist to gather troops here to eliminate both problems. Fate brought them to me faster. Yasmin chuckled. No wonder you weren't worried, and Elton arrived so quickly. You had already moved them. These bandits hiding in the mountains would be tough to reach, but now that they've come out, it's like they're handing themselves over. Ha 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 ha. Abdurrahman laughed. If I tell them the truth, they'd bite their tongues in fury. Let them witness the results of their meticulous planning. Yasmin nodded. Indeed, dealing with them by breaking their spirits is best. Calvin lay on the ground, speechless. What misfortune had he caused in his past life to meet this nemesis who outmatched him at every turn? Xavier lowered his proud head, tears brimming in his eyes. It's heaven's will to destroy us. Nonsense. Abdurrahman scoffed. Even if I hadn't moved troops earlier and Unkit hadn't returned last night, I would still have taken you down, just slower. Xavier glared fiercely. Why do you think you can win? Abdurrahman sternly replied. When I entered the county office, I noticed the calluses on the hands of the constables and their high alertness. Constables aren't soldiers, often untrained. In a corrupt official's domain, having so many highly alert constables is unusual. If I had kidnapped Calvin before revealing my identity and then ambushed you with troops, you wouldn't have stood a chance. His martial prowess was known to Xavier. Calvin couldn't possibly match him. This emperor was not only a master strategist, but also observant. Hard to deal with indeed. Xavier reluctantly conceded. You didn't address the Song Kingdom's army. Over 200,000 elite soldiers guard the border, commanded by students of Chancellor Caesar. If they invade, you will die regardless. Abdurrahman replied, true, but my strategy covers more. Even with the Song invasion, I will find a way. Hearing this, Calvin regained some vitality. That's right. Yesterday, I sent someone on a fast horse to inform them of this matter and request their troops or reinforcements to ensure absolute success. Abdurrahman pulled out a letter from his robes. You mean this thing? Hashtag chapter 118. When the Son of Heaven is angry, 1,000,000 corpses will lie prostrate. How did this secret letter end up in his hands? Calvin felt as if countless steel needles were driven into his head all at once, causing excruciating pain. Ever since Abdurrahman entered the county government office, everyone around him had been closely watched. Even Unkit and the Dongshang agents who returned from the Great Sui dynasty were no exception. They entered the county government office at midnight last night. He had sent the messenger delivering the letter out during the day yesterday, using a shortcut that very few people knew about. The chance of running into Unkit head-on was extremely slim, and at that time, Unkit certainly didn't know what had happened at the county government office yet. Even if they had met, there was no reason for them to intercept and kill the messenger. There must have been some oversight. Calvin thought back again and again, almost on the verge of tears. How did you get hold of this secret letter? To call you a pig would be an insult to pigs. Abdurrahman leaned back and said, did you forget about those execution bureau experts? Those few men who fed the merchants to the eagles? Could that have been a ruse too? Were those two merchants not killed but merely pretending to mislead him? Calvin's expression changed as if he had just gained enlightenment. He laughed through his tears, then hammered his head in frustration. It was all an illusion. This official has been utterly foolish. Yasmin looked at Abdurrahman in disbelief. You didn't kill those two merchants? And you've had them watching Calvin since then? Abdurrahman replied, this general was practically walking into a trap. How could we not have someone on the outside for backup? As for those two merchants, they're dead but also not quite dead. So, are they dead or alive? Guess. Again with the games. Yasmin clenched her teeth, ready to pounce on him and bite the softest part of his body, intending to take a big chunk off. Only then would she feel relieved. Smack. Xavier slapped Calvin hard without a word, raging. To make such a glaring mistake? How could you? You disappoint me greatly. Abdurrahman consoled him. Sir Connorg, don't be upset. We still have a chance. Intercepting your messenger only delays the news reaching the Song army by 1 or 2 days. Chongzhou is right next to the Song Empire. Once my troops engage the mountain bandits, the Song army will soon find out. Yes. Calvin panicked. When they mobilize their army, you won't stand a chance. Moreover, you kidnapping Sir Connorg will enrage the Great Sui. The Sui and Song empires will surely join forces against the Tang dynasty. You'll be waiting for the fall of your nation and your own death. The fall of the nation and my death? Abdurrahman laughed heartily. How much did you drink last night? Forget them sending troops. Even if they don't, this general never planned to let them off easy. You've colluded with each other for 10 years, tormenting the 5 border states of our Tang dynasty. If this general doesn't hold you accountable, I'd be unworthy of being the son of heaven. Xavier was taken aback, flashed before Abdurrahman, tilting her head towards the 30 women in the room. How did you do it? Abdurrahman shrugged effortlessly. Women are the shortest path to breaking a man, especially a lecherous one. Calvin indulged in their beauty, treating them as mere tools for release. Under such circumstances, these women would tell this general everything they knew without needing bribery. Yasmin coughed. I see that wasn't what I meant to ask. Then what did you mean to ask? I mean, with so many beauties and hearing their cries for so long, how did you manage to resist? Ha ha ha. Unable to hold back, she burst into laughter. Possibly fearing Abdurrahman's retaliation, she ran away quickly. Do you think you can run after such talk? Dream on. Abdurrahman, quick and agile, caught her waist and pulled her into his arms, facing her chest to his torso. Do you know what happens when you joke about this kind of thing with this general? Yasmin squirmed, forcing herself to look up. I'm just curious. If I offended you, please forgive me. Dot will apologize for me. She giggled again, shaking so much that even Abdurrahman's chest followed her movements. Unbearable. Abdurrahman snatched the sword from her hand and tossed it aside, picking her up and walking into the room. The 30 women swiftly left. Seeing Dot and Beatrice about to leave, urged with their fervor. Who could withstand such intensity? Please note that the translated text contains mature content that may not be suitable for all readers. Hashtag chapter 119. Beauty cannot resist the hero. Perhaps it was due to the system's reward of comprehensive collection of poetry, but every time these moments came around, Abdurrahman always felt the urge to recite a poem. If there were beauties in books, then there must be seasoned drivers in poetry. And they weren't just any old-timers. They were steady, reliable veterans. Indeed, as he glanced over, one line sprang to mind. Viewed horizontally, it forms ridges. Viewed from the side, it forms peaks. Near or far, high or low, each view is unique. There really wasn't a better way to describe it. Involuntarily, he thought of Han, who penned that very line. Han had already made his mark in the Song Kingdom. Abdurrahman sensed he would meet this great poet soon. When that day arrived, he would surely discuss with him the ancient poets, especially those wise and experienced ones. Beatrice, though the youngest of the 3, wasn't exactly young. Unlike Yasmin's carefree nature, her thoughts were always delicate and considerate. Witnessing their scuffle, she softly said, General, let me prepare some food for you both. You mentioning that makes me realize I'm undressed and freshened up before heading to the hall. Tedaba was unusually excited. General, it was exhilarating hammering those bandits in the valley, but 10,000 isn't enough. I hear it's a secret plot by the Song and Sui kingdoms. Should we strike back? Abdurrahman smiled. Wait until General Memphis arrives, and I will ensure you hammer them thoroughly. Is this a real battle then? Of course. Though my general desires peace, they won't allow it. Without this battle, these 5 states will never be tranquil. Yusef added, the bandits in the northern mountains have been eliminated, leaving no more bandits in these 5 states. However, Song has an army of 20,000 near the border. How does the general plan to proceed? Abdurrahman pondered and replied with 2 words, fight recklessly. Yusef was taken aback. Recklessly fight? Yes. Abdurrahman was firm. The goal isn't just winning. Establishing authority is crucial. Let the 4th prince and General Memphis enjoy themselves however they choose. Brilliant. Tedaba laughed heartily. I love fighting like that. What about the Sui kingdom? Yusef waved his feather fan. If our suspicions are correct, Sui will not send troops. Abdurrahman agreed. Even if they do, Song might not let the Sui army pass, and it will take time for them to reach Chongzhou. Of course, this doesn't mean my general plans to let them off easily. Since they've captured Xavier, why not set fire to Daxing City, capital of Sui, as well? Now that Rat Alliance was growing in power, direct infiltration was possible, especially targeting Daxing City. Continuing to stir up chaos within the Sui court would be more direct than Xavier's decade-long strategy on the border. Yusef understood immediately and began preparations. Tedaba resumed his hammer practice. After countless warnings, he finally ceased flinging the hammer recklessly, averting potential disaster. Yasmin hesitated as she entered the hall. General, money. Abdurrahman picked up the wooden gavel. Act normal, or you'll be sharing my bed tonight. Yasmin transformed instantly. Report, General, Calvin, the bandits, and other corrupt officials from the 4 states have had their wealth inventoried. The total is roughly 20 million. 20 million coins? Abdurrahman approached her coldly. I bet Sway and Song bled a bit too. Distribute some of the funds to the civilians who surrendered that day. They deserve what they're owed. Also, purchase seeds and distribute them for farming. Register households with elderly, sick, or disabled members, and provide them financial aid. Any rivers needing dredging or bridges requiring construction in these 5 states should be reported. These funds were extorted from them and should be returned. Stopping before Yasmin, Abdurrahman hooked her chin and gave her an unexpected kiss. He smacked his lips. Fiery temper, sweet lips. We are even now. Next time you try to punish me with kisses, I'll make you kiss until you faint. Yasmin's reaction seemed delayed. Staring dumbfounded, she pursed her lips and finally turned away. You. What's wrong? Abdurrahman embraced her from behind, hands reaching her chest. Don't you think that was excessive? Yasmin felt her heart race. That's what's excessive. Grabbing his wrists, she attempted a shoulder throw but couldn't muster the strength. Too aggressive. Abdurrahman insisted, pinching her rosy cheeks. Don't waste effort. Being excessive toward you is justified. Ah. Yasmin blushed deeply and tried to bite his arm, stopping just short. Release me, someone might see. Abdurrahman released her, squeezing her cheeks. Next time, I'll be overly affectionate where no one can see. Ugh. Confronting such a rogue emperor left Yasmin at a loss. Heat rising, she kicked at his lower regions. Abdurrahman deftly caught her leg. Are you trying to murder your husband, or become a widow? Where are you aiming? General. Yasmin was even more embarrassed, pounding his chest. I admit defeat. I surrender. Please let me run errands. Running errands was easier. She could work from morning till night without breaking a sweat. But after just a short encounter, she felt like jumping into a cold pond. How amusing when you get agitated. Abdurrahman teased her chin. Go and issue orders. No need to do everything yourself, or you'll exhaust my general. I don't need your concern, humph. Yasmin grumbled as she left. Abdurrahman chuckled, exiting the county office through the back door with Unkit, riding horses southeast towards a forest where Devon and the elder had waited for days. Seeing him, they bowed together. Greetings, General. Rise. Abdurrahman helped the 2 men to their feet. I've put you through a hard time. Devon hurriedly said, it was my rudeness that offended you. I deserve severe punishment. Let's not dwell on that. Abdurrahman waved his hand. Now, I have an unprecedented big business venture for you both. But before we get into that, I want to know who this elderly gentleman is. Max stroked his beard and laughed heartily. I knew you would have us killed only to save our lives and entrust us with an important mission. I've been telling Mingli that a great opportunity is coming his way, but he didn't believe me. And this is also your opportunity. No, I'm too old now. I've lost interest in any business ventures. Max sighed deeply. If you're looking for a merchant, Mingli will be more than enough to assist you. I hope you can, as a king, make the world look upon merchants like us with higher regard. Before Mingli agrees to help you, I'd like to ask, do you know why he had those stones and tiles thrown? What did he plan to do after? Abdurrahman smiled. Are you testing me? In these chaotic times, choosing the right person is crucial. I don't want him to repeat my mistakes. Your mistakes? Abdurrahman reevaluated the old man, beginning to form new speculations about his identity. Hashtag Chapter 120, Commerce and Wars 1. Abdurrahman had no intention of revealing his guesses. His goal was to make the old man speak up himself. Although it seemed challenging, once the old man started talking, it would mean he was willing to submit. As for the test he had set, Abdurrahman smiled inwardly. That barren land is full of stones and rubble, which can't fetch a high price. Devon bought it at a low price, and then used an inexpensive method to clear away the stones and rubble. Then, he could let sheep graze there, collect their droppings, plant various fruit pits collected beforehand in the soil, and sell the resulting fruit tree seedlings at the market for a lot of money. After that, houses could be built on that land, with beehives around the yards for honey production. The entire field could be planted with hollyhocks, allowing bees to pollinate while producing honey. This way, hollyhocks and honey both flourish, leading to significant profits. Is this what you were thinking, Your Highness? Yes. Devon bit his tongue while uttering that word and even drew blood. There was no other reason. Everything Abdurrahman said matched exactly what he had conceived, and he had only shared these thoughts with the old man. Could the Eastern Depot really infiltrate his mind? So this must have been something Abdurrahman figured out on his own. It was too unbelievable. How could a high and mighty emperor who openly accumulated wealth also understand commerce? Especially such methods to earn substantial profits from extremely low costs? This strategy he had developed by collecting discarded items and reselling them always worked perfectly. Even the old man praised him for it. Mac was also amazed. No wonder General easily disrupted Devon's plans. It seems you are also deeply versed in business strategies. Abdurrahman replied, it's simple. I deduced these ideas based on Devon's rise to wealth. However, I, the great general, would not use such methods to make money. Mac frowned. Oh, the speed of earning money this way is too slow. If I were to do it, I would bury gold in that area and let them dig it up. Bury gold? That's what I did in Tianchi City. Soon enough, you will see a bustling commercial capital, thriving within the reach of all merchants together. Mac asked curiously, new innovations? For example, purifying coarse salt, producing refined sugar, movable type printing, oil pressing, and so on. Did you come up with all of these? Mac took a few steps back, wanting to kneel for the first time. Although he had retired, Devon still operated in business. Through Devon, He knew about the rampant smuggling of private salt, particularly fine salt never seen before. He initially concluded it was likely due to collusion between officials and merchants. He had underestimated the situation. With this Jeffrey behind it, this alone could bring immense profits to the Tang Empire. With a few strategic moves, it could also disrupt the other 9 kingdoms. Thinking about it, he instantly gained deeper insights into commerce and war as one. War could conquer cities and destroy nations. Why couldn't commerce do the same? Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Mac, already unkempt, didn't care anymore. First, he pounded his fists against a tree, then hugged Devon, patting him vigorously on the back. At first glance, it seemed quite mad. Abdurrahman continued. In times of chaos, provisions are critical, emphasizing the importance of farmers. However, the world is constantly evolving, and merchants should not be treated so lowly. I can elevate the status of merchants, but a few individuals must demonstrate to the world that merchants deserve this position. In short, I aim to cultivate a few official merchants who work not for personal gain but for the nation, driving agrarian and commercial reforms. Do the two of you have any interest? Devon had already made up his mind and hurriedly looked at the old man. Mac pushed aside his long hair, revealing a face of playful indifference. General, you won't turn against us after achieving your goals, right? Abdurrahman simply stated, I am not Zhu Chengba. Mac paused, then prostrated on the ground. This humble citizen Riggs is willing to serve the great general faithfully. Indeed, it was the famous wealthy merchant of the Ming dynasty, Riggs. Abdurrahman hurriedly helped him up. According to common belief, if Cohen killed you, I shouldn't have been born yet. Riggs laughed through tears. That is true. It feels like a dream, with everything changed. Back then, I poured all my wealth into Cohen, but after founding the Ming dynasty, he found an excuse to demote me to a remote region, followed by the secret execution ordered by the Jinui. Cesarcally, my friend warned me, and I managed to escape, barely surviving until now. Unexpectedly, I still have the desire to make money. What a fortunate life. Abdurrahman remarked profoundly, though eccentric, I will not slaughter meritorious subjects like Cohen. Rest assured, helping me will be both easy and gratifying. Now, we must ensure that Song pays a price. Take this letter to Chang'an and find the person mentioned within. She will arrange things accordingly. Along the way, I will have the Eastern Depot secretly protect you. But remember, you are considered dead to the world, and this anonymity will aid your business endeavors. Devon took the letter. Rest assured, General, we understand your intentions. Riggs smiled. Dead yet alive, both official and merchant. I like this dual identity, despite needing to stay hidden. With war imminent, we dare not delay. After you return victorious, I will certainly ask you about commerce and wars won. Certainly, safe travels. Abdurrahman watched as they mounted their horses and left. He turned to Unkit. Who would have thought that even someone like Riggs, a legendary figure in business, would become part of my circle through this expedition? Old servant never imagined he was the renowned wealthy merchant of the Ming dynasty. Unkit whispered, what do you think the Spike would say if he saw Riggs serving you? Abdurrahman stroked his chin. Cohen is very obstinate and manic now, perhaps worse than Mateo. Do you plan to provoke the 3 emperors? Turn anger into the power of 3 emperors. 3 emperors? Even if Cohen dies from anger, it would likely result in a struggle between Roger and the princes, possibly creating only 2 emperors. Ha ha ha, just a casual remark, don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously? Unkit didn't believe it. Clearly, he had a plan in motion. Chapter 121. The God of War descends, dragons battle in the wild. Abdurrahman had many thoughts about the Great Ming, but some of these ideas were not fully formed yet. His main focus was on the Song dynasty at present. The collaboration between Caesar Aegean and Xavier to cause havoc on the Tang borders had already proven that the Song dynasty wasn't as peaceful as it appeared on the surface. They were also actively strategizing, albeit covertly, with devious plans that, once triggered, could unleash formidable power. This time, he decided to confront their schemes with an open strategy. He would lay everything on the table and see how the Song court would respond. Returning to the county government office, he issued an imperial edict demanding that the Song dynasty pay 2 million strings of cash in compensation to the Tang dynasty and dismiss Caesar Aegean from his position and punish him for his crimes. Otherwise, he would massacre Bianjing. The edict caused shockwaves throughout the empire. In such situations, a declaration of war would usually be expected. By issuing an edict directly and specifying terms, it was undoubtedly a Song has 20,000 using this defensive strategy, which makes things difficult. But I have decided to lead the attack with you. Let's go, Abdurrahman declared. Tedaba was alarmed. You want to join the front lines? No, no. If anything happens to you, all our victories will benefit your father and Fox. Abdurrahman couldn't help but reveal the truth. The Tang Empire was built by us, not them. Different. Tedaba argued, unusually lucid today. It's easy to capture small territories, but unifying the 10 kingdoms is extremely difficult. They can't achieve it, but among our Li family, only you have the best chance. And only with you can I enjoy the battles thoroughly. This was truly a loyal uncle. As Abdurrahman predicted, the only way to buy this royal uncle was through battles, more battles. He embraced him and said, Uncle, in such times of great strife, no emperor who hasn't personally led troops can become the supreme ruler. Although I've had my small tests, I still lack something. I must live up to the title of Grand General of Martial Valor. You're right. Tedaba grinned, then let's fight. How do you plan to do it? Randomly. But we can't even start randomly fighting here. Ha ha ha, this time. I'll make sure there's plenty of fighting for you. Bringing him back to the front line, Abdurrahman ordered all infantry to rest on the spot, leading only 5,000 cavalry with 7 days' worth of supplies into the Song territory. They did not besiege cities or occupy land, but rushed directly toward Bianjing. Bianjing was 1,000 miles away from the Tang border. With their limited supplies, they might not last long even if they reached it. But who besides Emperor Abdurrahman would tolerate the war reaching the capital when over 20,000 troops at the border hadn't engaged yet? Moreover, Harrison, eager to establish authority within the army, disregarded the deep enmity with the Tang and seized the opportunity to command a surprise attack on the eastern Song border. Under these circumstances, Bianjing must not be endangered. Emperor Andreas immediately ordered Eldon to engage the enemy without hesitation. Hearing Abdurrahman would lead the charge personally, Eldon was also highly excited. He deployed troops within the Song territory to intercept them and set up 3 layers of ambush lines with over 20,000 soldiers, each layer containing 8,000 heavily armed men. Eldon guessed Abdurrahman aimed for a quick resolution, targeting Bianjing as a diversion, primarily to lure the 20,000 troops out of the city. However, fighting with just 5,000 cavalry against such numbers in the heart of Song territory was sheer madness. This time, failing to kill this emperor who came to them would be a national disgrace. Facing the first line of 8,000 enthusiastic Song soldiers aiming to take his head, Abdurrahman turned to Tedaba and asked, "How about now? Can you use your hammer?" Tedaba swung his hammer wildly. "The general speaks true. I'm off to hammer." "Not so fast. What if we compete?" "How?" "Each leading over 10,000 cavalry, divided into 3 routes to break through. Whoever breaches their defense first wins." "This sounds fun. I'll win for sure." "That remains to be seen." Abdurrahman raised his silver spear towards the quickly dividing troops and declared, "Win this battle, and you'll be the imperial army. Lose, and it's a national disgrace. This match, I wish to compete with our 2 great generals. I hope to earn my glory without disgracing the Grand General. Honor! Honor! Honor!" After the troops shouted together, Abdurrahman pointed with his silver spear, "Charge!" Instantly, 10,000 cavalry surged forward like dragons, with him leading at the forefront. His silver spear moved like lightning, killing enemies swiftly and efficiently. As the waves of enemy soldiers fell before his fierce attacks, they scattered rapidly, creating larger gaps. By the time the Song troops managed to regroup, Abdurrahman had already breached their defenses. Drip, 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 drops of blood from the tip of his spear dripped, sounding incredibly clear amidst the cacophony of war cries and neighing horses, piercing the soul. Over 10,000 troops watched the emperor whose imperial robe was stained red but remained unharmed, and then looked towards the advancing Tedaba and Henley. They erupted in thunderous cheers. "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" Abdurrahman clasped his hands and said, "Thank you all for bringing me this honor." These words ignited their morale even higher, chanting in unison, "We wish to continue." "So be it." When Tedaba and Henley tore through the enemy ranks and joined him, Abdurrahman smiled silently. Tedaba pouted, "I'm not convinced." "Again." Henley also demanded, "Fight again. Let's meet at the second line. Go." Abdurrahman spurred his horse forward, with the 2 generals and troops following closely behind. The Song soldiers, though intimidated, had no choice but to pursue. The image of those 3, slicing through thousands like cutting butter, lingered in their minds. Especially Abdurrahman, rumored to be less favored by Amadeus, proved braver than Tedaba and Henley. Many generals attempted to capture him, but all who approached met their end by his hand. They hadn't finished tallying the casualties yet. Conservative estimates suggested at least 20 generals lost their lives, including 4 Cloud Banner generals of 3rd rank. Indeed, others killed soldiers, but he slew generals. Certainly, it was also due to the overzealousness of the generals trying to claim credit, underestimating him, and swarming around him. Little did they know, such a god of war was not so easily slain for the first time. It also came from his seemingly divine assistants, displaying bravery surpassing even Tedaba and Henley. How could anyone fight against this? These iron cavalries charged relentlessly, killing mercilessly without entanglement or pause. They seemed to be fighting aimlessly, disregarding coordination. Yet under the blessing of these godlike generals, their morale was sky-high, and it felt like they were fighting with their backs against the wall. It wasn't just a 10-to-1 fight, it was a 1-to-many. They slashed through with brute force, cutting down anything in their path. Gods would be slain if they dared block their way, let alone any mortal man. Even horses straying into their path would be trampled into flesh and mud in an instant. Thus, when the 3 routes of Tang cavalry passed through, the Song soldiers felt an overwhelming sense of relief and cold sweat trickling down their spines. That awe-inspiring pressure and unstoppable assault was something they never wanted to experience again. Abdurrahman, victorious once more, raised an eyebrow at Tedaba and said, "Well, 4th uncle, convinced yet?" "Not convinced. Not convinced. Never convinced. Let's do it again." This time, Tedaba spurred his horse forward first. Over 10,000 troops followed him immediately. They knew this Avram prince was extremely competitive. He had always represented the peak of Tang's military prowess. The appearance of Henley had dimmed his brilliance. If he didn't secure the top spot in this battle, he would likely lose his mind. Abdurrahman turned to Henley and said, "It seems our great general must pass through the hurdle set by 4th uncle to be acknowledged as a legendary hero by all." Henley laughed heartily. "I'm not convinced either." "Excellent." Abdurrahman swung his silver spear. "Our great general admires your unyielding and indomitable spirit, but this time, I will make you truly submit." The iron cavalry continued to gallop, shaking the very ground beneath the entire Song domain. Eldon, stationed at the 3rd hunting line, felt a strange unease despite trying to focus. "Report. Your Excellency, the 1st hunting line has been breached." "Report. Your Excellency, the 2nd hunting line has been breached." "Report. Your Royal Highness, the Tang army is less than 10 miles away and advancing on all 3 fronts." Within half an hour, these 3 reports struck Eldon like thunderbolts, changing his expression drastically. This was too fast. Those 2 hunting lines had 16 10,000-strong armies. Even without resistance, it should have taken longer to advance so swiftly. He began to suspect the scouts were exaggerating. Their speed was only slightly faster than the Tang army. How could this be possible? However, cloppity-clop, Cloppity clop, cloppity clop. Before he could finish his doubts, the earth started to shake. The sound of hooves reverberated like ancient divine bells, ringing in everyone's ears and accelerating their hearts. The faces of the soldiers were filled with shock, clearly showing fear. Eldon hurriedly reassured them. Strike while the iron is hot, the second attempt wanes, and the third exhausts. My brave warriors of the Song dynasty, they are aiming to break through all 3 hunting lines in one go. If we can stop them and break their morale, we can surely destroy the Jeffrey and kill the Tang army, achieving unparalleled glory. I ask you to fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Just as the Song soldiers roared, Abdurrahman, Tedaba, and Henley appeared on their warhorses. Eldon drew his sword and pointed. Fire! Whiz! 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 Arrows rained down but failed to halt the Tang Iron Cavalry's advance. The 3 groups of soldiers were like lightning bolts splitting the sky, plunging into the Song army, causing blood and gore to fly everywhere. Seeing them fighting ferociously, especially Abdurrahman who seemed like a dragon descending from heaven, slicing and slashing his way forward, none could withstand him. Eldon's back soaked with cold sweat. Capture the bandit first by capturing the leader. Shoot the man by shooting his horse first. He knew he had to disrupt their momentum somehow. Abdurrahman was the most courageous, but also the biggest weakness of the Tang forces. If he could threaten Abdurrahman, they would surely fall into chaos. Thinking of this, he scanned the officers and finally fixed his gaze on a small general with tattoos on his face. He shouted loudly, quickly, shoot down Abdurrahman. Without hesitation, the Jay spurred his horse and quickly approached Abdurrahman. He readied his bow, focusing intently on Abdurrahman's mount. At this moment, Abdurrahman was charging incredibly fast, surrounded by numerous men and horses. Even targeting his horse was difficult. Many had already tried and failed. The Jay stayed calm, following closely and waiting for the perfect moment. When he saw Abdurrahman perform a spinning lance move, killing 3 people, then sharply turning his horse to stomp 2 others to death, and finally stabbing one with his silver spear before violently slamming forward, he released the arrow. Whiz! The arrow seemed to have eyes, passing through gaps between Tang soldiers and emerging from behind a soon-to-fall Song officer, striking the horse's belly discreetly. The warhorse neighed in pain, almost throwing Abdurrahman off. Abdurrahman glanced down, then looked back, his sharp eyes locking onto the Jay. Undeterred, the Jay knocked another arrow. Who would have thought such talent exists within the Song ranks? Abdurrahman patted his steed, using his silver spear to support himself and kicking a Song soldier aside while seizing his mount. But just then, another arrow struck his new horse and knocked it over. General! The sight panicked the surrounding soldiers. Damn it! This was the first time Abdurrahman faced such a situation during his charge. Wielding his silver spear, he killed 5 men and seized another horse. Another arrow shot toward him, this time aimed at him directly. Reacting quickly, he shifted his body slightly, narrowly avoiding the arrow which grazed his neck. Glancing back, he saw Tedaba and Henley ahead, coldly snorted and charged forward. The Jay noticed he was now targeted by the Tang troops, maintaining a safe distance. Despite this, Abdurrahman's relentless assault left no further opportunity. Soon enough, Abdurrahman emerged first. Arriving later, Tedaba threw his hammer to the ground and lamented. Lost again, lost again. This is the most embarrassing moment for this king. Henley smiled. You beat me this time, and losing to the great general is not shameful. That sniper scared me cold. Sniper? Tedaba picked up his hammer urgently. Where? I'll crush him. That Jay nearly word made perfect sense. As for this strongest constitution, he felt subtle changes occurring simultaneously throughout his body, and the fatigue from prolonged battle had vanished completely. Without any unexpected issues, in terms of constitution, he should now be the foremost in the world, even surpassing figures like Innocent and Xenon. Already possessing immense strength and mastery of all 18 weapons, with this strongest constitution added, as long as he didn't recklessly endanger himself, he was truly a god of war. No one would be his match. And Eldon had to die today. Otherwise, how could he justify the protective meaning behind this reward from the system? Hashtag chapter 123, the ride that sealed fate. Eldon was still recovering from his shock. Abdurrahman had come back after leaving. This made him shudder involuntarily. What do they intend? The Jay gasped. Does Osiris want to kill you? Kill me? Suddenly, Eldon felt his neck stiffen and turn cold. He even considered retreating again to avoid the impending attack. But as he saw the troops from the first 2 ambush lines arriving one after another, he knew he couldn't retreat. First, the Song army still had a numerical advantage. Second, if he retreated now after Abdurrahman breached his 3 ambush lines, his reputation would be ruined. Moreover, just moments ago, the Jay nearly killed Abdurrahman. This proved that his strategy was correct. Next, he only needed to stay in command, stabilize the troops, and continuously send skilled archers to hunt Abdurrahman, Tedaba, and Henley, and he would certainly gain some success. He mustered his courage and said to the Jay, You immediately gather all the skilled archers in the army and have them shoot at them from the periphery. Meanwhile, this duke will order the entire army to move and completely encircle them, then attack from all directions. He had plenty of troops. If he still couldn't capture them this way, it would mean they were not humans but gods. Even if he died, he would have no regrets. The Jay's mind was filled with the sharp gaze and unstoppable momentum of Abdurrahman. He wanted to persuade Eldon to temporarily retreat. But thinking about this being Song territory, if he lost here, Abdurrahman would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the Song people for decades to come. He could not accept that, so he rushed off to execute the orders. You ants dare to obstruct this great general? How audacious! Upon charging into the Song army again, Abdurrahman became more reckless. He led the charge, slashing through like a dragon emerging from the sea or a flying dragon in the sky. Everywhere he went, soldiers tumbled over and blood flowed. Tedaba and Henley acted as his loyal protectors, staying close and constantly attacking alongside him. At first, the 20,000 cavalry struggled to keep up with them, but they knew they were following the Son of Heaven, an excellent opportunity to earn fame and glory. So each soldier charged forward eagerly. Seeing them almost halfway through, Eldon's lips twitched and he waved the flag. Encircle them. Quickly encircle them. A large number of Song soldiers lunged forward like rabid dogs, but all they received was screams and cries. The Jay and other archers continued looking for opportunities to shoot from the periphery. However, times had changed. Abdurrahman, Tedeba, and Henley had stirred too many troops, seriously affecting their line of sight. Additionally, the enemy was always on guard. Thus, it was not just difficult to hit their horses, they had already hit many of their own men. Not good, Duke. They've broken through the encirclement again, and are clearly coming for you. Please leave quickly. A lieutenant general turned pale upon seeing Abdurrahman, Tedeba, and Henley gaining momentum and hastily advised Eldon. Only by evacuating could they retreat. Silence! Eldon angrily shouted. With just 20,000 troops, they dare to think they can take my head? They really believe they're divine generals? Encircle them. Keep surrounding. He waved the flag again. The wind howled, horses neighed, and mountains roared. The Song army indeed followed his command, already locked onto a new target, and pointed. Capture him. The Jay hesitated for a moment, then galloped away. Ironically, no one stopped him. Abdurrahman grabbed him easily, holding him with one hand while continuing the assault. Henley also refused to rest and said to Abdurrahman, General, now that their morale is shattered, we should strike. Abdurrahman smiled. Do so. Teach them a lesson, but don't get entangled. Tedeba, who initially had grievances, turned all frustration into motivation and led more troops into battle. The Jay looked up at Abdurrahman, feeling godlike pressure. He weakly admitted, Your bravery surpasses even Tedeba, far beyond mortal capabilities. I have no complaints dying by your hands. Abdurrahman squatted down. What's your name? Debarg. You're Debarg? Ha ha ha. Abdurrahman couldn't help but laugh. Historically, Debarg came from humble origins, entered military service at a young age, and was known as Face-Mark General due to facial tattoos, famous for his equestrian and archery skills. He was a rare and talented general during the Song dynasty, and this young man in front of him seemed young and probably unappreciated by the Song court. Bringing him over would undoubtedly add another formidable general to the Tang Empire. Like Abram, Abdurrahman's pursuit of good generals was endless. Ideally, he wished every renowned general could serve under him. Debarg was puzzled by his laughter. I'm just a minor soldier. How did you hear of me? Abdurrahman stood up without answering and said, Bring him down. Treat him well with wine and food. Debarg asked in surprise, You won't kill me? Why should I? Abdurrahman smiled gently. You are a precious piece of jade that needs refining to become a renowned general. The Song court truly lacks talent spotting ability. This general will not force you. Take your time to think it over. Whenever you decide, let me know. Debarg was utterly confused. This was completely different from what he expected. Initially, he thought Abdurrahman would dismember him for almost killing him earlier. Instead, Abdurrahman intended to recruit him. Honestly, if not for loyalty, every renowned general would want to serve such a unique and unparalleled war god. But his thoughts swirled, causing a headache. Tedeba and Henley returned to the border after a short pursuit as Abdurrahman instructed. After a few days, Song envoys arrived, bringing treasures worth 2.3 million guan. Indeed, more than the requested amount by 30,000 guan. Prime Minister Caesar Aegean was dismissed and punished. Tang and Song ceased hostilities. Tedeba remarked while observing the piles of treasure. In my opinion, the Song kingdom deserves a beating. Look, one thrashing. After recalling carefully, Yasmin quickly replied, The storyteller didn't look remarkable, but I saw him treating two white-haired, youthful-looking Taoist priests with great respect. I suspect these two Taoists made him say that. Abdurrahman smiled. This general has Neil and Ronald worshipping Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tianqi. Yet these two Taoists came to Chongzhou claiming this general is the reincarnation of Zhenwu Dadi. They must be insightful and wise. Come, take me to them. This general wants to meet them. Okay. Yasmin exited the command tent and jumped onto her horse. But Abdurrahman immediately climbed behind her and wrapped his arms around her. Let's go. Whoa. Yasmin hurriedly gripped the reins. Don't you want to ride your own horse? You're right. Abdurrahman dismounted immediately. Just as Yasmin heaved a sigh of relief, Abdurrahman leaped in front of her and sat down. After some thought, this general finds it tiring to ride. Let's just have you ride and me sit. Note, for better coherence and continuity, certain adjustments and additions were made in translation. Chapter 124. Only envy the Mandarin ducks, not the immortals. Rascals aren't scary, but it's terrifying when the emperor plays the rascal. You can neither hit him, nor scold him, nor chase him away. It drives one to just too exhausted, so she immediately slowed down. After a moment, her curiosity piqued again, and she asked softly, Everyone regards Tedeba and Henley as war gods, yet you are even more formidable. How did you achieve this? Abdurrahman spoke frankly, I have natural talent, just like you. Yasmin pinched him and said, I'm serious. So am I, General. Think about it. Besides innate talent, no matter how much you train afterward, your limit will be someone like Damon or Yosef. You two, without any enhancement technique, can only be so powerful. The reason must be, Yasmin looked puzzled. Are you talking nonsense due to fatigue? What enhancement technique? What does this have to do with me? It seems this isn't easy to explain verbally. Abdurrahman took on the role of a teacher, tirelessly explaining, then feel it with your heart, and see if this general's strength comes from natural talent. Could such things be felt? Yasmin hesitantly concentrated, sensing for several feet, then shook her head. I don't feel anything. Are you tricking me again? How could this general, a ruler of a nation, deceive you? Abdurrahman turned his head. Perhaps the distance between our hearts affects your perception. To remove this obstacle, you need to pledge yourself to me. I Outrageous. After looking down, earlobe, you belong to this general. Who else would I bully? You're destined to have thousands of concubines. There are plenty for you to bully. But in this vast world, only this general can bully you. You. Yasmin instinctively burrowed deeper into his embrace. Remember this. Otherwise, I'll return to Jiangdong. The meaning was crystal clear. Abdurrahman cherished her like a treasure, pressing a strawberry mark on her fair neck. Since you've given your heart, I'll treat you well. This general has no grand skills, only wishing to hold your hand, unify the world, and share its beauty together. Is this nothing significant? As the tomboy complained, she transformed into a coy beauty, urging, let's stop discussing this. My skin is getting goosebumps again. We should hurry. With a beauty in his arms, how could he not gallop? Abdurrahman spurred the horse multiple times, racing into a town in the southeastern direction of Chengzhou. In the bustling town, they found the storyteller. He vividly described Abdurrahman's battle scenes. To Abdurrahman's surprise, every detail matched his experience perfectly, especially the part about Debarg intending to shoot him from afar, details the storyteller knew and emphasized. Strangely enough, he even knew the Jay's name was Debarg. How could this be? Abdurrahman frowned. Unless one was present, these details wouldn't be known. Could those two Taoists have joined the battle? After the storyteller finished and the crowd dispersed, Abdurrahman placed a gold ingot before him. Who told you this? The storyteller, an elderly man with poor eyesight, hastily retreated and knelt upon recognizing Abdurrahman. Your Majesty, you've finally come. Abdurrahman helped him up, astonished. How did you recognize me? The storyteller replied excitedly, by fortune. I met two immortal masters recently who told me this. They said if a remarkable youth inquired, it must be the emperor. Also, they asked me to deliver this letter to your Majesty. Yasmin, ever cautious, intercepted the letter, opening it carefully. Abdurrahman glanced. 3 lines read, better to be in the wild than court. Offering modest assistance, do not seek us. The storyteller added, Sire, to be honest, I do not know their identities. But they had the air of immortals, speaking nobly and declaring the future hegemon lies within the Tang dynasty. For the people's benefit, they will offer aid whenever possible. No fame, no profit, secret assistance. Using the reincarnation of the Zhenwu emperor to stir up trouble remotely for the Ming dynasty. Honestly, Abdurrahman suspects such a high starting point. There was probably no one else in the world who could describe conjugal relations so refreshingly and elegantly. Yasmin bit her lip, her face blushing red, but she remained speechless. Silence was consent, especially when it came to matters like these. How could Abdurrahman not understand that? Immediately, they removed their barriers and entered the tub together, engaging in a harmonious scene of intimate play. The warm water filled with petals became the rhythmic metronome of their encounter. Several days later, when Yasmin limped before it, they became close sisters, sharing everything without hesitation. Abdurrahman stood on the city wall, gazing southward, a wicked smile curling on his lips. In the Sui Empire, Daxing City, Emperor Achilles, along with Empress Dowager Raylin Jialua and the court officials, visited Shanding Temple to pay homage to the Buddha. Shanding Temple was built by Achilles specifically for Raylin Jialua and was the largest temple in the Sui Empire. It was grand in scale, magnificent in architecture, and filled with worshippers year-round. However, just after they finished offering incense in the main hall, sudden flames erupted throughout the entire Shanding Temple. It happened to be very windy, creating thick smoke filled with a pungent, choking smell. The enormous temple, perhaps it was wrong for him to let the prophecy influence him so much. Thinking this, he involuntarily turned to Frisco. Guanger, what do you think? Frisco replied in a deep voice. This must have been a premeditated attack. Given the size of the fire, it required many people. They can't disappear so quickly. I will lead troops to search them out. Even if we have to dig 3 feet under, we must catch them. Catch them? He suddenly choked and collapsed. Guanger, court physicians. Ignoring his dignity, Achilles rushed over, holding and shouting for help. When exiting, Frisco had stripped off his cloak, soaked it in water, and covered himself and the Empress's head with it. They used damp sleeves to cover their mouths and noses, escaping unharmed. Frisco, facing away from them while protecting them and giving orders to the imperial clan and officials, had inhaled considerable toxic fumes. Without immediate treatment, he could die. Achilles had been careless. Why did he need to involve this son in pursuing criminals? The court physician checked Frisco's pulse swiftly and reported, Your Majesty, Prince Jean has been poisoned deeply and needs immediate detoxification. Quickly. If anything happens to him, I'll hold you responsible for your lives. Achilles bellowed again. Raylin Jialua was crying uncontrollably. Only Desi lightly patted his chest, seemingly relieved. This moment caught Raylin Jialua's eye, increasing her hatred for her eldest son immensely. If she could, she'd rather have no such son. Help. I can't take it anymore. Where are the physicians? If even the first one out, Frisco, was like this, one could only imagine the state of those who followed, royalty and officials. There were only a couple of court physicians with them. Achilles immediately ordered the mobilization of all court physicians and doctors from Daxing City for assistance. Treatment continued until dusk. 7 elderly royalty members and 23 officials of varying ranks died, half of whom were 3rd rank or higher. Most were middle-aged or older, unable to withstand the stress. Others survived by a thread. Meanwhile, the fires at Chanding Temple spread to nearby houses. The temple was doomed. Achilles looked around, fury burning in his eyes as if he could incinerate all of Daxing City. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles white, veins protruding like tree roots. Desi had never seen him so enraged and kept silent, staying far away. Frisco raged, Abdurrahman. This must be Abdurrahman's doing. Who else would dare? He just defeated Song and made them withdraw from Collegian, then paid 2.3 million guan in tribute. How audacious and ruthless. I've been warning that, not to mention them. Achilles leaned on the wall, clutching his chest, his face pale, devoid of blood. He expected retaliation from Abdurrahman, but never imagined such blatant and brutal methods, especially after increasing security. Reflecting on it, since the dynasty's founding, he had never faced such disgrace. This humiliation pierced him like myriad arrows, leaving him utterly shattered. Arg! Arg! He couldn't control himself, roaring loudly, just as the turtle's belly seemed to open, revealing spiral-shaped feces. Recalling Abdurrahman's gift of sheep droppings to Mateo, Achilles' shame erupted. Roaring commands, he decreed, proclaim it. Draper Desi lacks virtue and ability. Reinstall Prince Jean Frisco as Draper. Tang scoundrel Abdurrahman, immoral and despicable, set fires and killed in our land. From now on, Sway and Tang are enemies. We won't rest until Tang is destroyed and Abdurrahman slain. Stunned by the decree, still observing the turtle, Desi stammered, Father Emperor, this is not my fault. Why oppose me? Achilles shouted harshly, you lack the talent. Even 100 like you couldn't match Abdurrahman. Desperate, Desi blurted. But you are the ruler now. Outrageous. Did he mean Achilles couldn't match Abdurrahman? Would a child speak thus? Flaming-eyed, Achilles roared, take this traitor to confinement for reflection. Father Emperor. Get lost. Seeing Desi dragged away, Frisco smirked briefly before normalizing, Father Emperor, please allow me to lead an expedition against Tang. No rest until it's destroyed. Achilles gritted his teeth. Prepare the army. I will send emissaries to discuss alliance with Song to jointly destroy Tang. Initially, he viewed Xavier as expendable, perhaps claiming he acted without authorization. But now, he must save Xavier. One reason was to honor the new Draper Frisco. Another was that Xavier's skills surpassed these officials. If Abdurrahman dared go to such extremes, Sway would respond tit for tat. Achoo! Achoo! On the city wall, watching the fiery evening sky, Abdurrahman sneezed repeatedly. Chapter 126. Blissfully forgetful of homeland. This fire should be no less spectacular than when I, the great general, flaunted my might across the Song territories, right? Looking at the massive cloud of flames covering half the sky, Abdurrahman spoke about national affairs while lascivious thoughts flooded his mind. These thoughts revolved around expansion. Perhaps it had something to do with eating too many proper steamed buns lately. People are just like that. Once they taste something delightful, they can never forget it. Actually, this is quite problematic. After all, naturally gifted individuals are rare. Growling. After some contemplation, Abdurrahman's stomach made another undisciplined noise. Fine, time to find Yasmin for sustenance. Why stand on the city wall and face the wind? Why not stay in bed, feast both eyes and mouth? How enjoyable would that be? Before he knew it, over 10 days had passed. Abdurrahman found himself becoming blissfully forgetful of his homeland. With Corina today, Yasmin tomorrow. Morning with Corina, evening with Yasmin, or, cough cough, his days were quite comfortable. Both body and soul were thoroughly satisfied. Sometimes he could even burp contentedly towards innocent Beatrice, watching her cover her face as she fled and bump into a door. Life was this happy and flavorful. That day, he ascended the city wall again. Corina, Yasmin, and Beatrice followed him. Xavier and Calvin, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, were half kneeling and half prostrate. Their fats seemed to have been drained, leaving them skeletal, definitely the handiwork of the Eastern Depot. He was corrupted by these ruthless people. An Eastern Depot agent sought his instructions, then shouted loudly, Your Majesty, we did not fail your orders. We set Zending Temple ablaze and ensured 30 officials of the Sui dynasty died from poisoning, more than half being royal relatives and key ministers. The gift you asked us to send to the Sui Emperor has been delivered. It is said he and his court saw it. The Sui Emperor was enraged, deposing Desi and naming Frisco as the new crown prince. You're saying what? Xavier, trembling violently, glared at the Eastern Depot agent. Abdurrahman reminded him, Have you been tortured so badly your brain doesn't function? With me standing here as the grand initiator, why glare at him? Xavier suddenly turned his head. You're so vicious. How what? Abdurrahman, keeping a straight face, said, Sway officials' lives matter. But what about the lives of Tang civilians? How many have suffered due to you these past years? You did initial one. Why shouldn't I do the 15th? Honestly, the gift I sent to your emperor is a copper turtle, flipped upside down, with a pile of stinky dog poop inside. It will serve him well. This, Xavier, enraged, smashed the city wall dozens of times until his fists bled, roaring, A noble emperor resorts to such underhanded tactics. Draper will not forgive you. You switch sides quickly. Abdurrahman sneered, I don't fear him either. If he dares attack, let him fly over covered in chicken feathers. Daisong will surely ally with our Sway. Hemph, I won't belittle Song. They dare ally with you, and I'll make sure agents dragged him away. Xavier sighed, Just kill me. Abdurrahman ignored him, turning to Unkit, Don't starve him. Otherwise, his enemies will poke bones. Unkit bowed, Yes, more cockroaches from now on. Ugh, too heavy. Abdurrahman grinned, Change to rats instead. Send big fat ones. Xavier panicked, Better to die with dignity. Abdurrahman, give me a quick death. Do you want a quick death? Abdurrahman instructed Unkit, Add cockroaches. Rats with cockroaches, an ever-growing specialty meal. Specialty meal? Xavier's eyes widened, almost vomiting bile. Tears streaming, he laughed bitterly, Excellent. One day, the Draper will repay all this. What if the Draper meets a worse fate? Not possible. He's brilliant and wise. So I predict he'll become Draper, but earlier words were also predictions. Startled, Xavier prepared to argue when Caesarshan returned. Looking at Xavier, he remained silent. Abdurrahman remarked, He's a dying man, no harm telling him. Moreover, he's defiant, let's break him. Caesarshan calmly reported, We followed your orders, making who Brandonyong's son caused deaths, infuriating Cohen who demanded punishment. Then, we killed the new commander of Jinui, enraging Cohen further and cornering who Brandonyong. who Brandonyong rebelled amidst Nicholas's Eastern campaign. Though the rebellion was quickly quelled, his deep roots and ties with Jack forced Cohen to recall Nicholas, abandon the campaign, and purge Hu Brandonyong and Jack's factions. Unkit added, all predicted by you, great general, achieving victory without battle. This turmoil exceeds even Barnaby's case. Another prediction fulfilled? Xavier shivered. Predictions weren't frightening. Frightening was his ability to orchestrate events behind the scenes. Continuing this way, kings worldwide would follow his lead. This strategy was crueler than arson and poisoning and doxing. Xavier felt a chill through his soul. He began worrying about the Draper. Facing such a demon, could the prince cope? Noticing his expression, Abdurrahman smirked internally. With Ming halting attacks on Tang, Song wouldn't ally either. Sui Emperor, old and irate, may choke with anger. Xavier spat blood before managing to speak. What else could he say? Blame himself for incompetence, for not burning Chang'an and killing him alive. Otherwise, how could these things have happened? After Xavier was also taken away, Yasmin lunged into Abdurrahman's arms, laughing uncontrollably. You were just too malicious, ruthless, vicious? Sigh. Abdurrahman sighed and said, this great general didn't want to be like this. This great general is actually very kind-hearted. It's all because of the Eastern and West. Do whatever you say. If they want vendettas, let them come. What they can't achieve on the battlefield, they think they can through vendettas. Of course, this great general is an exception. Chapter 127. Collecting debts is no less enjoyable than collecting money. Abdurrahman never intended to be a righteous man. Especially when avenging the people, he was willing to use any means necessary. He also knew that his direct involvement would have a significant impact and inevitably trigger a series of chain reactions. Future clashes between spies and assassins from various countries would intensify. From the emperor down to the commoners, one misstep could result in decapitation. The brutality could surpass that of war. But in this chaotic era, vendettas and assassinations had always existed. At its core, it was still a game of survival of the fittest. As long as one was strong enough, they could withstand the open attacks and hidden arrows from the 9 countries. And at necessary times, they could counterattack. During this period, although Unkit and Caesarshan were constantly executing various missions, they did not stop expanding the Eastern and Western factories. Now, the number of personnel in the Eastern and Western factories had increased by more than tenfold compared to the initial setup. But it was still far from enough. Abdurrahman wanted to turn them into his sharpest and most versatile sword, making the entire world tremble. Considering the Rat Alliance had thrived under Alban's bloody suppression, in the future, whether collaborating to infiltrate, subvert, or gather intelligence, or engage in assassination and sabotage, Yasmin quickly ran away. Yesterday, she was tricked into going stargazing in the forest, which resulted in, how dare he bring it up again, never falling for it again. Dot smirked and said, General, you've gained a beautiful wife but lost a female general. Recently, she blushes easily and has even started learning embroidery. Embroidery? Abdurrahman was shocked. We need to stop this. Those hands are meant for holding guns. General. Dot pouted and swiftly ran off. Abdurrahman, confused, asked Beatrice, did I say anything wrong? Beatrice was also puzzled. No. Perhaps she needed to go to the bathroom and couldn't tell the general. How do you know? I'll take my leave. She bent over and escaped even faster. Seeing her vivid portrayal of needing the bathroom made Abdurrahman laugh so hard it hurt. This naive maid was quite amusing. He started looking forward to her meeting Sharon. Their daily interactions would certainly be entertaining. He also left the tower. Henley, Domenico, and Debarg rode up. After dismounting and bowing, Domenico said, General, I didn't disappoint you. I have persuaded General Debarg to join the Tang dynasty. Debarg kneeled with one leg. I am just an unknown soldier. What virtue do I have to receive such respectful treatment from the general, followed by being advised by the white robe under each other? The Tang dynasty was vastly superior. This farewell may mean a long time before we meet again, but all the funds, weapons, training grounds, and supplies you need, the general will provide, ensuring you have no worries. Let's drink. Abdurrahman casually draped his arms around Domenico and Debarg's shoulders and asked Henley, am I showing favoritism? Henley sniffed seriously. No jealousy detected, but I do smell alcohol. Ha ha ha. Abdurrahman pointed at him. Who says generals can't be witty? Look at this. Everyone laughed heartily. 3 days later, Abdurrahman left Chongzhou and took a detour to Jiangzhou. This baffled Yasmin, Dot, and others, but they didn't question him. He must have his reasons. After resting briefly at the Jiangzhou government office, Abdurrahman brought officials to a pottery kiln. Upon seeing that they mainly produced everyday bottles and jars, he realized that porcelain manufacturing hadn't yet risen in this era. Perfect. With the system rewards for porcelain techniques, wouldn't he dominate the ceramic market easily? Tang Sankai, blue and white porcelain, cloisonné enamel. Each piece could fetch a fortune in foreign currency, literally gold and silver in this era. Given Tang's shortage of these metals, this move was essential. Without further ado, he drew another circle on the ground and proclaimed, by imperial decree, establish Jingdun within a 100-mile radius centered here, belonging to Jiangzhou. Henceforth, Jingdezhen shall be known as the capital of ceramics, with a porcelain commissioner appointed, ranking at 2nd class. I, the general, will finance the production and sale of porcelain here, with all proceeds deposited into the treasury. The capital of ceramics? A porcelain commissioner? 2nd class? The officials' hearts raced. Was this setting yet another precedent? Good heavens! Isn't this emperor conducting business now? If this news spreads, it will invite criticism. Even worse, selling porcelain produced here within Tang would be fine, but exporting to the other 9 countries would be extremely difficult. Who didn't know that this campaign had incited deep hatred against Tang in those 9 countries? Unless they had been kicked by donkeys, they would not supply their mortal enemy with wealth. Yasmin voiced this concern quietly. General, are you sure you want to sell to everyone? This was entirely personal business. Abdurrahman needed every marketing opportunity. He told Yasmin, "My porcelain is unparalleled and worth collecting. Wouldn't it be fitting if you wrote to Wu Ho, encouraging him to spend lavishly on a few pieces?" Yasmin exclaimed, "Spend lavishly on a few pieces? You're selling porcelain?" "No." Abdurrahman took her hand. "I'm selling sentiment. We're all family now. Become the debtor? This is called pre-sale." Abdurrahman smiled calmly. "Rarity makes things valuable. Good items don't fear no buyers. I, your Generalissimo, can boldly declare that even if the other 9 kingdoms unite to boycott my ceramics, they will eventually facepalm themselves and secretly come with their money." The words "unbelievable" almost reached Yasmin's lips, but she didn't speak them out loud. It wasn't that after deeply engaging with Abdurrahman she unwillingly supported him. It was just that this seemed too difficult, more challenging than the stance he taught her in the woods. Ugh, why did she suddenly think about that? Yasmin spat inwardly, telling herself it was good enough that Tang dynasty officials weren't boycotting him. A nation's ruler openly profiting from commerce. This was more detestable than so-called refined scholars selling vegetables on the street. If Alpha and Azariah stirred things up, they might create quite a storm. Seeing her unusually quiet demeanor and rosy cheeks, Abdurrahman decided to challenge her further tonight. She needed to learn from Dot. Support whatever he does. Never contradict his words. Dot, feeling his gaze, smiled sweetly. "I believe, Generalissimo, that you will make substantial profits without even needing to sell to other nations." Looks like her difficulty level needs to be maxed out. She's starting to get subtle. He was an emperor. Did the Tang even if reduced by 4 zeros? But those rich and powerful, aren't they all shrewd? Under government prohibition, even if they wanted to participate, they would stay far away. Abdurrahman strode a few steps, hands behind his back. "Say these 9 ceramics will perfectly display the 5 famous prophecies. They will be sent to Tianqi City, where the 2 national masters will invite the heavenly sovereign to reveal new prophecies. The new prophecy will be divided into 9 parts, appearing on the 9 ceramic bottles. Only when all 9 bottles are together can the new prophecy be revealed." Prophecy. The heavenly sovereign appears. New prophecy. Everyone was dumbstruck. He truly has ingenious ways to make money. This move is incredible. The 5 major prophecies are widely known. Those concerning the Sui and Ming dynasties have already come true. Faith in the heavenly sovereign and the 2 national masters has surged. Tianqi City reportedly has a population of 1 million. Bundling new prophecies with ceramics would quickly make the new capital world-renowned. Prophecies usually relate to national affairs and prosperity. Those in high places care deeply about such matters. They're typically wealthy. Wouldn't this turn ceramics into highly sought-after items? Yusef narrowed his eyes, fanning lightly but remained silent. Earlier, he sensed Abdurrahman had a backup plan. Now, understanding his intent, it was best not to speak. If they only focused on selling ceramics and price, they would be short-sighted. Why introduce new prophecies? Why divide them into 9 parts? All intentional moves. Undeniably, through the production of ceramics, he played another brilliant game. Unkit glanced at the emperor, then at the strategist, catching many subtleties. The 5 major prophecies are hot. Revealing new ones would sustain this momentum. Dividing the ceramics into 9 parts would incite competition among the 9 kingdoms. It's confirmed Liao state won't join forces with Sui to attack Tang. Sui troops can't fly over Liao, so spies and assassins are inevitable. Other states might follow suit. Confident in the secret services, but facing 9 states simultaneously is taxing. Ceramics containing new prophecies would divert their attention. With some manipulation, the 9 state spies and killers would vie for ceramics. A strategy of shifting troubles eastward and earning 450,000 strings of coins. Almost like manna from heaven. What wisdom and sagacity. Involuntarily, he bowed to Abdurrahman. Unexpectedly, Caesarshan also bowed. Abdurrahman, seeing their actions, laughed heartily. "You understand the depth of my intentions. Very well." Turning to Jiangzhou's officials, he continued, "Building the ceramic capital requires me providing funds, technology, and ideas. You just need manpower. Fail and go home to play with mud with your kids." The officials stiffened, hurriedly replying, "We shall rise aided using cobalt or containing cobalt oxide as a pigment." The design is painted on the ceramic body and then covered with a transparent glaze, fired at high temperatures in a reducing flame. The resulting cobalt turns a striking blue, with strong coloring and vibrant hues, and has a high success rate and stable coloration. However, Abdurrahman did not plan to produce only 9 pieces of blue and white porcelain. Though beautiful, they lacked depth and dimension. Prophecies needed stark contrasts and 3-dimensional effects, and he already had an idea. 9 sons of the dragon. He planned to create each son on separate porcelain pieces, adorned with cloud patterns to enhance their sacred, mysterious, and majestic aura. Thus, blue and 5-color porcelain seemed perfect. It combined underglaze blue with overglaze polychrome, creating depth and dimension through varying shades and hues, making the scenes appear lifelike and 3-dimensional. Historically, it peaked during the Ganon era. Therefore, Abdurrahman was also leveraging Ganon's legacy. If Ganon-era buyers came to purchase porcelain, he wouldn't mind offering discounts. The potters didn't disappoint. They soon produced exquisite blue and white porcelain pieces. Yasmin and Dot admired the splendid results, regretting their earlier skepticism. So beautiful. Far superior to ordinary vases. They were clearly here for official business. An aged eunuch greeted politely before explaining, "Generally, upon hearing about the 9 prophetic porcelains, our emperor showed great interest and wishes to make an advance reservation." Abdurrahman approached the horse carts laden with treasures, pointing at them. "So, these are golden jewels?" "Yes," replied the eunuch. "Excellent. No wonder I backed this emperor," mused Abdurrahman, quite satisfied. Harrison finally understood. Having ascended the throne and captured 6 cities from Song, he gained military prestige and now sought to repay Abdurrahman's favor. He was worried that the new emperor of Great Liang might be stingy. The eunuch's gaze flickered. "On our journey here, I heard that the emperors of Bart, Han, Sui, Song, Ming, Barg, and the King of Chu have outright banned the purchase and discussion of your porcelains and prophecies, with violators facing execution. Although Brandan's ruler hasn't issued an order, several pottery shops in Babichang were destroyed, all potters killed, with clear intent despite no explanation. Only our great Liang Emperor allows it. This time, he sends me to make a reservation, showing his sincerity. We hope you can sell the 9 porcelains exclusively to us. 9 pieces at once? Harrison had quite the appetite. Abdurrahman glanced at Unkit and asked, so, these porcelains will just sit unsold if we don't sell them to Liang? Unkit quickly reported, our intelligence shows many people from the 9 porcelains, right? The eunuch denied vehemently, no, our emperor wouldn't do that. Huh. Even Unkit laughed. Admit your emperor's lack of gratitude, or accuse generally of greed and forced occupation? Silence. Thus ended the encounter. Chapter 130. The ingenious use of the 4 great classical novels. The eunuch opened his mouth but finally chose to close it obediently, then bowed and prepared to leave. The elder statesman's words had enlightened him. No matter what scheme Parker had in mind, it didn't matter to Abdurrahman. He was after the money, plain and simple, and he could take it openly and unapologetically. Even if the emperor came personally, it would be no different. There was a good chance he'd even extract more. Privately speaking, it was utterly disrespectful for the emperor to interfere. Once involved, it meant sending money without gaining anything in return. Perhaps he felt that not gaining was also beneficial to Abdurrahman, so as not to seem stingy and to foster better future cooperation. Yet, being seen through like this was quite embarrassing. Moreover, Abdurrahman was cunning. If angered, the thought barely surfaced in the eunuch's mind when Abdurrahman sternly ordered, hold it. Remember to tell Harrison that, like the other 8 countries, purchasing my porcelain is strictly forbidden. If he goes against this, he risks being crushed by the major powers. I won't come to his rescue. It was the best tool. If 1,000,000 guan didn't work, make it 2. Refusal would mean turning him into a puppet, and further refusal, sending the puppet to hell. His adoptive father, once a mighty ruler, faced a bleak end. Didn't Harrison realize the stakes? Sweat poured down the eunuch's face. He dared not wipe it away, hastily saying, this slave will report immediately. Abdurrahman haughtily replied, have you forgotten something? The servants around Harrison are poor quality. If you can't find suitable ones, I can't provide some. This slave should die. First bowing deeply, devoid of any diplomatic dignity, the eunuch then forced a smile. Thank you, General, for selling us porcelain. Now that's better. Thank you, General, for the praise. With another bow, he left, supported by attendants. Unkit chuckled. Harrison's stinginess and attempts at cleverness were exposed by you. Now, he will willingly prohibit porcelain purchases in Liang. Ha ha ha. Abdurrahman laughed heartily. Your willingly fits perfectly. To be a good emperor, one must first be a good person. After all my help, he still dares play games with me. If not for long-term planning and continuous profits, I'd have made him deliver the treasury. Shearing sheep has always been a skilled art. Not too greedy, not just one sheep. If overdone, nations would swarm, only grassed out. Did everyone fly here? Yet, none planned to quit. A fierce battle loomed, and opportunities could still arise. Jiangzhou grew tense. Abdurrahman dispatched Tedaba to guard the kills, not to be misunderstood. After the 9 bottles, hailed as the finest masterpieces, emerged, even Abdurrahman marveled. They stood knee-high, intentional to avoid size issues for transport. Each bottle bore dragon children in vivid hues, paired with intricate cloud patterns and Taoist-inspired prophetic symbols, creating a mesmerizing effect. New divinations sparkled within each bottle, forming a 9 palaces grid filled with sacred runes. Honestly, if not for their importance, Abdurrahman would have kept them. He tasked his Arshan to escort the items to Tianchi, knowing unscheduled merchants would attempt theft, but Abdurrahman wouldn't let them succeed. Finishing his tea leisurely, the system chimed, ding, congratulations, host triggered hidden task by openly trading, rewarded with the 4 great classical novels. Abdurrahman spat out his tea. 4 great novels? Water Margin, Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, Journey to the West, Dream of the Red Chamber. This translation adheres to the original tone, maintains the same paragraph structure, and ensures coherence with the previous content. It translates the chapter title, preserves character names, and this line of thinking seemed correct. The content definitely needed to be modified. As for Journey to the West, Abdurrahman was a bit stumped. Was he supposed to use it against himself? He wasn't that powerful yet. Moreover, it involved stories about his father. Using it against a father who hadn't succeeded in usurping the throne for so long would be an overkill. Maybe he should discuss it with Babianzang after returning to Chang'an? It didn't seem impossible. If he couldn't understand the trends in the Tang dynasty and insisted on going to the western heavens to fetch scriptures, these 4 books could be used as long-term strategies. Abdurrahman wasn't in a hurry. He would carefully plan and wait for the right moment to unveil them, believing their impact would be greater than the porcelain. Just then, Yasmin appeared. She swayed her willowy waist, puffed out her chest, and walked in with a smile, her eyes glancing at the 4 books on the desk. Abdurrahman quickly stood up to block her view. Yasmin looked at him curiously. General, are you panicking? What's that book? It looks like Dream of the Red Chamber. Is it that kind of book? What kind of book? Abdurrahman pulled her into his arms and asked sternly, is your general that kind of person? Yes. Outrageous. No, I mean it's not that. I want to see it. Impressive. Under his if we work together, we can grasp the essence. Translation continues the style and tone from previous sections, maintaining character names in Pinyin and ensuring fluency in English while preserving the original structure. Chapter 131. The Gentleman on the Roof and the 3 Wang's Monologues. The next day, Yasmin supported herself against the wall as she walked out of the room. She had sacrificed her well-being to learn new knowledge. This sacrifice was entirely due to those few books. She vowed never to go near them again. When the opportunity arose, she would burn them. They were like a deluge of ferocious beasts. Had it not been for her long-term martial arts training and strong foundation, she would have succumbed to Abdurrahman's newfound techniques on the bed last night. Beatrice came in with water to serve her. Seeing Yasmin in this state, she lowered her voice and asked, "Did you both fight bare-chested again? Why is the battle on the bed always so intense? Isn't the great general usually considerate?" This little one. Yasmin began to pray that she would find Sharon soon. Otherwise, staying around Abdurrahman would eventually corrupt her. "I overdid it myself." Replying with a mix of laughter and tears, Yasmin hurried away. Abdurrahman washed up and saw Beatrice's porcelain-like face flushed red. He smiled. "What's wrong?" Beatrice whispered softly, "Great general. You two are so energetic. Beatrice is really envious." The sheets were all wet from sweat. Looking at her innocent baby face, Abdurrahman, who often liked to play teacher, felt very challenged now. How should he explain this? It was all Yasmin's fault. In the early morning, she had just pulled up her pants and left, leaving the sheets unwashed. That was being irresponsible. He needed to cultivate this awareness in her. Otherwise, if Sharon held Beatrice accountable later, it would be because she had corrupted her. He didn't let Beatrice touch anything in the room but took her along for a meal to soothe her young heart. This favor made Beatrice stop mentioning the fighting. Unkit approached leisurely and said, "Great general, last night someone tried to kidnap Xavier, and they were all killed." As he spoke, his tone remained calm. It was as if he was discussing something trivial. Abdurrahman didn't even look up and continued drinking his porridge. It was no surprise that Frisco had sent people. He thought to take advantage of Abdurrahman's current relative vulnerability to kidnap Xavier. Unfortunately, Tang wasn't sway. Abdurrahman had already laid plans. Any number of intruders would only end up dead, and it was right that Unkit hadn't disturbed him last night. Otherwise, interrupting his battle would have had dire consequences for Unkit. "You did well," Abdurrahman casually acknowledged. "When Caesarshan returns, he needs to stay in garrison in Jiangzhou for a while. Prepare for your journey back to Chang'an. Start you opposing this prince. Your study is so big. Why must you pace here?" "This is my study." "So cocky?" This phrase he learned from Abdurrahman. Amadeus almost raised his hand to strike him, seeing his son's spirit embodied in Teddy G. Artemio, exhausted, said, "Only 2 days. 2 days, and he'll be back in Chang'an. Do you still have the energy to squabble? Do you forget the 3 letters Loretta brought us?" Mentioning the 3 letters, Teddy G grew angry with Artemio. In 2 strides, he rushed to Artemio and punched him in the chest, saying, "Elder brother, why stir trouble where there isn't any?" Those letters contain their biggest blemishes ever. 3 letters, each depicting a proud and haughty old dragon, corresponding to the 3 of them. And above their heads were inner monologues. "Amadeus, if heaven had not given birth to me, Amadeus, the Tang dynasty would be plunged into endless darkness forever. Artemio, my fate is in my hands, not heaven's. If heaven wishes to destroy me, I will destroy heaven. Teddy G, I am inherently kind but massacre countless lives. I am devoted yet attract many beauties. I am stupid yet control the world. I uphold morality yet dance with evil. I am humble yet rule over all." Indeed, these were strange inner monologues. When they first read them, they were spiritually shaken. How majestic. Not inferior to Abram's famous line, "Rather that I betray the world than the world betray me." They had to admit Abdurrahman was talented, far beyond what they initially thought. If they were asked to come up with such lines, they couldn't have done it. Normally, such things should merely irritate them. Given his talent, they might laugh it off. After all, the term, "old dragon," was coined by Teddy G himself. But, would that boy let them laugh? Below the 3 letters were Abdurrahman's red P, approvals. Edit. Below the 3 letters were Abdurrahman's red P, notations. Further improvement. Below the 3 letters were Abdurrahman's red notations. For better fluency and accuracy, it would be, below the 3 letters were Abdurrahman's red notations. The term P in this context refers to handwritten comments or approvals, which can be translated as notations for better readability in English. Together they formed wobbly lines. You don't need to fight for the throne. It's hopeless and meaningless. Instead, write novels on this theme. When I return victorious, I will check your progress. If you fail, I'll use your monologues as exam questions, inviting all scholars to help complete them, followed by a string of pure and innocent smiley faces. They remained steadfast. Longjing Wuji and Xiu Tong, the loyalists, were more troubling. Xiu Tong seemed possessed, diligently focusing on eliminating bandits while paying attention to rebellion. Often too busy to eat. Had they not known him well, they would think he was serving 2 masters. Xiu Tong at all's attitude towards rebellion. Just do it. If rebellion were so simple, anyone who stayed in bed could be an emperor. Artemio, reminiscing about these bitter and heart-wrenching memories, sighed deeply and said, "It seems we have lost the advantage. Why don't we resign ourselves to writing novels? Recently, legendary novels in our Tang dynasty are flourishing. We can take some references from them." Teddy G, infuriated, wanted to assert his dominance as the elder brother. He spat at Artemio's face. "Brother, really? You're going to write? This is a huge humiliation. I would rather die by slamming my head into a wall than lift a pin." Saying this, he glanced deliberately at Amadeus. Amadeus adjusted his clothing and said, "That rogue has disgraced me so much. He'll be struck by lightning sooner or later. I will never write." Artemio chuckled bitterly. "I was just talking. Since neither of you wants to write, then seize the imperial throne within 2 days." Both Amadeus and Teddy G glared at him. They now had ample reason to believe that he was acting recklessly, intentionally provoking them. Abdurrahman gave them so much time, and they still couldn't seize the throne. 2 days? Rallying their aides and writing a novel was more feasible. "I can't hold it anymore." On the roof, Abdurrahman grabbed his chest, lying flat on his back, his face flushed as if matching Yasmin's bust. But he didn't laugh yet. He tried to see how long he could hold. Haha. Before he could even catch his breath, Abdurrahman burst into laughter, echoing through the entire mansion like a dragon's roar. Unkit seized the moment to ask, Your Majesty, do you really plan to use those 3 lines as examination questions for the imperial exams? Translation note, *, the translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring it remains coherent with the previous content. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved to stay true to the original text. Chapter 132, Urging Offspring. Abdurrahman smiled but remained silent, landing in the courtyard with Unkit as if they were alone in the world. Everyone in Bartwangfu saw him and froze for a moment before hastily prostrating themselves on the ground. For a more fluent and natural read in English, it's better to specify the form of bowing as prostrating themselves, which seems to be a more accurate depiction of the reverence and fear portrayed in the original text. No one dared to raise their heads. He was no longer the unloved, illegitimate son of Prince Bart, and after this return from a personal expedition, the imperial aura around him was suffocating. Despite his actions still seeming absurd, Amadeus, Artemio, and Teddy G emerged from the study and saw only the backs of Abdurrahman and Unkit. They were already walking away, as if not even deigning to leave a word behind. Artemio, with a bitter expression, turned to Amadeus. Didn't you strengthen security around the mansion after they eavesdropped on the roof? How could we still have missed them? Amadeus looked at him bewilderedly, as if saying, You ask me, who should I ask? Indeed, he had deployed many skilled warriors inside and outside the Bartwangfu, especially after Abdurrahman went off to lead the army personally. Note, for better fluency, it's better to translate Bartwangfu as Bartwangfu to Bartwangfu, should be translated as Bartwangfu in the context of this novel. However, since there is no direct English equivalent for Wangfu, which means Prince's Mansion, it can be kept as Bartwangfu, or better yet, Bartwangfu, can be translated to Bart Prince's Mansion. Improved, indeed, he had deployed many skilled warriors inside and outside the Bart Prince's Mansion, especially after Abdurrahman went off to lead the army personally. Yet, they still moved about freely. It only proved that everyone else was just ants beneath them. There was no need to waste effort on this anymore. Teddy G, supporting his head, shook it repeatedly. Warfare is full of deception. He used tactics even when returning in triumph. Overhearing everything we just said, that might explain why Abdurrahman didn't even glance at them once, afraid that a burst of laughter would ruin his imperial dignity. But as the originator of the term, Old Python, Teddy G decided against further self-mortification and bowed deeply. Your Majesty, may you be safe. Artemio and Amadeus made token gestures as well. Rise. Abdurrahman waved his hand backward. I will wait for you in the palace. In half an hour, I hope to read your masterpieces. In half an hour? The 3 of them twitched and wished they could rush to the study immediately to write. But they had to maintain composure. Minor matter. Just a novel. It's not like writing a novel in half an hour. Forget it. Better get it done quickly. Otherwise, with matters like imperial examinations, he really could do such things. They couldn't afford to lose face. Glancing at each other, they each hurried away. After returning to the palace, Abdurrahman found Amador, Teddy, barefoot and draped in his imperial robes, exuding an indescribable odor. Covering his nose, Abdurrahman said, Seeing your Majesty looking so vigorous and spirited, I am relieved. This clearly shows that sons are inferior to grandsons. They only add trouble, while I aim to extend your longevity. Teddy feigned a hug. Why did you return early? You're absolutely right. Without you, I wouldn't last much longer. But, Abdurrahman instinctively resisted backward. Grandfather, please control yourself. The smell is too strong. I heard from the front lines that several new princes will soon be born. Ha ha ha. Teddy laughed heartily. Doesn't that show I'm still vigorous? Hurry up and select some consorts, bring in more virtuous ladies to the harem, and continue the royal lineage. Otherwise, the older ones will fight for the throne, and the younger ones will join in later. I can't bear it. He was getting boastful? Sigh. Abdurrahman realized how difficult his situation was. Besides these new princes, there were also those brothers. If they all had children, the Mings seeking the throne might form a whole platoon. But every coin has 2 sides. While they covet his throne, he covets theirs too. Indeed, another bunch of people to toy with. Life in the palace was dull and monotonous. Only pranks kept it interesting. Men were tricked. Women were tricked. Seeing Abdurrahman quiet, Teddy frowned. What's wrong? Is there some hidden ailment? Speaking of which, you've been intimate with several women, yet nothing happens? Not only Teddy, but also some officials aligned with Abdurrahman were anxious. Matters of succession were always crucial to national stability. They must be taken seriously. Abdurrahman's demeanor changed slightly. Had he not been bound by protocol, he'd have called Abdurrahman master. I never thought I'd have to educate my own grandfather on this. While inwardly complaining, Abdurrahman began teaching. There was no other choice. Though pranking was amusing, mocking little kids, even of higher generation, was beneath him. Ensuring birth control based on the era's methods was the least he could do. Most importantly, he must practice restraint, and more restraint. At his age, and still so mischievous, he needed distractions. Really? Teddy was astonished, ready to go try it out. Abdurrahman stopped him. Grandfather, remember, even the most diligent needs rest. Your sons are about to submit their novels. Wouldn't you like to see them? Novels? The story goes like this. After hearing the details, Teddy's concubines vanished in his mind as if kicked away by his sons. When Artemio, Amadeus, and Teddy G arrived, Teddy, now wearing imperial robes and looking regal, stood solemnly. Abdurrahman, still in military attire, leaned back on the dragon throne without a word. Unkit spoke, 3 princes, please present your novels. Artemio glanced at Amadeus, who glanced at Teddy G. Teddy G knew he had to take the lead. Lifting his head, staring straight ahead, he said boldly, victors are victors, losers are losers. We have nothing left to say. Why must you humiliate? He could live a few more years. Note, the term unshall was partially translated. Unfilial is the correct translation for bushal, meaning not filial or disrespectful to parents. So, right after witnessing Teddy G's contradictory behavior, he stroked his dragon beard, shaking his head and said with a grin, "If heaven had not given us Amadeus, the Tang dynasty would have remained in eternal darkness." Cavan, these words are unmatched in their majesty, unheard of through the ages, truly. Craig, please stop. Amadeus had initially planned to put up some resistance. After seeing this, he directly pulled out a booklet from his robes, already written. Abdurrahman smiled. "Father, is this what you meant by unable to write?" Amadeus twitched his mouth, turning his head away, pretending not to hear anything. Unkit received the booklet with both hands and was about to present it when Artemio quickly pulled out his own booklet and placed it on top, saying sarcastically, "Since my two wise younger brothers are so perceptive, I can't afford to lag behind. Teddy G, elder brother, you've changed. The one who finished first must be you." "Amadeus, he has always been like that. You're just always slow to realize. Otherwise, dying a terrible death would be a minor issue. What's truly feared is losing face to the point of wanting to stay hidden, in a cave." Such words sound very cool, but they also carry an to an unmarried woman staying at home waiting for marriage, which is loosely translated here as staying hidden in a cave. Otherwise, dying a horrible death would be a minor issue. The real fear is losing face to the point of wanting to hide away, in a cave. Those kinds of statements sound very impressive, but they also have an indescribable cringe-worthy vibe, classic middle school ego. If such words were turned into aphorisms, or used as exam questions, they would invite ridicule from all over. Emperor Teddy has now become a thoroughly mischievous old man. Seeing his three unfilial sons squirm, he felt pleased, believing this added years to his life. So right after witnessing Teddy G's awkward and contradictory behavior, he stroked his imperial beard and recited with a nodding head, "Had I, Amadeus, not been born, the great Tang would remain shrouded in eternal night." Cavan, those words are matchlessly majestic and unprecedented, truly. Craig, please stop. Amadeus had intended to protest further, but seeing how things were going, he directly pulled out a booklet from his robe. "It's already written." Abdurrahman smiled. "Father, so this is what you meant by I can't write it?" Amadeus twitched the corner of his mouth, turned his head away, and pretended not to hear anything. Unkit received the booklet with both hands, just about to present it, when Artemio quickly placed another booklet on top, saying sarcastically, "Since my two virtuous brothers understand the situation so well, I wouldn't want to lag behind. Teddy G, eldest brother, you've changed. The one who finished writing first must definitely be you." "Amadeus, he's always like that. You're always slow to realize it." Note, middle school syndrome is used here to convey a sense of teenage rebellion or dramatic behavior, akin to acting out during adolescence. Chapter 133, Unfit for a Prince. Finally, they were on the right track. Teddy's lips curled into a slight smile. They say imperial power struggles are the most heartless and bloodiest of all. But he increasingly felt that the Li family's imperial power struggle was sprinting wildly in the opposite direction. The factional disputes between his three sons were almost smoothed over. Gerhard had always followed Montague's lead. If it were before, it would be impossible for him to even mention such things, let alone stab him in the back. Now, however, he blurted it out without hesitation. Cavan's words seemed to be sowing discord, but more so expressed helplessness and mockery. Montague merely shrugged. It was as if he was saying that they were all in the same boat, and no one should judge the other. There was a bit of the frankness usually found between brothers. This was fundamentally different from their "I have no such fetish. What are you talking about?" Artemio and Teddy exchanged puzzled looks. Each word they spoke made sense to them individually. Why was Teddy reacting so strongly? And what did "under her skirt" mean? Shouldn't it be "under his minister"? Did someone make a typo? Could these lines really come from him? Seeing his elder brothers still confused, Teddy put on a profound air. "I have tested and concluded that an extremely experienced person is hiding within him." Fully engrossed in reading the novels, even Teddy lifted his head curiously. "What do you mean?" Amadeus frowned. "You mean he's been possessed?" "Possessed?" Even Abdurrahman couldn't remain calm now. Did they study popular legends to write novels, or delve into Taoist concepts? To come up with a concept commonly seen in modern novels. Quite commendable. No, ancient people are to be feared. Becoming emperor already gave them an advantage. They shouldn't have this kind of edge. Teddy offered his unique perspective. Desire and food are inherent human traits. Throughout history, the best way to understand a person has always been through intimate relations. Teddy immediately received a glare from Teddy. "Stop spouting nonsense. Be quiet." Smiling, Teddy retorted, "Father, why is my method considered orthodox here?" He was implying that Abdurrahman used medicine prescribed. He turned to Teddy. "Father, this emperor also said you should not lose your composure. In the end, he still favors his father. Your love was wasted." Crying and laughing at once, Teddy responded, "I was just about to praise your sudden intelligence. Why did you suddenly become so stupid?" Artemio and Amadeus moved away, distancing themselves from Teddy's stupidity. Furrowing his brows, Teddy looked at Abdurrahman, who was red-faced, realizing he'd been manipulated into being the fool. The true misfit was himself. This person definitely had issues. How could a teenager be so adept at these matters? Even spending every day in brothels wouldn't teach someone such skills. He must have been possessed by a 1,000-year-old demon. Such a person can't be the emperor of Tang. He must be deposed. Teddy seemed to realize this too. One moment he was exasperated by his son's idiocy, the next he was examining Abdurrahman thoughtfully. Artemio and Amadeus watched Abdurrahman with serious expressions. Loathing Teddy's stupidity was one thing, but his novel approach caught them off guard, and could perhaps help secure the throne. Abdurrahman had conjured a supreme being to influence events. They could also invoke a demon. However, Teddy rushed into it too soon and should have discussed and strategized together. Meeting their gazes, Abdurrahman doubted himself. Was this still a proper royal power struggle? How did it devolve into this? If word got out, the people would laugh. Yet, this move was venomous. Teddy hit the bullseye. As a transmigrator, wasn't he technically possessed? Questioning this would undermine his legitimacy far more effectively than questioning his inheritance. Had Teddy stumbled upon this by chance or with guidance? This was troublesome. Abdurrahman didn't know how to explain. Should he tell them that in his previous life, he spent time online learning all these color jokes and memes from netizens? Or admit that he had seen countless movies and had real-life experience, making him proficient? Wouldn't that confirm Teddy's suspicions? Originally thinking Teddy was naive, now he was cornered. Teddy saw him silent and commented, "Tower, discipline this foolish uncle of yours for me." This clearly indicated real suspicion. Translation note. I've maintained the original structure while ensuring fluent English. The characters' names are kept in pinyin form as requested. Amadeus also joined in, directly questioning, "Who are you really? Gerhard has truly enlightened me. Long before you ascended the throne, I felt you were no longer my son. You seemed very unfamiliar to me." Artemio was an excellent actor. He quickly ran to Teddy's side and assumed a protective stance. "Haven't you already been possessed?" It turned out that guiding them into the world of novels had backfired. All the shocking things he did in the past, especially those that didn't seem humanly possible, would now be used as solid evidence against him. This was fatal. Abdurrahman opened his mouth, but closed it again. After ruling for so long, he was encountering a rather challenging obstacle for the first time. And this challenge stemmed from that damned opportunity. What should he do? Should he just kill them? Seemed like a pretty good choice. Abdurrahman immediately told Unkit, "Old Chow, you're experienced with this sort of thing. Take care of it. Slice one at the head, the other at the waist. And for the remaining one, remove both head and waist." Unkit froze, shocked, and asked for confirmation. "Your Majesty is truly going to do this? Mark my words." "Understood." With the affirmative reply, Unkit loudly ordered, "Bring in the men and take down Prince Bart, Fox, and Eric. Execute Prince Bart, castrate Fox, and castrate then execute Eric." Upon hearing this, Artemio, Amadeus, and Teddy G's bodies went limp, cold shivers running through them. Was he really going to strike such a brutal blow? Monsters. Evil monsters. His true form was revealed. They had inadvertently poked a hornet's nest. Even Teddy was terrified. "Tower, what are you?" Abdurrahman slowly stood up, clenching his teeth with each word. "Since the truth has been exposed, we must silence them." Translation note. I've maintained the original structure while ensuring fluent English. The characters' names are kept in pinyin form as requested. Chapter 134. Deceiving the father, tormenting the uncle, mocking the world. Endowed with superhuman strength and proficient in all 18 martial arts. Skilled in steelmaking, commanding troops, personnel management, warfare, and controlling officials, every task is handled with ease. Moreover, as UNG mentioned, Abdurrahman excels in bedroom matters. Even an old man of 80 can learn from him. Some things, once connected, could shock a dead man back to life. Emperor Teddy's mind was racing at an unprecedented speed. The more he thought about it, the more he believed that Abdurrahman might have been possessed. His actions since ascending the throne were unparalleled, far beyond what any teenager could achieve. Even now, he remains unfathomable, hiding countless secrets. "Father, save me." Teddy G saw murderous intent in Abdurrahman's eyes and, noticing his father still in shock, quickly pleaded for help. Honestly, he had never been this terrified. He had never wanted to use both hands to slap himself so badly. Yes, he was reckless. Simply thinking of possession and not seeing his nephew for a case against Abdurrahman. Properly planned, it could make him defenseless and cornered. Such a perfect opportunity had been wasted, causing them greater pain than failing to seize the throne. After abdication, Teddy had never felt this tense. Cautiously trying to maintain his composure, he said, "Wait, Tower, this joke goes too far." "I'm not joking," Abdurrahman replied expressionlessly. "I now have strong reasons to believe these three are possessed by demons." "We are possessed?" Teddy G raged. "You twist facts and turn accusations around. Father, before the army returns, arrest him quickly. Otherwise, it'll be too late. If you weren't possessed, why would esteemed founders who fought for Tang suddenly run into my grandfather's harem?" Abdurrahman didn't finish speaking when Artemio and Teddy G abruptly looked away, fearing further confrontation. A green light flickered in Teddy's eyes. Clenching his fists, his face turned grim. In that moment, it seemed he was angrier than Abdurrahman at their betrayal. Turning to Amadeus, Abdurrahman asked, "Loudly, in the eyes of our people, you are the wise and valiant Alpha. Yet, during the Bobby and Wagate incident, you planned to kill your brothers and imprison your father. If not possessed, could it be your true nature? Steal wives?" Teddy G shuddered. "Whose wives?" "Foolish." Abdurrahman sneered. "Who else but yours?" "Amadeus." Teddy G's straightforwardness struck back. "Can you do such heaven-defying, conscience-shocking deeds?" Though people often labeled Abdurrahman with such descriptions, reflecting on it, he had neither killed them nor taken their wives since his reign began. Suddenly, Teddy G felt Amadeus was the truly possessed one. "Nonsense." Amadeus snarled, nearly roaring. "Don't let him sow discord. He's just trying to divert blame." Artemio, recalling the exposed coup, felt a chill. Unwittingly siding with Abdurrahman, he said, "Your Majesty is right. You did plan to kill us. Afterward, you'd imprison father, leaving the palace and princely mansions unprotected, free to do as you wished." Embarrassed, Amadeus glanced at Teddy, countering, "And you? Disobedient sons. Enough." Teddy slapped each of them. "Tower is correct. If anyone is possessed, it's you three traitors. You question Tower while he has committed no atrocities, pacified rebellions, upheld national prestige, and shown utmost filial piety far surpassing you. Indeed, the best defense is a good offense." Grandfather finally realized the truth. Things would now go smoother. "Grandfather, don't ruin your health over these unworthy grandsons. Except for me, of course." Abdurrahman supported Teddy and addressed the trio. "You must think possession sounds absurd. right? But you can't find a better explanation for my transformation. Simply put, you're envious, bitter, suffering from sour grapes and failure syndrome, perceiving everything through a biased lens. Why so strong? Amadeus persisted. Abdurrahman shrugged. Like Elton, I was naturally gifted, then trained rigorously. Mastering the martial arts became easy. Don't ask why I concealed my abilities. It was because you ignored me before. Now I revel in the taste of revenge, tormenting fathers and uncles, mocking the world. Too blunt. Teddy coughed, urging discretion. Amadeus gritted his teeth. Steelmaking? Commanding troops? That's a story for another day. Abdurrahman leaned back on his throne. Around 10, I met a white-bearded old man called System. He was omniscient, understanding celestial events and terrestrial changes, teaching me that my destiny lay in becoming a true dragon. He imparted all his knowledge before disappearing. I've mastered his teachings over the years, though he's likely dead. You're dead. System protested. I'm not a white-bearded old man. You're forcing me into this, akin to blackmail. Abdurrahman mused. My mistake. You should be a young tycoon who owns an airport, with dachshund legs and big black teeth, boasting of being a master everyone ignores. Me. This translation maintains the original tone and style, keeping the paragraph structure and line breaks intact while ensuring fluency and accuracy. System retreated. You're still blackmailing. I want rewards. Next time, double the rewards. Ha ha ha. Nothing is more exhilarating than getting rewards for free. Abdurrahman couldn't help but burst into laughter. Teddy, Amadeus, and the other 3 father-son members stared at him with wide eyes. The master is dead, and he's laughing like this? Heart of a wolf, liver of a dog. Abdurrahman also realized it was inappropriate and hurriedly explained. He ascended to become an immortal. A few days ago, he appeared in my dream, saying that the 3 princes have harbored some evil cultists. He reminded me to clean them up so as not to dirty the celestial master's sight. At this point, he said to Ankit, release them now. You lead people to their residences to thoroughly investigate and find every single one of those evil cultists and execute them. This was the true intention. Cunning. The 3 princes were thoroughly outmaneuvered this time. Ankit asked again, Your Majesty, only execute the evil cultists? Evil sects and heretical ways, abbreviated as evil cultists. Do you need me to teach you this? The old servant is ashamed. I will do it immediately. Seeing the sly old man leave, Artemio, Amadeus, and Teddy felt no joy at having a Chapter 135. Separation makes a new marriage. The Tang Dynasty's legendary novels were a genre for recording strange tales, typically in short story format. This form was just beginning to gain popularity. Artemio, Amadeus, and Teddy had submitted such legendary novels. It was evident that these works were not written by them personally, but rather by their aides. Though the entire text was composed in classical Chinese, which felt like chewing wax, Abdurrahman did not like it much. However, the fabricated strange stories were quite innovative. The writers were also cunning, setting the protagonists of the 3 princes as righteous underdogs, a common trope in later-era novels. Then they delivered 3 powerful quotes in a dreamlike, ambiguous manner. This was clearly an attempt to avoid offending Abdurrahman, while making sure the lines didn't sound too ridiculous so that the 3 princes could save face. However, this made the writing somewhat incongruous. Most of the talent and effort of the scribes were wasted on elaborate wordiness. After reading once, Abdurrahman never wanted to read them again in his life. But whether these novels could make money was another matter entirely. The 3 princes, having abandoned rebellion and personally lowered themselves to write novels. Just the novelty of it would earn him substantial profits. Both trimming their influence and using them to make money showed Abdurrahman knew he was straying from being upright and decent. But didn't he give them each a copper coin? That should be enough. At least he hadn't killed them or taken their wives. Amadeus seemed to have anticipated that Abdurrahman would sell their novels to make money. His face darkened, and his voice grew cold and chilling. Is this your revenge? Failure in rebellion meant punishment. Simple logic. He understood this all too well. No matter how lenient Abdurrahman appeared to be with them, he had to put on a show for the world to see. Of course, it was also possible that he was still trying to mislead other monarchs and continue his schemes. Before, he spread rumors about their rebellion in Chang'an, defeating Gas, extinguishing Ahil, and seizing Kangzhou and Jiangnan Dao. It must have been rewarding for him. Boldly, I don't want to use you as my rebel pawns, but you're just perfect for it. From his father's gaze, Abdurrahman saw something. He spoke bluntly, yet again hurting his father's feelings. If it were anyone else, repeatedly foiled by their own son, they'd have banged their heads in frustration long ago. Amadeus was mentally strong. Undeterred, he said, I will make you take back those words. Are you coming back at me? Teddy asked irritably. He glanced at his 3 sons and said, will you ever stop? With one campaign, Thornton has completely turned things around for the Tang dynasty, presenting the image of a hegemon. In times when front lines were most crucial, you postponed your actions in the capital because you knew better. Teddy smiled bitterly. Father, we had no choice. He played a huge game. Had he failed, the Eastern kingdoms might unite against Tang, and what use would it be to seize the throne then? This was giving them too much credit? Disobedient sons. Teddy dashed up to them, kicking each one and still fuming. Possessed by demons. Beyond redemption. Artemio and Amadeus looked helplessly at Teddy, thinking he was a black sheep who kept getting them into trouble. Possession by a 3-year-old would be more sensible. Abdurrahman remembered the mentions of possession in Amadeus and Teddy's novels, which were only briefly touched upon. He chuckled, 3 of you, don't feel embarrassed. Actually, you've laid a foundation for scholars across the land to join in writing novels. The more refined the concept of possession becomes, the more powerful it will be if used against me in the future. They dare not. Teddy pointed at their faces, almost spitting fire. I nearly fell for your traps, doubting Thornton. If you use such absurdity again, I'll make you lose everything precious. Oh? Seeing his quick wit and fierce eyes, Artemio, Amadeus and Teddy subconsciously tightened their legs, two pairs of heads bowing down. Heh. Abdurrahman laughed uncontrollably on the dragon chair. The conversation had gone awry. Thanks to Uncle Yuanji, these idioms couldn't be used anymore, or Unkit and Caesarshan would slack off. Why haven't you left yet? Teddy seemed unable to hold back his overwhelming force and barked. When his sons finally left, he slumped into his chair laughing endlessly. They'd probably resent not having a direct lineage skip generationally. Laughing for some time, Teddy took Abdurrahman's hand, saying, "Good grandson, you timely reminded me. If they step out of line again, tell me immediately. I'll deal with them. You just returned to Chang'an after a long journey. Rest first. When the army returns, let's celebrate." "No need for celebrations," Abdurrahman smiled. "Many generals are still on the borders. An imperial decree recognizing their achievements is enough. I still have many questions. You must explain everything soon. Now that we're both in good spirits, ask away. I'll answer truthfully." Upon hearing this, Teddy began firing off rapid-fire questions, ranging from spreading rumors about the prince's rebellion to the fall of Daliang, the Barnaby case, Hu Brandonian case, burning Xing City, constructing Tianqi City, selling prophecy porcelain bottles. His throat went dry asking so many questions. Abdurrahman explained calmly. When he mentioned making Harrison pay another 1,000,000 strings of cash, the initially agitated Teddy suddenly jumped up from his chair, exclaiming, You are true." Until Tedaba returned to Chang'an with his troops. Yasmin, Dot, and Beatrice entered the palace and saw the sisters dressed beautifully. Only Loretta sat dozing, her legs dangling lazily. They immediately knew what happened. Beatrice whispered to Yasmin, "Looks like His Majesty prefers battling Empress Kathleen." Yasmin felt jealous. "How so?" Beatrice replied seriously, "She looks thoroughly exhausted like pressed rapeseed, while you only sweat the sheets." "Sweating the sheets? My tongue." Covering her mouth, Yasmin blushed and requested, "Your Majesty, please allow me to delay joining the women's corps and send people to find Callie." To prevent Beatrice from being corrupted, she was willing to go all out. Seeing Loretta like that, she no longer wanted to battle Abdurrahman on the bed. She had always thought he hadn't given it his all. Now, she realized he was genuinely kind-hearted. Abdurrahman smiled faintly, searching through thousands, looking everywhere. Unexpectedly, she stands there among the dim lamps. Yasmin hesitated. "Does your Majesty know where she is?" "Want to know?" "Yes." "Follow me." "Can we not go?" "Of course." Translation complete, maintaining original structure and tone. Abdurrahman took a few steps, then suddenly felt poetic inspiration strike, and he couldn't help but recite. "To hoe the grain at noon, sweat drips onto the soil beneath. I ask the bed sheets." Yasmin rushed to his side in one swift motion, panicking and pleading for mercy. "I was wrong. Your Majesty, please stop reciting that. I'll go, whether I'm on top or bottom. I'll follow your every command." Translation complete, maintaining original structure and tone. Chapter 136. Near vermilion, one becomes red. Near ink, one becomes black. The palace and the frontier are undoubtedly different. Yasmin was in high spirits as well. After all, a day without seeing him felt like 3 long years. She hadn't seen Abdurrahman for 2 days. Though she had always been independent, she now wanted to escape his grasp but felt bound by an inexplicable force that kept her tethered. 2 days later, Zoya saw her lean against the wall again, confusion filling her large eyes like camel bells. Yasmin didn't want to talk to her, especially at this moment. It wasn't that she disliked her. Who wouldn't like such a vivacious little girl? But the saying, near vermilion one becomes red, near ink one becomes black, certainly applied here. While she hadn't turned dark, she was definitely not as red as before. From being a heroic woman, she had become someone who frequently leaned on walls. Zoya was still young, and Yasmin had to protect her innocence. However, the curious Zoya asked, "Mistress, I don't understand. Didn't you say that you never sweat after half a day of martial practice? Then how did you and His Majesty fight so intensely to soak the bed sheets?" "Sweat?" Yasmin stumbled, wishing she could just fall into the netherworld and never see anyone again. What a sin. She shouldn't have let her take care of Abdurrahman's daily affairs. Was this something a little girl should see? Phew. Yasmin inhaled sharply and then lifted her chin defiantly. Who said I sweated? Even after fighting him for 300 rounds, I remained unfazed. So His Majesty was the one sweating? Zoya persisted. But I've also tidied up Miss Dot's bed. Although she's not a female general, she also engages with His Majesty, sometimes even more intensely. Ah. Yasmin stared blankly, banging her head against the wall. Callie, I need to find you. You manage your own maid. It couldn't be managed anymore. She was a shy person, after all. Abdurrahman wouldn't explain these things to Zoya either. Asking her to do so would be like killing her. Besides, while Zoya was nominally Callie's maid, everyone could see that Abdurrahman didn't treat her as such. In the future, there would surely be a place for her in the Tang dynasty's imperial harem, where she would naturally be personally taught by Callie. Moreover, Zoya's background was as blank as a piece of paper. All uncles, but only one like him. From scheming tricks to losing opportunities, Abdurrahman had fully recognized this uncle's nature. It wasn't lack of ability but prolonged frustration from not securing the throne and lacking military power, leading him to develop skills and dubious methods like driving cars poorly, thus causing family strife and almost affecting himself. Abdurrahman had initially planned to visit Brantley personally but reconsidered, thinking solitude on his bed might be the greatest kindness now. Cuckoo, Chow chuckled modestly, then refocused on the matter. Your Majesty, according to Eastern Secretariat's investigation, the attacker was an old Taoist, a fugitive from our recent crackdown on such individuals. The Brantley resident says he can transform into smoke and vanish instantly, turn stones to gold like the Imperial Masters, and even possess attendants. He seems quite skilled. We searched the city overnight, but found nothing. I suspect he's an enemy spy, striking out upon realizing the prince's failure to seize power. Vanish instantly? Possess bodies? Abdurrahman scoffed. This seemed like using their own tactics against them. The enemy learned quickly. Though he knew these were mere deceptions, the situation indicated a highly skilled assassin specializing in evasion and speed. The attack on the three princes had already caused a stir. If not addressed soon, it would cause public panic and doubt his reign. With divine protection, Chapter 137, Corruption by Imperial Decree. Two old Taoist priests who look alike? Twins? Abdurrahman pondered this as Unkit reported, stroking his chin. It was rare for two brothers to practice Taoism together and achieve a level of skill high enough to match experts below the caliber of Unkit and Caesarshan. Fortunately, Unkit intervened in time. Otherwise, with their skills and some deceptive tricks, they could have easily disrupted Abdurrahman's plans for building the Tianqi city through chaos in Chang'an. However, Abdurrahman was still puzzled. They had initially allied themselves with Eric. Given their familiarity with the Qi Wangfu, it should not have been too difficult for them to assassinate Eric, along with the visiting princes Bart and Brandan. For the sake of consistency and accuracy in terminology, Qi Wangfu should be translated as Qi Wangfu, or better yet, Qi Wangfu should be translated as Qi Wangfu in previous parts. But since it's a proper noun referring to the residence of Eric, it should ideally be translated as Qi Wangfu, or simply Qi Wangfu. To make it more natural in English, we can translate it as Qi Wangfu, or the residence of Eric. Given their familiarity with the residence of Eric, it should not have been too difficult for them to assassinate Eric, along with the visiting princes Bart and Brandan. Their choice to mainly injure people, including Atli and Nathaniel later on, was intriguing. Unkit was adept at reading between the lines. He whispered, "They seem to focus on injuring people." Moreover, this old servant searched them thoroughly but found no poison. Benefit readability to translate fully to Qi's mansion. If only Adebayo and Ronald were in Chang'an, perhaps they could handle this. Unkit also realized he shouldn't be careless before uncovering the truth. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I will personally interrogate them. However, please issue an order to send more personnel to secretly protect the officials on their way to court tomorrow." Granted. Abdurrahman coldly said, "Those who need to die can only die by my hand, not by the enemy's." The next day, before dawn, all civil and military officials were already lined up neatly in Taiji Palace to see the emperor who had returned victorious days ago. The emperor yawned widely, sitting on the dragon throne drowsily. Unkit, standing by, breathed a sigh of relief. The officials encountered no assassination attempts on their way to court. It seemed those two old priests were mainly responsible. Now things would be easier. Although he knew the officials definitely had matters to report after so long without an assembly, Unkit still shouted in his high-pitched voice, "Report your business if you have any. Otherwise, adjourn the court." The military advisor, looking out of place in his feather fan and silk headband, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." Abdurrahman didn't open his eyes, saying directly, "Military advisor, you just arrived." Having made great contributions during the campaign, arriving here, he extorted bribes publicly. Clearly, he acted lawlessly. If they missed such an opportunity, they would lose their positions. Thus, accusations rained down fiercely. "Your Majesty, I impeach Roberto for ignoring your Majesty's grace, corruption, embezzlement, and turning the national treasury into a personal stash, acting lawlessly. Your Majesty, such pests should be eliminated, or else heaven and man will be angered, and the country will suffer instability. I've heard Roberto openly sells offices, pricing every post. Such actions disrespect the court and your Majesty. If he isn't punished, peace in our Tang dynasty will never come." The attack was fierce, but Abdurrahman noticed only a few people spoke repetitively, making it seem like everyone in court was impeaching him, though others were silently observing, rarely joining in. Seeing this, Roberto retaliated. "Your Majesty, they are framing me and falsely accusing me. Please investigate." Abdurrahman crossed his legs. "Do you admit to corruption?" Roberto confidently replied, "No. I'll give you another chance to reconsider." He committed a bit of corruption. Truthful indeed. "Your Majesty, you were away. I couldn't go to your secret fund to punish myself, so the habit kicked in again. I couldn't resist slightly overindulging, but not as they I get it. He gave you a friend price, showing some acumen." Chapter 138, Turning Against One's Benefactor. Though new to the political scene, Youssef merely flashed a series of ellipses in his eyes upon hearing such absurd statements before turning to look at the civil and military officials. His feather fan continued swaying. Most officials showed no significant reaction. They remained indifferent or even apathetic, like lifeless bodies moving mechanically. They silently repeated the mantra that this was normal procedure. But Youssef's inner sentiments were different from theirs. He still believed Abdurrahman was an enlightened ruler, a dominant lord, and an emperor among men. The officials, however, still viewed Abdurrahman as a tyrant, despite his consecutive victories that made the Nine Kingdoms dare not underestimate Tang dynasty. No matter what Abdurrahman did, it never satisfied them. This was a huge problem, big enough for Youssef to push the way further. He didn't concern himself with when the emperor would make his move since it was obvious that the web had been cast long ago. It was just a matter of time before the trap closed. Still, some officials persisted in their impeachment and advice, being obstinate to the core. Leonard, who had been silent all along, almost bit his lips off, but ultimately could not contain himself any longer. He stepped forward. "Your Majesty, outward strength masking internal weakness is far more terrifying than internal strength masked by—" He said he borrowed from Lord Longsun, Gerardo replied. "Borrowed money for bribery? Clearly, Grand Duke Bobby has given up on maintaining his reputation," remarked Abdurrahman, then looked sharply at Ilium. Ilium was visibly flustered. "Your Majesty, I cannot conceal the truth. Indeed, he borrowed 1,000 strings of coins from me, citing family expenses. I lent it without much thought and knew nothing of this matter." "Lord Longsun, relax." Abdurrahman reassured him with a smile. "I only asked casually, how is the bandit suppression progressing?" Ilium quickly answered, "Thanks to your Majesty's power, the bandits across provinces have been suppressed, and the people applaud the change." This achievement had demanded his utmost effort since Abdurrahman left on his campaign. He worked day and night, applying harsh measures against the bandits, eventually clearing them up and developing secret forces beneficial for Draper Bart's bid for the throne. Very well done. You haven't disappointed me. Abdurrahman commended him, then suddenly asked, aren't you heavily fined often? How can you still lend 1,000 strings of coins? Without losing composure, Ilium responded, it came mostly from gifts from the retired emperor and Draper Bart. Abdurrahman turned to Gerardo again. Did he bribe you? Gerardo smiled slightly. On March 10th, evening, while having tea at Lord Longson's residence, he offered me it. Do you really need to stutter here? These people are already under the service of Prince Bart, Abdurrahman added grimly. Eric undermined his brother. You're betraying your master to death. I suspect you aim to force me to kill my father. Tell me, how should we proceed? Ilium fought hard for survival. All this was done by me alone. Please spare me, considering my past services. I'm not heartless, Abdurrahman intoned. After adjournment, I'll seize your assets and contribute them to the treasury. Out of respect for Queen Mother Bart, I offer you a chance to redeem yourself. Go to Tubo. According to Premier Darius, they've repeatedly sent envoys seeking marriage alliances. I'm uninterested but will hold them accountable for invading our lands. Your task is simple, bring back at least 2 million strings of coins. Less than that, pay respects to Old Lee and Queen Mother Bart in a high place. Seized assets? 2 million strings of coins? Ilium wished for death. Better a swift end than this torture. Tubo was remote and desolate, with tribes hostile to Tang. How could he raise 2 million strings? Premier Darius believed in his colleague. With Lord Longson's talent, Tubo will submit and offer tribute. We eagerly await your return. Note, the original style and paragraph structure are preserved. Paxton gave him a glance that conveyed his utter despair. Gritting his teeth, he said, your subject acknowledges the imperial decree with gratitude. Abdurrahman stated, you are demoted to the rank of Shandong County Duke, and all other official positions are hereby revoked. Paxton had no choice but to bow his head again. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your leniency. Unkit whispered, Your Majesty, what about these people? Drag them out and behead them. Yes, Your Majesty. As the sounds of wailing and howling gradually faded away, every official in the hall shuddered in fear. Having dealt with Paxton, it was now their turn. Abdurrahman felt somewhat fatigued and leaned back on the dragon throne. Roberto, please continue reading. You have been corrupt by imperial decree. What gives you the confidence? If you haven't eaten breakfast yet, I'll allow you to eat your fill before returning to read. Note, the original style and paragraph structure are preserved. Hashtag chapter 139, filling half the treasury. Corruption by imperial decree? Upon hearing these words, the officials were taken aback. Many of them fell to the ground, among whom were not a few who had become numb and indifferent. Ever since Albin was the first to be targeted, they had already seen what role Gerardo played in this charade. They had foreseen their impending fate and resigned themselves to it, as they saw no way out. But when Abdurrahman uttered those words, they couldn't help but express their deep-seated resistance. Absurd. He had reached unprecedented lengths for his wealth. As far as they knew, Emperor Hongwu Koan despised corruption deeply. He once set up traps to catch corrupt officials, but he never officially acknowledged such actions, leaving it shrouded in palace secrets. Even if true, it only happened on a small scale. But Abdurrahman? He allowed Gerardo to cast a wide net across the entire court. Gerardo's expertise in bribery and selling official positions was unrivaled. He found countless ways to make every official in Tang bribe him. Yes, every single one. Others might not know, but within the capital alone, very few officials had not bribed him. Abdurrahman had just said that too much purity would mean no fish could survive. If each corrupt official were punished individually, the Tang bureaucracy would descend into chaos, leaving him with no one to govern. Moreover, he admitted it openly in court, setting a new precedent. This could lead to an atmosphere of mutual suspicion in the future. Who would be able to work calmly under such conditions? Leonard's warning held some truth. Tang was becoming strong outwardly but weak within. By offending all neighboring countries, they would undoubtedly unite against him. The current state of the Tang bureaucracy, even with the newly formed military corps, would find it difficult to sustain itself for free. Abdurrahman instantly sobered up, pleased to finally have gunpowder. But his joy was tempered because he already knew gunpowder consisted of sulfur, charcoal, and saltpeter. What he lacked was the correct ratio. Now knowing the ratio, he could only manufacture primitive gunpowder. Advanced weapons like muskets and cannons were still out of reach. If he had such advanced weaponry, he could establish a divine arsenal corps and feel confident even if besieged by 9 nations. However, he reminded himself to proceed step by step. Historically, firearms on ancient battlefields weren't overly exaggerated. In an era of imperial rivalry and encirclement by strong enemies, this was especially true. Firearm advancements could be useful, but should not be overly relied upon. Troops, supplies, weaponry, generals, and strategic formations remained crucial. Glass, however, was undoubtedly a valuable asset. Hearing about it, Abdurrahman's mind raced with thoughts of precious jewels. This was another means to fleece the other 9 nations. He would have Dom and Devon work on it immediately and start selling it. Noticing most officials were kneeling, Abdurrahman coughed lightly. Stop reading. After adjourning, print this and post it across all prefectures. Also spread word that informers will receive lenient treatment, or even promotions. At this point, he remembered something. Minister some even coming specially from the western regions. Abdurrahman was aware of this. Initially, Gerardo had only mentioned it in passing, not taking it seriously as Gerardo was summoned by him and absolutely loyal. He worried little about betrayal. The amount of loot from enemy nations depended entirely on Gerardo's efforts. How much? Asked Abdurrahman casually. 3,200,000 guan. Gerardo respectfully replied. So much? All thanks to your trust. Foreign nations believe I know the Tang military plans and try to win me over. I demanded high prices from each country, resulting in this sum. Leonard hurriedly asked, did you sell them intelligence? Yes, certainly, replied Gerardo. That's a capital offense. Not exactly, Brandan Minister. The information sold was outdated, merely polished to appear valuable. Pausing, Gerardo added, they are particularly interested in the Bart, Brandan, and Chi princes. Reporting their activities benefits our frontline troops. Abdurrahman understood his meaning. The three princes continually attempted rebellion. By focusing on this, Gerardo could continuously siphon wealth from foreign powers while creating an illusion of instability behind enemy lines. Without a doubt, Gerardo's method of profiteering was both artful and cunning. Just through his personal greed, he filled half the national treasury, midnight, with a chilling wind sweeping through. They knew that this act would shake up both the court and the entire Tang dynasty's bureaucracy. They began in corruption and ended in corruption, a bitterly ironic circle. Leonard looked at the emperor with a complex expression. Coincidentally, the emperor also looked at him. Their eyes met. Abdurrahman teased, Minister Brandan, it seems your persistence has paid off. Leonard, listen to the decree. I hereby grant you the title of Duke of Zheng and place you in charge of the newly established Board of Censors. The Board of Censors will oversee and evaluate all officials and assign censors to each region to monitor local affairs. Both internal and external inspections are conducted every 2 years, with random checks based on performance, ensuring promotions or demotions. Additionally, you are responsible for recommending county magistrates to me. Henceforth, all county magistrates will be appointed by me personally. Leonard knelt down, but the usually articulate man was momentarily speechless. The boiling court explained why he was at a loss. The abolition of the censorate and the establishment of the Board of Censors, along with such significant responsibilities, clearly indicated an attempt to reshape the bureaucracy during administrative reforms. Considering that the Eastern and Western factories also bore the responsibility of monitoring officials, yes, unbeknownst to them, there was also a secret mouse alliance operating behind the scenes. In the future, all Tang officials would be under constant supervision and evaluation. Just being clean wouldn't suffice. They needed to achieve results. These seasoned bureaucrats couldn't possibly overlook that such a design wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea of Abdurrahman's. Initially, they thought the Tang dynasty's bureaucracy would undergo changes. Now they realized that he aimed to completely reshape it. Yes, reshaping. To strengthen both externally and internally, in preparation for confronting the 9 nations. No one could deny that this level of ambition displayed the bearing of a hegemon. Unfortunately, having either stood on the wrong side or been involved in corruption and bribery meant they couldn't hope to ride the tide. Seeing Leonard remain unresponsive, Unkit gently coughed to remind him, Minister Brandan, quickly thank His Majesty. Leonard regained his composure, his eyes red, and asked boldly, Your Majesty, I was once associated with the Eastern Palace. Why do you trust me so much? Because you have the state at heart. I hope you don't feel bitter about it. You should continue to provide frank advice. Abdurrahman replied solemnly, not mentioning the downfall of the dynasty. It was boring without someone to challenge him. He planned to continuously oppose Leonard. Leonard's voice rang like a bell, speaking deliberately, I will devote my life to serving you, Your Majesty. Hold on, there's more. Abdurrahman smiled and said, issue a decree to dissolve the Ministries of Works, Chancellery, and Secretariat, establishing a cabinet to assist me in governing. Darius, Gerardo, Manuel, Leonard, Atli, and Youssef are my pillars, and all shall join the cabinet, with Darius as the chief minister. In this competitive era, royal authority needed strengthening. Cohen had already abolished the chancellor and governed directly. However, the large volume of memorials and complicated national affairs would soon overwhelm him. He likely set up the Hall Academy as advisory to help manage matters. Historically, the cabinet was only formalized under Gavin after several emperors. Abdurrahman was effectively taking a preemptive step, using something created by the Zhou family to counter them. As a diligent emperor, he refused to admit that he wanted to be a hands-off ruler. The cabinet, what a monumental change. Someone couldn't resist shouting, causing the court to erupt again. But those implicated in corruption had lost their right to speak. They could only envy Leonard, now overseeing the powerful board of censors and becoming one of the 6 key cabinet ministers. Capital, proceed swiftly. Leonard nodded. Exactly my thoughts. Gerardo glanced at the confused civil and military officials and loudly proclaimed, all officials, please stay and cooperate with the investigation. Investigating from top to bottom was the right approach, though with so many officials in the capital, especially in such an important area, delays must be avoided. They'd likely have to live in the government offices. But where exactly were these offices located? The emperor had moved too quickly, leaving no time for inquiries. At that moment, Unkit returned with a group of Eastern factory operatives, saying, Your Excellencies, the emperor decrees that the investigation will commence today at Taiji Palace, and our factory is here to assist. Taiji Palace? Leonard was speechless. Won't that disturb the retired emperor? Cough, cough. Unkit coughed heavily, His Majesty said, with the retired emperor nearby. If he's unavailable, you can consult him. The 6 men hesitated, but said nothing more. Time was pressing. First, they needed to review all officials. Those listed by Gerardo would inevitably be imprisoned. The most critical task was uncovering hidden conspirators. Without further ado, Unkit brought all officials who attended morning court to Taiji Palace. Teddy, busy on the imperial bed, hearing the noise outside resembling a bustling market, suddenly felt his energy dissipate. Enraged, he yelled, Who's here? Why such clamor? A eunuch at the door reported, Retired Emperor. The cabinet is reviewing officials. What cabinet? We've never heard of seeing a rabbit. One of them complained. Didn't that dog emperor hate attending court the most? Why is this session taking so long? The other one calmly replied, This is his first court after triumphantly returning. He'll undoubtedly boast about himself. Don't be impatient, just wait a little longer. An hour later, the Taoist who had been telling him to be patient suddenly lashed out with his duster. Is that cursed fellow dead in the court? Why haven't we seen any officials yet? Do you want to wait a bit more? Are you mocking me? It's insulting. Seeing his younger brother getting carried away again, the Taoist's anger intensified. If they encountered Tang ministers later, injuring a few would barely quench his fury. Time continued to fly by. After another period, they were almost asleep. A white-haired figure appeared silently behind them and said, "Don't wait any longer. You won't be waiting here much longer." They turned abruptly, their faces dark like charcoal. They didn't wait for a rabbit, but instead encountered an eagle, a eunuch they feared the most. Back in the palace. Phew. Abdurrahman felt refreshed after thoroughly relieving himself. No matter how big the issue, nothing surpasses eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. Even emperors are no exception. With 6 capable officials in the cabinet, he only needed to provide guidance. They would know what to do. The importance of virtuous officials couldn't be overstated. With them, he could enjoy leisurely pursuits and romantic encounters with beautiful women. Thinking it was time to see Sharon and clear obstacles for her civil service exam, Abdurrahman prepared to change clothes when Teddy walked in, clearly angry. He knew why Teddy was upset. Abdurrahman was ready with his rationale before Teddy could even speak. "Grandfather, indulging in mahjong or poker is harmless, but being engrossed in beauty can harm oneself. To ensure your perpetual enjoyment, I had no choice but to take this measure. These are all capable officials. You don't need to monitor them daily. If major issues arise and I'm not around, you can give them directions." He remembered how this grandfather threw in the towel when faced with potential aggression from 9 nations. Now, Teddy wouldn't be thinking of having children for several days. Teddy saw through his scheme immediately. "You're just seeking revenge. But remember, you're the emperor now, not me. Then would you like to take back the throne? Speak sensibly. I'm serious, but you refused. The emperor doesn't want to waste more words on you. Move the cabinet away immediately, or I'll live here permanently." The stress of being emperor might have left psychological scars on him. Once relieved of it, he didn't even want to see it, let alone touch it. Moreover, knowing his grandson, this wasn't simply about providing direction. "Grandfather, this is truly out of deep concern for you," Abdurrahman pleaded. But Teddy was resolute in quarreling and asked anxiously, "Will they die?" "Grandfather, calm down." Abdurrahman instructed Unkit, "Send them all to Alpha's residence along with royal physicians. Also, since they escaped, and today happens to be court, they might ambush officials leaving the court, especially Chancellor Gil and others. Fortunately, they are all still in the palace for investigations, along with all the officials." Unkit looked grim. "I will apprehend them and send them to Alpha's residence immediately." "Yes." Abdurrahman nodded and exchanged a glance with Teddy. Without further words, they both hurried to Alpha's residence. Regardless of internal strife, outsiders like Frisco wouldn't be allowed to meddle. Abdurrahman had taken the throne to prevent Teddy from dying alone in regret and pain. Only Abdurrahman could decide the fate of these 3 kings. Arriving at Alpha's residence, Abdurrahman saw Alpha's consort Leslie, pale-faced and weeping bitterly. Though a mother already, she remained graceful and elegant, not aging but flourishing beautifully. Seeing Teddy and Abdurrahman, she quickly bowed. "Stevie, your majesty, stand up." Abdurrahman personally helped her up, comforting her. "I will save them." Hearing this, Leslie's lips trembled as she wept again. She always believed he was a man of righteousness and had advised Amadeus to let go of the throne. Alas, her husband seemed possessed by the idea and refused to listen. Royal physicians had examined the patients and shook their heads. "Your majesty, they are poisoned by an unknown substance. We've never seen it before." Abdurrahman didn't respond. He walked up to Amadeus, who was still bound by soldiers, his face contorted and snarling. His lips were black, eyes sunken, and wounds beginning to rot. Without immediate treatment, he would meet the Lord of Death within an hour. Abdurrahman touched his pulse, remaining silent. Unkit barged in with the 2 old Taoists. "Your majesty, I caught them." The Taoists said simultaneously, "Forget about it. There's no cure for this poison. We came prepared to die." Turning to Abdurrahman, one of them added, "Dog Emperor, did you think about this day when you ordered Zen Stability Temple burned?" "Indeed, sent by Frisco." Abdurrahman turned with a cold smile. "Do you plan to transform into smoke and kill me? Though your hallucinogenic poison is colorless and odorless, with no wind, it spreads slowly. Your eagerness and murderous intent have already betrayed you." Chapter 142. Strike while the iron is hot. Kill them. The 2 words flew from Abdurrahman's mouth like arrows. Crack, crack. 2 crisp sounds of bones dislocating followed. "The 2 old Dao have birds." Abdurrahman coughed dryly. "Bring me someone. Cut off these 2 old Taoists' wrists, take 5 bowls of blood, and make them drink while it's hot." Everyone hesitated. Abdurrahman said coldly, "Do you wish to defy my orders, or watch them die?" Neither was something they could bear, so after several moments, the 5 poisoned princes received another dose of treatment. The imperial physicians were dazed, but dared not speak up. This emperor executed anyone without hesitation. Moreover, Alpha, Azariah, and Brantley were rebels. What happened to them was entirely up to him. Speaking out might lead to certain death. They were confused about why Perry and Hajian Junwang, supposedly his people, were treated similarly. Teddy asked again, "Tower, why?" Abdurrahman patiently explained, "I already mentioned, these 2 old Taoists have been releasing an odorless and colorless hallucinogenic poison. But due to no wind today, it spread slowly. They are fine, and I didn't see them taking antidotes beforehand. Their eyes are dim, and their lips pale, suggesting excessive indulgence. It seems they've been slowly poisoning themselves while cultivating an invulnerable body. These people don't live long, but since they develop the poison, their blood contains toxins that can counteract it." "Counteract with poison?" Teddy rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. This method had been discussed by imperial physicians theoretically, but balancing the poisons carried extreme risk. No one dared apply it to royals. But his grandson seemed to treat it casually, despite never showing medical skills before. Wasn't he just playing with the lives of these 5? Wang Fei, Wang Fei, Wang Fei. His complex thoughts were interrupted by maids shouting. He looked up and saw Leslie lying motionless in their arms. He barked at the physicians. You incompetent fools, what are you waiting for? Save her. One physician, trembling, checked her pulse and announced, Stevie, Queen Mother has relapsed into her old illness and lost her breath. What? Teddy staggered, almost losing his balance. With 3 sons on the brink of death and now his daughter-in-law gone, Abdurrahman rushed forward, checking her pulse. She's not dead yet. Stay back. I will save her. He lifted her, carrying her into the room and placed her on the bed. After examining her voluptuous figure, he gritted his teeth, then quickly unbuttoned her dress and started CPR on her chest. After dozens of repetitions, the usually unflappable emperor was drenched in sweat. The reason was simple. He was nervous. Even his father-in-law didn't make him this anxious. Among Alpha's household, she was one of the few who treated him kindly. History praised her as a virtuous empress, even if not in title, certainly a well-read and kind-hearted person. This good person status was warranted. After some time, there was still no response. But Abdurrahman didn't give up. He repeated the process mechanically until finally, Leslie opened her eyes, locking gazes with him. Her beautiful eyes widened, and her lips trembled violently. Flashbacks of past humiliation flashed in his mind. Suppressing his emotions, he stood up calmly, turning away with his hands behind his back. Urgent times call for extraordinary measures. There was nothing improper. It was as if explaining a trivial matter. In reality, it was trivial. Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation was a practice he once tried for fun with his girlfriends and had seen done for first aid. He harbored no perverse intentions. Otherwise, he would have brought his aunt into the palace long ago. Leslie, lying on the bed, stared blankly upwards, biting her lip without speaking. Only when she felt coolness on her chest did she hastily pull her dress together, tears streaming down her face. Damn, what should I do? She won't attempt suicide, will she? Hearing her sobs, Abdurrahman stiffened but maintained his composure. Only you and I know of this. Once I leave, forget everything. You suffered a severe asthma attack, leading to unconsciousness. That was emergency treatment. I'll write a prescription for you to control it. Emergency treatment? Leslie looked puzzled. As someone knowledgeable about various medical techniques due to her illness, she had never heard of this one. Did he know medicine? The shock rivaled his previous actions towards her. Abdurrahman knew more explanation would be awkward. Better to leave it to time. Guilt-free, even if Teddy appeared, he would firmly claim it was saving her. He heard footsteps approaching. Opening the door, he found Teddy falling into his arms. Predictably, Teddy had been eavesdropping. Sometimes this old man was infuriating. Did he think he would do unspeakable things to Leslie? Their deep friendship flipped instantly. Abdurrahman huffed and left. Actually, it was to ease the awkwardness and help Leslie, who had hurriedly composed herself, bowing slightly. Rise, rise. Teddy smiled broadly. Thank goodness you're safe. Come, attend to her properly. He caught up to Abdurrahman, coaxing him like a child. Grandfather wasn't distrustful but unaware of your medical knowledge. You're truly capable. So glad. The cabinet will remain in Taiji Palace. Rely on grandfather. Agreed. Note. This translation adheres to the original text structure and style, providing a natural English version. It preserves key elements and character names while ensuring coherence and grammatical correctness. After Alpha, Azariah, and Brantley recover, you should beat them a few more times. Why? Note. This translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring it is natural and fluent in English. It also preserves the paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text. Chapter 143, Sage Mode. Mac was surely preoccupied with how he had saved Leslie. After all, a lone man and woman were together in the same room, with no one knowing what happened. Abdurrahman didn't even have any silver needles on him. Otherwise, why would he ask such a question? Was he pretending to be clueless on purpose? I am an upright gentleman, and I assume you're a decent grandfather. If you dare to speculate about those messy things, don't blame me for not sharing some obscure knowledge with you in the future. Abdurrahman thought as he continued to elevate his sage mode. He was just saving her. Just saving her. Absolutely nothing improper. This was settled once and for all. Even if his adoptive father asked, it would be the same answer. Of course, Oldley still had to take his lumps. He looked at Teddy with 4 words. You brought this upon yourself? No more. If they hadn't invited the wolf in, would Frisco have had the chance to make his move? It was only because those 2 old Taoists got cocky and wanted to play a big game like setting fire to the Chanding Temple. They even tried to poison him, the emperor. Fortunately, he now mastered the art of poisoning. Otherwise, even in the netherworld, he wouldn't let this adoptive father off easily. In truth, Teddy also felt terrified. Thanks to Abdurrahman's timely discovery, he too would have been poisoned to death. By then, their 3 generations would reunite in the underworld, not just eating together as the entire village, but the whole of Tang dynasty. If that eerie Swana sound played again, hey, the sudden goosebumps pulled Teddy out of his thoughts. He angrily said, those 3 disobedient sons disappoint me greatly. Beating them once doesn't work, so when they recover, I will certainly beat them more. Grandfather Emperor, you must spank them in front of me. All my hatred towards them is placed on your palms. You brat? Teddy pointed at him but turned back and asked, how did you save her? Indeed, he had to ask. Abdurrahman sniffed and replied, by pressing the philtrum. Teddy was astonished. Shouldn't it be pinching? If that method worked, the imperial physician would have used it already. As he spoke, he gave Abdurrahman a knowing look that men understand. Abdurrahman felt uneasy under his scrutiny. Why was he starting to nitpick now? Old rotten python. All this was due to that old rotten python. It created this atmosphere in the Lee family. When the old rotten... You were definitely exposed, and possibly inhaled some. You should immediately follow this prescription to obtain medicine, boil a large pot, and everyone should drink a bowl. Then he handed another prescription to the imperial physician. Although their remaining toxins have diminished through initial efforts, the toxins have penetrated their organs and require further detoxification. This formula is quite complex and needs to be boiled by all of you. Hurry up. Seeing the complexity of the prescription, the imperial physicians wished they could go back to farming. To think the emperor could come up with such a sophisticated remedy so effortlessly while they were helpless. Their salaries were heavy indeed. Noticing their expressions, Abdurrahman laughed. I saved your lives. You should feel ashamed and strive harder. But I know this shame cannot stay in your mouths. So, give me your annual salary for the next year. Collect salaries from the treasury and transfer them to his petty cash fund? Teddy couldn't watch anymore. What kind of emperor obsesses over official salaries? Having plundered wealth through personal expeditions and selling prophecy vases and novels, did he really need this small amount? Abdurrahman read something from Teddy's eyes and said, Grandfather Emperor, do you disagree? Why don't you cover this small expense for me, and I won't trouble them? Trouble? Teddy flared up. They are so incompetent, almost causing the death of 5 princes. Penalizing them with 1 year's salary is already merciful. Even a single copper coin mattered. They shouldn't be squeezed anymore. They had already bled enough. The imperial physicians hastily responded, Thank you for your magnanimity. We shall redeem ourselves. Go and prepare the medicine. Abdurrahman waved them off, thinking they would still be useful later. Let this suffice for now. When needed, they would be grateful and work hard. Ah, I almost forgot about that person. After mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, there's nothing left to hide. Abdurrahman wrote another prescription and handed it to Leslie's maid. This can treat the stubborn illness of Princess Bart. Prepare it daily for her. If she refuses to drink it due to resentment, tell her it's an imperial decree. Defying it means I will wipe out the entire Bart Wong Fu. To improve fluency and naturalness in English, it would be better as. If she refuses to drink it because of any resentment, tell her this is an imperial decree. Disobeying this order means I will destroy the entire Bart Wong Fu. For consistency with English terminology, Bart Wong Fu should be translated as Bart Wong Fu is a direct transliteration and doesn't make sense in English. The term should be adapted. If she refuses to drink it because of any resentment, tell her this is an imperial decree. Disobeying this order means I will destroy the entire Bart Wong Fu. A more accurate and fluent version would be, if she refuses to drink it due to any resentment, tell her it's an imperial decree. If she dares to defy it, I will wipe out the entire Bart Wong Fu. Or even better, if she refuses to drink it due to any resentment, tell her it's an imperial decree. If she defies it, I will annihilate the entire Bart Wong Fu. However, for context and better understanding, it should be, if she refuses to drink it due to any resentment, tell her it's an imperial decree. If she dares to defy it, I will wipe out the entire Bart mansion. This conveys the meaning clearly and reads naturally in English while maintaining the severity of the threat. Everyone in Bart Wong Fu immediately knelt down, not daring to take a deep breath. To improve this translation, I would rewrite it as, everyone in the Bart Wong Fu immediately dropped to their knees, not daring to breathe a word. This version more accurately captures the tense atmosphere of the scene and reads more naturally in English. However, note that Bart Wong Fu should be translated for a fully natural English version. If context allows, you might consider translating Bart Wong Fu as Bart Wong Fu, likely refers to a specific place or house associated with the Bart family or lineage, which may be significant in the story. Everyone in the Bart family manor immediately dropped to their knees, not daring to breathe a word. Teddy realized he overthought things. This guy harbored deep resentment towards Bart Wong Fu. However, to make it fit better in the context and Abdurrahman whispered in her ear, Want a roaring fire? Doesn't it take time? Your Majesty. Margaret coyly twisted her waist, pouting, You're teasing me again. Emotion lies in the teasing, then comes clarity. I'm dim-witted. Clarity is reconciliation? There's clarity in a well. Isn't it, orderly well? That's for courtesans who sell both skills and body. You belong exclusively to me. Ah. Margaret blushed, hitting his chest gently. Ha ha ha. Abdurrahman kissed her forehead and put the love beans in her hands. Put them away safely. I have a grand gift for you. A grand gift? Margaret shook her head and said, Your Majesty, for Margaret, this is already a grand gift. I don't want any reward. Without another word, Abdurrahman slapped her plump, firm buttocks a few times and said, No, you will not refuse this grand gift. Chapter 144, Little Treasure, Vast World. Margaret placed the love beans and walked into the courtyard. Through the swaying bamboo shadows, she saw a person with a burlap sack over their head. She turned to look at Abdurrahman. Her gem-like eyes sparkled with disbelief. Indeed, seeing such a prominent figure standing before her, face obscured, gave her some idea. She was both pleasantly surprised and full of anticipation, but anger also flared within her. Yet, she thought she might be overthinking it. Such a high-ranking official, how could he possibly be bound here? And she hadn't heard a single whisper about it. After all, she now helped Abdurrahman control a thriving commercial empire with merchants across the world. If such an influential minister disappeared from the Sway Empire, she would certainly have known. Abdurrahman remained silent, giving a signal to 2 Secret Service agents. They immediately removed the burlap sack and kicked Xavier to his knees. The sight of one's enemy makes one's heart burn with fury. Xavier lifted his gaunt face, staring at Margaret for a moment before bursting into rage. It's you. You're still alive. Traitor. I shouldn't have saved you back then. Bang. Bang. The 2 agents each kicked him once again, shouting, Behave yourself. Margaret's lips trembled as years of pent-up hatred seemed to engulf everything. Sobbing, she screamed, You caused my family's destruction and death. Do you even have the nerve to speak such words? Old villain, when my entire family was murdered, I secretly swore to kill you with my own hands someday. Xavier glanced at Abdurrahman and sked twice. Seems I underestimated your beauty. You managed to latch onto this one. But he has sinned too much and is sworn enemies with the Draper. He will die soon. As for you, traitor, well? He sneered several times without speaking further. Abdurrahman scornfully remarked, A doomed old dog, still boasting. Truly laughable. Saying that, he drew the sword from one of the agents and handed it to Margaret. Without hesitation, she stabbed the sword into Xavier's body multiple times, then turned to weep uncontrollably in Abdurrahman's arms. Abdurrahman signaled his subordinates to take care of the body and hugged her tightly, saying, "I know you've endured so much for so many years, filled with grievances. Cry if you must." Wow. Hearing these words, Margaret cried without any reservations. She cried for a long time until her eyes were swollen. Abdurrahman carried her into the house and laid her on the bed, saying, "Stop crying. If you cry anymore, my heart will ache. Now that your family's vengeance is fulfilled, from today onward, you are simply my woman." Margaret raised her affectionate gaze, wanting to thank him, but felt it was unnecessary given their close bond and familiarity with every inch of each other. Instead, she pressed her soft lips to his and devoted herself entirely. Abdurrahman was unexpectedly caught in the embrace, enjoying the sensations immensely. Later, when Margaret saw Abdurrahman closing his eyes, transforming from emperor to deity, she lay contentedly in his arms, nearly exhausted. "How did your majesty capture him from the Sway Empire? I heard that after Achilles demoted Desi and established Frisco as Draper. I thought that old villain would continue rising in power, making my revenge impossible." Abdurrahman caressed her skin while explaining, "I took advantage of Achilles dismissing him and sent Unkit to capture him. With officials being captured and the prophecy involving the Heavenly Lord, Achilles saw Xavier as expendable and kept it secret. After I had my men burn down Chanding Temple and Achilles changed the Draper, Frisco, who had just entered the Eastern Palace, wouldn't want anyone knowing his confidant had been captured by me. So that's how it happened." Margaret's eyes twinkled. "That prophecy spread like wildfire. Surely it was orchestrated by your majesty." Abdurrahman immediately put a finger to her lips. "My dear, you have a brilliant mind and vast wisdom. I wish to impart all I know day and night. Are you willing?" Margaret said nothing but turned sideways, covering her face with her hands, feigning indifference. But she couldn't help but deduce that the prophecies were likely crafted by him. She felt somewhat bewildered. This man could write poetry, excel in war, predict the future, and was an emperor. Yet here he was, submitting himself to her. What incredible fortune had she met? Thinking this, she wrapped her legs around Abdurrahman's waist firmly. She would stay this way even if the sea dried up and rocks crumbled. Such a man not only fulfilled all her fantasies, but those of every woman in the world. The next day, she was still happily embracing him. Abdurrahman made a move to continue, but Margaret quickly sat up. "Your Majesty, I'm nearly spent. Let's talk about our business instead. You seem very moist." Abdurrahman teased her softly, making her bury her face in his chest. Reluctantly, he asked her to speak. Margaret recounted proudly, "Our taverns are now widespread throughout the Tang dynasty. With sugar, vegetable oil and fine wine, customers flock in, and we make a fortune daily." This was entirely expected by Abdurrahman. Whether it was stir-fried dishes or fine wine, they were incredibly competitive. There would be no rival, not just in Tang but anywhere. As long as they increased the number of branches, scaled operations, and profits would skyrocket. What Abdurrahman cared most about was the illegal salt trade. True to her nature, Margaret understood his thoughts and immediately pulled out a ledger from under the bed, handing it to him. Abdurrahman scanned through it, almost smiling broadly. "Exploiting the Ming, can I achieve my goals?" Speaking, he fished out a paper from his clothes and handed it to Margaret. "This is the method for making glass, which women adore. Arrange for another group to establish a glassworks and produce glass in bulk. The profits won't be less than from smuggling salt." "So profitable?" Margaret studied the paper for a while, frowning slightly. "Isn't this similar to lustrous jade? Would it require top-notch craftsmen to manufacture?" "Clever." Abdurrahman tapped her forehead approvingly. "Leaving this to you. I am very confident. By the way, remember the scholar Anthea I told you to keep an eye on before I left? How has she been?" Margaret covered her mouth with a smile. "He has earned a large mansion by annotating your Majesty's poetry collection, not far from here. However, he is quite reclusive and dislikes socializing. Every day, many scholars visit him, but he refuses to see any of them. Still the same old him." Abdurrahman got up and said, "I'll go meet her. After earning so much, he should at least share half with me, right?" Chapter 145. The Emperor's Fatal Leak. After leaving the bamboo courtyard and walking west for 3 or 4 li, Abdurrahman saw a large residence. This place was as secluded and quiet as the bamboo courtyard, with few pedestrians, and it was considered a remote area in the capital. However, before the mansion, there were clusters of scholars gathered in the woods. Many had even set up tents and placed desks, holding books while swaying their heads and reading aloud. If one didn't know any better, they might mistake this place for a school. Seeing another scholar approach, someone who enjoyed small talk smiled and said, "Here comes another one who can't get through Anthea without passing the imperial exams. Brother, it's almost exam time, and this place is already overcrowded. You should stop having delusions and go home to cram. Maybe the emperor will see your glowing Buddha face and appoint you as the top scholar." Everyone burst into laughter. Hearing the ridicule and displeasure from the student, Abdurrahman took it in stride. "You don't seem very confident about this year's exams?" The scholar sneered. "Our wise and mighty emperor, who makes all decisions alone, has started the palace examination system. So I am absolutely confident, perhaps too confident. I've already begun thinking about what I should say to Chancellor Gil and Master Johann once I enter the cabinet." Laughter erupted again as everyone started mocking themselves. "What should I say? I would say something like, Jared recommended me, unparalleled under heaven. The emperor hates Confucianism so much. Those who passed this year are probably owing up. Just the other day we discussed how the emperor openly built a porcelain city to sell ceramics, potentially raising the status of merchants. Damn, another hit. These scholars, admiring Anthea's talent rather than beauty, have some insight. Men's brains work well when not led by the groin. Of course, overusers excluded, especially the extreme ones. They'd be wiped out eventually. To stay sharp, one must consider permanent solutions." As an emperor concerned for the students and hoping each of them would meet him in the Taiji Hall, Abdurrahman couldn't help but leak some hints. Brother, it's entirely possible. Since ancient times, scholars, peasants, artisans, and merchants have been ranked. What if our emperor reverses it to merchants first, followed by peasants, artisans, and scholars? You've lost it, haha. A talkative scholar interjected. Scholars at the bottom? They've always been revered. If he does this, it would undermine his foundation. His officials would rebel first. But they've all been purged. The scholar was speechless. It was widely known in the capital now. Big and small officials, regardless of whether they bribed, were being reviewed by the cabinet. From yesterday to today, hundreds of officials had been imprisoned and stripped of their assets. Hundreds. At this rate, most of the capital officials would be cleansed before the resemble him, except your face and beard are completely different. No worries, I only wondered because I thought Yiming was assassinated, only to find new poems later. Then he vanished, causing concern. Abdurrahman nodded. If Yiming knew of your concerns, he'd send you the exam questions? Whether you accept it is your choice. Intent matters. Abdurrahman headed resolutely towards the door. The scholars shook their heads, not stopping him. Let the lunatic rave. Reality will soon dawn. Knock knock. Abdurrahman knocked. Not seeing anyone, a servant girl replied. Seeing this, the scholars showed their disdain. He's not only crazy but foolish. We can't get in, and he knocks. He's clearly obsessed with exams. Some people invite humiliation. Hearing this, Abdurrahman smirked and blew a kiss. Puck. This puck is not that puck. Formality failed. Maybe a prank will work. Hashtag chapter 146, Clothed Beast. That Douglas, even if he were to give his wife to Brother Adam would certainly not see him. A scholar mocked. Creak. The main door opened. A maid peeked out and asked softly, Are you Masterly? Moses smiled in response. Reuben. The maid's eyes lit up, instantly becoming excited and somewhat incoherent. Master has finally come. Our young master, a group of so-called gentlemen bellowing outside the front gate. A refined man with a face like jade put down his book and approached with his hands clasped behind his back. That young master earlier reminded Randy of the time when Brother Adam rose to prominence, being besieged at an inn until someone on horseback took him away. At this, the scholars twisted their necks stiffly and looked at him with blank expressions. What do you mean? The scholar surnamed Randy shrugged. They are very familiar. You continue. Bastard. That scoundrel tricked us. He also fooled us. Let's rush in and beat him up. Isn't that like slapping Brother Adam's face? Scholars should be refined. Anyway, I didn't shout just now. I didn't shout either. A group of scholars quickly returned to the woods, pretending to read their books without looking at each other. Half of them had their books upside down. In the courtyard, Moses and Adam once sat facing each other, listening to various animal noises. Adam once clear face was filled with surprise. What's wrong with them? Moses struggled to hold back a laugh. They must have been driven mad by the emperor. Don't mind them. Not at all. The maid immediately exposed the truth. It's because they saw Masterly shout Bua, so they copied him, hoping to see Master, but it turned into this mess. This maid isn't fun at all. She doesn't match Eliana. Moses shook his head slightly, about to speak. The maid continued accusing, however, her own downfall and began intercepting trade caravans between Tang and the western regions. We couldn't get through. Moses casually spun a tale. It wasn't that he couldn't make up interesting stories. He always remembered the purpose of his visit. He couldn't go off topic. Besides, maybe she was too beautiful. Dressed as a man, her natural beauty and literary grace couldn't be hidden. If he didn't turn her into a consort and scholar, Moses's heart would itch. Of course, it was also to grab a bua early and hand over Eliana to her for grooming. Adam one extended her tender white hand and poured Moses another cup of tea. I am fully engrossed in my studies, so I didn't know these things. Moses sipped the tea and remarked, Speaking of studying, your annotations are very popular. Even Margaret wasn't as sought after as you back then. They're just projecting their love onto me. Adam one smiled. With the mysterious master Anonymous remaining unseen, they turned to me, the annotator. You still have extensive knowledge and make the best annotations, right? It also has to do with the support of the printing house. For some reason, although I've never met them, they responded whenever I asked. Isn't it because the big boss is me? I specially instructed them. Would they dare not comply? Moses laughed and said, You don't need to explain. In my eyes, you are a very talented man. Unlike me who can barely read and... Moses established the women's camp, with Li Junying as its commander. Suen Shangxiang would join the camp and achieve her goal. She was different. Her strength lay in literature, leaving no path in the imperial exams. Unless Moses allowed women to participate. But then her identity would be exposed. So difficult. Moses was determined to pave her way. What hard to speak of reasons could you have? Don't look at me as just a small merchant. I have extensive connections. Even as a woman, I can find a way for you to take the exam. Adam once eyes brightened. Truly? Moses motioned for the maid to step aside and whispered. Know the chief examiner Yen? Back when he was still undercover among prestigious families and not famous, my father saw his potential and became close friends. A few days ago, he sent someone to ask if I wanted to take the exam, which I declined. Adam one questioned, why? Abdurrahman grinned slyly. With such a big tree to lean on, do I still need to take the imperial exams? If I want to become an official in the future, I can simply go to him directly. As he said this, he took out a pass token from the Connor residence and then produced a jade pendant inscribed with the character Connor, saying, If you still don't believe me, I can invite Senior Connor here. He would be very willing to meet someone of your great talent. Chapter 147, Wine Pools and Meat Forests. Staring at the two tokens, Anthea was lost in thought for a long while. She had always felt that Abdurrahman was not an ordinary person. Never did she expect that he would be backed by Gerard, the emperor's favorite official. With this connection, the concerns she worried about were no longer issues. But if she passed the examination and her true identity as a woman and moreover, the emperor's concubine, was revealed, that would constitute treason. It could cost her life. Yet, even if she did not participate in the imperial examinations, she would eventually be found by Abdurrahman. Escaping to both Brandan and Tang would equally provoke the emperor's wrath. She was already deeply embroiled in trouble. The worst outcome would simply be death. If she could vindicate all women before dying, it would be worth it. Moreover, she had heard that Abdurrahman had strongly advocated for establishing the women's corps and said that women could shoulder half the sky. Considering this, she could afford to hold some hope. Thinking of this, she clenched her teeth and looked at Abdurrahman. Percy, I don't need Trace's special favor. I just want to see if I can achieve success based on my own studies. No problem, Abdurrahman nodded. However, while the Tang dynasty's imperial examinations are open to scholars from all over, they scrutinize foreign scholars, or those with unknown backgrounds very strictly. I can help you with this. I can ensure they won't deliberately molest or extort you. Really? Anthea's eyes instantly lit up. As long as she wasn't searched, her identity wouldn't be exposed. This was the guarantee. And assassinations, which are hard to answer. Abdurrahman scratched his head. Aren't you overthinking this? Taking that question, shouldn't we consider why capturing Duchess Dula matters? As a concubine? At his age, who wants it? Provoking sway is too low level. Anthea frowned. So? Abdurrahman sniffed. Think of Chancellor Brandan, newly appointed. Suddenly, Anthea understood. Percy was truly remarkable. He could see beyond the question itself. She was confident that if the emperor asked such a question, most candidates would focus on overall strategy, considering national conquest or covert operations. But this approach would only trap them further. To genuinely impress, one must take an unconventional path. Very insightful, you catch on quickly. Abdurrahman chuckled, continuing, regarding the ranking of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, I believe all should be equal, but from a governance perspective, scholars should be ranked last. Anthea's eyes sparkled with realization. Mencia said, the people are the most important element in a nation. Next are the gods of land and grain. Least is the ruler. Even rulers have lesser importance, so scholars protecting them should be even lighter. Precisely. Abdurrahman concluded. Simply put, serving the people is what scholars should do. Serving the people? The scholar first frowned, then excitedly stood up. Wait, endless chatter. Seeing the emperor's good mood, Unkit promptly mentioned, Your Majesty, what should be done with the 2 tigers and 4 leopards you brought back from your campaign? Abdurrahman, having picked up a pastry, immediately put it down. You reminded me. How are they faring? They are well cared for in the northern drill field. Declare that the Ministry of Works should select a spacious location in Chang'an to build a leopard palace. It must be grand. I'll provide 1 million strings of cash from the reserve fund, and if more is needed, ask me. Money was plentiful. Just spend. If anyone mourns over expenses, I'll spend even more. Unkit cleared his throat. Does your majesty intend to build a pavilion outside the palace? It doesn't need to occupy much space. Understood. I'll convey the decree immediately. One more thing. This matter is crucial and must be handled by the Eastern Depot. He shared the gunpowder formula with the chief eunuch. Upon learning its power, the eunuch didn't hesitate and rushed off. With a leopard palace built, should I construct wine pools and meat forests? The Chows, April, Yasmin. Merely thinking of this made Abdurrahman recall the luxurious cars of his previous life. He must do it. Absolutely. The imperial cabinet occupied the Palace of Eternal Spring now, making it difficult for grandfather to indulge privately. His Zakin palace was different. Peaceful and serene, idyllic and picturesque, perfect for wine pools and meat forests. But who could he entrust with this task? Unkit was running around. Caesarshan was absent, and men couldn't understand his desires. Women were the best option. I've got it. A mature and elegant figure came into his mind, and he made up his mind instantly. This translation maintains the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and character names in Pinyin while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 148. The Female Rogue. Abdurrahman summoned Elaine. Elaine was dressed in a purple-red palace gown, with jet black hair adorned by a golden head ornament. She had a voluptuous figure and an elegant demeanor. Her almond-shaped eyes exuded a lazy charm. Even among thousands of women, this lady would be instantly recognizable. And the term, lady, definitely needs to be put in quotation marks because though she is as dazzling as a peony, she has not yet bloomed into full maturity, lacking the grace of a woman. This important and honorable task naturally falls upon Abdurrahman. Whether in his past life or this one, Abdurrahman has always been powerless against such plump, voluptuous women. He has enjoyed their company thoroughly. But now, he can confidently say that if the others were top-notch, then this one before him is unparalleled. This waist, these hips, this skin, these breasts. Even the legendary Conor Guifei could. Its geographical position determines everything. To say nothing of conceding defeat, the Tang dynasty can't even blink when surrounded by powerful neighbors. Otherwise, it would be like smashing a watermelon, partitioned. After gracefully bowing, Elaine spoke with a voice as crisp and melodious as jade clinking. Your Majesty, what do you require of me? Abdurrahman smiled faintly. I plan to construct a wine pool and meat forest in the Zakin Hall, and assign you to oversee this project. A wine pool and meat forest? Elaine blushed slightly. You mean the kind where the pools are filled with wine, and meat hangs like forests? Despite the division of the 10 kingdoms and central plains, they share the same history dating back to before the Warring States period. Thus, everyone knew about the infamous luxuries of King Zhou of Shang. Considering the extravagant acts performed by the emperor of the Tang dynasty, building such a place wasn't surprising. What surprised her was being entrusted with this responsibility. Abdurrahman stared into her puzzled eyes. The wine pool and meat forest I want will be much more interesting. Have ink and paper ready. Yes, Your Majesty. Elaine bowed, quickly fetching materials and preparing ink for him. After a moment of contemplation, Abdurrahman swiftly sketched out his vision of the wine pool and meat forest and handed it to Elaine. What do you think? In the process, her chest bumped against Abdurrahman's face, creating an awkward moment. For a while, neither spoke. After a moment, Abdurrahman sniffed softly and said, "All right, seeing as you're composed, I'll give you a chance to prove you're not mindless. Forget this within 10 breaths. 10 breaths? A flicker of panic crossed Elaine's eyes. Her plan backfired. Truthfully, someone like her, who had always followed the rules and adhered to propriety, would find it difficult to appreciate someone like Abdurrahman who defied norms. But inexplicably, she didn't despise him. Her eagerness to leave stemmed partly from the unfamiliarity between them, and partly from her own reserve. She yearned for a natural, affectionate relationship. If Abdurrahman had taken advantage of her tonight, she wouldn't resist but would feel disappointed. Living in a foreign land would only intensify that feeling. Now, due to her unintentional actions, she committed an act of disrespect and was caught red-handed. Convincing Abdurrahman within such a short time seemed impossible. Knowing she disliked being coy and wasn't good at it, this predicament troubled her. How should she proceed? She appeared anxious, yet her face showed no emotion. Abdurrahman almost laughed. He reminded her, 5 breaths left. But I am magnanimous and have forgiven her. Took advantage? Carly frowned, disbelieving yet unable to question. She knew Elaine well, who was usually very composed. It was hard to imagine her acting out. Without elaborating, Abdurrahman asked, "Why are you here?" Carly pressed her lips together and said, "Your Majesty, I wish to ask for some porcelain to present to my father. They don't need to be the prophetic porcelain. Ordinary ones will do." Abdurrahman smiled and replied, "Didn't Azariah prohibit the purchase of my porcelain? Father never forbade it. Then what's the difference?" Abdurrahman mumbled inwardly but did not expose her. "You don't need to worry about this matter. I will send envoys to deliver them. You can write a letter in advance to inform him. I know you have always been in correspondence with him. There's no need for you to be so cautious or avoid mentioning anything. You can tell him everything you've seen and heard in the Great Tang." At this point, Abdurrahman deliberately emphasized, "Including what I am currently doing. I treat Azariah more intimately than my own Azariah and consider him a friend regardless of age. I won't engage in intrigue with him." Hearing this, Carly's delicate nose tingled, and she felt like crying. But not out of being moved, Carly pressed her lips and said, "I would like to ask His Majesty for some porcelain to give to my father. It doesn't need to be the imperial porcelain. Ordinary ones will do." Abdurrahman smiled and replied, "Isn't it true that Ushvin does not allow the purchase of my porcelain? Father has never forbidden it." "But isn't that the same as forbidding it?" Abdurrahman muttered to himself but did not reveal it. "You don't need to worry about this. I will send an envoy to deliver them. You can write a letter in advance to inform him. I know you have been corresponding with him all along. There's no need for you to be so cautious or wary. You can tell him everything you see and hear in the Great Tang." As he said this, Abdurrahman emphasized, "Including what I am doing now. I treat Ushvin more kindly than my own brother, considering him a lifelong friend. I will not engage in intrigues with him." Hearing this, Carly felt a lump in her throat, almost bursting into tears. But not out of being moved, Carly pressed her lips and said, "I would like to ask His Majesty for some porcelain to give to my father. Ordinary ones will do. There's no need for the finest porcelain." Abdurrahman smiled and said, "Isn't the Brandan King prohibiting the purchase of my porcelain? Father has never forbidden it. Then what's the difference?" Abdurrahman muttered to himself but did not expose it. "You don't need to worry about this matter. I will send an envoy to deliver them. You can write a letter in advance to inform him. I know you have been corresponding with him all along. There's no need to be overly cautious or avoid certain topics. You can tell him everything you see and hear in the Tang dynasty." As he spoke, Abdurrahman particularly emphasized, "Including what I am doing now. I treat the Brandan King more favorably than my own Brandan King, considering him a close friend regardless of age differences. There is no need for scheming between us." Upon hearing this, Carly felt a lump in her throat, almost on the verge of tears. But it wasn't out of emotion. In revising the final note, let's ensure that it reads naturally, but not out of emotion. Chapter 149, Adoptive Strategies. The Great Brandan and the Great Barg were still locked in a tug-of-war over southern continent, and within the foreseeable future, the conflict would not cease. To say they lacked cunning and intrigue was an understatement. Watching her husband's shameless actions, Carly felt her heart ache as if it were about to die. He had leveraged an alliance with Great Brandan, seizing territories and reaping all the benefits. Great Brandan wanted only the southern continent, but was now entangled in a quagmire from which it could not extricate itself. Recently, her father wrote to her directly, lamenting that he would rather have never claimed the southern continent. Abdurrahman noticed Carly's somber expression, her doll-like face clouded with worry, and guessed what she must be thinking. Honestly, he hadn't anticipated that Emperor Ganon would be so relentless over the southern continent. The 2 country advisors he has, they're helpless against such a difficult situation. That was true. The Great Brandan had already annexed half of the southern continent, and wouldn't give it up. The Great Barg swore to reclaim it. Given Brandan's national strength, it would be hard to sustain prolonged conflict with the Barg. However, with Ahmed stationed in the eastern part of the Great Barg, Ganon shouldn't ignore the issue. Could it be? Abdurrahman suddenly considered another possibility. Perhaps Ganon's obsession with the southern continent wasn't solely due to its salt production. Otherwise, Tang's conquest of 3 provinces, larger than the entire southern continent, including a renowned gold mine, wouldn't go unnoticed. This matter required thorough investigation by Dongxiang and the Rat Alliance. Significant discoveries might be made. Thinking this, he told Carly, "The battle over the southern continent is turning into a dead end. I need to ponder it carefully. Write to Ushvin that if he needs help, he can send envoys to discuss." He wasn't heartless. If her father was willing to humble himself and seek help, he would assist. He needed the Great Brandan to balance power between the Chu and Ming. In his plan to eliminate kingdoms, destroying the Barg was always top priority. Her father would need to spend lavishly on porcelain and pay generously. Despite his faults, he was powerless against beauty and wealth. Beauty was already provided. Just bring the money, and everything could be discussed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Carly bowed respectfully. She knew her father wouldn't willingly lower his pride and didn't want to ally again. Yet, if the war continued, realliance was inevitable. Where is Unkit? After Carly left, Abdurrahman summoned Old Chow. Investigate thoroughly what else the southern continent produces besides salt, and report back quickly. Unkit nodded and hurriedly reported, Your Majesty. Caesarshan's men say the prophecy vases have caused a frenzy among various parties and are no longer in Tang. How should the next batch of porcelain be made? I've thought about it, Abdurrahman replied. Have potters produce blue and white porcelain based on the poetry collections. Display the poems on the ceramics and auction them off to the highest bidder. For this, blue and white porcelain will do. Song scholars will likely enjoy it. If the poetry runs out, use song poets' works. They're abundant in poetry. Just use it. Unkit coughed, Your Majesty. This might invite criticism from scholars. In the 10 Kingdoms, song scholars especially love criticizing and holding grudges. Given their recent defeat, they probably harbor deep resentment. Kingdom's strong sense of patriotism, plus Abdurrahman expelling Dayan and closing Guazijians, saw fewer scholars attending exams in Chang'an this year. Fortunately, his recent reshuffling of officials created numerous vacancies, providing hope for scholars. Rumor had it that scholar attendance in Chang'an skyrocketed recently, mostly junior scholars. Chang'an City, divided by Zhuge Avenue into Chang'an County and Wanyan County, was about to hold its annual exams. Traditionally, foreign scholars found it hard to participate in these county-level exams. But this year, Abdurrahman allowed foreigners to join, capping it at 50,000. Those without scholarly titles could register locally. Anthea had no official title previously. Earning one wouldn't be hard. Once she succeeded, they'd celebrate together. As for military exams, Abdurrahman suddenly remembered the general's children being tortured and immediately ordered, send word to suspend the general's star plan. Let them rest and prepare for military exams. Everyone must participate. Those who fail will have their fathers dismissed. They always wanted to prove themselves. Now their fathers' careers depended on them. If they still failed, they weren't fit for leadership. He'd even make Dongxiang demand tuition refunds. Chapter 150. Choosing to oppose the world. A few days later, the annual provincial examinations were held first. Sharon was the focus of attention. It was said that after she passed the provincial examination, Abdurrahman sat cross-legged opposite her, pouring himself a cup of tea as he said, Congratulations won't be necessary, but I wish you success in passing as a Jun. The top rank in the provincial exam was Jaywin. Merely becoming a Jurun seemed too low a goal for Abdurrahman. Anthea put down her book and cast a clear gaze at him. You believe in me so much? You won't secretly help me cheat? Abdurrahman laughed. If cheating is discovered in the imperial exams, it would jeopardize Governor Connor's career. All I can do is make your entry into the examination hall easier, and then wait for good news about you. Recalling that she wasn't searched when entering the exam hall, but was closely monitored during the exam, Anthea believed him but felt a little anxious. Would he be implicated if it ever came out that she was female? No matter. The world knew she was an emperor's concubine. When that time comes, she would take all the blame herself. She took a sip of tea and said, Those unconventional people often don't fall into convention. This year, His Majesty allowed those without titles and residing near Chang'an to participate in the provincial examinations, proving this. In other countries, such a change would be unimaginable. The imperial examination system is currently of great national importance in all countries and isn't subject to easy changes. Abdurrahman, metropolitan exams and won't see anyone, just like you. Once you pass the provincial exam, I will definitely help arrange a meeting. Anthea smiled politely but somewhat awkwardly. I did meet you. I'm not just anyone. Abdurrahman emphasized their special relationship, thinking to himself, I'm damn your husband. How can I be the same as those scholarly sycophants? His response left Anthea momentarily stunned. A hint of blush flashing in her eyes before quickly vanishing. She deliberately changed the subject. Have you heard? The divine doctors from Jishur Hall have arrived in Caesaroyang. This year, they are gathering there. Each time they gather, it causes a sensation throughout the land. This is also the first time in a decade they are convening in Tang. If I weren't preparing for the provincial exams, I would really want to go to Caesaroyang to see. How difficult could it be? Abdurrahman shrugged nonchalantly. Our emperor is someone who will do anything. Perhaps he'll kidnap all those divine doctors to Chang'an, and then? Anthea interrupted directly. He wouldn't dare. Oh, is there something he dares not do? You might not know, many years ago, proposed by the emperors of Bart, Han, and Ming, the 10 countries signed an agreement allowing Jishur Hall to practice medicine and gather freely within their territories. Unless they violate laws, they cannot be obstructed, or else the other 9 countries will collectively condemn them. At this point, Anthea raised her voice. 9 countries will collectively condemn them, and those who join Jishur Hall are renowned doctors deeply revered by the people. Anyone who offends them is opposing the whole world. Seeing her serious face and evident reverence for Jishur Hall, Abdurrahman narrowed his eyes. As the emperor of Tang, how could he not know these things? In this era, Jishur Hall wasn't just selling medicine. It was led by the divine Dr. Hall, the medical sage Gallagher, and the medicine king Cole. It included other notable doctors like Ace, the founder of acupuncture, Qian Yi, a pediatric expert, Yi Tianshi, a founder of febrile diseases theory, and numerous other contemporary medical luminaries. Their annual gatherings were akin to modern-day exchanges in traditional Chinese medicine associations, but far more practical. Besides sharing and exchanging medical knowledge, they also provided free medical services for a month. Therefore, each gathering became a national event, attracting throngs of people and busy streets. Even the Confucian poetry gatherings, Buddhist Dharma assemblies, and Taoist debates paled in comparison. Saving lives and treating the sick earned the support and admiration of the lower classes, regardless of the era. Not to mention in this fiercely competitive age, where they gathered the best Royang. If he didn't stir things up now, Abdurrahman felt he would lose face as an emperor. I urge the heavens to shake themselves up, to bring forth talents without constraint. The talented lady's hands trembled, her chest heaving as she muttered, "What a beautiful poem, and it fits the current situation of the Tang dynasty well. You were just a merchant?" Another slip-up. This was the trouble with having comprehensive collection of poems in his mind. They naturally popped out unintentionally, very damaging to his persona. Abdurrahman could only salvage the situation, pointing at her and laughing. "You flatter me too much. A person as ignorant as I, how could I create such a popular poem? It was written by my friend." Facing identity issues, the friend series explanation worked. That's how Abdurrahman dealt with it in his previous life. Just don't mention the friend of mom or the wife's friend. Otherwise, it would easily lead to those drinking buddies borrowing this as talk material. Anthea showed great interest in his friend and seized the chance to ask, "What's your friend's name? Can you introduce me to him?" "No way," Abdurrahman answered bluntly, leaving no room for discussion. "He is preparing for the palace examination and won't see anyone, just like you. After you pass, I will certainly introduce you to him." Anthea gave a polite yet awkward smile. "I have seen you." Jishur Hall, Abdurrahman squinted. As the Jeffrey, how could he not know these details? In this era, the Jishur Hall was not just about selling medicine. Instead, led by divine Dr. Hall, medical sage Gallagher, and drug king Cole, it included acupuncture founder Huang Fumi, pediatric Saint Qian Yi, febrile disease school founder Yi Tianshi, and contemporary renowned doctors like Yi Guai, Bobby Shengbai, Dong Feng, among others. They met annually, similar to modern-day Chinese Medicine Association exchanges. But they were more practical. Besides sharing and exchanging medical skills, they provided 1 month of free medical services. Each meeting became a national event. Crowds flocked, bustling traffic. Even Confucian poetry gatherings, Buddhist religious assemblies, and Taoist debates paled in comparison, saving lives and healing the sick. Regardless of the era, this gained the support and love of commoners, especially in this competitive age where gathered were all renowned doctors. Yesterday, Abdurrahman heard Teddy recount the agreement signing from years ago. At the time, he was very reluctant to sign. Abram was likely the most unwilling, because this was a big pit dug by the Bart, Han, and Ming dynasties together. Though these divine doctors mostly didn't serve the court, they had their respective kingdoms and medical territories. Hall, Gallagher, and Dong Feng were the famous 3 divine doctors of Brandan. Adding the acupuncture founder Huang Fumi, Brandan excelled in medicine. Although Tang lagged slightly behind Brandan, it had the drug king Cole. There was no need to bind themselves with this agreement. But Bart, Han, and Ming lacked such widely admired, significant doctors. Thus they hatched this idea. Seeing Abram hesitate, Cohen immediately threatened with troops. Yet, Hall and Gallagher kept their distance from the Brandan court. Abram didn't want war over this and had to compromise. Teddy tried repeatedly to enlist Cole to serve Tang, but he was constantly refused, leading him to sign the agreement. Over the years, as the Jishur Hall roamed, saving lives, its reputation soared. Tang, in contrast, was somewhat ignored. This Caesaroyang meeting was strongly requested by Teddy during his reign. Originally, it was set in Chang'an, but due to Abdurrahman's unorthodox actions a few months back, they planned to move it elsewhere. Finally, it was Cole's word that led to mutual compromise, shifting the venue to Caesaroyang. If he didn't stir things up a bit, Abdurrahman felt he wouldn't be living up to being the emperor. Chapter 151. The Emperor's Backstab, Unpreventable. Anthea pursed her lips around the rim of her cup, unsure if she actually took a sip. Her eyes lingered on Abdurrahman's face. Seeing him remain silent, she laughed. Wouldn't she be looked down upon by this brother? For some unknown reason, she, who cared little for fame or wealth, feared being underestimated by him most. Every time he praised her talent, she secretly rejoiced. This recognition felt stronger than anything her scholarly father ever gave. Abdurrahman cleared his throat lightly. Simple. If you lose, you let me bow twice. If I lose, I'll agree to do 2 things for you. Anything. Sounds like a steal. Anthea agreed readily. Fine. Just what does bow mean? Is it like, be a yes? Agreeing so quickly without understanding the meaning? Was she love-struck? However, if Abdurrahman explained now, he couldn't bring himself to say it outright. Saying it meant kissing once, he felt somewhat reluctant. After all, it also mattered where to kiss. If just kissing the cheek, it wouldn't convey the essence of the word. So he played a small trick. 2 boss. Yes, flexible and ample room for maneuvering. Staring at her tightly constrained figure, the adventurous and exploratory Abdurrahman sipped some tea to moisten his slightly dry throat and said, not dad, nor ba. Anyway, this word is profound and infinitely useful. If you trust me, wait until after the result to find out. One deal then. Anthea saw through it. Anyway, you have no chance of winning these days, and exclaimed, you suspect them? Impossible. They were poisoned almost to death, saved by you, and definitely wouldn't do this. And Caesar Zhou's governor is Chu Chu Tong. He left it unsaid. Abdurrahman understood his meaning. Chu Chu Tong was loyal to Alpha, one of the few who hadn't been moved since his ascension. Caesar Zhou was among the rare key regions Alpha still controlled. They valued it too much to sabotage their own advantage. In reality, Caesar Zhou remained stable under Alpha's party. His old dad didn't need to start trouble proactively. Abdurrahman lifted his head. Don't worry, grandfather. You seem off today. I didn't say the conspirator was them. I fear you get carried away and want to fight all 9 countries. Teddy voiced his concern directly. He knew this grandson too well. The more unimaginable, the more he dared. Previously he could be patient. This time, making a mess would lead to irredeemable consequences. Abdurrahman ate grapes in silence. When the 3 old pythons arrived, Abdurrahman glanced at them, looking better. Seems the poison is completely gone. Amadeus, Artemio, and Teddy G bowed mechanically. Thank your majesty for saving us. Upon waking, they were surprised to hear Abdurrahman had saved them. They had also heard about the Caesaroyang incident and knew it wasn't wise to speak too much today, else they might jeopardize Caesar Zhou's stability. Abdurrahman spoke coldly. An excuse to unite against Tang. Thus, this case was extremely tricky. Fortunately, these sons were capable. To protect Caesar, they thoroughly investigate. Together they affirmed, Your Majesty, Craig, rest assured, we will not allow anyone to plunge Tang into irredeemable chaos. An unscrupulous someone stabbed them in the back unexpectedly. Lords, one thing I forgot to mention. I've sent Loretta and Yasmin with the East-West Factories and Women's Corps to bring all involved doctors and suspects to Chang'an for investigation, assisted by Duke Jiang Chu Tong. You only need to stay home and wait. Once they arrive, I'll notify you. Whether the 9 countries attack Tang will depend on you. Translation completed while maintaining the structure, tone, and style of the original Chinese text, ensuring natural and fluent English. It seems like you didn't provide any new Chinese text for me to translate. If you have a specific passage or chapter from the novel that you would like translated, please go ahead and share it, and I'll be happy to assist you with the translation. Hashtag chapter 152. Seeking Thrills. Artemio, Amadeus, and Teddy G stiffly raised their heads as if they were looking at a devil. Their hearts churned like stormy seas. Is this really fun? Surprisingly, from his perspective, it was indeed amusing, letting them pick up the butcher's knife themselves to cut into the strategic areas he had painstakingly fortified over time. All he needed to do was watch from this plan remained unexecuted even after Abdurrahman returned to the capital. Judging by Abdurrahman's actions after returning, though absent from Chang'an, he knew everything that happened there. The Caesar plot was very likely known to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly appointed the 3 of them. Thornton Tao, you mustn't act recklessly. As they worried about their own territories, Teddy's eyelids twitched, and he jumped up from his grand chair. Fear what you wish. This boy didn't make life easy for anyone. He was half dead already, but did not want to see the iron cavalry of the 9 states trample the Tang dynasty into the ground. He knew Abdurrahman liked seeking thrills. But why find thrills from the emperors of the 9 states when they could easily be found with women? The Tang dynasty had recently enjoyed multiple victories and was feared throughout the world. But now they were targeted. Abdurrahman's prophesies and prophecy porcelain jars offended them once more. They likely needed an excuse to attack the Tang. Wasn't this simply giving them one? No fool would do such a thing. Abdurrahman leaned back, continuing to eat grapes. Grandfather, I am not acting recklessly. They need to be warned. This shifting of blame. Artemio, Amadeus, and Teddy G's pupils constricted. Was he still of the Li family? So shameless. He had already sent troops to capture all the renowned doctors from the Jishur Hall and brought them to Chang'an. Yet he dared to say this publicly. If the heavens had eyes, they should send down a bolt of divine lightning to kill him. Teddy G clenched his fists until they turned white. His voice. Artemio shouted angrily. Since you know this, why are you doing it? Abdurrahman smiled. Don't you also understand? Fun, isn't it? You. Artemio glared at him, unable to respond for a long moment. Amadeus, cold as mud in a frozen pond with a stench, said, if you want to target Caesar or us, just do it. Why involve the safety of the entire Tang dynasty? Abdurrahman seized the opportunity. Grandfather, you heard that? If the 9 states attack the Tang, it will be because of them. Oldly claims I am using the Tang dynasty as leverage, but aren't their lives less important than mine, my throne, and my billions of subjects? They deliberately exaggerate and stir the pot, hoping for chaos. Teddy looked at his good grandson helplessly, already giving up hope of correcting him. He turned to Amadeus, struggling to breathe. Kevin, this case is significant. Since he has brought them to Chang'an, solve it quickly to give an account to the people of the 10 states. If you dare to incite or amplify the situation, I will strip you from the clan and behead you at the Wu Gate before the 9 states move. Failing to convince the young, he manipulated the old. He believed this punishment would force the 3 rebellious sons to use all their resources to find a perfect solution to avoid giving the 9 states any pretext. Grandfather is formidable. With your supervision, the case will surely be solved soon. Abdurrahman lavishly praised his grandfather, almost laughing out loud. Amadeus shot him a look of extreme dissatisfaction, then turned to Teddy. As long as someone cares about the nation, they can solve the case within 3 days after being brought to Chang'an. Teddy immediately looked at Abdurrahman. Abdurrahman shrugged. Clearly Oldly isn't talking about me. My heart is filled with concerns for the nation. So, he's talking about me? No, they're talking about themselves. After another failure, Amadeus couldn't bear to stay another moment and respectfully left. Artemio and Teddy G also harumphed and swiftly followed. Teddy was just about to speak when Abdurrahman pointed at the 6 cabinet ministers. Grandfather, they are not ornaments. You brought them here as decorations? Now with so much bureaucratic cleanup, they are busy. Even if the 9 states unite to attack the Tang, it won't concern them. Not concerning them? Teddy gasped. Then why set up this cabinet? He was angry. Understandable. Abdurrahman grinned. Internally, the attack on the Tang by the 9 states falls under the responsibility of Prince Bart, Fox, and Eric. You've never been soft on them. No, grandfather. This time you're the one punishing them. Brat, I don't feel like dealing with you. Teddy left in a mix of anger and pride, and Leonard couldn't hold back. Your Majesty, this matter is significant. Abdurrahman leaned back, waving his hand. Go work. Your Majesty. Look at the strategist. Leonard turned to Yusef, noticing he casually fanned himself, completely unconcerned. He wished he could say something like, I can't. But he restrained himself. Soon, the involved individuals were brought to the capital. Just the famous doctors from Jishur Hall numbered around 5,000 to 6,000. It truly felt like all the famous doctors had gathered in Chang'an. To prevent these influential doctors from languishing in jail, Artemio, Amadeus, and Teddy G began interrogations immediately. Within half an hour, the case was cracked. 10 spies from the Sui Kingdom deliberately planted false accusations, aiming to incite the 9 kingdoms to attack the Tang. Considering the events that unfolded over this period, both the motive and purpose made perfect sense. The 3 of them went together to the palace gates to seek an audience with Abdurrahman. They waited for over 2 hours, longer than it took to solve the case. Yet they did not receive a summons from Abdurrahman. Teddy G frowned and said, "Is he dissatisfied?" Artemio coldly snorted. "With all evidence present, the truth has been revealed. What can he do even if he is dissatisfied? This case was a game." "When did this news come in?" Darius calmly replied, "Just today, delivered with utmost urgency." Who would have thought they'd act so swiftly? By disregarding the agreement among the 10 nations, he has ultimately caused a great mess. After clutching his chest and sighing deeply, Teddy abruptly left. But as he reached the doorway, he turned back and asked, "You are my top ministers. What are your thoughts on this?" Darius's face turned expressionless. Roberto and Manuel remained silent. Yusef still fanned himself leisurely. Leonard stood dazedly. Only Alvin slightly more normally bowed and said, "With all due respect, I believe we should consult Prince Bart about this." Teddy frowned and said, "Are you all afraid of the encirclement by 9 states just like him? The kind of emperor you have, you get such ministers." These 6 key ministers were honest like Abdurrahman, unanimously voicing their fear. "Why aren't you concerned? This isn't our business." Though it was national affairs, it was also the internal matter of the House of Li. With the imperial decree, the 3 princes involved directly, supervised by you. We're already struggling to overhaul governance. Where do we find the time for this? And the imperial examinations too. Once distracted, even without the encirclement by 9 nations, the Tang dynasty might fall into chaos internally. You. Slap, slap, slap. Slap, slap, slap. Teddy said nothing, slapping each of them twice on both cheeks before scolding, "Undutiful sons, undutiful sons, undutiful sons. Are you ready to let the Tang be carved?"